Day 2 of the league finals in the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0 was an action-packed affair, chock full of surprises, great gameplay and hilarious final circles. Now before we get into what went down each game, let's have a look at who's leading the charge. The top of the leaderboard had a little shuffle as Bigatron RA claimed the top spot, which meant Box Gaming now slid down to the second position. RRQ Athena won 3 chicken dinners in the day, but despite that, they still sit in third position in the overall standings. I guess Box Gaming and Bigatron have just been too consistent in the first half of the league finals. Team IND and Orange Rock spearheaded the Southeast Asian team's ascent into the leaderboard, and they now sit on the 4th and 5th position respectively. The action kicked off in Erangel, with the final zones forming around the central forest of the Sanhok military island, around which time Megastars held the central position, and the lay of the land gave them a big advantage. They could keep enemies at bay in all directions. Towards the end, as Megastars finished off the Galaxy Race's cells, T1 swarmed them, timing their attacks to perfection, catching them off guard, winning the chicken dinner with 6 kills. Team IND, who were eliminated pretty early on, deserve a lot of credit as they ranked 3rd in the post-game standings as they racked up a lot of kills while blocking the bridge to the military island as they dropped off at the military base. The second game in Vikendi witnessed the final circle close in near Tovar, where the King of Gamers Club didn't have to move much and they ended up winning the chicken dinner with 4 kills, the majority of which were confirmed in the final battle. Their opponents in the final gunfight was the mighty Bigatron RA, who had to fight tooth and nail to make it to the final circle. However, they were simply overwhelmed by KOG.
Down from Microboy on the off angle, spots out Bossa, lines them up. Bragger as well behind, looking for it, but no, it's traded off. Luxy from atop the hill can't quite find it, and it's King of Gamers who are able to clutch it out in the end, finding...
The game ended with King of Gamers Club winning the chicken dinner. However, when the post-game standings showed up, Bigatron were in fact on top, largely due to their 10 kills, despite both teams having 24 points. Erangel was the site of action for Game 3, and the final circles formed near the Gatka irrigation canals or trenches when RRQ Athena took control of said trenches early on, establishing good map control as they were spread out across the trench and had one man positioned in a shack nearby. The final battle once again was a 4v4 affair. This time it was RRQ Athena versus Orange Rock, with everything on the line. Initially it seemed Orange Rock had the advantage as they got multiple knocks in quick succession. However, RRQ Athena's Ernie wasn't having any of it. He flanked the enemy in a bold fashion and won the game for his team, clutching against 2 Orange Rock players.
Ernie looking for another frag. It's a 1 versus 1 now. Blank Viru looking to try and use that position that they had such an advantage from. Ernie looking to try and swing out wide, but the nade is in. It's cooked. Will Viru be able to blow him up? No, he swings out wide and he goes down. It's RRQ.
The 4th game in Miramar wasn't just played and won by RRQ Athena, making it 2 wins in a row. Back-to-back chicken dinners. It was more of a statement by RRQ Athena that they reign supreme in Miramar, the gods of the desert, if you will, as they won Miramar on the first day of the league finals as well. When the 5th circle revealed itself, RRQ Athena quickly moved to a central position as they knew it would be free of opposition as their scouting is second to none. As the next 2 circles forced them out of their cocoon, they played at the edge of the zone, gatekeeping Megastars at one point, after which they crashed the final fight between T1 and Box Gaming, winning the chicken dinner with 6 kills.
They took the win yesterday on Miramar Imperium. That was absolutely stellar performances from them. Can they do the back-to-back 9 kills for Box Gaming? But he's got no more meds, nothing to heal up with. Willow is going to have to make do with that few amount of HP remaining. And RRQ Athena, they do it once again, the back-to-back win.
What stands out the most is their tactical prowess, which includes scouting out ahead and gathering as much information as they could, which inevitably helped them emerge victorious. The 5th game of the day was fought in the tropical islands of Sanhok, where the final circles formed north of Paradise Resort, and it was a game of pure and total domination by one team, who won the game with virtually no damage taken. Bigatron RA had control of Paradise Resorts for a long time, and consequently they had a pretty quiet early game, only fending off Orange Rock, who ventured in looking for a scrap without any battle taking place. Looks like someone turned the stove on as things started heating up pretty quickly as the zone forced a horde of enemies in their direction. Now, let me just state some facts. Bigatron RA won the chicken dinner with 11 kills. They had all 4 members alive till the end. Only one bullet in the entire Sanhok ordeal came close to hitting them. It just simply grazed off their armor. I guess what I'm trying to say is they only took a total of 10 points of damage. 10 damage amongst the 4 of them. Step aside, Superman. Looks like we've got new Men of Steel in town. The final game of the day was fought in Erangel. Hands down, one of the funniest and most surprising games in the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. The final circle was something we all secretly hope to witness at some stage in the tournament, but what's more surprising are the shenanigans that took place at the end.
Can potentially get that final wipeout onto Ted. That is how they're going to play it, as D2E is going to get the information. He sees where Ted is, and now he's just going to follow him. He's going to be tracking his location down so the rest of his 2 team players can also get that spray.
But Ted just needs to...
Wait, he punched him! What?
What? Oh, he had the tiny dip that he's able to get up on towards the land and take down D2E. This is incredible stuff, but of course, that will launch RQ.
In the water, oh my god, this is a JoJo finish. BR11 is going to be put really low. It will normally end in the Battle of Heals. Ted just trying to push his way up on the mountainside. It's just having a little pool party over here in Imperium. I want to join in, that seems hella fun.
This is the most incredible ending of a PUBG Mobile match I've ever seen. This is a final game of the second day. You couldn't ask for a crazier finish.
If he can make it through, but no,
Ted's swimming in. Yeah.
He's just swimming around. BR11 is a race. This is like the Olympics, but PUBG Mobile Edition.
Can Synergy get the win? How is this going to end as the Blue Zone's closing in on the final moments of this game? It's the craziest game. I've already said it, but oh my god. Oh, the players are laughing. They got beer. It comes down to this 1v1, but the full health of Ernie should close it out for RQ.
He's pushing him out. He's pushing him out early. Imperium, wait, Ernie's going to take the tick damage very, very early compared to Ted.
No.
He's going to be going down lower and lower. And wait, who got it? Who got it? Wait.
RQ
take the win.
Well, we're midway through the league finals, but the team's still neck to neck, and we still have 2 days of intense PUBG Mobile action coming your way on the biggest stage yet, the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. We're going to make sure you stay updated with all your highlight needs. Till then, stay tuned and stay safe.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be, let's see if they go for the engagement, seeing him scored out, oh, big shot.
Next level players for your main event here as we are ready and good to go back for the World Championship when it comes to PMWL East. We have all of our teams here in the grand final for our 4 days. This is day number 3, looking to gain themselves some points. My name is Kyle Laris, as you may already know, and I am heading over to our commentators for our first couple of games. I normally want to say something mean, but I just can't think of anything today. I've expended my meanness.
Result. He wore a plain white shirt and that was it. That was the card that you needed to pull to be like, haha, there's nothing mean to say about a nice, smart white shirt.
Yeah.
Or you could say you look very plain today, as opposed to...
You look very blank today.
Why are you insulting yourself, blank?
Sorry?
Oh, I like that. That was very funny.
Yeah.
I just set him up. No, he sets us up all the time. I thought, it's time to give back.
I tried. I like your jacket, though.
Thank you very much. I wore it myself. I wore it myself.
You wore it yourself.
Look, you're not being mean today. What's gone wrong?
I don't know.
This
I'm
is
not
not
sure.
right.
I'll try and I'll fill the mean quota later on.
Thank you very much.
Get there. All right, gentlemen, we talked nothing about the game. And
We love PUBG Mobile, don't we?
PUBG Mobile's great, guys.
Mobile. Let's head over to the analysis desk. Snods, Froz joining me. Froz, you're looking very smart today. Why are they so nice?
Put us to shame, isn't it? What happened?
I don't know.
Where's the real James? Who are you?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Get back out, It's right here, right now.
It is quite hard, so.
Yeah. Snods, where are your glasses?
Oh my goodness, that's a very good point. I didn't even realise. There you go. Let's hope I don't need them for this segment. I'm just so focused on PUBG Mobile, getting everything right that I forgot my glasses, but it's fine. You know, I can see the future hopefully.
All right, we've got stuff to talk about. Weird opening. I'm so sorry. We have points to distribute amongst all of these teams trying to get themselves up to the very top. 20 points for first place, and we teeter all the way down to that placement point in 11th through 16th, the participation point. Snods. And so far, you know, when it comes to 1 kill equals 1 point as well, we've seen a few of these teams racking up 16, 17s in this powerful lobby.
Yeah, I mean, even just T1, for example, in the game they had on Sanhok when they came second, they got 0 kills, but they got 14 points for coming second, whereas you look at RRQ, where they had the 15 kill game, the 12 kill game, and it's really about which side of the fence are you? Are you going for kills or placement points, or can you do both? Like the Box Gaming, like the Bigatrons, who get everything.
Yeah. Froz. Talk to me about the prize pool, Froz.
The prize pool?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have it on the screen in a second. And what you can see is, on the left-hand side, that is already decided. Yes. And we're all about the right-hand side. All about that 100,000 for the first place. And right now, it looks like Bigatron might take it home. But, I mean, we're just halfway. A lot of games left. And don't forget about the MVP award. $10,000 to one player.
Yeah.
That can stand out a little bit more than everyone else.
Now you know my pain. Of course, we are actually keeping very close track of our MVP award through this grand finals because, as you say, that 10,000 very important for that one particular player here. Because I'm kind of camouflaged today, you know. I'm doing my thing. So 100,000 from first place. Already, Froz has mentioned here, the Bigatron Red Aliens doing very well to try and push themselves towards that. But our top 3 here so far, Snods, is our top 3 from regular season. The consistency is very powerful.
Yeah, it seems like these kind of teams managed to carry that form going forward. Obviously, there's a 3 or 4 day break between the regular league play before the finals, and it seems like a lot of these teams managed to keep their form going forward, and they are performing in the server too.
Definitely so. Let's take a closer look at some of our teams as well, though. As yes, of course, Bigatron Red Aliens is one of the ones that we always look at, but these teams in particular, in terms of their performance yesterday, was quite powerful. We saw T1 getting themselves a victory under their belt as well. Froz, talk to me.
Let's talk about what we actually talked about T1 yesterday.
About. Let's go.
This is the stats from both day 1 and day 2 of the finals, of course. But yesterday, I think we were halfway through about there, and you were talking to me about T1 and the kill counts. And I told you, they have 90 kills so far. You were like, well, that's pretty okay. And I was going like, yeah, it's pretty okay. Let's see if they can get some more. But they didn't get any more.
No.
But I mean, even though they only got themselves 90 kills, they did end up on 3rd overall yesterday in terms of point-wise, because it was still playing good. They were still making sure that they got those points, just as Snods was mentioning. They got that 2nd place on the second to last game.
Yeah, precisely. I'm also happy to see Team IND there as well. With the recent change to the in-game leader from Kratos to Slayer, it feels like the team is finally making things work, and especially with 420p just, well, being our MVP almost multiple times yesterday.
Well, talking about Team IND, they're currently sitting on the 4th place. We're going to see that in the overall leaderboard later on. But the thing I want to talk about is how they can be up there without getting a chicken dinner. They still haven't gotten one in this season at all.
That's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
But that also shows that they have the potential. We see them time after time getting that 2nd place, the 3rd place. Yesterday they had 2 3rd places, for example. But they lacking that little part in the end there.
That extra spice to get the finish. It can be difficult sometimes, Snods. You see teams having a rough time. They get podium finish, but where is that extra little bit?
Exactly. I think the chicken dinners are really what's separating these top-heavy teams from the rest of the pack. I mean, even looking at TSM with the highest amount of damage, even so, they're only going to be averaging about a 9 point per game average, which means there's something missing. And I think you're right. It's those chicken dinners. It's towards the end, the final circles, where things just go wrong for them.
Froz.
I mean, TSM, they're currently, as you're saying, on an average of 9.2. This is a very good average because they don't win the games right now. We haven't seen them win a game here in the finals yet. And once they get that win, we know that when they get that win, it's not going to be a 5 or 6 kill win. it's gonna be a 12, 13, 14, 15 kill win. And that's the spike that we've been talking about. When you have those spikes, that's gonna rocket you up on the league.
It's not only a spike, it's a spark. We've seen them gear shift off the back of like a win during the regular season, and then that was able to propel them to just extra confidence. And when speaking to someone like Jonathan Snods, he thrives off confidence. Once they know that that little extra is there, then they can just keep rolling with it very heavily.
Especially with the role he plays as well. He's kind of the flanker. He's kind of the flanker for what we've seen so far from TSM, and having him with confidence, being able to push towards the side, get those side kills, get the, well, being the spanner in the works for the other teams that are in firefight. Yeah, exactly, the shock factor. And his spray is so consistent and so good. We're seeing multiple spray downs from him, and that sets up the rest of the team.
He's also been a linchpin, I feel like. When TSM Entity has had 3-1 splits, Pros, oftentimes that one has been Jonathan, and he's been able to keep himself alive and be a nuisance.
Yeah, well, it comes down to you having a player that is the flank player. But we talked about this earlier as well, that you don't want to have the same player doing the same thing all the time, because when teams get a knock on Jonathan, they know that he's going to be alone then because he's the flank player. But also they know, okay, well, that threat is now gone. Now there's going to be a herd of people coming towards us from one direction. So once we see that, we know exactly where they're going to be attacking from.
Yeah, we also saw as well the Clutch God being the scout player. It feels like the first day for TSM, Clutch God being a little bit too overzealous, a little bit too aggressive, overextending. And it felt like once he, reeled things back a little bit, played more of the team, they played more solid, they allowed Jonathan to be more of that lurk player instead of Clutch God going all the way for information. Just felt like it really came form.
And of course we have the Terminators of the lobby, RRQ Athena, currently sat in 3rd place, and with what they've done so far, it's been, I feel like, more placement heavy than kills, even though they've got kills on the board, but I do feel like usually when we're seeing RRQ popping off, it's with big kill counts. Even when they're actually not getting the placement points, it's still big kill counts.
Yeah, that's what we usually see, but in the finals here, it's been a hit or miss team, kind of what Gank was in the early stage of the season. We see them pop off, and we see them getting those wins. They won a third of all the games so far here in the finals. I mean, but even though with the 4 wins, they're still on a 3rd place. And the 2 teams above them only got 1 win each. That kind of show you how much of a miss they are sometimes when they don't actually get anything out of the game.
Surely it's a scary thing for the rest of the lobby as well, though, Snods, if you think about it. RRQ Athena, we know that they're very capable of being able to also get the big consistent kill numbers with placements. So if they've got 4 wins out of the 12 games that have happened so far for all the other teams, if suddenly RRQ Athena is like, okay, back to consistency, they're going to be first.
I think what's more scary is how strong they have been so far in Miramar. They've had both the chicken dinners on Miramar. Coming into today, they are going to try and go for the trifecta, get the hat trick on Miramar. And I'd like to see teams try and study them, try and counter that, because otherwise, if it's 1 map a day where RRQ have a major advantage, that is going to continue into tomorrow as well for the final day, and that could be the difference between a 2nd or 3rd place.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys, for the breakdowns of these teams. Let's do some telemonstration to break down some plays.
Thank you. If we could get the telestration on screen for the lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, then I shall begin. First clip of the day is going to be the T1 win we saw in Erangel in the first game of yesterday. So to the left of your screens, immediately you can see T1 positioned here towards the northern side of the circle. And with this, their plan coming into this is to third-party megastars in the best position in this 8th circle. And the reason being is they knew that GXR were lurking towards the south side. They also know that GXR are down to 2 players. So it's down to GXR Celts to make the play and make the move. And you can see it here from a Tanky, also Ultron as well. Vexy stands up to get that tag onto Ultron, but straight away, Tanky takes him down, and with this, you can already see the T1 players on the left hand of your screen starting to stand up as soon as the kill feed comes through, and this is where they start to hunt the teams down like a pack of dogs. So, pressing play here, you can see Encore stands up, tries to get the trade kill onto Tanky, but before that can even happen, look at this. Seiden, Yeonjun already as a pack of 2 towards the left-hand side of the flank, and ZZP here towards the tree, you can see he's about to be very important for his team. The reason being is he's not going to get the kill here versus Paradox, but he's going to get that information. With this, they know precisely where that final player is for Megastars. A Tanky goes down, he tries to get the trade kill for his teammate there, Ultron, but he can't quite make it happen. And now because the information found by ZZP, it's a very easy affair here for T1. They have to just wait for the heal for Yeon Jun. Once he's back up to full HP, it's a 2 versus 1. You know how this goes, James. You play the trade kill, they group up together, and they swarm Paradox. They get him down to low HP, he has to hide, and then they join up together. And even if they didn't get the first kill immediately there from Seidan, the trade kill would have came through, and it guarantees them the win.
And that's something that I really do appreciate in these kind of high-level plays for us, is the trade-outs. You know, as a pro-level team, especially in the lobby with some of the best teams in the world, if you are 4v3, sometimes you're not going to be able to keep all 4 people alive.
Yeah.
But you use that to your advantage if you can get the information garnered from these kind of situations.
Exactly. That's what we saw. That's why we saw 2 of the T1 players going up on the high ground instead of all 2 of them going on the low ground. We saw CCP going on low ground. Not only is he getting the information, but he was going for a flank. And the reason they had 2 on the high ground was to get that trade. If anything happens, that's their strong side. Get that trade straight away. Keep on pushing both sides.
It was also impressive to see the composure they had as well. In the 2 versus 1, Paradox was about 50% HP, but they still waited for the heal to come onto Yeonjun, and then they pushed. They weren't panicking, they weren't making a move too quickly. They played it perfect.
All right, Froz.
Yes.
Illustration number 2.
All right, it's the time. Now I'm going to be talking about a little bit on the synergy of a team and how good it is once you played a lot together. And we're going to show it right here.
All right, let's do it.
And it's going to be RQ Athena versus Orange Rock in the end of Game 3, of course. We saw how RQ pushed up from the chopsticks and Orange Rock, they were holding the ground here. But I want to take a look at, first of all, I'm going to point out, it's a little bit hard to see it. Oops.
I want to see it, Froz.
But there's an arc right there from Ernie.
Okay.
He's throwing out a smoke right now.
Yeah.
Why is he doing that? Well, the thing is, they have a plan already, but the plan doesn't always work as intended. And you gotta be able to just on point adapt to what's happening and how do we deal with this. Once again, we see Ernie go down. He was sprinting a little bit, but he sees that the smoke in front of him, that one was fading out, this one. So he jumps down to the ground, go prone, make sure that he has a low profile, hard to spot, crawls towards the next smoke. Meanwhile, we can see that nails are raining in, D2E is going down. And this is a thing, right? We see over here that G9, he is shooting, he's getting a knock over here on Mavi. And Bear is actually throwing nades over here towards Gil. And this is something that is opening the whole thing for Ernie. Ernie's on his feet again, right here. He's on his feet because he's behind that smoke, so he knows that he needs to run. But he can only run because G9 and Bear is putting that pressure on Orange Rock, making sure that they're focusing on them. And look at this. G9 goes down. Bear is now on his foot. Ernie is already crossing. But the whole thing is, everyone's focused on Bear because he's in the open. He's the easy target.
Yes.
Because of them focusing on him, Ernie makes the run across here, making sure that he can actually go for the flank. Straight away, gets the knuckle scout. But I mean, the whole thing with working as a team, this is something you can't communicate. Oh, you do this, I do that. It's all happening without them needing to say anything because they played so much together. They have that synergy going already.
Yeah, I will say the nade knock on Gil as well was absolutely clutch, because if you do not get that knock, then it's almost now impossible for Ernie to actually make that move across.
But it's not just that, it's the way he plays off of it. You could have gone towards the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the flank, but when he saw the Bear nade actually land onto Gil and take him down, immediately he stands up, he crosses the road on the side where the kill was, and that allows him to get so close to the rest of the players there from Orange Rock, and obviously finish off the deal too, so fantastic.
Let's take a look at the overall standings here for our first 2 days of the grand final and see what's what, because right now, up towards the top, Bigatron Red Aliens is in first place. Our 1, 2, 3 is the same as our final standings from the regular season for our 1, 2, 3, or at least the 3 teams in question. Now, the big point here is there is already a 40-point gap between those 3 teams and Team IND. So we're going to have to see a big boost from everybody, 4th and downwards, to try and get themselves in a decent position.
I mean, we basically have the top pack, which is the top 3 teams. And then you have the mid pack, which is basically from TIND on 4th place down to T1 on 9th place. That's mid pack, and then the bottom pack after that. But we're looking at the mid pack, and they need to step it up today. Today is the most important day for all of the teams in my books, because today is when you set yourself up for tomorrow. How are you going to play tomorrow? Are you going to go for the win, or are you just going to play for your placement where you're actually just holding out? But you got to look at TSM Entity. I mean, they haven't really showed us the placement points, but look at their kill count right now. They are sitting down there on 7th place with as many kills as RQ Athena on 3rd place. They're just lacking the kill points, the placement points, sorry. When they get that, they're going to rock themselves up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I totally agree. And just above them as well, James, you level up with the team that I was speaking about at the start of yesterday, who were 3rd, and now they're all the way down in 6th. They have 2 chicken dinners, but I mentioned at the start of yesterday where do they have the consistency to get those average points even when they don't get the chicken dinner big wins? And you can see now, below Orange Rock, below RRQ Athena, they need to step it up today.
Still big names in our 11th through 16th as well here, as again, when it comes to PMWL East, these are 16 of the best teams in the world. So even if you're down here, you're going up against such tough opponents. It is hard to be able to move into those upper echelons here, Snods.
It's true. I mean, look at Valdez the Murder as well. You mentioned it with TSM and kills. You can see them here as well, sticking out 43 kills, and above them 26 from King of Gamers. And actually, it was yesterday where King of Gamers had some really strong finishes on, I believe it was Sanhok and obviously Erangel with that crazy finish we saw in the water. But they were quite silent yesterday, going towards 11th, and who knows where they're going to finish today.
And we looked on the prize pool earlier. 9th to 16th is going to be on the same prize pool. So they're going to be on the same cut. And for them, it's all about pushing themselves above that 9th place right now.
Yeah, definitely so. So that is how the lay of the land is here for our second to last day here, our penultimate day for the PMWL East Grand Finals. And it's always great to get to a position where you get to this Grand Finals here. We can take a look at the MVP ranking as well, because of course that is all important too. Currently, Break still sits atop the pack here, Froz, as one of your box formation members.
Yes, but remember, I said that Luxy was going to push himself up.
You did say that.
We'll just have to wait to see. But as you can see, Break still putting up the numbers, make sure that he's on the top. But looking at it, you can see that Ryzen is closing in very hard. Maybe not on the kill itself, but he got more damage, he got more survival time, and all 3 of those stats matters when it comes to the MVP award.
I just want to see Ryzen get an MK14 in his hands, something like that. And then he'll knock Break off his post, I think.
Or is that because he's your prediction to win it all?
Maybe.
Just maybe slightly biased. Well, I'm predicting Break, I think. Box Gaming, they're doing fantastic so far, obviously second right now, but for Break, he plays such a pivotal role for the team, being one of the first players in, being the player to set up grenades, smokes, HEs. It feels like if he's having a good game, Box Gaming really play off of that. They can feed off of that. And the way they position as well, we know they like to play center compounds. They need a player to be able to help them get into those compounds, to make that first move and to be the entry.
They are full about control, I feel.
Exactly.
Like, there are teams that are the sledgehammer. There are teams that are very strong with their rotations. But Box, once they have a spot, once they can control that spot, Froz, they're very impressive to watch.
Yeah, and it's just so amazing to see when they actually find that spot, because it's kind of always, not always actually, where they do their box formation, they have one in each corner. Sometimes they go for something different, but it's always amazing to see how they adapt to the situation, the compound, where the enemies are, where do we need to hold it, and how they actually do it, because they always manage it, no matter what.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule then. 6 games coming at you for today, for our penultimate day of the Grand Finals. It's Erangel, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel here. And again, with 50% Erangel, we have seen teams being able to take advantage of this and starting on it once again. Obviously, Snods, this gives the teams a wealth of opportunity to be able to adapt, to be able to kind of deal with whatever may get thrown at them in the previous games.
Yeah, and I think the players are actually really happy with the fact that it's 50% Erangel as well. It's their most comfortable map. It's the map they know the most about their opposition as well. They're very comfortable there, and we usually get the best games there too. So as a viewer, as a spectator, you can't complain.
Actually, I say that, but I feel like our very last Erangel didn't count as Erangel for the way it played out, because that was weird. That was a different battleground, I feel. But anyway, lovely water circles. We at home as well, all of you guys can join in on the fun, and you can spread the word too. Get Barky the dog, get Meow the cat, get everybody involved here as we have our peak viewers milestone to hit. If we can get 1 million viewers, everybody, not just the viewers, everybody can have 6 crates, including Frost.
Yes! Including me this time?
Yeah.
If he hasn't bought enough already.
Yes!
I've been weirdly nice today, so I thought I would continue with the trend. My glasses are dirty.
It's weird having a nice Calaris on the desk.
It's about time. All right, it's time to head over to the commentary team here to bring us the first game of the day. It's Erangel. Let's pray for another water circle, whatever. Xander, John, take it away.
Thank you very much. We're here. Namaste, everyone. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're having a great time here. Obviously, we're over that halfway mark, Blank. We're ready to get into that second half, the closing stretch now of these finals. It's the all-important second to last day.
All important second last day. I mean, we had a few more days for it in here just because the opening weekend was cut short, so we have 4 days of finals, which means that all these teams have a little bit more time to prove themselves. We are not done yet, ladies and gents. We still have one more day, but today's really important. I would say this is probably the most important day. I know tomorrow is all that push, but if you cannot make the points happen today, you're not even in a position to make that run, make that sprint towards the end tomorrow on the last day of finals. But I'm wearing my white shirt. John is looking snazzy. We're a little bit more of the angelic side today. I mean, yesterday I was wearing my black shirt, so I can see why James is a little bit more nice. We've turned it over, but tomorrow we'll all be in something different, and so will the players in terms of points. So let's see what they can do here on Erangel as we head down from Zaki to Primorsk, very much a western playing path.
Yeah, the traditionally angelic color, dark purple.
Well, you know, the Centurions wore purple. Weren't very.
They didn't wear purple.
Yes, they did.
No, it was the Senators that wore purple.
Really?
Yes, it was indeed. It was a very important color.
I know it was.
In fact, the origin of the phrase, I've told you this before, I think, maybe, the origin of the phrase stinking rich comes from the color purple.
Yes, I believe I remember.
Yeah, so the dye used to make purple cloth came from shellfish, and it smelt really bad, but it was also very expensive.
It also looked super cool.
Exactly, so the phrase stinking rich came about because if you were rich, you were able to afford it, but you also smelt a little bit bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I'd rather just wear a burlap sack. And
well, I'll tell you what, we're going to make one of these teams pretty stinking rich in the next few days. Exactly, 100 grand on the line. Let's take a look at the plane path. We're a little bit of a western plane here. Zaki down to the west side of Sosnovka over towards Primorsk.
Yeah, and this is a super interesting plane path, in fact, because we have to talk about it a little bit more, and plus the fact we've got an eastern circle now, is because most of these teams, we know they like to play on the eastern side. Milta, Farm, Milta Power, Mansion are all unoccupied right now. That's at least 5 teams without their original position. Obviously, BTR's making their way over there now, but GX ourselves, they've opted not to head to Milta. They're going for a different spot here, and it's pretty much not even a point of interest, and I imagine that maybe they'll head down to Primorsk right now. You level up, drop towards North George, so there is an opportunity for GX ourselves to move on downwards, but this is going to be an interesting experience, this game, purely because of the fact that we're just going to have a lot of teams marching off to the eastern side, and those rotations will be really key. One team in particular that I'm looking out for is RRQ. Yesterday, because of the western shift on the circle that we observed at least, they had a very easy time making their way over, and then the circle favoured them from there after it hit Pachinki up first. And wasn't too great for them, but after that it was absolutely fine.
Megastars as well, they're going to have the Eastern Bridge crossing to go. Hang on a minute. Okay, T1, they've hot dropped with Bigatron. Zuxi, he's already down, very, very low. Youngjun, just go for the reload, but he's not even going to need it. Zuxi, sorry, going down there, not Zuxi. Easy to confuse, I'm afraid, but Zuxi off in the distance, not quite able to get the refrag, and that's Bigatron down a player early. Youngjun trying to make his way out in the buggy, and Zuxi not able to land the shots with the VSS. Not going to be able to make that knock.
They've got completely different haircuts, John. I can definitely tell which one's which just purely by that. That's when they come off the screen. I'm just looking at the player cards. I recognise all of them.
I just see a load of X's come up on the kill feed, and I'm like, who was that? Oh,
that's fair play. That's fair play. I'll be okay with that. But yes, already this is the impact of the plane path. It has meant that BTR can't get to their usual spot, but more importantly, T1 don't get to their usual spot at all, but they drop early on, managed to get a little bit of a compound, managed to pick up that loot faster than BTR can, and already Bigatron are down to 3 players.
I'm going to be going and taking a look at where Bigatron are going to be able to guard as well, because remember, they're normally the team that stops that Eastern Bridge crossing from being super easy, and with them down to 3, are they still going to go for that position against the Megastars?
See on your screen as well, 1 million viewers. James mentioned it on the desk, but if we get that 1 mil on the final day and you're all watching, like we say, Barky the dog, Mewy the cat, they can...
You're changing the names now. It's Meowy the cat.
Meowy the cat, sorry. Meowy the cat can absolutely get themselves a couple of crates, and so can you. Every single player in PUBG Mobile will be gifted 6 loot crates, and we can all be happily dappily with all our skins, you know. It's going to be great.
I don't think there are any dappled skins in the drop.
Dapperly.
Happily dappily.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you want 6 crates?
Of course I do. I want to look dapper.
I'd quite like 6 crates.
Yeah.
James, do you want 6 crates?
James, do you want 6 crates, mate?
6 crates? He's shaking his head.
He's what?
Why would you shake your head?
He's filling his meanness quota. It makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah, he doesn't want anyone to get any crates. Well, let's prove James wrong, guys. Make sure you get everyone else to tune in and get those crates for everybody. I love a little bit of community support.
That we do. Support, on the other hand, is not great here for Synergy over in Zaki, because what they like to do is head straight into the circle very early and use that super easy, considering they have that mansion split. The rotations are galore for them. They can go anywhere they like. Here in Zaki, it's a long run. It's a long run down onto the east side. And you've got to go through Rozhok, which we know is mega crowded, as well as Reject Scarlet and Yasnaya, and Yudu Genk could be hovering around. You level up, making their way into Synergy, most likely going to be playing outside the circle or edge this game. And we probably won't see too much from them until those final circles, if they can survive, if they can make it. Currently, they're all the way down in 10th, but again, there's a lot of money on the line in this finals, and if you can creep up towards those upper echelons from 1st to 5th place, you're going to bag yourself a lot of cash.
Let's just loop back for a second onto a team that you talked about earlier, Blank. RRQ, we saw them just on the map screen there that we were able to see. They've started to leave Pachinki now, Blank, so this is the time where they're going to make that rotation.
And it's underneath King of Gamers. King of Gamers, slightly better day yesterday, come up to 11th, down from in 16th for the start of the day yesterday. But, you know, RQ making their way through. I think they kind of want to find themselves a more central position. That's what they've been changing things up to. Starting to see more of that, the RRQ mojo, as I like to call it. Just because we saw towards those first weeks, they were so aggressive. They had so much swagger, so much style, and it kind of fell off a little bit. Now coming back into the finals, we're starting to experience it again, and I'm really very much down with it.
Yudu Gank, we saw them occupying the gas station. Now, remember, this is the gas station that they fought Bigatron on before, and they won it the second time around after adapting to the new style of play. I believe it was Jumper, or it was one of the players
Freestyle.
who went, oh, it was Freestyle, was it?
Yeah.
Goodness me, I made a blunder.
It's okay. That's what I'm here for.
I saw that gas station. I was like, I remember when Bigatron really fluffed it.
But on the other hand, Yudu don't have that experience. So there could be, it's a good point to make, because Yudu could get caught off guard here because they don't have that same experience that Freestyle had. Reject Scarlet, though, they're moving down. But that gas station will most likely be crashed by U level up at some point. So Yudu have to hold on to it if they want to be gatekeeping this bridge side. That's what they have to do. Who they're gatekeeping is U level up and TSM Entity. They know the teams come over the top side through there. So it's okay and it's good, and they're going to create a lot of control for themselves on this north side of the map. But it should be fine. But look at, if you can see the map right now, you will see that RRQ is a dead center, literally dead center. And it's funny because you have the little quadrants through the map, and they are right in the middle of all the quadrants.
I don't think you can get any more central. They are certainly the most central team right now. No one's anywhere close.
It's actually funny how central they are.
It's insane, guys. I've never seen a more perfect center.
Oh, it's lovely. Yeah.
They love to see it. Team number 17, right in the middle. An odd number. But, you know, if you're using pixelated circles, then you do need an odd number, because they are going to be unit. Anyway, I'll stop talking about that. Megastars are moving away from Nova right now, and they are going across that eastern bridge. Bigatron have opted to still go for that guard.
Yeah, so Megastars, they will have to come up against Bigatron. Bigatron down to just 3 players, remember, so a little bit more difficult to hold this down. Team IND, they're waiting for quite a while. Nade comes through, doesn't quite do the damage that they wanted it to onto Huashuan, but this is the fight between U Level Up and Orange Rock. I was going to talk about one more Indian team, which is Team IND,
Nade,
who don't have to worry about Huashuan. That is so unfortunately bounced right upwards and actually saved Huashuan's life. So Team IND can move into the circle very safely, but let's keep tabs on this fight here. Got 2 players from U Level Up in the background trying to hold off the players from Orange Rock, whilst Huashuan just escapes through the smoke.
They have the top of the hillside, but you're right, those sightlines are very difficult to try and cover off. Hoshuan able to sneak back towards the shoreline, and relative safety is found. On the south side of the circle, you can see GXR, Celt, and Box Gaming very close. The next shift goes towards Reject Scarlet outside Mansion, and everyone on the eastern side should be okay, but there's only 2 teams there.
Yeah, now, with this kind of shift, what we've seen typically is another shift down to the south towards Shelter, so I'd be interested in how that works. You'll have taking shots onto TSM Entity. Makes sense because both these teams came out from Georgia Pol in the first place. TSM Entity seem to be putting a lot more stock getting into this circle. Remember, Udo Genk were holding that gas station, John, so I'll have to watch out for them. T1, all the way down in Milter Power, though. They'd moved all the way across.
Yeah, they did that early on. Obviously, after hot dropping with Bigatron, they were like, right, we got the point. Let's go get our normal loot on board. They do just that. Fantastic stuff. TSM Entity on the naughty step forever. They are in a vehicle, all of them.
I actually kind of like the way TSM Entity have been playing. Not because, obviously they're down in 7th place, which is not bad. I think that's where RQ started yesterday, and now look where they are now. But the thing is with TSM Entity is the Desk talked about it, confidence is their best friend. When they get a squad wipe at the beginning, they start to just pop off, and it's like those flames just start expanding, and they look better and better, hotter and hotter. And one major thing though for TSM Entity is they've not had those massive pop-off kills, none of those pop-off massive squad wipes, yet they're still playing fairly consistently. I am terrified to see what they'll be like when they do get those kills, when that confidence comes online.
They have got a fair shout with 60 kills towards the top of the tables there. But I mean, you say they're in 7th, and that is, to be fair, that is true, right? But they're 11 points behind 4th place right now. 121 points on Team IND. This bracket here from 4th all the way down to 9th is so tight, Blank. It's a gap of very small numbers of points there. What is it? 16 plus what? 17 points total between those places. And that is huge jumps in terms of the prize pool.
And see, the thing what I mean is they've not had a single chicken dinner as of yet. And they're still in 7th. Isn't that crazy?
It's insane. It's nuts. It speaks to the caliber of this lobby, Blank.
Yeah, so when they do get the chicken dinner online, just like what we saw in the league play, where Gatak came in, they got that chicken dinner on Sanhok, and then suddenly it was a different beast of a team.
A couple of shots being popped towards the buggy on the hillside. Bigatron again close to T1. Bigatron ahead of them on the rotate, currently on the western side of Prison. T1 have the upper ground. We'll see if they're able to cut the legs out from under them. Bigatron need to push up, but they might just hold for now in the watchtower.
T1 here just checking out what's going on. Missile, typically the forward player for T1. T1 having some stronger days recently, down in 9th place, I believe. And they've been playing this slower game, and I've been really liking it. And Alex on the desk mentioned it several times yesterday, that they're being very patient. They're waiting for the other teams to clash, and then they're playing this third party, this assassination style, really well. And they have these sinister strikes from the back. And you love to see it from a team like this who's adapted their playstyle, and they've found something that works for them. But right now they are up against Bigatron. They do hold the high ground. I believe this is where Bigatron held with Ryzen as well as Luxie, just behind the rock where T1 Missile currently is. Now, I mentioned I think this might go down to the south just from what we've seen before, but instead it's a hard shift off to the west side. Team Secret, TSM Entity, both can be very happy about this one, and RQ opted not to head further off to the east side. Now, teams will have to make their way in, and there's apartments and schools still in this circle, and a few compounds, but a lot of rows. You can see them spidering out all over the place, which will cause a little bit of issue for teams trying to cross them. They're very open. You can be spotted easily. So most teams trying to get into the circle as fast as possible, prevent themselves from being seen by teams who are already set up.
Well, speaking of teams that are already set up, we have to mention Box Gaming, right? The Box Fort champions. They were on the right central of this circle, but with this hard shift, they had to move just a little bit. That's going to open the way for Bigatron. Exactly what they're doing now. They're starting to send straight towards the center of the circle with their scout of Ryzen, and the last two players from the Bigatron squad are going to skirt around the outside. Box Gaming trapped in the loop of that rotation, and they'll be able to spot it out, but will they be able to push through it?
That is the question, John. Let's take stock of some other teams within this circle, or more importantly, outside of the circle. Megastars have yet to make their way in. Team I&D, however, are all the way up to Potato Hill after crossing that west bridge. Synergy, on the other hand, who are all the way in Zaki, have come back to their original drop spot in Mansion on that split, so they have flown all the way across. So although they started far away, their rotations have not slowed down whatsoever. They've got the fastest rotations, I would say the west, but fastest rotations in the east would be more apt here.
There we go. Is that part of the Pharaoh outfit?
It is, yes. Don't tease.
Doesn't it look great, Blank?
It does look amazing, but
Doesn't it look amazing?
I'm still on the Pharaoh set level 1.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate, because otherwise you'd look that good.
I know all these players in game, they're looking really, really sweet and hella cool. Look at this guy with the backpack. I actually do have the backpack, so I could be happy about that.
Hella cool, like a power saving, low load processor made by Qualcomm Snapdragon.
I would say it's hella cool indeed. I mean, with all those
power consumption.
No power. And although those cores are firing, it still stays chill.
Absolutely, firing on all cores, as we like to say, Blank.
What we currently see is Box on our screen. They're just holding off versus T1, who have made their way in from the southeast. And they do have GXR cells off to the north, but this is a really strong compound. You've got a small building off to the right side of your screen there where you can have one player holding it down, playing scout, and can play that flank position, as well as all the walls around there, providing so much cover and so much denial to someone trying to crash into the building itself and getting shot at by the players in the windows. But this is a classic position from Bigatron. We've seen them here all the time, and I'm even inclined to call this the Bigatron ditch, because they're here all the time at the moment.
Oh dear, well, Clutchgott's found himself a ditch and he might not be able to get out of it, it seems. Being spotted out, sprayed down, Valdus the Murder, take it off. And with the circle moving out to the west, you can see on your screens now, it's going to be pretty tricky. Box Gaming again going to have to move from the eastern side.
Team Secret, they have stayed very, very pretty in this circle. Nothing really too much has happened to them, and they didn't have the most fantastic day yesterday, so they're really looking to pick it up today. They're down in 14th at the moment. It's a real struggle for them to make their way up. They had a 2nd and a 4th place on day 1, but since then, things have stayed fairly inconsistent, and it was weird to see considering their huge comeback in league play, so potentially this first game is the one for them. You level up, though, a team that has just astonished everyone since their first week here in the PMWL. They have just got better and better. But let's take a look at this fight between TSMNT and Valdus the Murderer, trying to rotate into the circle.
They've certainly been astonished themselves. Armjohn gets knocked and flushed. 2 players from TSM Entity able to find those sight lines, but TSM Entity have to move south in towards King of Gamers. And the rest of Valdus the Murderers, they are going to regroup out to apartments. Orange Rock further into the circle than they are, but they will be able to catch those sight lines from the hillside.
You mentioned Orange Rock there too. Ooh, give me just 1 second.
Oh no. Oh, disaster.
Lord, yes, massive disaster there. And that's TSM Entity out in a ball of flames.
Now, Blank, I'm going to have to talk about it. They were all in the same vehicle.
They were all in the same
All of them were in the same vehicle. They went straight across open ground where they knew teams were.
In the same vehicle you were, and you will be punished as such by the one vehicle god himself, John Allen. Yes, Orange Rock. What I was going to try and talk about before is that they're playing much more together recently, and they've been doing much better for it. I think a lot of times you see them try and take this 2-2 splits. They're not really working out, but now they're playing as a more cohesive unit, and it's something similar to the changes we saw Team Secret make from Week 1 Super Weekend to Week 2 Super Weekend. Here's Synergy, though. They're fighting versus GXR Celts. MJ already down. This guy was one of the key players on the team in terms of squad wiping. Now GXR Celts in a slightly more difficult position. It's just rocks, and now Ultron going down in the blue.
Youngjohn getting knocked there for T1. This is on the south side of the circle. Team I&D, this is a team as well that has really stepped up towards these finals, Blank. We're seeing incredible stuff from them. Currently sat in 4th place, 121. 40 points. 40 points. Points behind the third-place team RRQ Athene, who had a stonker of a game yesterday.
It was a cracker, real firecracker of a day yesterday. Box Gaming, though, they are outside of the circle. They're trying desperately to get in versus Bigatron. And even though Bigatron's down to 3, they are still a menacing beast.
They're down to 2 now.
Down to just to 2, Ryzen and Zuxi. A huge, huge team. So it's still very difficult to get past this team. Box Gaming need to play their cards right.
Oh, low-key trying to dodge around those bullets. Goes into the smoke. I think Zuxi would have been able to catch sight of that, and it's low-key to go down as well. Pime up close. Louis trying to move in the UAS, but he gets spotted out, heard out. Oh, Zuxi around the corner. Can't quite land the shot. Not able to get that flick off in time. Unfortunately for him, will get flushed out. Now it's just Ryzen for Bigatron.
Ryzen has pulled off some crazy stuff recently, and Box Gaming heavily weakened. Ryzen out in the blue, takes one shot, break goes down. He was one of the star players from Box Gaming over this league final. He is healing up using the first aid kit. Louis trying to go wide here. I believe it's just 2 players left from Box Gaming. Ryzen will confirm one, get some more points, then tries to make the spray. He will have to go for a first aid kit fairly shortly, behind the tree, giving him a little bit of cover, a little bit more time, but nade is primed in hand of Louis.
Oh, he doesn't even need it. Okay, goes down to the play zone. Wasn't able to get that first aid off. Let's take a look at the circle now, Blank. Let's take stock. It's moved southeast. You level up. T1 Team IND competing for the same real estate.
Team Secret haven't had to move at all. They have been static in this game, and that's been absolutely fine for them. The circle has just moved to their Megastars on the south side. So the 2 Stars Nordica teams, Team IND, Megastars, have had the best shout in this game because they had a lot of loot to themselves and not many teams that they had to rotate through or have any awkwardness of rotating in terms of their drop spot after claiming those early on in the tournament. But T1, they're still in this one. Just outside is you level up in a little compound. T1 Missile trying to loot up. T1 down to 2 players.
So are you level up as well. So it's 2 versus 2 on that engagement. Team IND, they're just going to push forward. They're going to leave that one alone. You do Gank, however, have other things on their mind. They get rolled straight into the compound. Winter gets shot down. And now one more player for you level up. Chassien trying to hold the window with the micro Uzi. Finds one. Able to take down Mamparang. Drax falls as well as Team IND decide they want a piece of this pie. Drax is going to fall as Winter is traded yet again, and the flush comes through. It's you level up eliminated, but Team IND still waiting in the wings. So are T1.
Youngjun just trying to bat Team IND away from their prize in terms of Yudu Gang. Just 2 players remaining. 2 go down, like you said before. T1 still using these smokes quite well here to deny sight lines. Team IND now looking down towards where Megastars currently are holding. They have 1 player dropped down on the floor who has been currently picked back up again. But you can see this line of players. And look at all the bullets going off in this circle. Everyone is fighting all these other teams at the same time.
Team IND can play a little bit of a guard onto this fight, as you do with their players will be trying to hold down the buildings. Valdez the Murder continuing this huge fight. Oh dear! Orange Rock. Oh no, Orange Rock just get wiped from range as well. Oh, the spray downs are nice from Valdez the Murder. Reject Scarlet as well, trying to hold the eastern side. They've been on this side for so long, Blank, but now's the time to fight, and it's not going well. Sarah's been knocked, about to tick down. King of Gamers able to take one last ditch of a fight for it, but Reject Scarlet might just be able to hold on for now.
Duello able to take down 1, tries to move out into the smoke. Reject Scarlet obviously coming down from Yasnai. They hadn't had to do too much, so realistically, this is pretty much their first fight. Duello already down now. Valdez the Murder. It's Martin once again. This guy is unreal.
A hard southwest shift, and all of these teams on the east are going to have to move on the north as well. Reject Scarlet down to 1. Lufa, Sliver HP. That's all the stands between his team and elimination. Box Gaming eliminated on the eastern side in the meantime. RRQ moving down. 2 of them have been knocked.
Yesterday, they had to cross a road to kill Orange Rock, and they made that chicken dinner at Erangel. Again, they have a similar approach to this circle. They have to get across this road, but Team Secret are holding them down currently. Team Secret will have to move, but the question is, how long can RRQ stay out towards that blue zone? And again, we're down to just G9 and Ernie. That magical duo from RRQ, but you're not sure how far they will get here in the circle. So let's take a quick look at the southeast side. Look at all these teams desperately trying to vie for control within the forest.
This is the guard on the fight that I was talking about earlier. Team IND, they don't need to push this. They don't need to put themselves in harm's way. They can just make the smart play fall back. G9, though, has to make one hell of a run. Looks to start it off well. Gets behind the wall. Nades potentially coming out from Mad Toy. I think he's going to be cooking one. So is G9. Looking to send it in through the window. window. If he can get the knock, Mad Toy might sink it, but no. Oh, it's out back, and I think that's the blue zone to claim G9. He'll go down. That is RRQ eliminated on the northeast side.
8th place for RRQ. Well played to Mad Toy to stop him from being that thorn in the side of Team Secret as the rest of his team plummets towards the circle itself. But it's IND and Megastars currently fighting off against one another. Paradox finds the first pick onto Trance, and the fight begins in full.
The quiet before the storm now, Blank. We've gotten out the other side of the Thanos phase. We're down to 18 players, 7 teams alive. That's not very many per team. I think that's 2.5-ish, somewhere around that mark, per team on average. Only 2 teams with 4 players alive, Megastars and Team Secret, on very close to each other, actually, so that might change.
Exactly. And this is part of the game where I can start to talk about Team Secret once again. I said they had to have a better game here. I wasn't expecting massive things out of them, but already things are starting to go well for them. So we'll see how far they can take it in this circle. Despite them, I think they had a lot of circle luck, to be fair, and they have to do something with it. When you are gifted so much luck, you have to make the most out of it, especially in the finals. Megastars, though, Swag with a wonderful shot to T1 takes them out in 6th.
Well, that was the pressure over towards one of the Team IND players as well, alleviated. So Team IND can move further forwards. Nades over towards the Megastars as they clash with Team Secret, not opting to go for the full-on fight just yet, but with Snacks going out wide, he's going to get knocked. Rex finds the spray, and they're not going to be able to get the flush. Oh, I eat my words. Yuhai has a different angle on it, and Snacks is going to fall on court. Behind the blown-out Uaz, behind the rocks, Swag and Vexy find their safety, but for how long?
The major thing to consider here, John, is that Team Secret haven't moved very much, so utility is high. Their armor is not punched at all, so they have all these nades to work with. Valdus the Murder, though, they have been through the wars, and they've made it work. There's a world where Orange Rock actually takes down Valdus the Murder on their rotate and doesn't get actually third-partied by them later in the game. But now Valdus the Murder, they're making it work here, coming down from Rozok. We'll see how far they can take it. And already, Martin with a shot onto Yuhai, down, knocked.
Everybody has to move into the territory of Team Secret right now, Blank. There was a hard northeastern shift here. You can see it's Valdus the Murder who do take that initiative, as you say. They get that first knock and they're going to swing on it as well. Rex gets the res, so it's 2 players to face. Low HP though, so that might come back to bite. Rex falls first, Yuhai second. A beautiful push coming in from Valdus the Murder as they clean both of those up, lickety split. But they might find a bit more than they bargained for as the rest of Team Secret rally over the top. Goddard goes down, gets sprayed out. Yudu Gank eliminated in the midst of the fray as Ice Shots lands a lot of damage over towards Velmuth. Martin as well, trying to peek it. Oh, nicely found. It's tit for tat right now, Blank. It's 2 versus 2 on these squads on the hillside.
Martin does not care whatsoever. He's running up, zigzagging side to side. Ice Shot peeks out for a second, doesn't find too much, and now he's down to a sliver of HP. Just Mad Toy behind the tree, and Martin continues their approach.
They keep on pushing, they keep on trucking. Ice Shots gets the first aid off. Back to 75, Velmuth caught unawares, but he gets the flick on. Nicely found. It's just Mad Toy now for Team Secret. They had such a strong spot, but Valdus the Murder said no. They have denied them that stronghold as Mad Toy gets spotted behind the tree. Martin with the off angle, but he's straight down. Mad Toy with the DP. Velmuth trying to beak out, but he can't quite find the trade. Not just yet, as now the tree playing in the favor of Mad Toy. It's low HP for Mad Toy. Swaps to the Mini 14, has to try at close range, jumps out wide. Velmuth able to find the spray, and finally Valdus take out Team Secret.
Velmuth down to just one player on his team now. It is himself to move on forward versus Megastars with the 3 online, but Valdus the Murder, what a run they have had in this game. It has been fantastic. Team Secret go out in 3rd. Unfortunate for Mad Toy there. Just runs out of bullets on his DP and is forced to switch to the Mini 14, which is not great in those close quarters combat. And now Velmuth, with all the loot on the ground, starts to heal up, and can he make this happen in 1v3?
What a time to have a resupply as well for Megastars. You're just putting the nail in the coffin there, really.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult going forward, but already you can say that Valdus have had a fantastic game just off the back of that one. They were in 12th place, and this should shoot them up the leaderboard after they finish, because I think they've had a good amount of kills this game too.
And they were one of the better performers over the course of the regular season, Blank, so it's good to see them resurging, and this is the day that you said you wanted to see that sort of performance coming through. Second place will be good enough. Megastars, 3 players alive. They're going to swing out wide. They find the kill. They clean it up and take things home. Blank, first chicken dinner of the day goes to Megastars.
Megastars will be very happy with that. We hadn't talked about them too much this game. They're a passive team who likes to play smart towards the end of the circles. Cool, calm, collected, of course. Versus Team IND, the other Sosnovka team, they just waited them out really and just played a really, really good slow game towards the end of that one, Erangel.
Take a little bit of a refreshment break with Mountain Dew and we'll head over to the analyst desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Megastars gets it done on Erangel, and specifically in these areas, they're very, very good about closing things out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. I have Snoz as well as Froz with me. Good to go to break down Megastars doing it to and fro. Froz, what do you think about Megastars?
Finally, we see them get himself a chicken dinner. It's been a while. We didn't see it in the last Super Weekend, and this is the first one in the finals for them. And I mean, they played very, very well there towards the end as well, and making sure that they got all of the points.
Alex?
Yeah, it's true. We mentioned before the game actually started in the preface that teams have to have the best of both worlds, right? Kills and placement points. So not only the chicken dinner, 12 kills as well. Fantastic overall.
Let's take a look at the map rankings then. Who gets all the points? Who swoops them on up? We've got 32 points from Megastars here, who were previously at 110 points. So with 32, they're slowly closing that gap between the top boys and themselves.
Trying to fly up towards the top pack, but it's not going to be quite there yet, but it's within a hand's reach.
Valdez, the Murder, gets themselves 25 points here in second place. Team Secret, a big game for them, even though they don't quite attain the heights of a 20-pointer or something like that. They were having a bit of a struggle here in the grand final, so see 14 points coming in, Alex. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's important for Team Secret. It's important for Valdez, the Murder, as you said. These are the kind of teams where they need to start getting big games, big confidence wins, or not necessarily wins, but small wins that to build off of.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, yesterday's game of the recap, we saw that Valdez the Murder had the most knockouts, but they didn't have the most kills. And you can see now 11 kills that game means that they finally started to convert those knocks.
And something that I love about these kinds of starts to a day is that our top three gets closer to one another, as we saw 8 points for RRQ, 6 points for Box Gaming, and only 2 points for Bigatron Red Aliens.
They want to make it a little bit more action-packed for us, a little bit more exciting. So, I mean, they're just letting everybody get a little bit more points, getting a little bit closer, but then they're probably just going to close the gap later on.
Yeah, indeed. So, looking back at this game here, Alex, what do you want to talk about when it comes to this Erangel for today?
I guess the first thing that I noted down was the fact that Orange Rock went out so early towards apartments there. They got unlucky with the circle shift going towards the western side. Fair enough, but what's really good for Team IND, we saw it earlier when we saw the overall rankings, just how close it was with IND below them with Orange Rock in 5th, and now with this big game coming out, well, semi-big game from IND, 11 points, which is still above the average they're looking for. They can start to build that gap again. The top 3 now that we have here at the World League Finals, well, that gap may just continue to grow.
Look at the stats here from Megastars. I'm seeing a little bit of heal. A little bit of heal. Not too much, but it also comes down how we saw them playing the late game there. We saw that they weren't really too aggressive. They were taking the kills where they could actually just get the kills and get out of that fight. And then they were just sitting still, making sure, okay, do we have the ground we want to work with? Or do we need to take any more ground? They said no, and they just held the ground until the end.
Let's play our hand here for this game and see what we've got in terms of the players standing out. We will have...
Oh,
excuse me?
Oh,
who do we think it's going to be? Let's have a guess. Who do we think? Maybe. Oh, it's been. I didn't have a chance.
So Martin Swag Velmoth as well as Youngjun. Youngjun actually had done, I think, 635 damage early in this game. So he was already standing out very, very quickly here for T1.
Except for that, he was also the sole survivor towards the end for the team itself, making sure that they could get a few more placement points. And we always talk about how they go aggressive early on, getting those kills. It was kind of the same story again. We saw them getting those kills early on, but then it kind of just slowed down a little bit, but they did get the placements again with a 6th place in this game.
Yeah, it's true, and we have Martin again coming up from Valdez the Murder with 700 points of damage. And for me going forward, I think Valdez the Murder is going to be the team to really look out for, especially now as we have 2 players here from the MVP, or excuse me, the top players, actually the MVP going to Velmoth from the side of Valdez the Murder. And with that going forward, coming into our next map as well, things can get very spicy.
Yeah, very nice to see here. So well done by these guys. For me, Martin has been one of the standout players throughout the tournament, never mind even just his roster alone. So great stuff to be seen. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew do the do moments. Frost, do the do. Frost, do it!
I just realized something. Megastars winning this game. I think it's the first win from an Indian team in the finals.
Yes, it is. Oh, this guy's on point.
I mean, the big bucks, Frost.
Yes.
Jacket, isn't it?
Feels good. No, but okay. So from the start, we kind of had a similar plane to what we saw in the last game yesterday. A very, very, very Western plane. And with that comes a lot of trouble for some of the teams because they can't reach their normal loot spots on the east side of the map. And we saw, for example, T1 and Bigatron, they were fighting out towards Snake. They lost Luxy straight away. I guess rip my MVP.
I was thinking that.
But, you know.
I mean, it was unlucky, right? Obviously, a western side plane path. We actually saw Bigatron try and go all the way to farm, which is their continuous spot location when they go for their looting. It's just that T1 got there first, he had the shotgun, and well, unfortunately for you and your MVP prediction, it didn't go in favor of Bigatron there.
One thing that came in my mind was that we saw actually Team Secret going to that compound that they were in the end there very early. I think it was in Circle 1 already, they went there. And we also had King of Gamers, they passed that compound and went a little bit more north towards the center of the circle. It didn't pay out for King of Gamers. It paid a little bit better for Team Secret taking that compound, but there's one thing. Having that one, having 4 people up, I feel like they should have had a little bit more than 4 kills. Even though 4 kills in a 3rd place, that is actually a good start of the day for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, compared to what we've seen prior from them, right? They had a really tough time trying to deal with Velmoth from Valdez the Murder, and I think as well for Megastars, you mentioned how patiently they played in the final circle. We're going to be having it very shortly here on the highlights too. What Megastars did was they just waited towards the southeastern side of the circle for Team IND to die to the blue zone, and what this meant was you had Team Secret up against Velmoth from the side of Valdez the Murder. It's just that Team Secret in that 2 versus 1 couldn't actually win the duel.
This has been a staple, I feel, of Team Megastars in these kinds of areas on Erangel. They find themselves a pretty decent plateau on a ledge, and then are able to patiently wait on that and get themselves decent placement, if not a win. And we've seen it multiple times from them on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down like, Stars, you were breaking down a little clip earlier for us, right?
You've lost me here, mate.
Well, okay. The one from yesterday when we had Megastars, we had GXR Celts, and we had T1.
Oh, I see what you mean.
It was kind of the similar thing. Megastars, they go to a spot, they go down there, they just hold the spot. They don't want to take too much ground because this is what they do good. They make sure that they get the kills they need, but also just taking control over their area. They don't want to overstep their boundaries.
Now let's take a look at the total damage, and we can continue things on as we have Valdez the Murder actually taking themselves quite a steep little choice there with the 2,034 damage. Alex?
Yeah, I mean, obviously for them, just next to them coming in terms of top there for Megastars, 12 kills. They have an extra kill, but they have 600 less damage. So you can see in terms of rotations, maybe cleaner, maybe smoother. And for Valdez the Murder, well, much like their name, they really had to fight tooth and nail to get that second place.
Yeah, take a look at Team Secret and Team IND on 3rd and 4th place. They got a lot of damage, but not converting that into kills. And that comes down to from how they were playing the game. Of course, we know that Team Secret, they were playing in that compound, while we had Team IND coming in from the south side. And the thing was that they were shooting at a lot of people. They were knocking people, but they weren't able to get those first and get those kill points. And that's what matters in the long run.
Yeah, definitely so. It's been a rocky road for some of our very top teams here in this game, at least. But I'm sure that as the day progresses, we'll see that kind of iron things out.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise and shock for me was TSM there in 16th with, I think, 200 or so damage. It felt like having the western plane path. I mean, they dropped towards South George, and then the eastern first circle. I think they were really scared about Orange Rock. You could see they rotated slightly south of apartments where Orange Rock were, but instead they went 4 people, same vehicle, out into the open fields, and that's what started Valdez the Murder. They blew up the vehicle, got 4 kills, and they ended on 11.
Mate, they've got to bring in attack for one more game. Like, get that reset again
and to steer them.
Happens. It feels like week 1 TSM entity when I want week 2 and 3 TSM entity. But let's take a look now at the overall rankings here for our grand final. As we have up towards the top, things get more and more even. RRQ is 1 point behind Box Gaming right now, but Megastars will leap up to that 4th position after gaining a big swath of points for us.
I mean, there's 3 big changes in the leaderboard right now here that we can see. 2 of them, Megastars, Team IND, they're going up towards the top pack, leaving the middle pack, but you also have Valdez the Murder on 10th place there, breaking themselves loose from the bottom pack, making sure they're joining up in the mid pack, and look at how close they are to Orange Rock on 6th place. It's only 8 points.
It's not just that, Froz. Look at the kills there for Valdez the Murder. 55 placement points and 54 kills. I mean, RRQ Athena, right? It's easier numbers there. 105 placement points and 64 kill points up in 3rd. You can see the different ratios there. Valdez the Murder are on point in terms of gun skill today.
Yeah, let's take a look at our 11th through 16th as well, just to kind of round everything out and see where everybody's at. We have a little bit of a move up here for Team Secret. However, still a lot of work to be put in if they want to be considered one of the top dogs here in the league finals. And that is our standings here so far. So good to, again, I really like seeing, even though we're now breaching the halfway point, the fact that all of these top teams are now going to be able to go at loggerheads with one another and make it even closer. But before we get into our next game, get out your magnifying glasses because we need to uncover something. That's right, get in game right now and go and uncover secrets, my friends. It's always a good time here for PUBG Mobile. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 5 more games coming at you here for today, and we will have Vikendi coming up next. Sorry, I should say, it does say 6:15 there, but Vikendi coming up in about 3 circles time. We've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel to round things out throughout the day as well. And if you are watching over in the game, you could potentially be one of the top 100 viewers to get yourself some exclusive rewards. So if you think that you have been watching a lot of PUBG Mobile over in the game so far, keep watching and you could get yourself some nice shiny goodies for us.
Yes.
Not you. So talk to me about Vikendi for us instead.
I mean, Vikendi, I think it's going to be spicy today. A little bit colder than yesterday. Yesterday we saw a little bit of a shake-up throughout Vikendi, and it kind of was what happened throughout all the maps, I'd say. But Vikendi special, we saw King of Gamers, they won the game in the end, of course. They had only 4 kills, but it was a shake-up between all of the teams, and I'm not sure what to expect coming into this today.
Yeah, I think James summed it up best, right? We're going to see Vikendi in 3 circles time, and as you said before, with the likes of King of Gamers, they just dropped towards Tovar, they just played the circle, and at the very end, they got the last 4 kills and they won the game. It was very much an anticlimactic situation.
Yeah, definitely so. It's Vikendi has provided us a wealth of experiences when it comes to different circles. If I think back to PMPL Americas, we had that crazy circle north of, a Cosmodrome, which created some interesting situations.
I was casting it.
That was a fun one. I want
crazy.
towards Cosmodrome again. That'd be nice.
Yeah, it would be. I think we had a Dino Park first circle as well. That was fantastic to see. And we also had a Castle 1-2. Castle being my favorite part of the map. Can't complain.
How about you?
Castle would be quite interesting, I'd say.
Yeah?
Because we always see one team trying to take Castle, they take control over it.
Synergy, yeah.
And then they realize towards the late game, oh, we actually got to leave Castle. Wait, how do we do this?
Yeah.
Every team is looking at us already.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't leave Castle.
It was synergy yesterday. As soon as they left it, T1 just sneaked up behind them, they crossed the frozen lake and then took him out from behind. So yeah, poor performance there.
Yeah, it can be difficult. And to Castle's point, so we've had a lot of finishes west of Castle, kind of in that mainland area, which I think all of the teams now are becoming very familiar with, Alex.
It seems to be this rocky formation where some of these teams know where the high points are, the vantage points are, the lines of sight. I mean, Bigatron especially. I mean, Team Secret, we saw Yuhai have an amazing performance as well in yesterday's Vikendi game at that very spot that you mentioned, James. So yeah, if we see it again, the teams are used to it. That's usually where the best firefights are in Vikendi.
I mean, it's also always nice to see how the teams deal with the situation. We see a lot of the teams trying to play underneath the bridges because you're going to have a lot of covers. You have the pillars that are going to give you a little bit of cover, but then you also have sort of a rooftop above you if you're underneath the bridge. But the whole thing is that you get a lot of sight lines, but also a lot of cover because the area west of Castle is kind of barren.
Yeah, exactly. And if it is barren, that opens up a whole world of chaos anyway for a final circle.
Yeah, it does. For us, of course, you have one team in particular that's doing very well on Vikendi so far. How's that been tracking?
I mean, yesterday we saw him getting a 5th place with 2 kills, and we talk about Box Gaming, of course, after having a, first, second, I think it was. They kind of ruined the streak yesterday. Maybe they can do a comeback today. I don't know. It's kind of anyone's game, I'd say. We see a lot of teams stepping up from day to day here in the finals. Everyone's learning new stuff. Everyone's adapting on the spot, and that's what we wanted to see. They saved all of the strategies. They didn't use it in the season itself, but coming into the finals, they know it's important.
Yeah, and that's the problem as well. Coming into the finals, as we already mentioned, first, second. It's kind of like the Miramar effect for RRQ, where teams are going to look at Box Gaming on Vikendi to try and mirror their playstyle to get better placement points and more kills. Conversely, that means a lot more teams in the lobby know precisely how you rotate, how you play, and that's what can cause issues further on into the tournament.
I mean, yesterday's Vikendi threw us some curveballs, I want to say, in terms of the teams that were able to prevail. I think it was King Gamers that actually won things out. Gang got themselves a podium finish. We saw Synergy doing pretty well for themselves as well. All of these teams, apart from Bigatron Red Aliens, who were second place, but just ignore that bit for a moment. All of these teams are teams that were struggling for points, and there is something to be said for these wildcard maps in relation to the 50% Erangel, where some of these teams can make up the room a little bit, Alex.
Yeah, I think Yudu Gank is a really great team to mention there, James, simply because of the last game we saw. I think it was the 3rd circle or the 4th circle where You Level Up had the best compound inside the southwestern side of the circle, and Yudu Gank, they just pulled up, they breached it, and completely annihilated You Level Up. And it feels like for You Do Gank, they have strong team play, they have strong breaches, and that plays well into a map like Vikendi. It's just the late game and the rotations where things start to fall off for them.
Thoughts?
I mean, having a wildcard map as your best map, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
No.
But it's not a good thing.
No, indeed.
You want to have Erangel being your best map. And with being the best map, I'm not just mean best map for your team, but also you should be the king of Erangel. That's how you're going to thrive. Since we have 50% of the maps being played there, you got to make sure that you play good on those. I mean, else it means that, okay, if you're not good on Erangel, you got to do good on Vikendi, on Miramar, on Sanhok. All of these free maps just to make up that you're not having good games on Erangel.
And that's a lot of variance to make up for just being good on an Erangel.
Yeah, and it feels like some of the top teams as well have that strong performance on Erangel, and then they have that back pocket pick. Obviously, we talk about Box Gaming, Vikendi, they're still very strong on Erangel. Again, RRQ, the back pocket pick for Miramar. Who's going to take Sanhok as their back pocket pick? That's what's going to be interesting for me. coming forward into the later, I think it's 5th game of the day today, having Sanhok.
Yep.
Who is going to be the team that prevails most consistently on Sanhok, and is that going to be a difference maker coming to the end of the event?
And you can be a difference maker at home as well, because you can spread the word and you can get people watching, and we can get to 1 million peak viewers and get everybody playing PUBG Mobile 6 extra crates. Froz, I know that my mum is watching this show right now. Is your mother also watching the show?
He. I was gonna say my mom and dad just went to dad,
both of them.
and then he just went to he. But yes, both of them are actually watching because I told them to. We need to get those 100 million viewers so we can get those free crates.
100 million viewers, Froz.
That's a lot of viewers.
Jeez Louise. You know, he's thinking miles ahead.
I'm aiming high.
That's, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, my goal is to get my dad involved. My dad only got a mobile phone a year ago, so I think, yeah, I know, old-fashioned, right? He's 72. So for me, if I can try get his fingers working on the mobile, maybe that can be something he can enjoy as a little hobby in retirement.
What on earth? What, is he using a 3310 from 20 years ago?
He had this like a brick Nokia phone for about 20 years, and then finally we bought him as a present last year for Christmas.
Amazing. Probably with a Qualcomm Snapdragon inside, I can only imagine.
Of course.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Impressive stuff. We're just a few minutes out from the game. Thank you very much for your patience whilst we do wait. We did actually have a rehost before, so we're just bearing a little bit more time here before we actually get into our next Vikendi here, Froz. So let's talk about some of the other teams here so far that are kind of middle of the pack and we haven't really talked about too much. Actually, I do want to talk about one that we talked about a bit, but we're expecting more from, even though they are middle of the pack. It is TSM Entity. They, for all intents and purposes, their last 2 weeks of the league play were amazing.
Yeah.
Nigh astonishing. And someone like Jonathan, of course, taking MVP, I think, in week 2 compared to week 3. Week 3 was a bit more of a given, but week 2, I'm like, oh, okay, they've stepped things back up, and Jonathan is really leading the forefront here.
I'd say it's not just Jonathan. Lately, we've seen Neo stepping up, and of course, yesterday and the day before here in the finals, we've seen Seagod on the top fraggers for both of the days. He's, I think he's tied on the top just before we started the first game, at least, on 25 kills with break. So that means that we have a lot of fragging power on that team. They are utilizing it, but they kind of not get themselves into the right situations right now when it comes to the rotations. And that's what they're lacking right now. Once they nail those rotations, they're going to get into even better positions to take fights, and they're going to get more kills and more points on the board.
I mean, just taking the Sanhok game from yesterday, TSM had the most damage in the server. They fought off at the beginning, I think it was Bigatron, then after that it was Team Secret, but then their rotation into the final circle was poor, and they just got caught, as you said, off guard in the final moments. And we're seeing, well, with Valor's the murder, right? They're very close when it comes to placement points and kills. We need to see the same come out for TSM. We need to see placement points and kills.
Yeah, definitely so. I would love to see it personally, considering how much of even just a fan favorite TSM Entity is. A lot of support coming in from them whenever we've actually kind of had a call to action for the fans. They've always been very heavily in favor of support for TSM Entity, Froz.
Yeah, and I mean, we see them get a lot of those high spy kills. Even if they don't get the win, they get a second place, third place, fourth place. Good placements with a lot of kills. I'm talking about 12, 13, 14, 15 kills even on those kind of placements. But so far in the finals, the highest kill count they've had is 9. They've had it twice. So they haven't even had a double digit yet when it comes to the kills.
All right, wait, it's time to fill some of my meme quota, because obviously, and I didn't do enough before, one of my favorite teams here is not doing that well. GXR Celts, man. The consistently consistent team. They were in 13th place before the previous game. Alex, I want to see GXR Celts do well. I want to see my boy MJ do well. I want to see Rox do well. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I was watching GXR on the last map as well on Erangel. They were just positioned outside of the circle by Team IND. They actually ended up going out to the blue zone as well. Maybe it's confidence. I mean, even the first illustration I did at the start of the day, right, where the T1 had the win, it was still GXR Celts that came in third. They were really close to try and getting that win versus Megastars and T1, but they were down to 2 players at that point. I think if they can try and take safer fights to begin with, stop hemorrhaging losses early, then they can prevail later on.
They've been clutch before. They were constantly in top 5s, top 6s for us. It's not been the same way in the league finals. I want to see
It's not been the same, and I feel like it's in a good way. Not in terms that they're doing bad,
In a good
but
way.
yes, because they tried to change things up. They knew they were consistent on placement and getting very few kills,
So they wanted the
but they
risk.
knew it wasn't enough. And they wanted to do better. That's why they're trying to do better. But we'll see what happens.
All right, well, maybe the Kylaris blessing now will come along and they will now win this game. Don't know what I just did. Let's head over to the commentator team as Xander is ready and dressed for Vikendi.
He is. He's ready to blend in, except for the bottom half. Just stay below those walls, Blank. You'll be absolutely fine. He's dyed his hair to match it and everything. Fantastic. He's ready.
Really,
I'm very
really
much
white.
not. I'm distinctly going to stick out, unless I stay inside, in which case I'll blend into the dark walls.
Yeah, the makeup team even has difficulty putting makeup on me because actually without makeup, I'm just sheet white, like ice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when I get to Vikendi, I
He wakes up in the morning and he nearly loses himself in the
the
sheets.
sheets, 100%. I go, whoa, where am I? But yeah, we're getting into game. It's from Hot Springs up to Critchas. It's a good time. The boys talking on desk about getting 1 million viewers, checking if your mum was watching, checking your dad's watching. It's actually my mum's birthday, so happy birthday, mum. I know you're not watching me. But I hope you're having a good time.
Well, she's not getting any crates.
I know she's not.
Not for her birthday.
Not from me.
Very happy birthday, though, but she's not getting any crates. That's unfortunate.
No, she's a big supporter. She's a big supporter. I've seen her on the PUBG Mobile. She's pretty sick.
Yeah?
She's pretty sick at gun game.
Silver fingers on the old pogey-mogi?
Yeah, absolutely. Silver fingers, 100%. This is a really nice playing path, though. Pretty much every single team's going to be happy with this one. Synergy can... That's a weird circle noise. So that's a Dino Park. That's a Dino Park / lots of water circle.
It's a Milner circle.
Which means we get to play Vikendi in 2 circles time rather than 3.
What a turn up for the books, eh? I love playing the game. I love watching the game being played as well.
I was actually playing Livik earlier and just absolutely slamming. I got 2 chicken dinners and I didn't need to play anymore. I was like, I'm so
what skin were you using?
Level 1 Pharaoh.
Oh, only level 1. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate.
That's really mean of you.
Well,
stop it.
Look, someone has to take over from James.
I know.
He's been distinctly not mean. Except for about GXR Celts, the team that is consistently consistent now become inconsistent.
Yeah, I know it's not good. I think that GXR Celts, they keep falling prey to the same problem. It's exactly what Alex says, is that, you know, they keep hemorrhaging players early on, and they need to stop doing that, because when they perform best, it's when they have all 4 of the members alive towards the end of games, because usually they lose a couple like towards the end, making some pretty interesting plays. I mean, if we cast our minds back to Erangel, where they won in league play, where it's a tank you took out the entirety of Reject Scarlet. They were down to 2 then, and they played that off marvellously. But yes, they just need to stop hemorrhaging players so early. Synergy, on the other hand, will be pretty happy with this circle just outside of Castle. They will have to move in, so you imagine to see them make a southeast push sooner or later. A lot of disappointment last game, for me at least, in Team Secret, because it was a really good start for them, and although I think they played it very, very well, and I think it was more the fact that Valdez the Murder were super duper mechanically skilled, I think that was the main thing, honestly, that kicked them out of that game.
We'll see if they're able to bring that mechanics back into play. T1, they made an interesting rotation last time around when we played Vikendi. Blank, you cast your mind back. They actually moved through Castle to get to the mainland. I don't think they're probably going to go for a repeat here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like a bit of folly to move out further north instead of just sending across the river, so they'll be changing that up.
Yes. RQ, though, doing the exact same thing they did before, which is where they drop Goroka, Mankrezhnik, as well as Villa. Unfortunately, this time it doesn't work out for them, because there is none of these areas are within the circle, so they're just going to probably group up very shortly and start thinking about moving downwards. Again, on our screen, 1 million peak viewers on the last day. Let's go.
Yeah, all right.
Back to the game. Yidu Gank, they are all the way on the southeast, so they don't have to move too much. Usually we're used to seeing them in Severny on Erangel, which they have to play 3 times a day during league play, during the finals at least, where they have to move down from the north, and it's usually quite a trek. We don't usually see too many Severny circles during the game.
No, it's not. It's not the most common thing. It's not the most common thing in the world. You level up. They've made a rotation away from their drop towards Volnova, towards Abbey, and they're actually now on the north side of Yudu Gank's position, relatively close by. So they'll have to see if they can hold that down. This is the thing, though, in Vikendi is we get towards these circles, and everyone's just very central. Everyone's very close together and not really taking those fights. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this not pop off, even if we see a couple of headshots come through.
Yeah, exactly. I think the main thing that the water does here is limit the amount of land mass that's available to these teams. So later on, what we'll have is that there are just not enough compounds to hold everyone. We're probably within circle 2 at that point, and we'll start to see fights break out purely because teams will be fighting for compounds on this southeastern side. Despite that, this is probably one of the more heavily compound-based parts of the map. So there should be a lot of areas for teams to take up residence later on in the game. Team IND over in Cement Factory, saw them do fairly well last game before they got taken out. I think they were shot by at least 3 different teams. I think they were trying... They didn't play the stealthy approach that Megastars did, who were just basically trying to survive. They were very much there out for blood in those last moments. So it did feel quite symbolic to Megastars going on Eastern Bridge and then IND going on the Western Bridge. They take 2 different paths and only one led them to the chicken dinner.
But as we all know, East is best.
East is the best. That's what you get for going west, all right? You go west, it's not the best. You go east...
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Oh, goodness.
You go east, you are the beast. There we go.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the score tables overall, Blank, and what we were seeing at the start of today and even after the first game, before the first game. So basically, at the start of the day, just to rewind just into my sentence a little bit, we were seeing a step function, basically, up the tables where there were these clear bands of teams on those point scores, right? Where it was very difficult to step up, to make that step through. But we're moving into a much more sinusoidal world right now, Blank, in terms of the curve that these points are showing. It's going to be a lot more fluid in which these teams can move up and down the table going forwards. And hopefully we're going to see some exciting change-ups, because that's what we're really here for. I mean, I know everyone has their team that they're supporting, but what I support is interesting story.
So, for all you at home who didn't quite understand Professor Allen as he explained that, basically what he's saying is...
You're telling me that people don't understand step functions and sinusoidal waves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I could maybe phrase it a little bit easier for you. That he's saying that the points are much closer together now, so actually leapfrogging other teams is going to be much easier. But I did like how he said it. It rolled off the tongue very nicely.
Yeah, for a solid minute.
Or so, which I digested in 5 seconds.
Oh, let's, don't keep going on about it, Oh dear. King of Gamers, they've been spotted on their rotate from the north side by You Level Up, but just you're not able to get the spray down. I'll move further south of Dino Park.
I think one of my favourite players in this lobby at the moment has to be Chushin, though. I think he just has I think he's quite... regular in the times that he pops off, right? I think it's not a case that we'll see one player do something really, really strong and be like, that guy's so good, and then he does something maybe like 4 games later. Shashin does it pretty much every single game. Like, if we look at You Level Up and they make a play, it's usually Chushin. Which, in a way, it kind of is upsetting for the rest of his team because he is having to do a lot of the work at the moment. He's having to do the fair share of the workload.
To be fair, there are a lot of teams with that pop-off player, right? There are a lot of squads where they do have that heavy fragger that they rally around and they give them that baseline to launch them forwards, right? They're the springboard to the acrobat that's flinging themselves over that pommel horse.
I would say that Chushin here is the 12-foot in diameter trampoline.
It's going so well on the metaphor, but you don't go over a pommel horse. It's just a pommel.
Sorry?
It's just a... Don't worry.
What?
It's great.
I said trampoline.
No, I was correcting myself.
Oh, I was like, no, please, it was funny. I made a joke, sir.
No, yours was great. Anyway.
Thank you. Oh, Team Secret, Rex versus Reject Scarlet, who are actually making their way down from the north side. They did this yesterday, Kembas Mount Krojnik, and Team Secret once again holding on that windbreak, which is the mountain side. And Reject Scarlet, they didn't check their angles, and they will pay the price for it.
The price, 1 player. Sarah will fall, 3 players alive for them.
Give me a life.
It's unfortunate.
Give me a life right now. That's the price you have to pay, sir.
You know, it's
of safe passage.
Trying to cross the river Styx, you've got to pay the ferryman.
You do, yes. Hello?
Yes.
I worried that the ferryman just took you away down the River Styx for a second.
Sorry, I was on the bell to Charon, and he said, "Hang on a minute, Rex. He's coming in, and I want to see if I could escort him over to the gates of hell itself." Duello going to be doing the duty there of death itself.
I was considering going.
Rex escapes it for now.
Yeah, I was considering going really deep into Greek. That was what was going through my head. I was like, I could really talk a lot about Greek mythology.
You know, so was I.
We were both like, is it appropriate right now? Probably not. So back into the game we go. And that's something I was talking to Mad Toy about, in fact. He was saying that when they are playing in this game for the PMWL finals, and I was asking him, how is the pressure? How does it feel? Obviously, you're not in a LAN setting, so you don't have all the camera, you don't have the lights on you. He said, you know, it doesn't really matter to us. We are in the game. We are honed in. We are zoomed in. We feel the pressure absolutely all the same here. So, you know, it begs the question like how these teams are feeling a lot of times, and it's nice to know that the pressure really is on in these league finals, and they're not sitting back, they're not relaxing.
All of the knocks that we saw come through did get rezzed, obviously apart from Sarah. So nothing really found early on. And this is typical Vikendi, right? We operate on Vikendi time. You said maybe we'll see some, second circle action. But with the shift towards land, it looks a little bit less likely. Obviously, it's not a very hard shift at all here coming through. Everybody going to be happy. GXR Celts, the only team who really have to move. And they had to move before anyway.
Yeah.
Hi there, guys. Welcome back to episode 2 of Vikendi Time with your hosts, John and Blank. Fantastic to have you here, guys. We're going to be coming at you with this frozen cool tundra action.
So later on in the map, we'll be talking a little bit more about Abby, Volnova, maybe a little bit of Milnar if we're lucky, and also a little fight here between You Level Up and Orange Rock.
Things are heating up here on Vikendi. Viru over the top of the summit will be able to get the trade off, able to get the res as well. They can commit to this. They know that You Level Up aren't around the sides of this mound here, and they can get Marvi back up, get him back into the fight. The rest of You Level Up nowhere near Qmao to back him up, so if he goes down here, that's pretty much curtains.
Qmao drops into the vehicle. He's going to try and get away, pedal to the metal here, and he's getting away through the trees. What a shot from the backside, Winter!
Holding the rooftops, singing out loud. The bullets ring across, and it's not a tune that Orange Rock want to hear.
Absolutely not. They put the earmuffs on immediately to that one. Scouts throwing some bullets back their way, but it's not going well. And You Level Up now have all players in a really strong position. Orange Rock, their position has been revealed. They'll have to work around this.
They can fall back, they can chill out, they can vibe for a minute and just regroup. But it's You Level Up who pay the price of a player. Second player to go down in the lobby so far, Blank. What an action-packed Vikendi.
Unbelievably so. Megastars now taking shots onto Orange Rock 2. They are really in a precarious spot right here on top of this tiny, well, I don't want to say tiny rock. It's quite a big rock, actually.
It's not orange, though.
Oh, it's not orange.
Should have made orange.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a word.
We'll have a talk with the boys.
They're going to tumble down the back to their vehicles and reassess their positioning right now.
It would be cool if we had like little esports homages in PUBG Mobile, where the cool little moments, we whacked up little stickers or something, I don't know.
Is there a homage to a spray down on a vehicle, all rotating with all the players of TSM Entity?
That definitely needs to be.
Because this has happened now 2 games in a row, Blank.
We definitely need to get that in game.
I don't like to harp on about teams, but that is not okay. You can't do that.
And it is fairly interesting, especially on TSM, and especially on Vikendi, sorry, because it's fairly easy to find vehicles usually and get to a compound nice and early. TSM Entity have been making some nomadic movements, jittering this way and that.
Just get more vehicles.
And just get more vehicles, lol. It's so easy.
Just get more vehicles, forehead.
Me here with the bird's eye view of the map and everything. It's just not hard. Ooh, speaking of hard, that's a hard shift down to the south side. Water's still in. So we have less landmass once again, but it doesn't really matter too much, honestly. The only teams that have to move is Box Gaming, Team Secret, Reject Scarlet.
And Team IND?
Meh.
So quite actually not too unimpactful, I suppose.
It's only 4 and they're right on the edge. It's a big meh.
We might see one of those engagements come to life, right? It might be the case that there's a little sizzle in the pan before we get to the slow, low cook for the rest of Vikendi until about circle, 10, 12, 15?
I would say, I think they're, well, circle 9 is as far as we go, but...
No.
No.
We can make it. We can go
Circle
longer.
15.
We can go longer. Heel battles.
We can go longer. I mean, James had his little head on his fist, and now he's walking away. He's going to the couches.
He's unhappy.
He's looking very upset.
He's unhappy about Zedgod going down there on the spray for TSM Entity. Down the hill from Team IND.
Going down to the basement now.
Abby.
He's sleeping.
What is he doing?
He's crawling around the studio. Oh, we won't be able to do that when all the players are here.
What a lummox.
Don't call him a lummox.
Don't you call our host a lummox. I'll call him whatever I like.
Okay.
And if a lummox is what I wish to call him,
Fine.
he shall be named as such. There we go. Team IND up the top of the hill, as I said, in Abbey. They're going to be looking down onto the compound that TSM Entity hold currently, but G9 sails across in the back. And they're going to spot that out, go for a little bit of a spray. Half HP found, but the range not playing well for Team IND here.
You know, watching that spray, though, the way he perfectly actually tracked that guy in the vehicle is way, way harder than you think, especially on mobile. You need to be pinpoint accurate. It's really, really crazy. And I love to watch just like the skill of these players, because I think if you even want to just have a little taster, go download PUBG Mobile if you don't already have it. Give a little go, jump into a Livic. It takes 10-15 minutes, and you'll get to understand just how hard it is to do some of the crazy stuff these players do. And maybe you'll appreciate the esports a bit more. I mean, we just want more people playing PUBG Mobile. We want more people watching PUBG Mobile.
That'd be pretty cool.
It'd be a good time.
Luxy lands a headshot over to Missile with the M24. Nicely found. That's a little bit of range there, about 250 meters or so out from the other squad, although there are some forward scouts for T1, so we'll see if they're able to get Missile back up. T1 currently sat on a loot crate, which is probably why Bigatron are paying attention to that direction.
Winter drops out the building and is going to try and move backwards. Currently, U-Level Up's players are very much split up. Val's the Murder are looking to crash onto this compound. Well, they already have a single part of it, or at least a quarter of the cake.
1/4.
1/4.
As certain American hosts like to say.
But actually, you know, I didn't actually notice that until you pointed it out, and then every time he says it now, I'm like, why are you saying this, Jason? Stop.
Yes, it's something that we have to put up with as
it is true.
As good friends. It's unfortunate. You know, everyone has their foibles. Unfortunately, his is really quite noticeable and annoying. GXR Celts, they took a knock earlier on there from Bigatron, who are really controlling these sightlines. I think Luxy is having a great time with a sniper.
Yeah. Back to Vikendi time, though, because the circle is just favouring the players at the moment. But it is actually, John. Oh no,
that's me.
No, never mind. I saw Dino Park. I saw Dino Park at the top, and I was like, "Yay!" And I realised that Dino Park's a bit further to the north.
Yeah, a little bit. Still right on the edge. I mean, it's feasible, probable, mathematically possible. No, sorry, not probable. Mathematically possible.
Mathematically possible, not mathematically probable. I learnt that from you.
Yeah, and I said it wrong, so that's great. Fantastic. Thanks for keeping me on the straight and narrow there, Blank. Okay. Western side being held down by Box Gaming currently. They have a little bit of a fort going on. We'll see if the circle shifts their way. Val's the Murder still being friendly neighbours with U-Level Up.
Your compound?
Our compound?
Our compound? Our compound now?
We share this.
My compound?
Oh dear, we'll see if it goes any more the way of Val's the Murder as they try and encroach. There's the long range shots. It was actually micro.
Yeah,
no, wait, hang on a minute.
I love that.
It was Luxy. Yeah. I knew it. I saw he even got the got the confirm.
It's a cool angle though, like over his shoulder as he just goes.
Oh man. Shot. Oh, to be in the mind of Luxy. What an elite gamer that guy is.
Yeah, he's a hugely elite gamer. Team Secret, actually, this is kind of crazy. I think we can actually talk about Team Secret a little bit here in terms of their rotation, because they've come all the way from Mount Krozhnik, if you remember, and they've headed all the way to the coast from Milnar. They have been spotted out by Box Gaming, but other than that, they've made a safe rotation into the circle. And if we get another Western shift, then it'll be happy days for them. Really, really happy days.
They thinking about moving towards Box? They better not be thinking about moving towards Box, Blank, because they've got a fort. And when there's a fort, there's no getting in.
You're boxed completely out. I mean, if you remember that SpongeBob episode of Box with his little box, and he's got imagination for Box Game. It's like we just imagine the chicken dinner and it arrives. It's like Peter Pan. I'm going to cross all these movies, all these series. It's good to go.
Yeah,
like a steaming chicken dinner on a Sunday. Please stop. Fresh out the oven.
Please stop. Oh man, goodness me.
Don't know where I'm going, and I like it.
Just the murder still sharing quite kindly with you level up. No one wants to pull the trigger on this fight, right?
No.
Like, you don't want to go down early in Vikendi as the circle shifts away from them. So in fact, this flat share isn't going to continue.
No, it's not. And the flat share is no longer working for either of these teams.
Rent's a little bit too high.
Rent's a bit too high. There's bugs, a bit of mold. So like, it's not worth it.
I think I saw a rat the other day.
I think I did as well, mate. I had to get the broom out. Just like going, please, sir, please leave. But yeah, Eastern shift. This does not work out for Team Secret, where they're trying to rush in regardless, but they will hit up Megastar's compound to try and get through here. Yudugang, who made that drop towards the southeast, they haven't had to move at all. It's been pure Vikendi hours for them.
Exactly. I mean, that's the theme. It's the theme here, keeping things chill. And they are certainly living up to that. Another team that hasn't really had to do much. I mean, they had a brief encounter with Bigatron, but we know that Bigatron like to get into the center of these later circles. They've moved further in. It's T1, Blank. They're now on the southeastern side. They had a little bit of a scrap earlier, but now they're isolated away from everybody else. Their main route into the circle is guarded by Bigatron, but there's plenty of terrain to work around.
Absolutely tons of it, John. Box Gaming, they come against you level up, who, if you remember, they left that compound. Chashing gets knocked out. Oh dear, that is a crucial player for the team to go down. Winter survives. Orange Rock actually taking shots here as well. So look at this, we've hit circle 4. Vikendi time is over.
All right, okay, and Orange Rock, they're going to let us know all about it. 2 knocks sent over towards Box Gaming. They are going to have to push in. You level up harried on their push towards the compound. Oh dear. Gil sends the nade on the inside. That's not going to stop Winter getting in, but I don't think it would have stopped him anyway. So he's into the building. You level up very, very split right now. Winter nowhere near to Q-Mal. Orange Rock having to push in a little bit further. The next shift goes straight on top of Yudu, so their Vikendi time continues.
Team Secret, again, they've snuck down into the south side where they can start to move up towards GXR Celts. You love to see it from Team Secret. They really live up to their name more and more. Where the secretive movements from them, just whispering their way into the circle and then dying.
Wow, 2 teams just getting completely wiped there. Valdez the Murder and Team Secret, as you're talking about. Okay, on the western side, 3 teams taking up residence right now, and actually Box Gaming all the way out in the zone with their sole remaining player, Pime, over on the western edge. But everybody's just dropping here. The kill feed's just about to catch up as Louis is finally displayed there. Clutch God, he gets spotted out by Team IND from the back. And I don't think he's going to be able to get away with it there. Neo hops out the window, actually into a vehicle. Okay, maybe they want to try and send to save this one. Has Clutch God managed to get back behind the tree? No? Okay, they just want to move the vehicle out the blue.
It's almost impossible to keep up with these last moments of Vikendi because just everything happens at once. And a lot of it is not to do with it's more to do with where the circle goes rather than your position within the circle and how you hold it. Slayer goes for a quick shot there. Trance on the floor. They will have to pick him up. Pime outside in the blue. But Beer is actually taking shots very, very far away onto TSM Entity. Neo will go down. 420p will have to move out from behind that exploded vehicle. Yudugang still alive. BTR with a good place to get into the circle. Reject Scarlet very, very passive on the eastern side. We know that this is how they like to play. King of Gamers taking shots.
Orange Rock as well. They're going to move forwards, but they've been spotted in this little bit between the rocks here from King of Gamers. They're going to try and hold this one down, ticking away. Orange Rock have 2 players down on the western side as King of Gamers push ahead of them. Scout makes it to the tree. Marvi out wide. Oh, Scout, let's go. Headshot over towards Soup, and they're going to be able to get yet another knock. Orange Rock down to 3. Gil will tick away in the blue, so they'll be on 2. Scout moving forwards, has the nade in hand, sends it out. No cook there, so it's going to bounce a little bit far away towards King of Gamers, but it's going to keep them close towards the angle. Sprayed out, close range with the barrel. He wants to try and land the shot, switches out to the M4. He swings out wide, and it's Scout to keep Orange Rock going.
Yeah, Scout just hits some nutty headshots all the time. But now they're going to go up against RRQ, who are trying to make the way into circle. It's Beer 11 on the way down. Synergies found themselves a rock to hide behind. Beer 11 will leave the game, so that's RRQ down in 10th here. Bigatron, though, still on the eastern side. Obviously, went out quite early last game. Want to see a little bit more from them. They're starting to send out in the vehicles down towards Reject Scarlet's position. You see Luxy drop out. He knows the player inside of here.
He knows so.
He's just going to try and...
Oh, no.
What? Oh, missile!
Okay, that's from a range from further south, so a little bit further away. Yurili holds it down, gets the kill onto Zuxi there. He's got the DBZ. You're right, Blank. Luxy's down outside the window. He lobs out the Molotov to stop anyone else pushing close. And now it's Bigatron down to 2 effectively. I mean, there's no way that Luxy gets away with this.
Yurili, there could not be a better time to hold on to the DBZ from the loot crate than if you're going to hold down a crate, a little shack.
A little concrete shack there for the keeping for now. We'll see if he's able to move any further because it's not in the next zone, Blank. And again, it seems to be happening. Megastars are going on the western side. All 4 players still alive. It's them, Yudugank and T1 with their full squads going. Finally, Pime goes down. They're out in 9th place.
We'll start to see more and more of these teams leave the game. Bigatron trying to hold on to their members, but Luxy more than certainly will die here. Ryzer doesn't really want to get too close to that DBS, that is, because it will just rip him apart. Reject Scarlet, Yurili, not leaving, so we'll give time for Luxy to crawl away. Luxy's like, okay, thank you, I guess.
Yeah, just gets away with it. Fair enough. Honestly, I don't know how he's managed to do that, but there we go. Microboy gets knocked instead. Marvi goes down as well for Orange Rock as Scout continues to run for the zone up the top of the hill from Synergy. Drop shot with the barrel, not quite able to stop the Raz away from Schreider in the Darcia, but the remaining 2 players from Synergy have a lot to deal with. I think he's going to just leave Marvi behind. Yeah, he has been flushed. Synergy spot out Yurili, who is taken down. The DBS can't save you at that range, Blank.
Yeah, Ted, One Punch Man doesn't need to get too close to actually hit you, but it's Scout over the top side. You do, it's Jumper to actually take down Scout. Orange Rock eliminated in 7th.
And they're clashing with the Megastars as well, Blank. Yudugank have not finished their fight just yet. And there it goes. They have finished it now as Yudu continue to wipe out squads left and right. I think that's Synergy falling down to 1 player as well. Schreider just at the bottom of the hill. Yudu on 3. But T1, they're all 4 alive, Blank. I spoke about how they were isolated on the southeast, and that has come back to pay.
Look at this, GXR Celts. The Des wanting to see more out of them. Here they are in the top 5. And I know Froz was saying it's a wild card map for them to play, and it's not the bad, but it's not good either, right? But here they are towards the top of the rankings. Let's see how far they can take it. They've already made it to the consistent place of top 4.
Nicely done. Bigatron will stay atop with an 11-point game there. 193, you can see that. That's going to be locked in. So the top of the table's going to be a little bit more firmly decided. But T1, they're going to see how far they can push up. Will they be able to leapfrog Orange Rock? Or are they going to even be able to push up towards Team I&D? They're going to need plenty of kills to be able to do so. Yudugank, though, trying to spot out Strider down the bottom of the hill.
What's going on?
GXR Celts take a knock as well. Molotov isn't going to spread over towards Strider, so no damage found.
Strider's like, it's getting hot in here.
Uh-oh. Jumper actually goes down to the play zone and try to get spotted out by Fredo. So they do manage to wipe their player, drop into a smoke. They're not going for the res just yet. They want to clear the ground in front of them. Take control of this ridgeline they see.
MJ out wide. Missile has spotted out. Yudugank takes a few shots, drops immediately back down to the ground again. He has the smoke in front of him. GXR Celts starting to move out, starting to claim a little bit more of this zone. Fredo looking for the shots on the missile. He cannot make it behind the tree. The bullets find him first.
Just about low, Blank. It was very close to the wire there. You can't allow them to have that angle for T1. That's such a strong position for them to have both sides of the road covered off. GXR Celts, though, trying to dismount them from the opposite side as Missile gets knocked by GXR Celts. They're trading off back and forth. Seidan will be flushed, or certainly knocked anyway. There's the flush coming through. It's GXR Celts to be able to get that final kill there. 3 teams remain. We're down to just 1 for T1. It's Youngjun healing out the zone, who will be taken out. Oh, that's a big nade. Could find a tanky. Oh, they crawl away. So close.
That has bought a lot of time for Yudugank, and this is the last circle. Yudugank currently in last place too, so we'll see what they can make of this. If they can get the win, it would be really good for them. Be happy with that. But GXR Celts, if you want to start climbing, this chicken dinner is very, very important to them.
Slowing it down, redistributing resource. right now, Blank. You can see the armor low on Fredo there. They've had to make a few difficult rotations now, but it's 3 versus 3 pitched warfare.
Circle will start to constrict. It will continue to constrict until there is nothing left. First nade is great. It's from GXR Celts. That's a nice one onto Jumpo. Jumpo goes down. 2 players for Yudu Gank remaining.
Pushing in a second, Mamparang has to swing in towards the rest of the zone. Another knock goes through for GXR Celts, but it's traded 1 for 1. I didn't even catch who won it. It was GXR Celts to be able to wipe out Yudu Gank from the other side of the road. The first nade paying off huge for them, able to use that advantage to claim that chicken dip.
MJ had some fantastic nades throughout league plays, bringing it to the finals, and James is dancing on the desk. He's feeling very happy about himself with that call he made on the pre-show there. You know, he was very happy. He said GXR Celts are going to bring it back.
Firing on all cores, just like the Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming processors. We're going to head back over to the desk.
GXR Celts get the win. Hi, welcome back. That was interesting. I don't know what just happened, but they did get themselves the win, and I did sort of bless them at the beginning of that game. Not sure what happened, Alex, but apparently it did.
Well, it seemed like fate, because after you mentioned the desk, I was like, do you know what? Maybe I should follow GXR Celts through this game. And, well, I mean, we're going to be breaking it down later, but they had a fantastic game, brilliant rotation, so they made the best out of a bad situation.
Froz, tell me I'm awesome.
You're awesome.
Yes! Go on, tell me.
You're very good at predicting who's going to win the game. So who's going to win the next game?
GXR.
Too soon. Well, okay. Well, GXR also did get the win on this one. That was, let's say we thought it was going to be a spicy circle to start things off with, but it was everything except for spicy.
There was 4 deaths in the first 20 minutes of the game. And that's Vikendi! Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boop. All right, thanks guys, the backup singers. Let's look at the points coming in from this game here, as we have 25 points for GXR Celts. Consistently consistent, now back on form, but not really getting themselves that many kills. They sat in a compound and did well for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I also highlighted as well Yudu Gank before the game started, and here we have them here, 22 points, 8 kills, and just below them as well, 13 points there. Quite a juxtaposition though, 9-point difference between them and Yudu Gank. Either way though, 8 kills, a lot of them coming from Scout with some amazing precision with that AK, but 5 placement points, 13 points for Orange Rock on Vikendi. They're going to be happy with the average, and Synergy below them as well. They made such a good adjustment, didn't they, Froz? They didn't go towards Castle. Well, they did, but they went straight away to the center of that first circle. They all grouped up as 4 inside one compound, and they played it differently this time, and it worked out well. Yeah,
we had a few teams that went center pretty early, and then, I mean, a lot of the teams, they know that the circles isn't like, it's not going to shrink too much. We can spend a circle looting in the blue, get ourselves a little bit more gear before we move in. It's not going to matter too much, and that's what we saw a lot of the teams going for the loot spots and just like disregard the first circle, because we had a pretty decent play going through the middle of the map from southeast to northwest, and the circle was of course very far southwest.
And admittedly in this last fight, if it wasn't for that one nade, I mean Yudu Gank went for the Yudu flank and it was Yudu Dank, but it really didn't work out in the end thanks to that rogue nade that actually got the first knock. It could have been a completely different story if it wasn't for that.
Look, I'll tell you this, it could have been a completely story with Young Lad's nade before he went out. He was like, I'm not going to go out without a bang. So he threw a nade just before he went out to the blue zone. We saw that he didn't have any heals left, of course. But that nade almost got a little bit on Jigsaw Cells. But Tanky, he was on his feet straight away when he heard the nades bounce and moved away from it.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the damage coming up there from GXR Celts, and it wasn't exactly the highest, 600 damage done. And to be fair with them, it was more about the solid rotations that they had. And as I said before we got into this, I was watching GXR's rotations. They made a very big risk early on. As we saw, the first circle was towards the southern part of Dino Park, and we know that GXR Celts, they have to rotate in from the eastern side and come through Hot Springs. So what did they do? They went all the way down the ridge line towards the eastern side of Milnar, and that is a big risk, typically, because if the circle shifts towards the north, well, if you're rotating out of the ridge line, out the coastal line, you're going to be rotating into teams, and that's what they found. They met Yudu Gank, and then they had to stop. Although they weren't expecting Team Secret to rotate behind them, and then that was kind of what started the affair for them. They got the 4-kill or the 3-kill wipe versus Team Secret. That gave them the confidence going forward. Then they had to wait patiently for that final fight, as you said, with that grenade.
Yeah, we have our 4 players standing out. It's Luxy, Saden, Ted, and it's another smiley picture of Fredo.
I have a prediction. I think I know who's going to be the MVP.
Yeah?
I'm gonna say Saden.
Saden?
Yeah.
Actually, you did quite a bit. Let's turn it.
Right.
Oh. I can see into the future because I don't have my glasses on.
Amazing.
Hey, that's what I said earlier. That's what I was right though.
Yeah, there you go. Saden joining on up. He didn't actually get that many kills, but was able to pump out a lot of damage. And actually, that's kind of been the story of T1 in these finals. A lot of damage, not many conversions.
Yeah, and we saw it earlier on, really, when Bigatron kind of threw the game at that point. We know that Bigatron are the best towards Abbey, the best towards Winery. It's where they drop, and during the regular season as well, it's where they got most of their chicken dinners from that exact same circle. And then we see, I think it was Luxy, saw someone in the shack. He was trying to throw a grenade in, and then T1 from afar sniped down 2 of the players from Bigatron, and that really starts to over T1. It feels like when they get kills early, they're really good at continuing that momentum.
It comes down to the circle itself and the area that we was looking at, but here we got do-to-do moments, and the thing was that the whole area towards the end of the game there, it was just nothing. Basically nothing at all to work with.
Yeah, it was.
And BTR was one of the teams, they had a compound just a little bit east of where the last circle ended. They took that very early on, and they wanted to play there. But I mean, if the circle would have gone towards them instead, just a little bit more east, they would have been racking up kills.
Yeah, I think a team that really suffered from that circle was TSM Entity. They finished actually 13th. They got 2 kills, but only 3 points to show for their efforts on Vikendi. And the reason being is if you're going to drop towards Cosmodrome, if you're TSM, having such a southern circle in a place, as you said, which is barren, open, there were basically no compounds. Well, TSM are rotating into 4 teams, and, well, easily for them to be blown up in 1 car.
It did my heart so good to see the DBS in action. It's actually one of my favorite guns. Even though it has limited uses, it feels so good to shoot. It feels like it has impact.
Well, the thing is, if you have a good AR, for example, let's say you have an M4 with a 6x on. What is going to be your next weapon? A DBS is a good choice, I'd say, for some of the situations.
Usually you see a lot of SMG usage in close range, but DBS for these kind of really close range things can be very nice.
I mean, you're gonna have you're gonna kill people quicker than with a SMG, for example, with that one, when you're really close on. But yeah, towards the end, of course, we saw the Yudu Gang. They had a compound like a little bit towards the center, towards the north side, towards the end there. Very early on, actually. I think they went there kind of circle 2. And same with GXR Cells. They had an early rotation, as you talked about. And they were kind of just sitting there for a very long time. One thing we saw from Yudu Gang was that they had a 3-1 split where they had 3 guys in the compound. One was holding outside on the north side, making sure that if someone would breach the compound, they would also have they would have sights on the north side, making sure that, okay, we can shoot people that is outside the wall as well.
Let's take a look at the total damage for this game, as we have, actually,
very sad.
Not that much.
That's ultra low in terms of numbers.
No one over 1.5k.
Well, I mean, I think it comes down to that we saw a lot of people going down straight away. A lot of people dying in rotations.
Very few pickups.
Very few people that actually got knocked and then healed up, revived, healed up, and kept on going. And because of that, it's going to be very low damage counts here.
Yeah, you make a really good point there, Froz. I mean, speaking of early picks, I mean, GXR Celts, 700 damage, 5 kills, but they actually were one of the first teams to lose a player. Let's not forget, I mentioned the rotation from from Milner, the coastline, up towards where Yudu Gang were, that's where Luxy had that shot with the sniper, took out Ultron, and I think that's why their damage was low. They were 3-man squad. They had to play it more passive.
All right, let's take a look at the points then across the board here for our 16 teams as we have up towards the top. The difference is as RRQ Athena will now leapfrog into that second place spot. T1 moves up into 7th place. Not huge moves up towards the top here, but the gap between the top 3 and say that 4th place spot is slowly diminishing. So good to see.
Yeah, I mean, most of the points was soaked up towards the bottom part of the leaderboard. We don't even see them here with Jigsaw, Celts, and Yudu Gang, for example. But of course, you have T1, for example, grab himself a few points with that 3rd place and 2 kills on top of that. But once again, T1 not getting the kill count that is needed.
Yeah. What's crazy is, well, RRQ are now in 2nd, and they only got 5 points that game, and that's because Box Gaming had 3 points themselves. So both teams having a mare, just actually RRQ managed to get those extra 2 kills.
Having a mare, that's very British. We got 11th place GXR Celts moving on up. A big jump for them after getting themselves the 25 points here for us.
Yudu Gang, as you can see on 15th place, they only got themselves 30 kills so far. 8 of those came from this previous game here. That means that they've been very low on the kill count throughout the finals so far, and this is not the Yudu Gang we want to see. We know that they can have these high spikes. They're a hit or miss team, but so far in finals they've been a miss, so sadly.
I would like to see them try and have Vikendi as their back pocket pick, though. I feel like on Erangel they do have some decent games, but it seems like the consistency isn't there. As you mentioned, to the later game with the rotations, they seem to struggle. Although on a map like Vikendi, we only have 1 more of them. Potentially they can try and get above that 9th spot to get more prize money, because, you know, we're over halfway now. Are they going to be world beaters by the end of the next few days? I don't think so.
Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 4 more games today, and we're getting into Erangel in a moment. Miramar, Sanhok, and then Erangel here to finish out our penultimate day of the grand finals for us.
Yes, back on Erangel. This is what we get excited about, especially when we come out from Vikendi. Back to the green...
grassy pastures.
Yes, thank you. That's the one. That's the one. Always the same one.
The tundra,
But the whole thing with the Erangel is that everyone knows the map best. This is where we know that basically, even if we have some teams that does a lot better on Erangel, this is kind of the map where everyone has a really high chance to do something good on.
And of course, you have a high chance to be doing something good at home too. If you spread the word and get everybody tuned in and good to go, get all the pets on the way here. Squawky the Parrot too. We got 1 million viewers. We need to hit 6 crates to everybody here playing PUBG Mobile. Exciting stuff. But now we are heading to our commentators. Let's head to the Righteous Priest and Disco Dad. It's Xander and John.
Got to get those dance moves in. Hey, I'm Disco Dad. You're Righteous Priest. There we go. There we go. I love it. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And of course, as he said, make sure you get Squawky the Parrot, get Barky the Dog, Meowie the Cat. What have we got? Growly the Bear, Rory the Lion. Everyone involved. Everyone involved.
Absolutely everyone. It's going to be like one of those games of memory where we have to repeat what all the pets that's been said. So now it has to go back to the desk, and they're going to have to talk about
grandma went to
Rory the
market,
My grandma went to, and she saw Rory the Lion, Squawky the Parrot, Meowie the Cat, and Barky the Dog.
We'll have to add one every game from now on and see if we can get the whole thing at the end of it. We'll do that. Northern playing to start off, Stalbert down towards the bottom of Sosnovka. A clean split here.
Clean split indeed, so no one's really favoured this time, whereas I would say that Team IND and Megastar had a really good shout into last Erangel, just because they both got down to Sosnovka military base very, very easily with the plain path, and then they had like pretty much a very good decision whether they wanted to go over the eastern bridge or the western bridge and get into their circle. But there is kind of like a gentleman's agreement now between Team IND, between Megastars, that IND will take the west bridge, Megastars will take the east.
I mean, it's rotation paths. It's learned behavior, really, Blank, because obviously if you try and go for the other one, you're going to get shot down. You level up, though, they are changing up from North George. I've spoken about them before, how they do change between North George and towards Ferry Pier and Primorsk. Feral Pier. I mean, to be fair, with all the animals we're talking about,
it
might well get that way, you know. Certainly could be dangerous, and to survive on this sort of an island, you do need a little bit of wild blood in you, you know. So you level up, they're going to be dropping down towards Ferry Pier. They could be guarding that western bridge if Team IND make that move, but Box, they've sent an outpost in Louis to spot it out.
Usually they send Louis this way pretty often now, down towards where you level up drop, and I'm pretty sure they just drop him out to scout out where you level up are dropping towards Ferry Pier, so now they are aware where they can rotate to and from. Now, I said about this on our last Erangel game, so we don't get too many Saverni finishes, and with the circle going so much towards the north, Pempsis gives Udugang a little bit of a respite, let's say. They're heading towards the hot springs here on Erangel. But the thing is that hopefully it goes a little bit more north for them so they don't have to worry about going down to the south, because we saw how well they actually did do considering when they didn't have to move too much. But at the moment, all these other teams, they'll be moving in towards shooting range, and what we usually have is something similar that we saw on Vikendi if we do head up towards north, a massive cluster of players towards these smaller compounds roundabouts the forest just outside of shooting range. But right now, most teams in their secured spots, John.
Just getting that loot on board. It's still very early doors. The only team that likes to rotate sort of this early is probably Synergy. And they're chilling out on the eastern side here, Blank near Povka, and branching out all the way up to Mansion as well. So actually in prison as well. So they are as well really split looting. But obviously they have that area pretty much themselves.
Pretty much, and I think the only other team that they have to worry about too much is T1, who tend to make their way up towards Kameshki side, just rotate underneath Stalba. That's their typical rotation. Synergy most likely will be long gone by that moment. With this particular circle, they head straight across Yasnaya Bridge to the middle, just underneath where Udugang are currently holding. But these past couple of games, Synergy have been keeping it fairly chilled out, honestly. Not really doing anything too drastic, just trying to, get each hand onto one of a rung of the ladder and pull themselves up slowly, one step at a time.
Unfortunately, you do need your legs as well, really. I mean, it's very tiring on the upper body. If you want to get up there, you really want to put the feet on those rungs as well.
Goes bouldering once. He thinks he knows everything about climbing.
I've been climbing plenty of times.
Good comeback.
So what you've just said was wrong. Thank you very much. Oh dear, Scout, that's not going to be too good for the health. Knocked on his own, on his scent, on the northern shore of the river, just out to the west of Orange Rock's normal loot spot in Sunken City.
What TSM entity fighting?
They're not.
Why is Clutch God edging around Nova? It's like, oh, I know you're here. It's just Baron.
Maybe he's trying to, maybe he's looking at the map. Maybe he's, figuring out what sort of strategies they want to employ moving forwards. Obviously, they're playing the west side of the circle. They know they're not really going to be competed at for behind. They will have known as well that you level up on in North George because they actually covered that whole rotate out from the plane path.
I'd need to discuss more with some of Orange Rock's analysts or coaches just about this drop spot that they do towards Waterset Town, right? Because they have the forward scout on the north side. A lot of times they take damage just crossing that bridge really early on, and sometimes they even lose a player. It just feels questionable at times.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well for them.
No. Because I was fully on board with it, towards... I love that. I love that skin that Gil has.
It's pretty good.
The Nemo skin. It's the best one. He's looking for a compound just like Nemo was looking for his dad.
Oh, dear. Well, it was the other way around.
Yeah, but Nemo was definitely also looking for his father.
Well, yeah.
But his dad was more, vigilant, I would say.
Probably. He's an older fish. He's got lots of experience under his belt. That's why we bring Froz, the resident analyst.
The old men on desk.
Exactly. You've got to get some, age before beauty and all that.
Which I don't have beauty or age yet.
Keep telling yourself that.
Okay. Why?
Maybe you'll believe that it's true one day, despite everyone else telling you otherwise.
Oh. Why would you say such?
Because you're really old.
Why would you say this to me?
Oh dear.
I'm only 23.
Yeah, that's all right. Maybe one day you'll be older.
Actually, next month.
I think actually right now you're older than you were just then.
Yes, you are older than you are now.
What is going on? Good.
It's like
delving into quantum physics.
That's my least favorite phrase of all time. I read it one time. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh dear.
It affected me badly.
It's a slow burner.
Yeah, it is a slow burner.
Udugang have made their way south from Saverni. They have control of quite a lot of the area on the northern shore. They'll be watching for those crossings. Orange Rock, they've left their outpost on the northern side, and I think, you know, this is why they go for this scout position, to allow them this late circle. But how many times has it paid off, really? I mean, this is one of the very few instances where it could be useful.
Yeah, I think, for instance, RRQ, if you play Pachinki, you have Church to play around, you have some decent rotations going out. T1, Mill to Power, they play around there. You can play around the ridge side as you come off to the west side. So I think there's advantages that dropping in a POI that actually affords you, right? Because you get these little interesting factors that are thrown your way, which you can take advantage of, which you can use to your benefit. But whereas this one, the drop that Orange Rock currently have, it requires you to do a lot of management of your own team towards the early part of the game, throwing someone towards the north, do some scouting, pull someone back, and if two of your players get caught off early towards the south side, it's very unlikely you can get Marvi or Scout back in time to support. I think it's just tricky. I think it's very tricky, and it's admirable that they would play that, but again, very, very tricky.
Thank the gods, TSM Entity have learned their lesson. 4 separate vehicles blank. Best case scenario on this rotate. Nicely done, nicely changed. Obviously they felt...
They're like, this is not going well, boys. Let's just get some more vehicles.
Yeah, it's almost like someone suggested that every single time it's happened, you know?
It was John Allen.
It was actually me every single time. TSM Entity, though, they've moved into the Yudu Gank territory on the north side. They've swung around the back, and they will now be able to guard out on that edge. Yudu will be aware of their presence. They're currently below that ridge line. They'll hear the vehicles moving past, and in fact, TSM Entity might even move a little bit further through here. And Reject Scarlet hold the garage on the opposite side of that bridge towards Yasnaya.
Synergy haven't moved at all, though, John. From Lipovka, they've really kept it chilled out. I mean, usually we're used to this team just rotating super duper fast. But today they're just thawing themselves out of this one, but I'm okay with it. It's affording them a lot more time to think about how they want to play things. They seem to be getting a few kills here and there. Let's see how it works here on Erangel, though, where they have been typically the fastest team to rotate. T1 now just coming out of Milta Power. GXR Celts actually made their way out from Milta very, very early. Next shift comes through off to the west side, is in the middle. Orange Rock will claim Watertown for themselves now, so at least the position here will give them that. But they should regroup, I would say, fairly soon. They've got Marvi on the north, and you can see him actually already making the move. So good job, guys.
Nicely done, Orange Rock. Synergy, though, is the team that I'm really worried about on this rotation, and actually T1 might run straight into them, slap bang through their territory. But they're going to have to move all the way west, and that clump of players, I mean, we talk about it, even on drops, there's a clump of players around Rozhok, but when circles shrink like this, that just gets exacerbated, Blank, so much.
We're very far into the game already, John, and 64 alive, 16 teams up. There surely has to be action coming our way soon.
Well, I think it might just be right now, Blank. We've got RRQ hidden in the warehouse, Box Gaming taking some shots, but it's QMAO to go down first in this fight. RRQ and you level up. Beer takes a few pots, but will take the majority of the damage. Ooh. A nice nade onto Beer will find the knock, and nades continue to be thrown.
That's a nice nade.
D2E on the off angle, spots Winter, gets damage, but nothing quite found just yet in terms of the knocks. Winter sent back towards the building to hold down the angles. Horshuan currently across the road, all the way on the other side, so you level up can't go for this full aggression when they know D2E's on the off.
RRQ pretty much fully healed up here, so almost an immediate regroup and a rehabilitation on the health bar. So nice job there. You level up will have to cower back in their compounds respectively. Chashin is towards the front side, but Huashuan's all the way towards the back. RRQ just trying to hold them out.
Nice.
Bear 11 down. Very nice nade from QMAO from the window.
This is the thing, they know they're locked into this warehouse, Blank. They can just keep throwing those nades in. I mean, obviously they do have limited amounts of nades, but the pressure is so much greater for you level up if they just hold this down and don't go for this push. There's no point in taking that risk.
No. Ooh, Beer 11 takes a little bit of a shot there from Winter. Doesn't quite go down yet, and is crawling back to his teammates, requesting that heal. You can see Orange Rock in the distance there, just having a few eyes onto this fight, not doing anything as of yet.
Smoke blooms on the doorway, so RRQ's sightline's limited now, but in fact, they might be looking to try and push closer to those houses and push onto U Level Up's position. D2E zoned away a little bit by that Molotov, takes a tick of damage, and Orange Rock actually all the way out on the hillsides, the ridgelines in Headshot Valley, Blank, can now spot out this location. D2E is all the less safe for it.
Yeah, it's a really long shot from Marvi as well, so you got to give props to him. Here's GXR Celts, a tanky down. Rest of GXR Celts just rolling around on the ridge side. Smokes go up, deny those sight lines. Slayer sends a bullet whistling through the wind, but it doesn't find anything as of yet.
This open ground here, Blank, Headshot Valley, the only place where it's always appropriate to call it. There's very little tree cover, it's all terrain cover. If you poke your head up, bang, head's coming off.
Cool. You're really trying to sell Headshot Valley, aren't you?
Yeah, Froz is very angry at me for it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Just let it naturally become what it is.
He's very upset, and I don't even know why. You know, it is Headshot Valley. What can I say?
He said it's stupid.
No, why would you call a location on the map stupid? No, it's called Headshot Valley, not stupid. Oh dear.
You guys, I'm putting a stop to this. I will exercise both of you in a second.
Oh, he's going to be chucking one of those HEs over this way in a minute, I think. But
yeah, I don't want to be on your team.
GXR Celts, they've moved into Sunken City, and if there's one thing we know about that, it's Orange Rock stake their claim. The circle does shrink again towards them, so Orange Rock might actually have the best of it here.
Yeah, nice shrink here for Orange Rock, but it still remains that bridge side, and the small little island between the rivers is still in play. So it makes for an awkward ending here with teams wanting to play around the bank of the river towards underneath the bridge. We know RRQ's held that position before. RRQ just trying to get away from U Level Up at the moment. They know that warehouse isn't too grave a spot, so they've moved towards the north, but that is towards that massive clump of teams that I keep talking about. Rozhok area, they've got Valus the Murder, King of Gamers, Synergy have moved across, and obviously Udu Gang come down from Severny. That's a knock coming through from Clutch God. Viru goes down as TS Immensity have just been allowed to cross the bridge. Scout now only just reacting to it, but I think it's already too late.
Oh dear, doesn't manage to take the knock onto Jonathan, and that means that TSM Entity in 4 separate vehicles make the cross, and they hit the northern side of Sunken City with Viru down. They don't have that outpost there. They don't have that control. All they can do is hope that he can survive.
You just wonder who was watching that, because TSM Entity made an instantaneous push there, and I mean, there was fire on the wheels as they flew on past and made their way in after the instant knock. And what we do want to see here is TSM Entity not almost tunnel vision onto this fight. I think a lot of times we've seen TSM Entity get a knock, and then suddenly that is the only thing that exists in the world, is the fight between them and the current team they're facing. And I've seen them get third party before, and we even saw it yesterday versus Valus the Murder and Orange Rock at the same time, just flying past, just trying to make weird movements and getting punished for it.
And you've got to remember, GXR Celts, they're still in this on the south side of Sunken City. Take that for some alliteration. GXR Celts, they have 2 players left, but they've got a building to themselves. Just a little bit further out on the southwestern side, Orange Rock will try and fall back to this southeastern edge and actually more central in the circle. So if they do have to leave, they'll have that first option to do so.
Yeah. I mean, here, though, we're looking back on the fight on our screen. Yes, there's a bit of a deadlock between Orange Rock and TSM Entity. But, as you say, although GXR Celts down a few players, 2 to be precise, in a Tanky and MJ, Ultron and Rocks can have a decent chance at a third party. But it's Reject Scarlet coming up against T1 on the eastern side. Sarah goes for the first spray, Saden goes down. That MVP from last game already out.
Missar has been knocked as well. Saden very close to being flushed here. Lufa up the ridgeline just a little bit. Youngjun playing that backstop as ZZP gets knocked as well. Nate on through. Duello will need to make the run for the blue zone, but Youngjun has no way that he can refrag here. Nicely found. Flush onto ZZP. There it goes. Sarah able to pick up that point, but Youngjun waiting in the wings now.
And a wave of nausea just hits all of these teams. It's a sickening circle towards the north side of the map. TSM Entity going to be pretty happy with what they've got so far. Udu Gang, they'll also be able to move off to the west side, but Christ alive, there's really not a lot of places you can play in this circle. RRQ have immediately tried to move in. They've stumbled upon GXR Celts building itself, so we'll see how this goes down, because Water City is really the main main place that you can actually play at the moment. And I'd be almost surprised if we saw a circle shift onto the middle island. RQ, I believe, taking a single knock there. It's 420 OP onto G9.
Opposing buildings now as GXR Celts are going to have to compete for their spot. Finally, RRQ trying to push on through. Ernie does get taken down, and Ultron not traded off by Beer just yet. Nade being cooked right now, but the push across the way does come through. Not quite in through the window just yet. Ernie inside the building will be able to sneak his way back up the stairs and maybe to a little bit of safety. D2E watching from those windows.
What a gross circle this is pushing all these teams together. The southeastern side of the map is just unbelievable. I wish you could see it on your screens because it's just all these teams just together, and it's just a mix-mash of color on the screen as they just all try and make their way across. It's like a kid's paint palette at the moment.
Well, we talk about, as I highlighted before, that cluster of teams around the Rozhok area. And with the exacerbation coming through and now the circles moving away from that urban environment, it is going to be chaos, Blank.
Bigatron, though, have escaped the chaos. You can see them just snaking their way on the northern side of the map. This is a huge rotation they've made round the side of Mount Everest already. So they're feeling very happy about themselves, and they're kind of praying for this northern shift on the circle. King of Gamers, currently a fight between them and Yudu Gang. Synergy is caught up in a tangled mess between them, Box Gaming and Valus the Murder, but it's Reject Scarlet and Orange Rock that we got on the screen. Marpy goes extremely low, ducks behind the wall and survives.
Just about gets away with it, but in we go to the fight with Valus the Murder, Box Gaming, Synergy as well. Unfortunately, Aquaman himself has gone down. That's Ted, as it is a very heavily water-focused final circle. That might be unlucky for them, but they are still in with a shout. Both Strider and Sevi still up and kicking. Break the lost player standing for Box Gaming. Valus the Murder just over the hill. Not quite the monster that you'd expect here, as Goddard is the last player up for them, but Joan is getting rezzed.
Strider goes down to a very nice little nade there from Break. Austin out in the blue will die. Just Sevi alive, I believe, but that's him down. And the aquatic magic does not come in to save them as they were very, very far away from the water. Valus the Murder survive. Breaks very much on the edge of the circle, trying to make his way. And here's a big crash from you, level up onto Reject Scarlet. And it's an instant death for Sarah.
Yeah, Winter does get knocked in the process, but that was to himself getting out a little bit too early of the vehicle. They have the ridgeline, they have that base of operations. They need to be careful a little bit to their west from Team IND, but they should be okay to get this res off.
Next circle comes through, loads down onto Watertown itself. As I was mentioned before, I was very surprised if it did hit onto that northern little island, and now Bigatron will have to move down over the bridge side, but on a stream, it is Break versus Valus the Murder. Will he get that first aid off? No, Break goes down so close, and it's Martin trying to provide support from his team, and from afar actually hits Soup. That's King of Gamers out. Martin is just ridiculous.
2 players now for King of Gamers remaining, with Soup falling down low. There's Concept and Braga to try and pick up the pieces for them. They're on the northern side of the road, one of the only teams to be there. You got Yudu Gang waiting all the way back in the northern side there, and Bigatron across on the other side of the water. Some difficult angles to be playing with here.
Really nice little sniper coming out from Bigatron onto Megastars, which will buy Bigatron a little bit of time to make that crossing into the circle itself. Rita Scarlet, that's Urally going down now. Orange Rock seem to be cementing their position on the southeastern side. It's another team to rock up. You level up. Orange Rock have been fighting for absolutely ages for this position.
Let's hope that their cement is quick drying here, Blank, because they are going to need it after having left the waterlogged sunken city. They are just going to change things up yet again, head back into familiar territory, give ground to you level up. They know they're only 3 players.
Well, they can move further in, which is not a bad thing for them at all, because now you level up, they're right on the edge. TSM Entity take a knock onto Neo. You can see Jonathan's fairly low too. That's Arm Joan going down. Orange Rock are having a fantastic time here, and this is the place they know like the back of their hand. It is a bit easier for them to navigate.
It is certainly a chaotic area, Blank, with all the walkways, with all the difficulties, the finicky jumps that you need to be able to pull off in Sunken City. Having that familiarity should be a massive benefit for them.
Viru is one of the players that went down very early on, so they are only with 3 players. TSM Entity, despite taking a couple of knocks, they still have 4 alive. Clutch God being that off-angle member for his team, which means that TSM Entity is a little bit more solid when it comes to their main location with 3 players. So sorry, just 2 players. They also got Clutch God on the side. with Z-God. Here's a missile moving over the top. Actually finds Slayer. That's cheeky.
Oh, he's looking for another. Oh, not quite able to find it. Snacks eliminates T1. Missile last to fall, but taking that knock is going to make it a little bit slower for them to leave. They are in this circle, of course, so they can chill out and get that res, but You Do Gank now starting to take the fight, and it's everybody bearing straight on down. Valdez the Murder want a piece of the pie, but they're shut out by Orange Rock. It's not going to help You Do Gank any, though. They've already taken the punishment.
You peek out for just a second, and there's about 7 people with all their angry glares upon you. You drop out for a knock, you're going to get knocked back almost immediately. Drax is down, Fredo knee-deep in water. Martin just trying to poke out a little bit. Martin has been on fire today, by the way, John. Just want to mention that.
Nicely found. I mean, he's such a star player for Valdez the Murder, having such an impact, and it's coming into bear here. Drax goes down to a nice bouncer of an aid there from Jonathan. Looks for the spray over towards Valdez the Murder as well. The circle, blank. It's a Sunken City finish.
Oh dear me, what a massive shift off the northeast. This might provide just a little bit of an opening here for Bigatron to make their way through, with most of the teams within Sunken City looking down towards the southwest, because who would expect a team to be coming over from the northern side? That's such a long push. I don't think anyone's looking their way currently other than one of the players from TSM Entity.
With the number of players that are all so close together, they're more worried about those close angles as well, right? Like, no one's looking out there. They should be aware of Bigatron's position right now because they're taking shots, but the ability for them to cover that rotate is just basically non-existent.
Moving with RQ Athena catching up to Bigatron Red Aliens now. Bigatron with 193 points, RQ with 174. Both teams are still within the circle with precarious positions on the map. RQ are definitely hoping that Bigatron go out a little bit earlier, especially with that weird position they're trying to play from. They are dancing with death at the moment.
Team Secret moving in from the west, so are the Megastars as well. You level up, taking the fight with Valdez, but okay, the crash is going well right now. Team Secret managed to get their way in, their toe in the circle. Megastars not so lucky there, as Encore has been taken down. RRQ hold their corner of Sunken City.
There will be one more team heading their way, though. It's Team IND. You can see them just off in the distance here. Only one compound across, but so many teams held in this singular area. No team can make an official push against one another. It's all gun skill here, purely because trying to cross the waters is almost impossible. And any movement you have to do, you have to focus very hard on that. And if you're focusing very hard on movement, you cannot focus on the other teams in the circle.
It's such a tricky area to play around, and I was talking about it earlier, the familiarity for Orange Rock should be there. They should be able to use that to their advantage, but with such a chaotic, close-fought circle, it's so hard to make that come through.
See, Bigatron have just about made their way onto the bank side underneath the river. Team Secret doing the Team Secret classic, which is surviving in the water. We saw Mad Toy do this very, very early on into the tournament when they started to make their comeback. iShot's just healing within the buggy, vehicle, yes. Zuxi swimming through the water at the moment.
Trying to scout it out, trying to scout out that position. They're aware that it might be there. There's actually a loot crate that they could go for as well. If he is careful, you level up, taking the fight with Team IND, fighting the south side here. Nades being thrown in, and that's something we haven't really talked about. The application of nades here is going to be so deadly.
Yeah, massively so. Ernie just took a knock from them. The circle heads all the way down to the south, so although Bigatron has been fighting very, very hard, and they found a really good position which they play from quite often just on the dock side, they will now have to move down to the south through all these teams. It's going to be nigh and impossible.
Very, very tricky. I mean, they lost Micro Boy on the bridge crossing earlier to TSM Entity. And now they're down to 3, but we've seen what they can do. They are top of the tables for a reason. They're reigning champions for a reason.
They will have to just clear teams as they go. That's the only way they can do it. And already, Zuxi hits a huge nade on the Z-God, which means they can start to push up. Jonathan has a read on this position, but he has to watch 2 angles at the same time. Luxi comes out of the water, and they're just going to try and swing past this loot crate. It is the 2 twins.
My thought is, what does Team Secret do? I think they've managed to get to the shoreline now. It's iShots has managed to make his way after healing out on the buggy. Bigatron make their leap. They're over the wall. Zuxi first in, goes down to TSM Entity Jonathan there, able to get his twin brother as well. 2 for 1. Now it's just Ryzen behind the wall. There's no way they're going to be able to back this up. And there's Clutchgod just in to pick up the pieces. Oh, they're pushing close. They want to finish it off. Looks for the spray to the player under the stairs, but Ryzen's already swimming. They should be able to spot this one out. But the question is someone else going to third party this fight?
But TSM Entity, they also have to move. They have to get going, so they cannot spend too much time on this between them and Ryzen. And as you can tell, John, they're also getting shut out by other teams. As you mentioned, that third party coming through, RRQ do have some of the circle here, and they're remaining strong with their 3 players. Team IND will have to move. That is Team Secret going out as Yuhai is removed from the game.
Finally being eliminated. Orange Rock to find it. Ryzen on the sidelines has to duck back into the blue, and it's Jonathan to get the final kill on Bigatron. Red Aliens eliminated 8th place.
Insane sprays coming out from this guy. Just that is the Jonathan that we know and love. He is so incredible at this game. Just perfectly pits off both Zuxi and Luxi whilst they're in full evasive mode, might I add.
Nicely done, nicely found. You Level Up continuing to duel out with You Level Up. Sorry, Valdus the Murder as well. Finally, Yudu Gank do go down. It's these little dribs and drabs that are getting picked up at this stage. Huoshuan, last player for You Level Up, taking a couple of shots, but staying alive for now.
Bigatron hadn't taken too much damage towards the beginning of the game, so TSM Entity should have got a nice little resupply from them in terms of grenades. We know how much Bigatron puts stock on those grenades, so they should be holding a few. And now TSM Entity have pretty much secured a very nice little bit of high ground with a little bit of tech from the door opening. Climb onto that, climb onto the roof afterwards. You can do that at home if you want.
They have a great vantage point here, Blank, as well. They have vision over the whole of the battlefield in front of them, and they can move forward off it. They can use that to their advantage. In they go, into the building. They opt for the ground floor here, not into RRQ's building just yet.
They fill it with smoke. Make sure they can make their way in first, even just in case there's another team there. But now they're coming up to RRQ. RRQ will certainly hear the sodden footsteps outside. The question is, how well can they hold them off?
The slowdown might prove crucial here. Team IND, they want to dismount Orange Rock, who've been so stalwart. Marvi takes a lot of damage. Has a first aid kit, so we'll be okay for now. Instead, goes to the wall with Valdus the Murder, who are coming in from the other side. Blank. It's Goddard to move forwards, and it's Scout who goes down on the ground floor. Traded 1-for-1 to Huoshuan still, and having an entry into the fight. And TSM Entity are guarding this rotation. RRQ start to chime in, and it's all popping off. Every single team's getting involved here, Blank. All 6 of them want a piece of it.
If they can start to just tear at the foundation of TSM Entity as they take their own fights, RRQ is very happy to do that. Z-God already down, not able to be brought back up as of yet, and D2E will flush him out. 420 OP will have to start playing a little bit of parkour here. Ernie passes around the corner, another brilliant spray. Clutch God's down as well. RRQ might just have done enough here to hold onto this compound, and now it's down to the big boy. It's Jonathan.
2 players down for TSM Entity. 2 players remain. Jonathan and Neo on the outside. Chance there on the off. You can see Team IND moving in towards Orange Rock. Marvi goes down. Trance holding down the balcony, and they are going to continue to push through. It's TSM Entity moving in now. Jonathan gets the first shot. Will be able to take it down. Clutch God getting flushed out by the nade from RRQ as the rest of RRQ crawl up the stairs to their remaining player, Ernie.
But they have absolutely no meds, no utility online. Jonathan survives with his teammate Neo. Orange Rock just creeping around. What a fantastic ending this is. We had the water ending yesterday, and we've had another one here.
This is 9th circle, and there are 6 teams alive. This is absolutely insane. Such close quarters. TSM Entity get bitten first, but it's bitten straight back from the off on Valdus the Murder. Orange Rock now pushing in from the top floor. They have the higher ground. They haven't got all their players up, but Valdus the Murder have managed to get all the way up to the roof. They've changed it around. They've given the old slip as RRQ eliminated down in 6th place. Orange Rock will take a knock as well. Valdus the Murder traded off as Gil comes in big, taking out Martin.
The Hounds here sinking teeth into one another as it all just pops off in a moment. Jonathan making his way. RRQ went down in that. You level up. Huoshuan has made his way to the roof. I don't think anyone else can find a way up there. So this might be a fantastic way to end the game. Huoshuan, the pigeon on the top side.
Goodness me, he's got the eaves under his control. No one can really push up as well. They can't make it to this opposing roof. The question is, how much meds does he have? Will he be able to outlast this?
IND Trans there down below. And yeah, exactly. I think this might come down to a war of attrition towards the end, although everyone has been snarling at one another. You think that the patient...
Here comes Trance. Gil. Oh, he holds the stairs.
think that the patient, the peaceful member Huoshuan towards the top of the building might come out on top. Oh, no. But it's Jonathan. Take a knock from Valence the Murder here. Neo is trying to take down Goddard, but it's not working out. Scout comes out from nowhere, and that's TSM Entity eliminated.
Oh, Goddard trades it. Goes very low to the blue. Will get eliminated. And now it's just 2 teams. You level up. They had 1 player, and there were like 9 teams remaining. And now it's just Huoshuan on the top side. Gil is standing. Who has more meds?
I think there's a possibility that Gil might just be able to jump onto the top side, but he has to move now if he's to do it. And now Huoshuan begins the med up right now. Gil's actually started surviving the blue first. Huoshuan just goes down.
Okay, Gil wasn't even in the blue there, and it is Orange Rock. No wonder, Blank. It was a Sunken City finish. They started it there, they will end it there. They finish it out. Beautiful survivability, holding down those buildings like pros.
They got their boots a little bit wet, but it didn't matter too much to them because they're used to it. It's absolutely fine. They brought wellies, mate. It was easy peasy. Orange Rock, though, to find a win. Well played to them. I mentioned at the beginning of the game, it was a little bit weird drop for them, but it worked out at the end.
Goodness me, well, time and tide wait for no man, but Orange Rock weather the storm, staying safe in Sunken City. Let's go over to the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Orange Rock with a big win here. It did come down to the wire, though, as a lot of teams heavily alive in these last circles. And when we come to these kind of urban endings, even though it's a sunken urban ending, we still see everybody trying to fight claw and nail to try and get themselves a decent spot. Alex Froz joining me here. Alex, that was an impressive finish.
Yeah, war of attrition there at the end. I mean, in the last game, it was a barren ending, and here we had too many compounds to even count. And yeah, Orange Rock, Sunken City, it's their drop location. They know it like the back of their hand, and they showed that.
Frost.
It was a very weird ending, I gotta say. The circle itself, I was expecting it to go north side. When we saw that, okay, well, it's kind of centered up with the river in the center, but then we saw also some power moves from some of the teams, but it all ended up in Watertown. And remember when I said in Circle 1, I wouldn't want to be in Watertown?
Yeah?
I would want to be there in Circle 1.
Yeah, okay. we were discussing that. We were always assuming it was going to eventually shift away. But anyway, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. As we have 27 points going to Orange Rock. Valdez, the murder, absolutely murdered the lobby with those 12 kills, and TSM Entity 18 points to their way.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted it there. Valdez the Murder, 12 kills, and I believe the reason for that must have been the fact that they controlled the eastern side of the rotations, taking down Box Gaming, Synergy as well. And of course, TSM Entity, 10 kills, 18 points, most of it coming from Jonathan.
It was quite nice to see, actually, the aggressiveness we saw from TSM Entity. You could see clearly towards the end of the game when they got the knocks on Bigatron.
Yep.
Straight away, they rushed out from the building there, trying to find Ryzen, trying to capitalize on that moment.
And here's our 9th through 16th as well. Not too many points coming in from Bigatron Red Aliens, only the 5, even though they went on an adventure, Frost.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was one of those game-winning moves, right? Because if the circle would have gone towards the north, they basically had the control from everything from the bridge from Sunken City and everything north of that. And that would have been the whole circle.
So unfortunate to see they rotated below Ruins. They came all the way around Everest, and they came down just on the western island. And as you guys said, I was expecting the same. I thought the circle was going to shift towards the north. I thought Bigatron were going to get that huge payoff. But actually, just as the circle went into phase 3 or 4, Clutch God saw Bigatron coming from the island. He then regrouped with TSM in Sunken City. And I think that's what kind of, well, what's the best way to describe this? Maybe caught Bigatron off guard. They had this huge flank, but they got spotted, and then obviously Jonathan was ready for it, right? The boat pulled up and Jonathan just sprayed down 3 of them. They were expecting it.
Well, it's always risky to try and swim the way from that kind of bridge area to get in. I understand why they were doing it, because there is the cover of the shoreline, but difficult. Let's take a look now, of course, as well. Moving on forwards to our cards. We have Martin, we have Goddard, we have Jonathan, and Jill. Show it up here.
Jonathan or Gil? Read the future?
Jonathan or Gil? I'm going to say Jonathan.
It's going to be Martin.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Are you cheating?
No, of course I'm not cheating.
I think you're cheating.
No, I'm not cheating. Look at this. Look at this.
Click your finger. Go on.
No.
He's cheating. He's cheating.
Wow.
100% cheating.
What do you mean cheating?
Because I see what you have on your tablet.
What do I have on my tablet?
I'm going to have a look.
He's called your bluff.
Score from the last game.
Did you click on the last tabs? The other tabs?
Of course I didn't.
I mean, admittedly, Valdus murdered
you. I was watching the game.
Okay, all right. That's cheating. It's 970 points of damage here. Jonathan, though, 888.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan played a very good spoiler role as well. Yeah. Again, if we look back on the situation with Bigatron, how he was sitting on the rooftop, not exposing himself, and we saw how the other teammates of his was drawing the attention. So they thought it was a free cross there because they smoked out the other players. Jonathan just waited patiently and just took out both Luxy and Suxy like nothing.
Yeah, and then for Martin as well, 900 points of damage, but it was really about controlling the eastern side of the circle. As I mentioned just moments ago, taking down Box Gaming and Synergy. He only got 3 kills, but it's the damage he did, which is really important.
Mountain Dew do the do moments here as we see all of these teams try and collapse towards the sunken city that is Atlantis. And it was difficult for a lot of these teams, but so many teams took up residency pretty early, actually.
Yeah, we saw Orange Rock and, of course, Jigsaw Celts actually battling out very, very early on. And then we had TSM Entity joining them in Sunken City. But one thing that stood out to me was that Scout actually went on top of the tower there, just on the south side. Yeah. He was prone on the top. He was trying to stop TSM, but there's one problem with that. He was going up there way too early. The problem with being up there too early is that outside, on the south side, you have a lot of sightlines towards that tower. Once you shoot a bullet, everyone knows that you're up there. Yeah. And you basically need to be going down in the open.
Yep.
I mean, you mentioned the fast rotations. The first rotation that I noted immediately, you can see it here, Jonathan from TSM, that's who I'm going to be talking about. TSM, typically they drop towards South George, and above them is typically you level up. Instead though, you level up, drop towards Primorsk, and in the first minute or so of the game, we actually saw Clutch God get in a vehicle, drive up, cross the road, get in towards North George. They scouted it out, and immediately we saw the other players from TSM regrouping him, and they all rotated in from the northern side and got there first.
And these kind of urban endings, you're seeing a lot of pre-fire here, and this is where pre-fire really comes into its own, trying to kind of sweep out an entire room. You know, for the most part, your opponents are going to be in the room that they've gone into, so pre-firing becomes very important.
Coming down to the last circle at 28 minutes into the game, we still had 18 people alive, and you know how small the last circle is. Even if we have 2 or 3 floors where people can be, you want to pre-fire that to make sure clear that out before you go there yourself, because if you lose out on it could be 0.2 second. You could die because of it. Or you can get the knock because you were pre-firing.
I mean, even in that, as we take a look at the total damage here for this lobby, I think a lot of teams were assessing where the center of the circle is going to be and having a little bit of a difficult time actually doing it. It fell outside near those crates, but figuring that out and how to get to that position can be quite turbulent.
I mean, especially if you're a team coming in late as well, you're going to have a lot of people trying to come in semi-late. They're going to be stuck just outside on the edge of the Sunken City. Then you're coming in late, you're going to get shot by everyone. And this is what we see. Valdus, TSM, and IND, of course, topping off there with Orange Rock.
Yeah, it's actually RRQ who were the first ones to get cornered off in that 9th circle, and you can see it there reflect on the damage, because after you go past RRQ, Team IND, TSM, you know, up in the 1,600, 2,000 as well, 2.3 nearly there for Valdus the Murder. Nearly, what, third of that coming from one player himself, Martin. And you called it, Froz.
Yeah, we see a lot of this damage, of course, coming in with an urban ending like that. People get knocked, but they're behind cover when they get knocked. If you don't have those nades, if you don't have those Molotovs ready, they're gonna get revived. And when they do, they're gonna be back on your feet. You gotta put that pressure straight on.
Overall ranking time then, let's see what's what up towards the top, especially since RRQ Athena is slowly closing the gap between them and Bigatron Red Aliens now, after all three of the teams actually at the top didn't have the easiest of times in this game. It's 198 points for Bigatron Red Aliens, 2 points off the 200 mark of Alex.
Ooh, yeah, maybe they're gonna get that 200 point first, but RRQ Athena, they've had some monstrous games on Miramar, and we're gonna be seeing that very, very shortly, so maybe that's something to note going into the next preface of the analysis. But Orange Rock now in 4th, finally overtaking Megastars.
Yeah, it's good to see that Orange Rock is rocking themselves up here. And of course, with Orange Rock winning this game, that means that we had 3 Indian teams winning here today so far, out of the 3 games. And as I mentioned before, none of the Indian teams have won a game before today. So who's gonna win the next one? That's what I'm excited about. Is it gonna be I&D maybe? I want to see them win their first chicken dinner here.
Yeah, you think so? How about
I&D, I can see that maybe. I think I&D actually played a fairly decent game. They got 7 or so kills. They also basically gate-kept the southern entrance towards the sunken city, so that's where they found their mark. The problem is, though, once they had those 7 kills, as the circle just went slightly out of their range, we saw them trying to cross the water, and it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, definitely so. And that is the rankings here so far. Yudu Gang will push themselves up just a little bit more, but not by much here, as neck and neck with the results that we're seeing here from Team Secret so far. Just a few teams still without a chicken dinner here in the grand finals. And that's that. Froz, what are you thinking?
Only 3 teams not in a 100-point club, but of course, that doesn't matter anymore because we're closing in towards the 200-point clubs. So that's where all the cool kids are.
That's right. That is right. That's where the cool kids are. There's no one there right now. But
not yet. No one's cool enough to be there yet. But they're going to get there soon enough.
VIP entry only, I suppose. But of course, over in PUBG Mobile, loads going on right now here. And if you want to fight for the mythical pan towards the very end, don't worry. Let's take a look at gun games. I must say I have to take issue with the way in which that man was using the VSS, because let's be honest, no one one-taps the VSS. Everyone sprays and hopes for the best with the VSS, and then all the bullets hit, but they do no damage.
Yeah, I think casting PMPL Americas, the only player I could see really wield the VSS was probably Sixless. He was really good at spraying it. Besides that, it's a hard weapon to wield.
Back in the day, 2018 in PUBG Mobile, it was a beast.
It was all about VSS.
It was so much fun. Oh, good times, good times. Gentlemen, I'll be right back as we're taking a stroll down Kyolaris Avenue to Maxman, as well as the man with the red ghillie suit on his face. How are you doing, Imperium?
It's now Binod Eom.
Oh.
And then
really?
It's Binod Man.
Hello.
It's an Indian meme, but it's pretty OP.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's awesome. So it's Binod Imperium.
It's an Indian meme, but it checks out. Is what
it checks out, yeah.
I'm still very new to the meme. I still don't quite get it, but yeah, fun. I'll follow Imperium on that one.
I feel like that's the basis of your duo. Like, he says something and then you don't understand.
Yeah, and I say something and he doesn't get it. Exactly. That's like the entire casting duo right here.
It's called being older and wiser.
Ah, yes, I know this.
You know, Froz will know what I'm talking about.
That's true. He is like 43 years old, I think.
Those tax.
That's right, that's right.
And being in Sweden, that tax is pretty high.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Guys, looking forward to the good next games, Max?
I mean, yeah, it's been really fun to see 3 games won by Hindi teams, and now we've still got 3 more games to go. Like, we got so many Hindi teams actually catching up to the top 3. We might actually have some in the top 3 at the end of today.
All right, well, I'm going to leave you for now and get you back here for the next games. It was a cul-de-sac of Kyolaris Avenue. Now I've got to head back the other way. It's only, you know, there wasn't much more progression that way. Let's take a look at that schedule here. We've got 3 more games coming at you. It's Miramar, Sanhok and Erangel. So plenty of variety to come, and hopefully more action-packed than our Vikendi. I don't know. I'm smashing Vikendi at this point.
I'm smashing Vikendi. That was 2 games ago, man.
I don't care. I want the circles changed.
The problem is with Vikendi, sometimes you have amazing finishes in one compound, it's one squad versus another, trying to breach each other, and then sometimes it can be a barren finish and it's just watching paint dry.
It's just 20 minutes of 4 people being killed eventually.
I'm going to give credit to John and Blank. They did a great cast during it, though.
I guess so, yeah. At home, you can be maybe luckier than our Vikendi games were here, as you can actually spend your points as you're watching in-game and get yourself some nice little rewards. You might get the Psychopath set for the full permanent time. You might just get it for 1 day. Regardless, try your hand when it comes to the lucky draw with those points. Did you get the Psychopath's maths?
I haven't gotten a mask yet.
Didn't you?
I'm saving up the points again.
Oh, right. We're back on banking. I see.
Yes, and tomorrow is the day when we do it again.
Oh, you want me to press it for you?
Yes.
All right, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. The Carlisle's blessing. It's okay. Talk to me about... No. Don't shake your head. Talk to me about Miramar, Alex, coming up.
Well, I mean, coming into Miramar now, we've had some northern side circles, and it feels like for some of these teams typically dropping towards the southern sides, some teams have been fantastic at making those rotations. Orange Rock, RRQ, TSM especially in day 1. Others really, really falling short. And if I'm going to highlight a few of those teams which I want to see step up here, T1, GXR Celts, the kind of teams where I want to see them have better late game rotations, because in that last game, maybe it was the confidence from the win, I'm not sure, but on Erangel in that game 3, they rotated so early from Milter, got caught, lost 2 players immediately, and they were so hemorrhaged going into the rest of the game. That's my thoughts. I want to see better rotations from the lower echelon teams.
Frozzy Wozzy.
I'm going to give you the hard facts instead. We played 2.
I'm trying to be nice here.
We played 2 Miramar games so far in the finals, and it's been won by 1 team, both of them. It's RQ Athena. I'm looking forward to see if they're going to keep on going with this one, but I'm also looking forward to see what TSM Entity is going to do, because they've had really great results. A 3rd place with 3 kills and a 5th place with 5 kills so far during the Miramar games. And coming out from the last game itself, I mean, 4th place with 10 kills. Seems like they're on fire.
All right, well, I'm okay with the Terminators of the lobby winning another game, especially if they get a Northern Circle. They're pretty good with those. Let's see how it goes. Let's head over to the commentators for Miramar here at the PMWL East Finals.
Yes, it's Binod Pyrium with Binod Man back for game 4 of the day, heading over to Miramania.
Oh man, the final's been such an intense party. A party of which, the Indian teams have been a little bit late, I'm not gonna lie, but they've been shown up today. 3 chicken dinners won by teams from India. Got one from Megastars, Galaxy Racer Celts, and also Orange Rock. And it's slowly climbing up so far. We've got a lot of teams currently from India in 4th down to 7th position. They're all teams from India. They might breach the top 3 today.
It's pretty good, but of course a caveat that when you look at Miramar, RQ have looked extremely dominant in this map.
I mean, so far in the finals, they are the kings of Miramar, right? They are the kings of the desert. They got the 2 chicken dinners on this map. And can they remain and hold on to that role for the 3rd Miramar game of the finals? That is the question to be answered. But the playing path is going to be pretty good on this one.
Yes, set straight down the middle, my friend. Going from the north, east down to southwest. It's going to be really accessible for pretty much all of these teams to get to where they want to go, where they usually want to drop. Of course, Phase 1, we know it's the same with most games, most maps. The Phase 1 circle will tell a much bigger picture on how we're going to see these teams rotate from their drop spots.
You know what? I'm going to be hoping that something happens for you, Imperium. Okay?
For me?
For you, Imperium.
Is it good or bad?
A good thing, because we had so many weird circles. Yesterday,
Okay.
the last game of the day was absolutely insane, right? This last game also that ended up on Erangel that got onto Watertown.
Yeah.
And you asked for a Lost Egos finish. Well, we happen to see one today, because I think it's like this is the finals where literally anything can happen.
If anybody can deliver that, it's gonna be Binod. Sorry, you told me not to bring it up too much. I'm not gonna mention too much other than I just had to. But yeah, you're dead right. But although it's not gonna be a Los Higos finish, it could be one of those beautifully juicy island finishes to the east of Impala.
I think the only time I've ever seen an island finish on the right side was on PUBG PC. PUBG Mobile, I think I've never seen one yet. I would love to see that happen. But otherwise, the drop-in locations, they are going to be pretty much set in stone. Most teams got those locations set and ready to go with. But also, I did like the fact that now Valdes, they used to drop with T1, and now they're just consistently holding on to that split where they're actually going to get close to Los Leones, because if you can avoid early on aggression, you're going to do that. The King of Games is going to get close. Concept was the SKS down.
Baby.
On one player of Valdes, there was Arm Joan. Not headshot, but that's been twice that happened to them. It's or Arm Joan or Martin that get shot in the air. So unlucky, guys.
That's not, yeah, but you know what? You kind of love to see it. Just that kind of, I would call that like a trick shot, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those trick shots, but really well executed by King of Gamers.
You know, you had earlier Kaleris saying, oh, you know what? Gun game is open back again. You can play it. I mean, he's definitely going to go play a few rounds of that before he can actually get back on the next game on Sanhok. So you got some time to waste right here. I know he's going to get res back up. Okay, that's fine. No gun game for you. You're fine, Amjad. You're fine.
Well, he'll hope to make it a gun game, but just in an actual game where the gun game is going to matter. That sounds stupid.
My brain go bruh. That was bruh moment right there.
Now, of course, with the Phase 1 circle being so kind of easterly or even kind of somewhat southeasterly, it's going to be a little bit harder for the likes of Box Gaming, UD Gank, TSM and T1 to kind of rotate super safely unless teams around them like Orange Rock, U level up, Team Seeker and BTR rotate relatively early and in towards the center of the circle. And I do want to remind you, Max, the last time we had any kind of southeasterly circle, the game was won by RRQ.
Yeah. Also, that's actually a very good point. Imperium, it did end versus next to Puerto Paraiso, down in the southern side of that section. I think there's something we want to also see some teams rotate into would be actually the coastline on the east and a little bit down south where currently Team ID are localized. Reason why it just facilitates you early on stage. You're not going to get harassed from the water side. Just got to focus yourself on like 180 degrees of land in front of you. But also, it did happen in Vikendi that a few teams like Team Secret, they did that play and it did go up against them quite a bit. So you must be able to respond accordingly if the circle doesn't go in your favor if you play on the coastal line.
It's going to be a nice, easy rotation for Team ID to get onto the high grounds. Either stay where they actually are because they've swept a little bit more towards the southerly part of Los Leones. And Synergy, who we see on our screens right now, they landed in Valdemar as per usual. They're going to have a nice, easy rotation on that coastal line, overlooking the beautiful Sea of Miramar as they make their way into the circle.
Last game, they did have a little bit of trouble in there on their angle, rotating, so hopefully they'll be able to get a little bit.
To be honest, they're a team that do struggle with rotations. Let's be honest, Synergy has lacked in that area.
But their speciality is holding good positions in the center circle, spreading up pretty thinly, but again, a good angle of control on that map. So Synergy, hopefully they'll be able to get himself a decent position very early on to take control down south on the eastern side. T1 San Martin for themselves, as always now, as Valdes is not there, they've got all the loot and all the control for themselves, but Imperium need the 1 million viewers. Get your Barky over here, as Blank would like to say.
Yeah, of course, there's going to be some nice, juicy, free crates available if we manage to hit 1 million peak concurrent viewers on the finals here in the PMWL East. And look, even if we don't reach it, can we also just point out how amazing this PMWL East has been all across the month? The viewership, the support, the fans, the community. It's been absolutely incredible to be a part of, and it's only ever gone up and up and up from day one.
I'm going to do a promise to every single viewer right here, okay? If we get 1 million viewers, I'll give every single viewer 1 pot of vanilla jam, okay?
Oh God,
that's a promise, guys.
Oh God. Oh God.
Imperial, okay? Jesus Christ.
Sorry, just had to.
I actually got a lot of messages on Instagram like, what the hell are you talking about, Max? Like, I was like, I'm so sorry, I was thinking of ice cream. Like, I didn't do it on purpose, guys.
He totally did. He's just confirmed he did it on purpose. But Blue Zone is closing in on Phase 1. You are still in around Le Cobb area, which makes sense, right? Because they're so far away from the circle. Same with RQ, so they're biding their time. But I am really impressed with the swiftness, and we've seen this improve time and time again with TSM and D. They're not afraid to rotate in more towards the center part of the circle. I feel like it's giving them a little bit more confidence, ability to get some early to mid game kills, and it's setting themselves up better for the later game.
Yeah, not the strongest start of the day today, but on that last game, especially on Erangel, they did catch up a little bit. And I think that in terms of rotations specifically, they are one of the teams that improved the most.
Big time,
those rotations, like especially when they had Gatak coming in at one point, that really helped out the entire squad, get some really good results that they desperately needed Imperium. And now we'll have to see if they can try and get some good results over here and maybe continue that win streak of India getting these chicken dinners.
Plus La Bandita, which they are currently located, is a very strong area when you're looking at this kind of circle, because even though it is on the southeast, phase 2 could instantly shift to the west. We could see a more primarily mainland finish around Los Leones and oh my god, I forget. La Bandita. There
La Bandita, okay. La Bandita
I just had a brain freeze. You know? I think it's that Vanilla Jam.
I'm so sorry, yeah, probably. Yeah. But like, La Bandita is like a mini crater field. You can play on the outskirts of it. You don't want to get in the center of it because that's when things get a little bit more tricky. But the amount of visibility that zone offers you is actually pretty significant. So teams that go there early on, and if the circle does shift in your favor a few times in a row, you can really capitalize on that objective. Oh, Lewis, no. Box Gaming going to be dropping down. That's so sad. Alexa, play Despacito.
Also, Lufa able to get knocked down onto a member of TSM Entity. Clutch God going down. He's normally the scattered team, so him going down early is...
It's bound to happen sometimes.
Isn't a big surprise, but it's also not going to help them in a map like Miramar.
Wow, losing a player doesn't help you, Imperium? You know, we're not playing with the Imperium, like we lose Imperium, and actually we have better games when Imperium is actually dead in the lobby. So I'm just saying that's why sometimes it happens. You got to lose someone to try and get some good games. Imperium
1v1 me, mate.
I 1v1 you, Imperium.
1v1 me, mate.
Okay, dude, after this stream, 1v1. Uzi Red Dot 1v1. Easy win.
Uzi Red Dot, what you... Anyway.
RQ Athena picking up 1 kill, taken by D2E. That's going to be the very first kill for them in this game. And we mentioned it, we hyped them up a little bit early on in this game, right? RQ Athena, they are a big contender to take this game on Miramar. Getting back as a full squad, Jumper kind of locked down, and RQ, they're going for the high ground. If they really want to put pressure down on Jumper, they definitely could, but are they interested? Because they're taking blue zone tick damage is still phase 1, but I think they're more interested in taking a good position in the circle. A kill is not worth it.
For sure, it's kind of like, you know, took the opportunity of getting a kill, but now you got to think of that late game. You got to think of the long game, and that's what RQ are moving towards in their rotation. But phase 2 has moved up. It has gone quite northerly, still a little bit on the eastern coastal line, but look at all the space between Minas Generalis and Junkyard, and that's quite high ground. We saw Orange Rock take advantage of that in a previous Miramar game.
Yeah, them and also Team Secret, I do believe, did that kind of rotation. But that's because on Miramar, these teams know, right, that no teams really play heavily focused on the northern side, especially above Junkyard. Most of the time, you're going to have absolutely no one, except for you level up to like to go into El Azhar, but they rotate more and more central early on. So now you can expect the northern side to be completely free. And I think the one team that's going to read that properly, that's RQ Athena as they go towards the northern side of Hacienda del Patron.
It's also a really quick response from Galaxy Racer Celts, who did go towards Puerto Paraiso, now being able to move up the coastal line through Impala. There is a high ground just to the east of Impala, which will give a nice, strong level of information on teams overlooking on the west, as King of Gamers are trying to find TSM Entity. As you saw Clutch God going down earlier, 3 members left. They're in a bit of a 2-1 split though, so there's still just two of those TSM members in that one building.
A little bit of an interesting fact there. You saw Concept barely take the car for a split second to start the engine, make some noise. I think he was trying to maybe make TSM Entity peak and just gather information. Maybe he would just gather that intel and just go for a nice little headshot. Something interesting to keep in mind, I think, is some kind of actions that could sometimes give you the edge on the
I agree.
And he tried his best, but he's just going to move on by, because at the end it's just not worth holding that position.
We are seeing more dynamic little moves like that in competitive, right? We're seeing those little trick, I wouldn't say trick shots, but trick plays, right? Where it's a psychology of the game, right? You gotta be able to. It's not always just running and gunning, right? If you can manipulate your opponent in thinking you're going one place and then you catch them out, that's going to make a huge difference.
Gonna have a TSM Entity, Evan, 2 of their players actually somewhat caught in the open there in a field, which is in Miramar just never really a good spot to be in, because you can get easily pressured from above. And Jonathan and Zigod, they lost their car. That one exploded to some Marines. And slowly going to see King of Gamers trying to get multiple angles so they can really apply pressure on those 2 players of TSM Entity. They're on a sticky situation. I don't know how they're going to get away from this one.
all they can do is just try and, you know, push those couple of shots away from, you know, towards the outside area so they can try and create a bit of space. Of course, they are going to take that little bit of damage, but you are still sending that kind of message as Jonathan moves from hay bale to hay bale to try and find some form of safety. But it's not looking good for TSM right now.
Yeah. Gonna have Concept trying to hit those headshots onto Zygot and Jonathan, but they're able to just run away. Hay bale. How is that an issue?
Hay bale to hay bale.
Hay bale to hay bale. There you have it. Thank you very much, Imperium.
Cool.
English with Imperium, guys. You love TC. He's a really good teacher.
I actually, in fairness, I actually did have somebody message me before, about 20 minutes ago, saying I've learned more English off your casting than I have from my English teacher. I swear to God, I was like, oh, that feels good, man. Feels good. But talking about what feels good, I do like the fact that no teams have heavily committed to that north side that I said was free, right? There isn't that kind of, you know, oh, we have to go there. Orange Rock know they're in a strong position, so why move, right? Wait for the next phase of pop-up. It goes back down towards the southwest. They're in a nice place in the circle.
You talked about that position earlier, right, Imperium? La Bandita.
Yep.
On the outskirts of that, teams already some teams already took control, like T1, Team Secret, Box Gaming, going to be holding that. The northern side is still unoccupied, so Orange Rock or Yudu Gang could try and take that position away from other teams that try and have their eyes pried open to potentially take that location away. But now what you don't want to do, as I said also earlier, right, get yourself in La Bandita. If you get there, you can get pressured from 360-degree angle. You don't want to get in there.
It's only, you only go in there if you actually literally have to.
It's a last resort. Yeah.
Last resort. But you were talking about they might go for the north side. They're more sticking towards the west because even though La Bandita on the west side has the high ground, to the west of La Bandita also has some high peaks that you're able to get some information off, and that's what Yudu Gang are doing right now.
Valdez the Murder taking a few shots towards Reject Scarlet, but they found himself a nice little area to hold on to in a valley side. Pretty decent spot for them, I do have to mention. But now they got to move themselves in circle very soon, and a few teams that could have an angle. That could be King of Gamers, TSM Entity, and also Reject Scarlet. So as they cross over the road, they got to be a little bit cautious. Martin was a Car 98 looking for TSM Entity. They're going to be popping a few wheels to try and reduce the amount of times they can potentially rotate away.
As you do see, MJ being taken down by a member of Orange Rock. He will most likely get confirmed. South sent MJ forward a little bit. That is pretty standard for South, but the rest of the members of South have Megastars right on their back.
Yep. There is going to be confirming that one pretty swiftly. Rocks from a distance, taking some shots, but he's also in the open, and right behind them, they got another team.
Focus, Celts, focus. Turn around, Rocks. Be aware that on the side, on the hill, you have Megastars overlooking.
Oh, that tree's very thin. You know what, Imperium? And I think they can't really do much again.
Sorry, man, I'd say it. You're going.
If it was us trying to hide behind it, you would see us peek out both edges, but that's okay. Megastar's back into the car, moving away. Vexy had to heal up. He's got his buggy of his own. Rocks might actually get there in time to potentially catch Vexy during that rotation. Rock's going to take that one a bit slow, has the molly up, but he's just not going to fully commit to it. It's just not worth it. And I got the impression every time you see a player go out early for Galaxy Racer Celtics, Rocks. But this time it was actually MJ.
I'm a little bit surprised Megastars kind of engaged, but then completely disengaged. That doesn't really make sense, but either way, at least they're kind of, you know, thinking, hey, look, we don't have to be here, so I've got to respect that. And they're going.
We saw Valdez the Murder just eliminate Reject Scarlet because they were scouting earlier. They got the information exactly where Reject Scarlet were localized in a little bit of a dip in a valley side on the road. And so they were like prepared mentally to go into that engagement and get rid of the team. So they will be eliminated in 16th position.
Talk about localizing. King of Gamers have localized themselves really nicely on the southern tip of the circle as Team I&D and Megastars going to clash in towards the blue zone.
Paradox is going to be left behind. The rest of the team just not going to be there, holding the other side, the ridge of the road. They're just going to forget about him completely, but coming out with the AKM hits. What can he get the second onto Snacks? Snacks going to be put pretty damn low. The blue zone is going to be taken now slowly, but no, can't quite find a confirm. 420 OP coming out from the side, and will not go for the confirm, but that is unfortunately going to be going down for Team I&D. All that for one kill on Paradox, that was definitely not worth it.
It wasn't really worth it. You could have used those heals for 20 OP, but you just left it a little bit too late. As Shrider is going to push shots on towards the members of Megastars who have made it into that safe spot, but it is open fields for Megastars.
So the circle shift again, Imperium, like La Bandita finish on this one. We saw that happen actually a few months ago. I think it was for the European scene, and the circle was actually really heavily going in favor of the teams on the edge. So I think that the teams that take the edge, like Box Gaming, Team Secret, so far have a really big advantage on all the other squads in this lobby.
King of Gamers coming in from the north of Los Leones are going to get very hairily close to T1. RQ have a nice spot on the northwestern side of the circle, but King of Gamers under fire.
Oh yeah, they're not in a good spot. That car explode, giving them a little bit more coverage, but T1, they want to end this fight before looking forward to La Bandita, trying to take that position under control. King of Gamers still got one player up, and they're going to have to try and make the most out of it. That's going to be Soup77. He's in the car trying to get really far away. That dip is giving him a little bit of coverage. He will be able to jump his way to safety. He's lost one wheel on that buggy too, making that rotation even harder for him. But at least he makes it away pretty safely out of that fight of T1 and will remain alive as a one-man army.
I just don't get why at that late stage of the game, King Gamers didn't push as a full squad, right? You've got to know that if you're coming in on phase 4 from outside the circle inside, 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a team in your way, especially when it's around La Bandita, right? Nobody's going to be inside there, as you point out. They're all going to be around the outskirts. So that was a poor choice from King of Gamers, not recognizing the geographical location of where they were moving into.
Now we're going to see if he can pull a Luxie. Try and do a one-man army move versus all the other squads remaining in this game. We'll have to see. As talking about Bigatron, one player down south that's going to be Ryzen as a one-man army, also going to have to try and make his way through, potentially T1. There's also Synergy on the side, Soup, also the last player of King of Gamers. Mad Toy taking the M16 one-tap shots in the distance, but not going to connect whatsoever. But he still got his eyes pried open for Synergy as they try and just claw their way into the circle, but it's still not objective completed just yet.
These circle shifts have actually been objectively good for TSM. Entity, as Martin gets a great knockdown onto Jonathan. I was saying they were because they were able to put them on the edge of the circle, so they were less compounded as Team Seeker come in with the third party on top of the hill.
Yep, high ground position for Vexian Encore. He's going to have to see for Megastars as they move on by. But yeah, TSM, at least they were able to get the res back up onto Jonathan. Zygo's still going to be joining up the party with him.
Ooh.
But the shot's still coming out from very, very many different positions because they're still in a circle. And especially Team Seeker, I'm surprised Team Seeker are not fully holding the high ground position of that spot on the east of La Bandita. I think it would give him a lot more control on this circle. But TSM, they're going to go for the car move, I do believe, which is a very intriguing approach.
See a grenade being cooked up by Team Secret. Where you see smoke, there's most likely bodies inside there that you can eliminate. So that's where Team Secret are looking to create that opportunity. A few blind grenades by TSM. Well, calculatively blind nades to try and find the members of Valdez.
Oh my god, the circle right on top of La Bandita Imperium. Calaris and also Froz over there. They're just so happy with how that circle went. We had like a Watertown finish just last game.
It stopped me casting in my tracks. I was like, what the hell is going on?
You scared Imperium, guys.
God damn it. I'm old, okay? My heart ain't what it used to be. But anyway, I tell you what, isn't what it used to be. That's kind of TSM just having 2 members up, facing a lot of pressure from the likes of Team Seeker. Stealths are still in it. That circle shit is inside La Bandita. Who's going to full send it in there first?
Oh, I'm seeing Rex popping off with that M16 for Team Secret. It's great, but we talked about it, right? The only time where you actually want to get in La Bandita is when you have no more options. That is when it's your last resort. And you also create dead center that's going to be getting right up there. Everything is going towards La Bandita. It's all coming together, Imperium, and I can't wait to see who's going to be taking this Miramar game.
And I don't get why Box Gaming aren't full sending in, because they are the team that are closest to it on the western side, but you level up onto Orange Rock, their grenades are flying, the Molotovs are sounding off, but Orange Rock holding on as a 2-man team.
Yeah, TSM, the game pressured Zygot and also Jonathan. It was going to be a really hard rotation to get out from, and it will not be working out for them, but so many grenades. As you also seen Lewis exploding a bunch of players of Yudu. Gank really struggling in that move, but Galaxy Racer Celts and RRQ also taking a fight of their own. But you level up trying to take that rotation with one car. That's going to be extremely risky, Imperium. Let's see if it's going to pay off.
T1 still holding on to the southwestern side of the circle, pretty much well situated. And then all the while, you level up, get the better of Megastars. You were eliminated in 12th.
You know the team we hyped up earlier, right? RQ Athena? Well, they're still looking really strong. They're on the ridge of the northern side. It was currently unoccupied earlier, and they're looking still really good in this game. Let's see if they can take the W. But Galaxy Race themselves, they're going to try and contest that northern position, as a few other teams could have an angle on that fight.
I do think RQ have been maybe a little bit slow on their rotations in T-circles. I know it's moved away, but considering how much more aggressive RQ have been, I think it's been a little bit slow from them as Galaxy Race themselves and RQ trade grenades.
Just to try and find that initial knockdown if you want to fully send and commit to that engagement. I think even Box Gaming taking a few shots, but now they're sending PMA of Box into the circle itself, but Valdez the Murder taking a fight versus G. Oh my god, Matoy with the M16! Gonna be clearing that area up on the east and gonna be eliminating Valdez the Murder in 9th position. With the M16, you don't see that happen very often.
And we know the history between Team Secret and Valdez the Murder, right? We know how much that's going to be lovely for Team Secret to see 4 Mad Toy to taken Valdez the Murder out of the lobby, but it does shift up north. It's not going to be really inside La Medita, but there's a couple of compounds on that southern tip that Box could utilize.
I saw Yuxian there, if you level up with a sneaky Groza Imperium, that could be huge. But Galaxy versus out to Tanky and Ultron, a little bit scared. Then dips, grenades of RQ and even of Winter could be getting a huge impact on their position. But Roxy was a little bit more central in the position, but a lot of teams could have an angle on this position and potentially spray him down.
Well, if Rox is unspotted, he could take RQ by surprise. It's Ted trying to take Team Secret by surprise, but they trade knocks.
Team Secret down to 1 is going to be ice shots, but both teams are going to be really respectful. Like, okay, you know what? We're going to take this one slow. We're going to heal up a little bit and then potentially make our way back into the engagement. But now teams are trying to make their way into the circle. You level up slowly, clawing their way towards the position of Galaxy Racer Celts.
Well, time's ticking for these two teams, right? They're far outside the circle. The grenade's being cooked up. Surely that's being picked up. Not quite connecting, but Awesome Bot X gonna send those shots flying inside the smoke. UI is gonna be low in health. It's gonna be down to under pressure shots as the Blue Zone closes through. Synergy get the better of Team Secret.
Oh, that was clean from Austin. The great push, that grenade got the damage through, just went for the random sprays in the bloom in that smoke and connects all of the kills. Team Secret will be taken out indeed. Huexan left alone for now. You level up. Winter could get confirmed very, very soon here. Imperium on this one. But now the teams are all down south. T1 gonna have to make their through. Box Gaming, as I mentioned, that here it is. The push is slowly gonna be coming on through.
And you level up, have engaged a little bit on towards Galaxy Racer themselves, which is great for RQ, because RQ is still up as a full squad. The knockdowns onto Box Gaming leave just break left on his own. If he and Pime, should I say, if the revives can come through, that'll be great for Box. But right now, T1 are in full control.
Oh, ZZP is going to be knocked out by G9 of RQ Athena. They are still taking control. They want all the frags. They want to prove that once again they are the kings of Miramar, and they're going to take all the chicken dinners on this map. They are going to be uncontested so far. But now T1 trying to potentially get ZZP on board, but unfortunately it's going to be a little bit hard. But at least they're in circle, so they don't really have that ticking bomb behind them that could try and claim their lives. They have a little bit more time to play around, but the nades of Box Gaming are relentless, so precise, so close. Things are getting very scary for T1.
G9 was knocked down. The lead just Ernie and D2E left standing. Break is going to cook up a grenade inside the smoke. Is that's going to connect onto T1? It does to confirm the kill, but Youngjun and Satan are still alive.
Yeah, it does get the kill confirmed, but they do get a little bit of damage down to Youngjun and Satan too. Now things come by. Another grenade, Loki Box Gaming. Those grenades are absolutely insane. And now Satan left as a one-man army for the squad of T1. 5 teams still in play, but he's still going to be seeing Galaxy Racer Celts getting himself a little bit involved. Hyoksan coming on through and going to be actually eliminating this team as a one-man army. Hyoksan doing such a good amount of work, doing God's work for his team.
And on a side note, that grenade by Loki, that was off the back of him being knocked down and revived up by his team. That's how important it is to get your players up if you can, coming into the very late stages of the game. It gives you more firepower. It gives you an extra pair of eyes, especially in Miramar. But as the circle on phase 6 shifts up, it goes in no team's favor. It's right in the center between all of these teams.
Yeah, but RQ, they're a little bit closer to the circle, but they're going to have to go downhill a little bit, and that's where the trouble can be coming on through. But if they're lucky, the fight between Box Gaming and T1 will be leaving them pretty wounded, and that's when they can capitalize on that position in the northern side of La Bandita. But now the push is going to be unfolding for Box Gaming. Break is going to be the first line of fire. Nice. Game 1, game 2. Nice executed by Youngchun. And that's going to be switching over to the M16, confirming those frags one by one. And he's going to be solo. Can he still pull off the Rosé on Satan? I mean, the Blue Zen's right behind him. I don't think he has the time.
Why did Box push without the full squad. Why was PMA just there? That was
the security.
Really, that's nonsensical. You got to take control at this late stage of a game. Box know this. This is going to be prime position for RRQ to once again continue to take control as D2E confirms onto Loki.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They find T1 once again. RRQ Athena trying to make it sure that teams can't really punish them as they go downhill, so they're keeping D2E as a little bit of a late game scout, which could be ending up really, really useful. Sees PMA, but I think going to have Yondren versus PMA in a nice 1v1 fight going Leon falling in a few seconds. Yondren has nothing else to do, only can march on forward into the open, loving arms of PMA as he tries and confirm that kill. But Yondren might actually end up just trying to do a battle of heals on its own.
Yeah, the blue zone has closed in. It's put pressure on Youngjun first.
PMA?
He's pushing forward.
Let's go for the push. PMA, can he confirm the kill? Yes, he does. He gets the kill, and he also secures extra positioning point. That was a really good decision making. He goes down. We knew that was going to happen, but that was a last-second call. Huge by Box Gaming.
It does leave the one member left to you level up. The blue zone closes in. That's going to be another chicken dinner. That's going to be RRQ retaining the Kings of Miramar title.
I mentioned it just before the game even happened. This team, they took 2 wins on Miramar in the finals, and they're looking for third. They had great position. You mentioned they were a little bit more passive, but I think that was actually going really well for them. The amount of control they had in the north was huge. They done like Galaxy Racer Celts, Team Secret, so many teams on their position, and then they just took the kills one by one. Super snappy gameplay. Well-deserved chicken dinner here.
Yeah, I think it was calculated passiveness, right? In terms of they kind of moved around the edge of the circle. They avoided the fight between Celts and you level up. They took advantage when they needed to, and it was a great result overall. But we'll see what the desk have to break it down after this beautiful break.
RRQ continues to rain dominance down on Miramar. I can't believe it. Me and Frost were speaking about this before. I was like, yeah, if it's North Circle, no problem. But it was a Southern Circle to a certain degree. And RRQ, Alex, still holds on to the title here in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, exactly. We saw them, I think it was, Circle 2, Circle 3, being in the blue zone so far towards the northern side. And they were actually the first team to actually rotate towards the tip of the La Bonita crater. And well, when you're at the top of the tip from the northern side, all the information and the circle in their way. Brilliant play.
Actually, that is, well, let's take a look at the map ranking here whilst we continue things on. But that was the best play of the entire tournament so far. The circle falling perfectly on La Bonita crater. Me and Froz lost our minds. We made Imperium jump out of his skin.
I thought someone died.
It was amazing.
No one understood what happened except for us two.
We were so happy.
We just get excited over stupid things.
I mean, to be fair, we've been wanting that to happen for a long time.
About 2 years time.
Yeah. RRQ Athena, 25 points for them, pushing them up what might end up being first place here in the overall tournament so far. You level up, 22 points going their way, and T1 15 with a Box Gaming 15 too.
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually it's a 10-point difference, but the kills that came out for Box Gaming may have kept them in for, or well, Bigatron anyway, is that second, third position. I think Box Gaming may still have it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be enough for Box Gaming. They're consistently being up there, I feel like, but it's not really enough today, what they've been doing. No, it's not what we saw from day one of Box Gaming. Not today, not yesterday. RQ on the other hand, they have stepped up enormously, and of course, I gave you the hard facts before the game, who was doing good on Miramar for a reason, you know, because I already knew. I don't have my glasses on, so I could see the future.
There you go. Yeah, you keep saying it. But I mean, the hard facts continue to be the facts. We have now our 9th through 16th as well here. Just a few speckling of points coming in here for some of these teams. Not having the easiest of time, but that is it. We have 2 more games to go here throughout the day. But let's talk about this Miramar, because the funny thing is, Froz, about the circle that we were so hyped about, Alex, is that it was the ultimate edge zone circle. Because when you center on Liberdita like that, everybody has a ridge to play with. It was ridiculous.
And that's also the reason why we didn't see anyone go inside Liberdita, because as soon as you would go over the edge, you would get shot by everyone on the other side as well.
Yeah, I think the reason for that as well is one of the reasons we saw so many smokes towards the ridge line, and it's actually Synergy that really took advantage of that. We saw them take out Team Secret. I think it was a spray through the smoke. He gets one knock, and then they chuck in the grenade and finish off the rest of Team Secret. But it was that ridge line. There's no cover. You get that first knock, and we saw it from Synergy. They took advantage of it with no cover from the Team Secret. It was an easy affair.
I mean, they did a really good sweep on that right-hand side, so very impressive stuff. Let's take a look at RRQ Athena a little bit closer. That is...
not normal.
Not normal.
That is very not normal. But again, we're in the finals and nothing is normal over here.
I actually feel like the reason for this is maybe because their position was so good. Why take the risk of taking fights anyway? Why not just play a little bit more passive? I think the healing is so high because I mentioned it, you know, phase 2, they were rotating in the blue zone. They had to heal back up. But the low damage may just be accustomed to the fact that the circle really did favor them at the end.
Yeah, it feels like they're being cautious throughout some of these games.
But this is also that we saw something that RQ Athena actually learned during the league play itself. We saw them being very aggressive in the start of the season, but then going later on, they would play more passive and learning how to play more passive, but also retaining a lot of points by getting high placements. And this is a good example of that.
Time to check the flop. Let's see what's going on with the cards coming in for us. We have Seden, Madtoy, and Oi!
Should I make the prediction?
Go on then, let's get 2 for 2.
It's going to be a young lad.
You think so?
It's going to be a young lad.
Youngjun? Okay, let's click the fingers, see what's going to happen. They're not even ready.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no! You're wrong! Get off the stage! Get off. All right. Impressive.
I mean, to be fair, you level up, 8 kills coming in second, 22 points for them. I've been harping on them quite harshly today as well. We're into now game 5, that was game 4, but coming into the second game, I was saying, you level up, we need to see more. They've had 2 chicken dinners so far. They are slowly going towards the middle of the pack, in around that 7th, 8th mark. And realistically, when you look at the plays they had on day 1, that shouldn't be the case.
I mean, after day 1, we saw them towards the top, but yesterday was not their day, and today hasn't been their day so far. Of course, we saw them in the previous game there where they got themselves a 2nd place with 1 kill, and now again, in just the past game here, at 2nd place, again, this time with 8 kills. This is the step up we want to see. This is the comeback we need.
Yeah, I like to see it. It's nice. Not too bad at all. T1 also showing up and representing as well. So, and that is our cards that we've played, that we've dealt.
Also got Madtoy there as well from Team Secret. It felt like Team Secret did, well, before Synergy took them out, there was, I think it was IND, Megastars rotating in from that eastern side, getting in towards the Lab Bonita crater, and Team Secret, one of the first teams there. Oh my goodness.
Actually, that was deadly accurate.
Yeah, that was really good. This is the do-do-do moment. Of course, we saw that with only the Ironsides concept get that knock on Erangel, but that was not it. They couldn't get the flush. They couldn't get the first. So, I mean, he lived on. He gets to see some more fights later on in the game. But something like that, you can take advantage of it. You can grab yourself some time. You can get a little bit of loot to start running towards them. That did not happen, though.
That's a nice kill for the montage, at least, huh?
Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, we're playing against the best players in the world doing that kind of stuff. It's pretty amazing, and you're just picking up an SKS without any sights on as well.
That's style points. That's SSX tricky.
Oh, that is a throwback.
Like grind down the railing. That was, you know, when you knock people out of the sky. I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Oh my goodness. is Team Secret as well. You can see them shooting down. They were, as I mentioned before, one of the first teams that made that rotation from that eastern side. And we saw as well Megastars in that kerfuffle with Team I&D. And it's one of these situations where when you get these crazy circles, we shall say, I mean, especially with the reaction from you two guys, we do get situations like this where teams are going to be clustered up towards, you know, the east or the west, and some teams just fall short from that.
I mean, it's also like one of the big things when you take a position in La Bandita or around it. Yeah. When a circle like that happens, before the one that was perfectly central.
The best circle, the best play.
The best circle ever. But before that happens, you need to make a decision. How do we want to play the game? Where do we want to play from? Where do we normally play from? Where do our enemies normally play from? Where will they come from as well? You got to take all this into consideration.
I've just realized, maybe that's the play that we should be making for us. Obviously, we startled Imperium with our war cry. Maybe in game, when we bridge like a bit of terrain or something like that, turn on the microphones and just scream as we run towards
That's
people.
what you always do in the start of the plane. You just
that is
go
true.
along and sing songs and stuff like that. And
I do
this.
Like,
what's happening?
And everyone's like, can you please shut up?
Speaking of playing though, here it is inside the center of the crater. This was an amazing fight we saw between T1 and Box Gaming, and you made a really good point about being, here it is here, at the right place, at the right time, in the circle, and RRQ are the first ones to rotate to the tip of the northern side, and because of that, they were able to shoot down on all these teams trying to rotate up the northern side of the crater.
The thing is that in La Bandita, being on the north side, no matter what circle, it's kind of one of the easiest spots to play from because you can easily push on the sides, you can push inside if necessary. While being on the sides, it's kind of hard to play because of the terrain.
Let's take a look at the total damage throughout this lobby here. And we have T1 as well as Team Secret showing on up. And that is a big reason why we were seeing them previously in the cards here, Alex.
Yeah, it's true as well. Valor's the Murder with some good points as well. 1,200 points of damage, 6 kills as well going forward for them. But of course, it's the 8 kills from Team Secret and the 8 as well from You Level Up that really stand out.
I mean, for me, looking at it, T1 doing a really good game here. We want to see more of this. We talked about so much about them being early aggressive, having those few kills, but then not getting further. This is an example of what they can do, getting that 4th place with 7 kills. I want to see them continue doing this. Look at the statistics here. Almost 2,000 damage and only 600 heal. And they had to go through a lot coming in from the south side and opting for going on the southwest side, of course.
Yep.
And the circle shrinking away from them, they had to go inside and then fight box. Even despite all this, being able to put up those numbers, it's impressive.
I mean, you speak about aggression. I think something which I want to give kudos to RRQ Athena for is now they've got the hat trick. They've won every single Miramar, but they didn't let that get to their heads. They still played it passive when they needed to. They didn't get overzealous like they would have done during the league play, and instead they showed us a new, well, strategy, form, I'm not sure, whatever you want to call it, page in their book, but it worked out. So, what?
Excuse me?
Okay.
That can't be right.
Wait.
Wait a minute, hold the phone.
Pause the production.
Hold the phone.
Stop. That's a Valdus the Murder point if I've ever seen one.
What? Okay, so well, this comes down to how they've been playing today, right? We've seen them do really good. First game, they had a 2nd place with 11 kills. Then, of course, they dropped out on 16th place. But after that, they had a 3rd place with 12 kills. Yes. And now in the previous one, 10th place with 6 kills. They've been fragging out today.
Wait, gentlemen, 1 sec. Let me run the numbers here. Let me carry the
2.
That's it.
5, 6. Valdus the Murder has done well today.
Yeah, I think they've done pretty well. I mean, I was harping on them yesterday for having the most knocks and not the most kills with it, and now they're getting the firsts, and, well, the kills are there, the points are too. We need to see more placement points from them, though.
I mean, the big question is has it been too late for him to activate now? I'm talking about it earlier, how this is the most important day, right? This is the momentum you're going to be carrying on from today going into tomorrow. And you don't want to start tomorrow. You want to start today, because if you're in the bottom coming into tomorrow, you're going to not be as motivated. But if they can put up with this kind of performance, they might just keep on going with it.
Speaking of which, let's take a look at that overall ranking here and see if Valdus the Murder has moved up from what we've previously seen from them. Actually, it moved down because T1 did so well. RRQ Athena, though, has seized the throne with 209 points. Bigatron Red Aliens will fall. Box Gaming continues to be in 3rd. But look at that. basically 30 points between 4th and 3rd right now, even though Orange Rock is one of the names that were on our tongues at the beginning of all of this, and actually being in that top 5 right now is extremely respectable.
But also, especially considering the fact that we just had a Miramar game. Orange Rock is one of the, Scout, for example, is one of the best players that we have in PUBG Mobile on Miramar. Shame for them here on the 3rd Miramar game to not quite get what they're expecting out of it, but either way, we move on to Sanhok, new map, new face.
They're closing in towards the top there, but of course now we have 2 teams with cool kids on the roster.
Wow,
and
cool kids.
RQ, Athena, and Bigatron. They're on the 200 club here.
That's true. You level up, moving up to that 6th spot. And I think overall, when we look at how things have played out so far, is that with RRQ having 5 wins of the 16 games that we have played, do you know how many wins that is, Froz?
Yeah, that is 6 wins.
No.
It's 5, mate.
It's a lot of wins. it's just a lot of wins, all right? We got 11th through 16th as well here. Team Secret will move up 1 spot whilst Udu Gank goes down.
Ooh, GXR there in 11th. Well, I was actually quite impressed with GXR. We saw them lose MJ, arguably one of the best players, if not the best player they have, to Megastars really early on when they tried to rotate in towards the eastern side, but they somehow managed to survive until 5th. I wasn't sure which player it was that managed to do the lone wolf sneaking around, but he garnered them the extra placement points, and towards the lower echelons of the table, you can really see it's the difference in kills and placement points that separates the top from the bottom. You need both.
Well, before we actually get into our next game, which of course will be Sanhok, let's hear from one of the teams that's been doing pretty well here in the grand finals. It is, of course, T1.
The next team that I have the pleasure of introducing in the studio come from a long line of gaming royalty. You may have known them by a different name in the past, SK Telecom or SKT, one of the biggest Korean esports organizations. Well, without further ado, all the way from South Korea, it's T1. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. It's an absolute pleasure, and let me just congratulate you for making it to the biggest and baddest stage of PUBG Mobile, the World League. Missile, let me start off with you. How is the morale at the camp? How are you feeling being here at the World League?
한국에서는 이제 다른 동남아나 외국 시장에 비해서 작은데 이렇게 큰 SKT1이라는 큰 기단에 이제 저희가 소속되게 되어서 일단 기쁘고 무게가 크고요. 앞으로도 더 좋은 모습 보이겠습니다.
Well, Missile, the hard part is over. You made it into the team. Now there's only one way to go, and that's to the top. Now my next question is going to go out to Yunjin. But before I do that, let me just say you look mighty fine in those shades. Now Yunjin, of course, we have the starting 4 with us on our screens. All I want to know is what role does each player play?
미사일 선수가 이제 오더를 맡고 있고, 이제 저는 서브 오더를 담당하고 있고, 세이덴 선수는 터렛을 담당하고 있고, 이제 ZZP 선수는 서포터를 담당하고 있습니다.
Now, in the opening weekend, you're up against teams like No Chance, Morph, and Udu Gank in your group. Now, this question is going to come out to Seiden. So all I want to know is, first of all, what are your expectations from this group?
No Chance and Udu Gank and many strong teams. We all team same, I think. T1 strong, No Chance strong, Udu Gank strong. Just watching T1, we are show you.
That is just brilliant. Now, that is the confidence that we expect from such a decorated team. He said it here. You better watch out for T1. Brilliant, brilliant answer. All right, now that brings me to my next question, and this one is going to go to Jet P. Now, Jet P, of course, we did that all of you are at the same level. So I assume, is there someone that you are looking out for? Is there someone that is at the tippity top of the competition?
BTR. Yeah.
Well, I think that about says it all. BTR. That is, of course, Bigatron RA. Well, Bigatron, I think you might just have another target on your back. Now, this brings me to my next question, and this one is going to go out to Missile. Now, Missile, do you think there's something that defines the Korean way of playing PUBG? Is there something that sets you apart from Southeast Asia?
한국이 이제 다른 외국에 비해 되게 정체적이고 고착적인데 이제 운영적으로 부족한 면이 많은데 T1은 반면에 유동적으로 하려는 모습을 보이고 있고 그것이 해외에서 먹힌다는 보장을 갖고 있기 때문에 그런 스타일 방식을 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Alright, now we've had a little bit of a talk as to how they're going to play PUBG, but let's talk about where we play. Now this one is going to go out to Yoonjun. Yoonjun, all I want to know is, as a team, which is your strongest map? And if you could divulge this information on television, which map is your weakest?
일단 가장 약한 맵은 비켄디인 것 같고 변수가 너무 많은 것 같아서 그런 것 같고 이제 저희가 가장 강하다 생각하는 맵은 산옥인 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 부트캠프라는 랜드마크를 잘 가지고 함으로써 경기를 쉽게 이끌어 나갈 수 있기 때문에 그렇게 생각합니다.
Ooh, well, this is something out of the ordinary because normally we see Sanhok as, you know, the weakest map or the weakest link as far as PUBG Mobile goes. But for T1, Sanhok, specifically Bootcamp, is where this team thrives. Now, a little birdie told me that T1, as good as a team it is, you guys don't play together on LAN. Now, JetP, this question is going to go out to you. Does this affect or does this hinder your practice in any way?
사실 같이 연습을 해본 적이 없기 때문에 방해 요인이 되는지 잘 모르겠지만 나름대로 괜찮은 것 같아요. 예.
That is just brilliant. I mean, you don't need a bootcamp. All you need is 4 players who have that same dream. And well, they are the World League. Gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by the studio. It has been a privilege talking to you. And I guess we are going to see you out there on the battlefield. Thank you once again.
Great insights there from T1 as they look to continue on their campaign here for the PMWL East. And in fact, it's not just for the PMWL East, it's into the future as well, as South Korea as a region is slowly gathering steam here when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And they can be a dangerous region for us. We know this.
Yes.
South Korea is dangerous.
That is dangerous. And I mean, if they bring home this kind of experience, this is what the other teams in the region will learn from them as well. And from that, those teams will become stronger and T1 will become stronger because of that as well.
I mean, there's many examples of this in esports where one team in one game from a certain region breaks through first, and then there's many other teams that follow along. And what helps as well for T1 is when they go back to South Korea as well, if there is a higher interest for PUBG Mobile there, better practice, better scrims, maybe that can help them improve going forward.
And at home as well, I know that you're tuning in right now because you can hear my voice. Well, actually, you might have me muted, which would be understandable as well. But we can actually check in with this because if we reach our peak viewer milestone of 1 million, not 100 million, Froz, calm down. Not a billion, Froz, calm down. If we
100 million?
A million. No, just $1 million. He's all over the place, this Froz. Everybody playing PUBG Mobile will get themselves 6 free crates. That's pretty cool. I would like free things.
Hey, free things is always nice, especially when it's skins.
Yes.
No, my luck though, I'll probably end up like blank and get 5 parachutes.
Yes. And then maybe. Blank's an unlucky guy, I suppose. Like
I mean, like me, yeah.
Like Frost.
You can be unlucky sometimes with the crate openings, but you just have to have a great friend that can help you out and open the crates for you.
You mean me?
Yeah.
With the Kyle Irish blessing.
The magic fingers.
That was weird. So we're getting on to Sanhok here soon. We do once again have a little bit of a rehost. So let's take a look at T1 and IND and see how things shape up for those guys so far here with the amount of damage they've been able to put out, etc. here throughout 93 matches so far, Froz.
I can't believe it's been 93 matches already that they have been playing. And this is, of course, from the start of the season. As we can see, IND, they have a little bit more steady numbers compared to T1. But we know is that T1 has stepped up enormously coming into the finals here. And I mean, they just had podium after podium after podium finish. And it's so great to see. But we're also seeing, of course, when they don't get those, they're getting those consistent kills nowadays.
Yeah, and you can see as well for Team IND, higher in damage, higher as well in kills, and it seems like coming into the finals, having Slayer's new IGL, opening up 420 OP, he is such a prolific fragger, and of course, a map like Sanhok, that's where he can reign free.
I mean, for IND, they're higher in everything apart from the one that you don't want to be higher in, which is the damage received.
So,
they're doing pretty well for themselves in relation to this. But again, it probably does come down to the fact that they're from a region, from a location, Froz, where the game is just more prolific right now.
Yeah.
And then you see those teams bouncing off one another and just getting better and better because they have to try and compete.
Yeah, I mean, being one of their first times playing in such a huge tournament with so much better players compared to what they play in their home region, this is a big step up from them, not just coming over and play that, but also being able to perform to this kind of level.
Yeah, I think it's also down to their style as well. We know they like to fight early, they're going to get high numbers of damage, but how often do you get a lot of kills early? It's typically towards the end of the game where you do pick up most of them, and I think that's one of the reasons why.
Unless somebody's like hot dropping you, for example,
exactly.
and it's in your location where you are very familiar with. And speaking of which, let's talk about Sanhok as we move on into our next match here, of course, Froz. When we're looking at Sanhok, it's actually scary how many trifecta circles we've actually had here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams that we talked about just recently, IND, they were one of the teams who actually took that into their advantage by dropping there straight on in the start of the games, but they ended up going back to their normal location on the northwest now, so we're probably going to see them up there.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of location, right, T1 just on our screens, they're the guys that dropped boot camp in the last Sanhok game we had and then just shifted over ever so slightly to the east towards Paradise Resort where Bigatron were, and I think actually Bigatron are going to be the name to look out for here. If we cast our minds back beforehand, we had Bigatron taking the last Sanhok game and also the first Sanhok game we had as well. If you remember, it was Reject Scarlets were on the mountaintop, they killed Ryzen, they came down, it was Bigatron who came second, unfortunately, so I think this could be the third here, maybe for Big if they can get it.
Yeah, maybe. Bigatron has done very well for themselves so far, just being knocked off the pedestal just a little bit. They did have a slight issue in the previous game, but that's by the by, we'll see how things go in the next one. But the interesting thing for me on Sanhok about bootcamp is the fact that at the very beginning of the tournament, Froz, if you recall, nobody went there. T1 actually was very opportunistic about their claiming of the location.
I mean, yeah, no one went there. I think it was the first two Sanhoks we had. Yeah. Basically, no one went there at all. And that opened up a very good spot, not just having a good loot spot, but also you're going to drop central on the map, meaning you're going to be quick on any rotations to anywhere. And T1, they were very quick on taking advantage of that, taking control over it. We had a lot of people hot dropping them there, but they're taking care of them every time.
But also, you're going to be avoiding, Bigatron towards Hatin. You're also avoiding Orange Rock as well towards the eastern side of the Western Island. You're missing out the big teams. You're dropping towards centralized position. And also, because you are quite far towards the western side, if it is a trifecta circle, you can get there first.
Yeah, you got a little opportunity to be able to move on across. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time now to head to our commentators to bring us the penultimate game of the penultimate day here for PMWL East. Let's go to Sanhok.
It's penultimate Sanhok here.
That's a lot of penultimate.
Penultimate. I don't know what it means, but it's fine. We're going to get ourselves some good old Sanhok action over here, and it's going to be fun times. But that last game on Miramar, RQ Athena taking back that #1 golden spot in the leaderboards. Who might take this one away?
That's a good question. And when you talk about who might take that away, and you talk about BTR, if there is ever a map for them to take it back, it is Sanhok, right? In the finals of the last 2 days, they have gotten a second and a third place. So that consistency in Sanhok alone definitely puts them into a bit of a driving point coming into this Sanhok game.
Exactly what Alex was mentioning actually earlier on the desk, right? The fact that this is one team Bigatron on this kind of map that can get some really good results and overtake back the #1 position. So, all the eyes are going to be driven onto them, but you've got to still keep an eye out on all the teams from India, right? They still have been doing really, really stellar performances today, and I still am hoping to see potentially one team from India overtake on top 3 spot, and I think it's definitely possible here.
It is possible, but there is a 31-point gap currently between 3rd and 4th, and it's mainly because of that kind of lack of consistency with the teams in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place. They're kind of tripping over each other, Max, and that's something that is a little bit unfortunate, but is bound to happen at this level of gameplay in this stage in the finals of the PMWL East.
I'm seeing the plane path right now. You can't see on your screen just yet. It should pop up really, really soon. But the plane path is very focused on the northern side. And that means that potentially some hot drops are going to be bound to happen. Sanhok is a very small map. It's a 4x4. But also, if the plane path is not working out for you, it could really emphasize early drop spots coming on through and really having a few early fights break out, which you're never really wanting to have, but it could still happen on here.
True, but because Sanhok is a 2x2 map, you can generally get to everywhere you want to across the map on your drop, on the plane path, even if it is. And they talked on the desk about the trifecta circle in the majority of these games. Add another one to that. But the caveat, it's very strongly on the southwest.
Erangel would be really sad about this one. Like, oh no, not again. Not again. But one team I want to talk about because of this circle is Orange Rock. Right? Talked about the teams from India. We want to see them get some good results. And Orange Rock, they've been struggling holding to the trifecta, actually. And they've been actually shifting their playstyle quite a bit, gathering more information on the mountaintop and playing a much more passive approach, which I think is the right approach because they've been struggling taking fights with like Valdez, T1, even TSM Entity sometimes making their way over the riverside. And I think that definitely this is a way that they can try and gather more points on the long run.
And you're talking about the trifecta. You do see two members of RRQ dropping down by the trifecta and the other two members up on towards the high ground just above Painan. And what is interesting about that is normally Painan is occupied by either RRQ or Synergy. And I want to know, is that a sign to RRQ now that they've taken over the top spot? They're a little bit fearful of losing it?
I mean, last game
are they, you know, but my point is, like, now that they've taken over, they are a little bit scared to lose it.
Definitely, for sure. Like, we even saw that last game on Miramar, right? They've been playing a lot more of a passive approach, whereas before they would just go like, we're just going to engage, we're going to get ourselves into fights early on that didn't really, care too much because they just feel really confident. But now they're fighting for that top one position, right? And the difference of prize pool is also really different in like first, second, and even third position. Of fighting once again in #1 spot for $100,000 US. That is huge amount of money, right? And you want to get that.
That would buy you a hell of a lot of vanilla jam. And talking about that, guys, somebody messaged me, I think it's pronounced Leisha Pure on Instagram, said, hey, look, I want some vanilla jam. So I showed it to Maxon, and Maxon was like, I'll send a shipment across straight away. I let that person know. So if you want any vanilla jam, just DM Maxman on Instagram at MaxmanCast.
And I actually Googled it, and it actually does exist. Just saying, with like rhubarb and like other stuff in it.
But that's with other ingredients.
Yeah, but still.
Okay, anyway.
I got my point across. It does exist. Let's shift now back onto Sanhok. You know what? It's fine.
Now, it is, even though that circle is quite heavily to the west, it isn't really too hard for the teams on the east to make their way across, right? Because the way it's currently located, you do have a lot of space on that mainland path to the west of Quarry, and of course on that southwest island to the west of Camp Charlie, where teams can move their way onto. It is going to be important that you are proactive as a team on Sanhok, right? But you're also very vigilant on how you're moving and rotating your way across the jungle area, because it can be very treacherous.
You're talking about rotations, right? A lot of teams are going to have to make their way through, potentially, depending on where the circle goes, but over those rivers, over those bridges, and you want to try and do that as early as possible to try and really delay that kind of hard rotation, because if you're pressured by the blue zone above bridges or rivers, it's just, you're cornered really, and you just have to keep on walking forward, and eventually it will be taken down by a team that has a way better position than you. So I think that teams, especially all the teams that are on the east, maybe want to try and think, do we want to go early on and cross on over, or something that happened quite a lot in the past 2 games of Sanhok in the finals here, is actually go for boat rotation. It could be actually really viable here.
It definitely could be viable, and you know, to put an asterisk on what we talk about in teams on the decision making and somewhat critiquing them, this is so hard to deal with, right? When you don't know where the circle, when I say this, you never know exactly where the circle is going to shift. But when you're taking in the mainland and 2 islands and playing rivers, blocking all those areas, and you don't know where the circle is going to be, it's so hard to really be very confident with your decision making, right? And that's where a strong IGL will maybe try to set it up for a couple of different scenarios, but it is still so hard for every single one of these teams.
Talking about IGLing, we saw Bigatron. Normally they have a player on the more eastern side of the Ryzen, I think. Yeah, it's mostly Ryzen. They do switch it up, I believe, every once in a while. But like, they do have Ryzen most of the time on that location. They got it back as a full squad. So that means they're taking a really big gamble here, that they are expecting the circle to potentially go in their favor towards Hattin, and even going a little bit higher up north, which we don't usually see them. What they like to do is go down south, where Orange Rock are currently localized, take control on a mountaintop, and gather information from that point. Here, they're going for a really different approach to this circle shift, and I'm really intrigued to see how they're going to play this.
But they might have seen a member of Orange Rock go towards that mountainside early on, right? That's something we've always got to think about, is that they might not intentionally look for it, but they could have seen it while looting up or while doing a little bit of basic scouting. I like the fact that RQ have gotten themselves all 4 members on the trifecta circle. It is a little bit harder to control it. We haven't actually seen any team, in my eyes, really take control of that trifecta compound, right? We've seen teams do okay. We've seen teams take some advantage of it, but it hasn't been anything where this is our area. You go anywhere near us, we are going to take you out. It's kind of tends to be breached more often than not.
That's definitely something that could be happening. We're seeing Reject Scarlet so far. They moved away down south of Paradise Resort. They're going to get very close to Megastars. We saw that happen last time on Sanhok, and it was actually Valdis moving down there. They got a fight with Megastars, and the fight didn't go well for both parties involved, right? And I think that this time, Reject Scarlet, they should have that information, especially if they did do VOD review, that Megastars is nearby. So they just got to be very cautious of how they approach that southern side of Paradise Resort, because a fight could be just around the corner. It is Sanhok. Literally, teams could be anywhere.
Is. Yep. And T1, instead of in a previous game where they would maybe go across the river, we saw them do that yesterday when the circle was on the east, for God's sake. They've opted to go for the high ground to the south of boot camp. The reason why is because it's going to give them much more scope of information on the teams coming in from the east, right? So they're trying to prepare themselves better to react on that circle shift. Information is power. Information is greater position. It's greater opportunistic. It also means you're able to react that tiny bit quicker.
I'm seeing in the south so far, you've got MG of Galaxy Racer South serving as like an anchor point for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And next to Nakam and also Same to allow the rest of the team to get himself a decent position. I think that's good to send a scout because not really many teams play down south of the southern western island, right?
But I would caveat that in saying if you are going to send a scout, why send a scout on the coastal line? Why not send a scout far in, closer to Painan, that you're able to get, once again, like T1, that information on the teams that are by that river line, that are by that coastal line, that you can react to. I still think it's great rotation from Galaxy Racer Celts, but I also think it might be a little bit narrow-minded for now. We'll have to wait and see.
You know, I mentioned like the teams rotating on the eastern side. Box Gaming, they're currently the furthest away of the circle. They're going to have to try and just drive their way by. There are not a lot of teams over there, so I think cars is okay for this first phase. I think phase 1 is the only time where you can actually use cars to drive your way a little bit closer to a specific position, right? True. But now they've got to be careful because Megastar's got Reject Scarlet, even potentially teams down south closer to the western side of Quarry that could have a few shots on them.
And on your point, I don't get why they're not opting to go onto the
northern side.
You know,
I mean, it was a very northern playing pass, so maybe they're like, Ed, it might be a few more teams than expected up north. I think they've just been a little bit too cautious on this one.
Yeah, maybe, but again, if it was other maps, I'd agree, but this is Sanhok. You can get to your drop spot down the south side in that, even if it's a north plane direction. But either way, we'll have to see how it works out for Box Gaming. Megastars are taking that little bit of blue zone tick damage. BTR making a similar rotation like Galaxy Racer Celts, hugging to that coastal line. And you've touched upon this many times as we see the zone closing in. It means you only have to worry about that 180-degree perspective.
Ooh, intriguing run of events there. I was not really expecting a hard shift to go up north towards Hattin and a mountaintop. And actually, well, we're going to be having to put an end to that thought. Megastar is going to be caught in the open during that rotation by Box Gaming. And I confirm Paradox was the M4 by Break. I mean, Break, one of the top fraggers in the lobby. You saw that for the past few days for Box Gaming. And they are looking strong. But currently in third position, they were number 1 at the first day. We'll see if they can try and reclaim their past glory of the finals.
Lewis is a little bit further away, so I think even though they've taken down a member of Megastars as they are in the blue zone, and Swag nearly surviving, will he get knocked down by the blue zone or will it be able to survive? He's able to survive. I think he had basically the
bandages?
The pills, the pills and drink that was able to perk his health up. But we are seeing Synergy as well engage on towards Team Secret. Team Secret made their way from Quarry to the north edge of Painan.
I think it's really interesting that teams like Team Secret would get close to Painan because Synergy know they like to fight there. And it is a little bit downhill to get there, and it's a bit of flat terrain all around there. And you've got those walls that Blank mentioned earlier on the Vikendi, I do believe he said. Those walls are so good to defend your area. And if you can work around it properly, you are in no point to get really contested on a compound.
Now, Team Secret wouldn't notice, but also T1 had occupied the high ground, so you're kind of even pinched in between two teams as well. And again, even though they might not know that, you've also got to try to think what the other teams will do based on the circle, right? There's so much of a dynamic around, as you do see. Team ID looking for you level up.
Yeah, you level up across that riverside, gathering some information. But team that was going to get really close to Team ID was actually Bigatron. You can see on your map, they actually made it back over to Camp Alpha, as you like to call it, the poor man's boot camp Imperium. Gathering more information. There's still going to be Orange Rock, but it's pretty hard to take a fight from Camp Alpha and also from the high mountaintop, so they should be completely fine. The setting Winter in the water was a very intriguing approach. I think they're just trying to put their eggs in different baskets to facilitate their rotation up north if need is be. But Winter, a lot of pressure, but they got the other players down south, taking a few nice shots to allow Winter to make it back to the riverbank.
TSM and Galaxy Racer Seltzer are getting pretty damn close to each other on the north edge of Ruins. We'll actually hear those shots on the side now. Also got to commend the rotation from Valdez, the murder from Bootcamp across the water. And because Orange Rock are on the mountaintop on the east, there's a lot more space for Valdez to contain a very strong position on the coastline of the Northwest Island.
I'm genuinely surprised as to Bigatron why they're actually pushing up this location, because they know how hard it is to push on this mountaintop, right? It's just a few little areas on which you can actually get the information and push on forward. And especially if Orange Rock got the information, Bigatron might get himself cornered up in a really bad spot, because that high ground that Mavi's going to be using to his advantage to get the knock onto Zuxi, he's going to get the nice advantage onto them. They're going to try and just peel down. I think this is a little bit of a scary position to be in.
You're dead right. And I was thinking, are Orange Rock prepared? But my question was answered as you were talking. Yes, they're prepared.
Because you can just shoot from both sides above, and they're going to actually even send Mavi to join up the fight with the rest of their squad.
Gil is also going around as well.
They really want to stop Bigatron from pushing up, because they know potentially that this is Bigatron. Well, they know for 100% now. They got a kill confirmed, right? So they saw that in the kill feed. But they know that this is a team that if they allow them to get high up on the mountain, they will heavily contest that position away, and they used it really well in the first game of Sanhok in the finals. They got second positions right behind Reject Scarlet, I do believe. So Bigatron, they're just going to be understanding, we can't take this fight head on. We're going to go next to the full side. Rising straight down by Scout. The damage will just come a little bit through.
Yeah, and I was talking about between Celt and TSM. That's going up on the feed as Neo is going to get a tanky. That's going to be basically 2 kills and a knock for TSM Entity, leaving Galaxy Racer Celt with 1 player left standing. Actually, no, that's going to leave Galaxy Racer Celt
dead
out of here. Dead to rights as we're down to 15 teams.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer Celts go bye-bye. We'll see you later.
Am I right in saying that didn't come up on screen?
It did. I believe it did pop up on the screen for a split second there. Maybe you blinked for a really long period of time, Imperium. Oh, yeah.
Everybody got lended glasses.
Clean them glasses, Imperium.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I need a new pair of glasses.
They did get confirmed out, and because of this next circle, actually, they went pretty central. Mainly focus on the area of Ruins, right? That is actually going to be going pretty good for Valdez, and especially for all the teams on the Trifecta compound, they can just control all of the teams getting around them, like Reject Scarlet, also T1, RQ Athena.
But RQ Athena, they've actually disengaged away from the Trifecta compound very early. And the reason why I say very early and I emphasize that is because if they had left it too late, they would have been stabbed in the back by the likes of Valdez, Reject Scarlet and T1. But because they've done it early, they're now able to set themselves up to punish the likes of Valdez and Reject Scarlet. So really quick reaction from RQ. It's exactly how you want to play Sanhok.
Yeah, but RQ got to be very careful, because they know after all their research they've probably done right. A team that likes to drop around here into Ruins specifically, that's GSM Entity, and they tend to, after they looted Ruins, move up on the northern side, or where the circle tends to bring them over to. So they're going to be potentially taking a big fight with them so far.
Talking about circle, I genuinely think this next circle, and I don't really usually predict circles, but based on what we've seen, I'm going to predict that the next circle is going to go up northeast.
Man, that would be a hard shift.
Yeah, I know.
That would be actually really interesting, making Danny Avenger very, very mad. But Reject Scarlet pressured down by T1. They got a good high ground position. Reject Scarlet might just actually jump into the water as a last resort. I think that would be a valid option for them so far. And they were indeed being just that, sending Duelo and Sarah in the water.
I know those shots didn't connect, which is a tiny bit disappointing. At least that's pushing back Reject Scarlet. It's pushing Reject Scarlet closer to RQ. It's pushing them closer to them getting taken out. So it gives more space to T1, and I gotta say I commend that.
Yeah, but RQ moved away from the compound, so you know what? That's free pickings for Reject Scarlet. They can hold on to that position and maybe even get a few backstab shots onto RQ.
True, but remember I say it can be hard to hold on to that compound.
We'll see Break. Gonna get sprayed down by Swag of Megastars. Looking strong. They've still got 3 players in this lobby after losing Paradox earlier. They are still putting the pressure down onto one of the top teams of the lobby. But they're going to go back into the water because they're currently 9 circles, so they're going to try and maybe just cruise their way in a more decent position on the riverbank where they can actually take a decent fight versus Box Gaming.
We've seen Missile being taken out by Team Seeker. Team Seeker with the rotation out of Painan, away from Synergy, just across the bridge on the Southwest Island. They've been able to get some nice angles on the teams in the high ground as the next phase is going to pop up.
You were wrong, Imperium. You were wrong on that one. But you know what? Ruins is going to be in play, and the bridge is going to be a pretty big focus of this one. But now you level up, and TSM Entity, they're going to be the 2 teams really protecting and holding on to this location, denying rotation from the squads around them. Especially TSM, they are dead center. They got that little compound to play with. The amount of visibility they get is pretty big.
If they can stick to that coastline that's just away from ruins where they're not spotted by the likes of Udo, that would be really good, because you can wrap around ruins like Udo are doing without being spotted too much. But of course, Udo are going to be pinched by the likes of King and Gamers and Synergy as they move in from the Southwest Island.
Loki of Box Gaming is fishing simulator for him, gathering intel onto Megastars. Can he pick it up? You see Swag jumping over there in the distance, goes for the spray. Can he hit the last bullet? Not quite. Swag will remain alive. But now he sees Encore. That one will indeed connect with a headshot to Encore, confirmed out. And you know when you get knocked in the water, that's an instant death, Imperium.
I like this by Valdez. They're pushing onto RQ, trying to create the space for the rest of their team to swim across the water. Martin doing what Martin does best, right? In the backline, firing shots off, trying to create that distraction. But with third parties coming in, with the likes of Reject Scarlet, it's going to be so much harder for Valdez to try and dictate this play.
We just saw Swag of Megastars, unfortunately, going to be going down in the water, out of oxygen. That's not going to work out. Vexy still remaining as a last man army of Megastars, so he could still come out, but Valdez the Murder trying their best to get himself out of the water, but Armgen going to be an easy pickup for RQ Athena Beer 11. But Martin's still fighting back from the backline, as you mentioned, right? He's still bringing a lot to his team, allowing Velmoth to actually make it over. That's a 50% secure rate.
It is, and with Reject Scarlet kind of distracting RQ, that's allowed Orange Rock to come in to get the knockdown, and we're just losing bodies left, right and centre. Orange Rock really taking advantage on the Northwest Island.
Orange Rock, we talked about Bigatron being a team that could have a really good result on this one, but Orange Rock, they got 2 4th position on Sanhok in the finals here, Imperium, right? So they got still a really good success rate over here, but will that be enough to take the win? We'll have to see, because the chance of the next circle going in their favour is pretty slim. They've got to be careful, and even Pimei of Box Gaming is going to be on the mountaintop, so a sneaky third party could be coming on through as Velmoth gets secured out as a one-man army remaining of Valdez the Murder, eliminated in 14th, and now things are getting more and more intriguing because there's not a lot of room remaining in this circle.
Yeah, with the blue zone closing in, the river and the water and the bridge in play, it does take away that landmass, so the teams up on that Northwest Island are going to be pinched a lot closer to each other. That's Orange Rock, that's BTR, that's Team IND. The good thing for Team IND is that Trance is actually on the bridge with Slayer on the edge. But it's still not going to be easy as the next circle shows itself up. And that is damn awkward, but goes in the favor of you level up.
We're going to have another water finish, Imperium. Like we had one yesterday on Erangel in the final game, and it could be happening on Sanhok once again. But the bridge is going to be a big point of contestment. Team ID going to take control. I'm not sure if it's like above or under. I think the under would be a little bit of a safer one. But if you go above on top of the bridge, the amount of control you can get from that location is pretty big, and it is pretty hard to peek from. But Reject Scarlet, they want to get involved with RQ Athena. They get the knock on the D2E, leaving Ernie as a one-man army, taking a fight head on. He's going to get the spray, almost able to get Lufa, but he's just going to be played a little bit too short. RQ Athena taken out of the lobby. 12 teams still in play for this Sanhok chicken dinner.
Great teamwork by the Japanese side, Reject Scarlet, as they look to push their way in from the eastern side out of the blue zone, but they are not inside the circle just yet. BTR get taken out. That's going to be them wiped out in 11th place. Not a lot of points on the fray for them. TSM Entity are going to be put under pressure. T1 go down as well. Suddenly, we have 10 teams left and 29 players.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit tricky. They can go for the res onto Gil because otherwise the blue zone was going to be a little bit too much. But actually, Team ID from actually the bridge side, they're the ones taking control. As you mentioned earlier, it could be a risky position to take from because a lot of teams can know where you are. But actually, they're getting so much damage out. You've got to keep that in mind. The players aren't going to be claiming lives. Nice. Try and center just like yesterday's Sanhok game. The CU High's head, Clutch God, going to pop it right off. And even sees another team coming around. That's going to be King of Game. It's very, very passive this game, but now they're slowly coming together.
Great play by Clutch God. Mobile. Great forward thinking to get that knock off as the Blue Zone is pushing his way through. Team Secret are going to find themselves under a lot of pressure, but King of Gamers looking for the last remaining player. You do. Down she goes, Darcy blows, but the third party Central from Clutch God, but he's going to get taken out by Concept.
Oh, Clutch got a little bit too hungry there. Wanted to get that kill confirmed, but he tried to go for the flash. But 77 will be able to make it work out. But they're still getting sprayed from actually the low ground by the last remaining player of Team Secret, I do believe. And he's getting some job done versus a team that's going to be eye shots in a distance, but unfortunately he's going to be spotted out. That's going to be the end of Team Secret in 7th position. 6 teams still in play, but the circle going back over to the eastern side.
On a side note, you talked about box gaming, you talked about Pime, and I was thinking, he's not going to be able to do nothing. Credit where credit is due. He's gotten his team up from around 10th in placement.
Oh, great nade.
5th. What a great grenade by you level up to eliminate King of Gamers.
Wait, did Hughes just get 2 squad wipeouts with grenades right there? I think he just did. Okay, very interesting stuff from You Level Up, taking control. Really good line of sight up in the south with a nice little split, gathering a lot of the information and a lot of pressure from that line. But now Kamau has the intel to slay a Team ID on the bridge. That was a risky play and is not rewarding as of yet. Oh, Mavi. Hello there.
Mavi is going to try to pull off a Ted. Will he be trying to punch his way through the water? Is he just going to be swimming around this pillar and minding his own business? But the Blue Zone is closing in, so it's going to send him closer to the land, but at the end of the day, he has yet to be spotted.
Yeah, Team IG are completely unaware of his location. He might just steal that one away, but I think he got scouted by Zigod. His fishing simulator back at it again. But Team ID going to be slowly pushing on that location. The circle's going to be closing up once again. Where might it go for this next shift? I mean, this is very an intriguing finish, would you have to say, but my god, You Level Up. They're being gifted circle after circle. They're using it accordingly, though. The amount of pressure from that line, right, from that split is huge, and that position alone might just give them that chicken dinner.
No way can TSM go over the road, right? So You Level Up have got to recognize this, right? Keep Winter by the road, but send the rest of the 3 members on the north side of the circle so that they are covering anybody coming underneath the bridge. You could have Team IND and you could have TSM coming in from there, or even the last remaining player of Orange Rock.
I want to mention that TSM hasn't moved a lot this game, so they still have normally a lot of utility remaining for their side to use in this final circle. We're going to see one player of You Level Up taken out of the lobby. Remaining as a 3-man squad was Zap Kamau. And now the circle's closing up around these squads. Already 1 quarter closed up. And Zigod and Neo down below under the bridge section. Team ID, they're being forced forward. They can't jump out, otherwise they're going to be easy pickings for both Jackson and Yorkjan. And Mavi's still just going to be snaking and just swimming his way through. Yorkjan has to push on forward, even though they're just barely out of the circle. And that's going to be a huge opportunity for Team IND to capitalize on that location.
You Level Up need to be more aggressive. They've allowed Team ID to take those shots a little bit too easily, but now it's going to be clapped back and forth. Hooksan proning his way down. TSMNT have been able to get those surprise push underneath the bridge, but Zigod is knocked down, leaving Neo on his own.
Well, that was a close call, but Orange Rock will be going out in actually 4th, and Team ID will be taking 3rd position. And now You Level Up, they're going for the push. Winter still giving information where TSMNT are. They're going to go for the easy spray from above on top of that rock, and they have it. That's going to be a great win from You Level Up. You Level Up, we've got the production crew having some fun over there, but that was a great finish. I mean, they had control, the circle went into the advantage, but we mentioned that many times, just like for box gaming, right? Having the circle given to you is one thing, but using it properly is another, and they use this circle damn well.
Yeah, for sure. I did say they were maybe a tiny bit too passive coming into the kind of ending, but at the end of the day, they still kept players up. They were still taking advantage of the circle, and getting a chicken dinner is going to really help them in breaking in to the top 3.
We'll see if they can try and climb back up in the overall standings. We'll check it out as we also have all of these awesome plays to break down over on the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
You Level Up seizes the victory here for Sanhok as they're able to dispatch of the rest of the competition. Get rid of them, slam them down. As here on Sanhok, we have Alex as well as Patrick. I've done it for the second time. That's super
this
weird.
Is weird.
It's weird.
Stop calling me that.
I think the funny thing is
me Alex, maybe that's why.
I mean, the funny thing is that he calls me James all the time.
Look down here.
Go on.
It says Frost.
Actually, yeah, it actually just says Froz and then at Froz TV.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, talk to me about You Level Up, Froz.
You Level Up, I mean, they didn't need to move too much because they kind of just dropped there, right?
Yeah.
And then we're just holding their ground and just waiting it out and grabbing all of the kills.
Yeah, initially it looked like it was going to be that circle ending towards the western island. We saw so many teams just instantly rotating towards the center, and then it went down south towards Ruin, and we saw lots of swimming kills because of that. I mean, Megastars, for example, went towards the center, realized it was going towards the south, tried to swim across, and got annihilated by TSM.
Yeah, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game, of course, as we have 31 going for a You Level Up. TSM Entity, though, 23 on the board. Not too bad at all for us.
You Level Up has woken up, I'd say. In the 3 past games here, we got them a second place, 1 kill, second place, 8 kills, and now a first place with 9 kills.
That's nice.
That is really nice. That is a good streak. I hope they can keep it up for the next game. But also, of course, as you mentioned, TSM Entity grabbing a lot of points. We've seen them up and down, up and down. This is one of the up ones.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, and for TSM as well, what was fantastic was they were one of the teams that didn't over-rotate, and they were, well, favored and opportunistic with the fact that the circle did go in their favor. And look at all the way down there towards the bottom, 13th, RRQ Athena. Just to read off a few of the stats from Sanhok for RRQ Athena. First game, 16th. Second game, 15th. And here they are now at 13th with 2 points. They cannot get it done on Sanhok.
Well, this is what we're talking about with RRQ Athena, right? They get the wins. They get those high points. But then they also have these bad games with very low points. And that's what's dragging them down.
Yeah.
Considering that they have, 5 wins?
This is what's dragging them down in first place. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
They could have had a much better lead if it wasn't for games like this.
Very fair, very fair. You Level Up, though, is currently resides around the 6th, 5th position mark right now, which is actually amazing for them, considering at the very beginning of PMWL East, they didn't have the easiest week at all. But now, as I say, second, first coming in from this. Brilliant stuff by You Level Up.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, also just comparing to the end of yesterday, the day before as well, the first day of the finals, they were 3rd, and then after yesterday, down in 7th, and now they're slowly beginning to climb things up. And they didn't have that much healing, they had a lot of damage, but as you said before, they landed towards Tambang, and then all they had to really do was rotate, a few hundred meters, if that, and they were in the center of the circle, had full control of it towards the western side, and it was great.
Let's take a look then at those cards, see what's going on over there. We've got ourselves Translufa as well. And
I got a guess here, though.
All right, go on then.
This is a hard one. This is a 50-50, but I'm gonna go with Clutch God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
What do you guys think?
There you go.
I also think Clutch God.
It's a little bit too late.
Good prediction there.
You know what? I'm really good at this. Let's take a look at the numbers behind all of that. 848 damage. Banging it.
I mean, this is nice to see, right? Clutch God being the MVP. We talked so much about Jonathan, so much about Neo, so much about Z-God, and now we got Clutch God up here as well. That's a full team lineup.
So many gods.
Yeah,
exactly. And Clutch God as well was instrumental at taking down GXR Celts. It's one of the first fights we actually had of the entire map when, as I said before, we thought it was going to be that western side circle, and so did the teams as well. Many of them overzealously just rotating up north or to the western side. And, well, TSM, they didn't budge early, and they had GXR walking into them, and Clutch God just destroyed them.
Mountain Dew, do the do moments time for all.
Yes, of course, we saw that TSM, they were residing inside ruins for a long time because they didn't need to move. They had a circle on top of them. People came towards them instead. But after a while, they figure out, well, Ryzen, you need a parachute. That's exactly what they realized.
And we saw as well on that western island, we had Bigatron, Orange Rock, and Team IND, and it felt like all those teams, as soon as it went towards Ruin, they just had this massive fight towards that southern bridge, and of course Team IND with 8 kills managed to win it. And James, this is what I was talking about before, Megastars trying to swim across because they were trying to be the first rotators on the western island.
But this was after they actually killed Break. They swam across first on the north side of Bootcamp, swam across, knocked out Break, and then swam back towards Bootcamp. because they saw that the circle shifted down towards the southwest, so it wasn't prominent to go on the northwest island. But the thing was, with the circle we had early on, it was kind of towards the trifecta. A lot of people were thinking maybe it's the trifecta, so we saw a lot of teams trying to gather up around that area.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was just a debate the whole time.
Debate.
Baiting you the whole time. Actually, a really good point to mention is it's going to come towards the end here shortly with the bridge, and as the zone comes in, one of the plays that TSM did was they opted to have Zegord wait inside the blue zone. They had Nia push inside the circle, and what they did with this was they tried to have Zegord kill the Team IND players as they left the bridge, but unfortunately it felt like You Level Up just had a much better position.
And there's a lot of high variance on what goes on in these fights when it comes to even just the southern end of with this bridge here, Froz. Not necessarily the later fights, but in those earlier fights when there's so many teams clustered up, it's going to go... it's very difficult to predict which way it's going to go.
It's very hard to predict which way it's going to go. What you want to do is set yourself up. Where is it best to play from, depending on how you want to play the game? You can go for the kills. You can take a position going for kills. Yeah. We can take a position going for the win. But it's also setting yourself up. Can we rotate from this position to another position, depending on where the circle goes? There is so much that comes into thinking when it comes to that.
Let's take a look at the total damage then throughout this lobby and see if we've got Sanhok numbers. Yes! 1,700! It's Sanhok numbers!
It's Sanhok numbers!
Yes.
Not the highest we've seen so far. Obviously for TSM, 9 kills. You mentioned it many, many times though. In Ruin, in the center of the circle, obviously the action was coming towards them. You Level Up, 1,400 damage and 11 kills. And what's really impressive as well, in that final zone, well, the second to last final zone that we saw You Level Up actually go for a 1-1-1 setup. They had each player in a different compound. They had 2 players out as well into the open. And this is why they had such good positioning inside the circle, because as soon as it shifted towards the western side, they already had 2 players inside the best compounds. The rest of the team just joined them.
I also think it's very impressive that Clutch God did half of the damage to TSM.
Exactly.
That's pretty good.
It shows the caliber of him, of course. But also, of course, we saw Team IND and Reject Scarlet getting a lot of kills and damage on the board there.
Yeah, also not surprising to see as well, Orange Rock, Team IND, really hype on the damage numbers as well, coming down from that trifecta island towards the west, towards that southern bridge. That's where the, well, crescendo of action really happened.
Let's take a look then at the overall rankings here for the PMWL East. We have RQ still sat at the top, and Box Gaming actually breaching into that 200-point mark as well. So they joined the Cool Kids group for us.
They joined the Cool Kids group, but we got one more game today to go, of course. But this is what we're talking about, setting yourself up for tomorrow. Look at this right now. Of course, you have the top 3 up there, but You Level Up and Orange Rock, if they have a good game here, they're going to set themselves up as well to be towards the top pack. They might not join it straight away, but if they can work their way to be close enough to get in there in the game 1 or 2 tomorrow, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic point. It seems like You Level Up, hot or cold, we need to see more consistency besides the big Finnish chicken dinners. Synergy managing to make their way up as well, considering the fact that they had good rotations coming from Painan. They actually got quite close towards Rune before they were taken out, but even so, they're still 3 points ahead of GXR. Celts there towards in 12th. Maybe Synergy can try finish on the first side of the table today.
I do love that it is getting close up towards the top for the 3 teams, though, of course. They are the 3 teams that stole the headlines at the end of the regular season, and they're continuing to do so here in the grand finals. It's schedule time for one more game, of course, as we just had You Level Up winning things out. We've had quite the variance once again when it comes to our winners here throughout the day, but it's been good nonetheless. It's our final Erangel of the day. Froz, talk to me. Say something.
Hello, James. My name is Frost.
That was inconsequential.
No, we're going to go into Erangel, of course. Once again, the map everybody knows. But who's going to be dominating this one? That's what I'm questioning. I want to see Valus. We saw them going out very early here on Sanhok. But they want to step it up. This is the time to do it. Same with You Level Up and Orange Rock, of course. We want to see them towards the top pack. The more teams we can have up there, the more exciting games we're going to have tomorrow.
Yep, I'm on the same page.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Going to be good. And as well, don't forget that I know you're excited out there, but you can make even more people excited by getting people involved. We want to hit that 1 million viewers peak viewer milestone. And if we do, everyone who plays PUBG Mobile will get 6 free crates. We love free things, and also you got a free game coming at you right now. It's Erangel. We're heading over to our commentators for the final game of the day.
Yes, indeed. The final game of the Penopula.
Hey, you okay?
Oh, whoa.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
How are you doing? How are you doing?
Hey, yeah.
I didn't see you there. Anyway, the last game of the day. I'll tell you what, it's been such a crazy day. Everything's been happening. Circles have been mental. Teams have been winning that have come out of somewhat nowhere. Anything can literally happen, and I absolutely love it.
I love it.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Wee-wee. Yes, 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 yes.
Oh my god, too many.
Oh, man.
I haven't finished watching JoJo yet. Really
Have you not?
Nah,
it's okay, man, it's okay.
It's okay, but Lipovka is going to be good all down to Sanhok Island or Primorsk if you want to call it over there. Also, this is not a great playing path in Imperium. We got to mention it's going to be pretty hard for a few teams to get in their prime location. But TSM, because they're close to Yasnaya, going to be normally contested by Reject Scarlet, so maybe a little bit of an early game fight, but Reject Scarlet should be expecting TSM to be there also.
That's a really big thing. It's I kind of touched upon it in the last game, is that you do have to be aware of what other teams will be doing based on the playing trajectory, based on the circle, and that's where studying the other teams is so important on how you're able to react with it. It's such an imperative part of your IGLing. You're not just IGLing your own team, you're actually IGLing the other teams, if that makes sense.
I was for a second, I was like, wait, Bigatron, are they not going for their usual drop-in location? They're going way more out on the western side of farm.
It's a bit more western
branching out a bit more. Yeah, I think that's okay, but they must expect teams to be around them, especially Fox Gaming is going to be right on top of their location. Maybe an early game fight happening on the west of farm. The playing path and that phase on circle,
it's okay.
Not working too well together. We've already seen better coming into these final days, Imperium, but that is okay. But Pime, he's like, oh, I think that's Bigatron. Not going to stay here.
I think because he just managed to somewhat land a tiny bit earlier, he was able to get that vehicle, but looks he was able to pick up the AKM with a hollow. Got a couple of shots, but it really won't hurt him too much in the long run with his Jimmy Jams on, you know? You can tell you're getting into the last game of the day when he's got his Jim Jams on, right? You know, he's ready to hit the bed as soon as this game is over, right?
Do you call that Jim Jams?
Jim Jams, PJs, pajamas, but they're Jim Jams for short.
Call them pajamas.
Did you know there's a show in UK and Ireland, a kids show called Bananas in Pajamas?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So literally, it's like bananas who were in pajamas. You know, I know.
Thank you, Imperium. That's a very good insight, Imperium. It's okay. We'll take you back to the asylum later. Fine. We'll keep you with us for a little bit longer time. But you know what? I was expecting actually Reject Scarlet to be careful because they should have expected TSM to be here, but they actually spread pretty thinly, and actually they're going to be all around TSM. They've got to keep that in mind.
They even have Sarah that is quite far away, as Seagod gets a lovely Uzi shot from a distance, considering that's a close range weapon. I know the recoil isn't heavy on the Uzi, but that's still pretty clean.
That's really nice indeed, but you still got the wall to be hide behind. That is great. Imperium?
I was thinking that kind of TSM should capitalize, but then again, they weren't in a position to even engage on it. It was just an opportunistic knock by Seagull, which is great because it sends a message to Reject. It's going to make them a little bit more passive as their grenade is being cooked off.
That's really good. Actually, right on top of your... going to get some tick damage down to Duello. Going to buy a little bit of time to 9 that res up just yet.
That's... I've got to say, I know it's early game, and I know that's a little bit of a utility, but... Credit where credit is due to Zigod. It's creating time as well where TSM should now be taking advantage of it, right? They've got to know that the revive hasn't come through, but as they have spotted and realized there is a member of Reject Scarlet inside that building, accurately executed by Clutch God.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy response for Reject Scarlet. Luther's going to be knocked out. Even Sarah, you actually showed me with your finger earlier, right, that he was completely over to the eastern side of Yasnaya Polyana. Like, there's just no way that really they should be taking this fight. And they just don't seem prepared. Like, if you read this playing path perfectly, like, you should know that this is potentially something that's going to happen, right? That you're going to get another team taking a fight to you in your own compound, which is Yasnaya Polyana. It doesn't seem like their position meant that they were ready mentally in any way.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was poor by Reject Scarlet. They're at least surviving as a 3-person team, but especially when it's a team like TSM who feed off early game kills, right? They feed off that confidence of that knock, that kill, that push, and it is going to make an easy entryway across the north of the river into George Paul.
Looking for the fight. They're going to be punching one down once again. Every time you got to punch, I got to do my JoJo references. It's just always fun, good time. Or One Punch Man, that's fine because that's the only anime you've ever watched, Imperium, even though you say, I liked it, but you didn't finish it. What the hell? What the hell, Imperium?
Come on, man. I thought we were over that, like.
No, I'm not. I'm holding.
You know what?
It's been a year.
I finished One Punch Man yesterday.
1 million. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Really?
The last game in Erangel. That was the end of One Punch Man. You gotta give me that one.
Okay.
Anyway.
Fair enough.
Talk about these teams' locations right now. You see RQ still in Pachinki, which I'm a little bit surprised they haven't disengaged to the hills of Pachinki early on. Team Secret have a nice spread across Gaka all the way to the outside the western part of Pachinki, so that's looking pretty good. And you level up, have a player sent up to the north of Quarry while the rest are looting Ferry Pier and Primorsk.
Yeah. Team Secret, they like to drop in Gatka, right? Like, they're going to have a lot of control on that location. Really don't have to move whatsoever, so I'm really intrigued to see how they can move in that one. Team Ideas begin more and more, efficient on rotating on those western circles, and I think they're going to have a good amount of pressure. But Duello gets so much information on TSM Entity. Yuri's not going to be anywhere nearby to help up on that fight with Duello.
TSM.
Yeah, PSM, they're going to try and corner him into that building. They can't do anything now. He's going to be cornered up on that rooftop. But Yuri, from a distance, could bring somewhat assistance if they do get for the push up top. But Duello is going to have a hard time taking this fight in a 1v2.
Neo, stand back a little bit. What? Okay.
What? Okay.
Did he prone on the stairs?
Oh, another punch and finish. Man, TSM, I think they're going to eliminate all of Reject Scarlet with their Fist Imperium. They're going to have a mission this game.
Fists of Fury.
Oh my god, they're looking good. I mean, they pick it up one by one. Now Reject Scarlet down to 2 players. Sarah did come back in the northern side of Yasnaya, but they'll try and get back as a 2-man team. As Galaxy Racer Celts and also T1 going to get an early game skirmish. The grenades are going to be flying by.
This is outside Milta. Celts are normally proactive on their rotations.
Move fast, yeah.
Away from Milta, but T1 have gotten close to them. Maybe it was the fact that Celts weren't expecting it, or maybe it's the fact that Celts are just being a little bit slow on their rotations coming into the last game. But that's a lot of early utility from both of these teams, Max.
Success rate of these grenades, 0%. So far, nothing has connected on both sides. They're trying their best to get that initial knockdown. Because if it's a 4v4, right, and they both know which team they're fighting up against because they're fighting Milta, it's bound to be T1 and Galaxy Racer Celts, right? And what you're looking for right now is that initial knockdown with a grenade, even potentially a double, and then you're going to capitalize and you're going to go for that push. Because if you leave, the other team's going to take position and they're going to shoot you from the back. You want to take this fight head on.
Plus, because Galaxy Racer Celts have that 3-stack building, they need to be taking advantage of that and having at least one member up on that 3-stack, giving some form of oversight to the rest of the team. Of course, it is a little bit harder for Galaxy Racer Celts to in any way wrap around because there's nothing protecting them outside of those buildings. But this is a little bit of a stalemate.
Single grenade coming out from Yeonjun on the side also. MJ going to be smoking up his visibility quite a bit. The circle's almost closed up, Imperium. Like, they're going to be in the blue right now.
Yeah, like...
Rox actually gets knocked away by ZZP. This might actually be that golden opportunity for T1 to take the push to Galaxy Racers, but they still seem a little bit slow right now.
It's a little bit hesitant from a T1 team that have looked more aggressive in these finals. I know it's only phase 1 blue zone, but of course you're wasting core time, you're wasting ammo, you're wasting utility. Now is the best time to go for this push before the revive comes through.
It's too late now. You can't go for the push anymore. Rox is going to get healed up. They should expect that to happen.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be turning into a battle of potentially nades once again. If they still have some nades, because they use so many. I think, do they still have some?
Exactly.
I don't think
It's
so.
also the thing of, like, because so many nades were used, the only thing this gave is T1 the opportunity to get onto the roof. But I still think that's a little bit kind of, I don't want to be rude, but it's kind of like half-baked job, if that makes sense. It's kind of like, yeah, I get it. Go for the roof play, but you had a player knocked down. You had the advantage. You could wrap around those 2 side buildings and that little hut.
We've seen a circle go back on the northern side, going to still have Hospital, also Ruins in the play. But like one thing that this fight also have an issue for these 2 squads, right? Even if you win the fight, one thing that's going to be making you also have a really hard time with on the next phase is you're going to be blindfolded as you go in a circle. You talked about it, right? Information is power. These 2 teams, doesn't matter if they both make it out alive or not, they're going to have no information on where teams are, and they're just going to go in blindfolded in the circle, and they might just die because of a weaker rotation because they have no information.
Like, not that I not that I want to disrespect this team fight, but I also wish not to really kind of talk about it so much because they've both wasted so much time fighting that I'd rather actually kind of point out things in the area and where teams are rotating to. You do, coming from Severny, have been able to move really nicely in from the shooting range, and it's also with you level up just outside Everest, making their way up that hill.
Seeing Rox actually doing one of the most, proactive moves of this fight so far, taking a really decent position on the side. A grenade will be coming out pretty close to Rox, going into the cut. Oh, that's a risky move, Rox. I'm not a fan of it, and that's going to be instantly punished by Satan of T1, but can't quite find the flush. Galaxy Racer Cell as now a 3-man team. MJ on the tower can get information to deny potentially that flush onto Rox, but the smokes are slowly going to be panning out, and Yunjin still on the rooftop there. Might be the golden opportunity for him to secure that kill and make it a proper 4v3 fight.
I will remind you, with this circle, there is a possibility of another Watertown finish.
Ooh.
There is a possibility of another Sunken City finish, as John likes to call it. So we'll have to wait to see as the Blue Zone is closing in on phase 2. This fight has gone on for far too long. That's another knockdown on the Galaxy Racer Cells. T1, just close it out. Put them out of their misery.
MJ, the 1v4 machine taken out. Actually, 2 of T1 on the other side. And I was going to try his best. Yunjin going to be joining the party. Missile and Yunjin still alive. But MJ, I think this is your golden time to strike. If you don't, you might actually lose that opportunity. Can you get the 1v4? It's now turned into a 1v1. MJ, can he make another 1v4 happen? This guy is absolutely legendary in the scene of PMWL East. And can he make it happen once again? Can he prove himself why he is the 1v4 clutch god? Missile going to be pretty low himself. They're taken down because of the phase on Blue Zone. Missile gets the angle for a split second. He will get the elimination onto MJ and the entirety of Galaxy Racer Cells. That was a damn close call. MJ almost did it once again.
As much as I kind of would love to see that because MJ is the 1v4 god, I kind of went, well, look, it was, T1 deserved to win that in the overall view, but Megastars connecting onto Team IND. Team IND rotated from Military Island. They got in towards the hills outside Pachinki, but they have clashed together right now with Megastars, but Slayer knocks down Swag.
Like our Team IND are playing around this fight, they're trying to suffocate Megastars and hold them in position so they can't really fight back. But talking about fighting back, Paradox is going to be doing just that. Instantly getting a kill onto Slayer, going to be confirming it out, confirming an extra kill. They do explode the card. That's going to get rid of Encore of Megastars, and Team IND now down to 2 players. That's going to be 420 OP and also Snacks. But Megastars very, very spread and leaving Vexy alone there down below. But in also a little bit of a dip. Grenades could be his downfall. Very close call from 420 OP.
If he can get to the other side to get the revive on the Swag, that'd be actually no. Just to say that.
Stop jinxing Imperium. Stop this.
I'm sorry. Feels bad, man. Even though Trance is knocked down and Megastars get taken out, he was able to give information. That revive should come through as Snacks just loots up instead of gets a revive. And hey, Team IND, they performed strongly. They haven't been as consistent today as they were yesterday, but with a couple of very strong results, it's helped perk them up overall, and they are currently 6th place.
6th position overall, looking really good. They're about to hit also that 10-point average, which is huge in the final. The circle did pop off on it again. We haven't seen on screen, but it went back over to the mountaintop. Also still got Ruins in play. Might actually have a Ruins finish in Imperium, which we all know is your favorite location. You love Ruins. Tell us, Imperium. You absolutely love it.
I hate it, but you do have been reacting really well to the circle shift. They got into that compound by the side of the river that was to the north. That gives a lot of information, but what I absolutely love is that the whole squad are not there. It's just 2 players, so they have that 2-2 split. That's really nicely done by them. Orange Rock, I didn't like the fact that they stayed in Watertown for so long, but it's kind of benefited them with this circle shift that they're able to hug the coastal line by Ruins, and they might be able to get a couple of nice clean kills off to the likes of RQ and Valdez. But let's not forget they're surrounded by teams.
Yeah, making things a little bit risky for them. A few teams will have to make it out of a headshot valley, as they like to call over there with the other caster pair.
Yeah.
But a few teams especially coming out, that's going to be King of Gamers getting dangerously close to Valdez the Murder, so a fight could be coming out from that low bobber position. And talking about that, actually, we're going to be panning off over. Look at that, absolutely perfect. Martin and Gerd are going to try and initiate that fight with a knockdown with a nade, but the distance is just a little bit too big, so I think Valdez maybe just got to hold the angles and keep that utility later on.
Just kind of, as this is the last game of the day, and we're in a little bit of a quiet period hitting the 15-minute mark, what I've loved about today is the fact that we started today with a 70-point gap between 1st and 8th. We are coming into this last game of the day with only a 53-point difference between first and eighth. That's a lot closer. It means that a couple of core strong results from the teams in 6th, 7th, and 8th will heavily put them into the contendership for the top 3.
Basically, it will be like almost a third Super Weekend where it ended up being on the last game where we knew which team was going to be in that top 1. It might actually even be the case for the final game of PMWL East Season 0. It's going to be intense. You love it when it ends like that. This is why we enjoy PUBG Mobile Esports, for those intense finishes where you don't know which team will be on top, but T1, they're going to be caught out in the open during that rotation in the fields. Missile and Neondrin barely making it out of the blue. Very close call, and that actually might be the end as they're very close to Team IND.
That's what we talked about with regards to lack of information of them taking so long to fight cells. They went for a sweeping rotation, and because they didn't really know what was going on, yeah, they did lose one player, but at least they're keeping themselves up as a two-man squad. But with limited meds, it is going to be a little bit harder as the next phase is popping up. Everest finish.
Again?
Level up. Gifted. Again. Could it be 2 chicken dinners in a row? Could it be back-to-back? Could we see you level up? Climb on top of the standings? I know that's so many questions in a row, but it's just naturally what swept through my mind. This is incredible.
I mean, one team that has been doing really good on Everest, that's RQ Athena, and they're going to be a team actually rotating instantly, going like, okay, you know what, we already had this circle, we have experience on it, we had a few other mistakes when we played versus Bigatron, we had the great grenades coming out from Microboy, and now they're going to get for that position first, and I think that's really good call from RQ, but maybe a 2-2 split would be better, just try and make sure in case the circle shifts away. It really depends.
In my opinion, you got to go full in onto Everest, full send it. It's a good thought, but we'll have to see how it works out for them. Arndrock, are these actually processing really nicely with that circle shift? Even though they're outside the circle, they're able to connect onto Valdis Esports, Valdis Murder, should I say. TSM Entity, they dropped into Watertown from Yasnai. They should actually sweep up towards the north and come in behind you. It would be a bit more of a surprise rotation and it'll be show their dynamics, but instead they're choosing to go through Headshot Valley, which still isn't a bad call.
I think they just want to avoid going through bridges again. I think like you want to try and really reduce the amount of bridges you've got to cross through a game, because those are really risky positions to be in. We got a big cluster of teams down south, up in the northwestern side of Pachinki. That's going to be Team ID, got Synergy, Box Gaming, and even another squad. But great engagement from Bigatron upon King of Gamers, and that's going to be the team really taking heavy casualties, having to move actually away from this engagement entirely with Brug and Boza still remaining. They see Trance actually from Team ID and just going to instantly pick up that kill. That was very surprising, but they're just going to right open by Box Gaming in the open, and that's going to be job done for Box Gaming as they secure the final kill. Third kill for them in this game.
King of Gamers wiped off the lobby. 13 teams left, 41 players. With this sweeping circle shift on the previous phase, we are seeing a lot of players go down on their rotation, right? The likes of BTR taking advantage they currently have in this game. Nice, juicy 4 kills. It's going to be a good start, but Box Gaming are towards the southwest. TSM Entity, they're being punished by Orange Rock, which is what I talked about. Orange Rock just taking full advantage of this Rune's position.
I don't know what it is with Orange Rock and TSM Entity. They just like magnetize to each other on Erangel. Just always like, oh yeah, we're going to take a fight, boy. It's going to be very interesting.
They do have a lot of love and respect for each other.
Yes, it's true. It's a lot of love, you know, deadly love in a sense, you know, poisonous love, because they kill each other at the end, but still very intriguing to see which team could take this one, because Orange Rock, they got multiple angles that could give them the advantage, the edge on TSM. Well, very close, one grenade, and that could be over for both Clutch God and Jonathan.
It was just really good positioning by Orange Rock, having 2 players outside the circle, but this is the push by BTR into King of Gamers. Outside the window, they got the better of them one by one, and it was honestly one of the easiest engagements for BTR. As much as it was cleanly executed, it was just kind of one by one.
1 HP player will say, went for the double flush, was like, hey, I'm Phyllis. 1 HP, that's all I need to confirm those 2 kills, and he got them flawlessly, nicely executed. But the circle is about to close up. A lot of teams playing on the edge. RQ, you know, playing very, very central on this one. Not going too high up on the mountain, just in case the circle does shift away from Everest, which I think is pretty good for them overall. But this circle, where might it take us, Imperium? Oh, we're going to have an Everest finish. Team ID losing an extra 2 players, actually.
Oh, just about. It's on the eastern edge. of Everest right now, right in the middle of RQ, but that's easier said than done to control it, right? I do think it should be okay. Team Seeker are sending you high up, actually wrapping around RQ. This is going to get pretty hairy, scary. Mary as BTR are going to be pushing in towards box.
Let's not forget the last chicken dinner on the Everest finish was actually won by Team Secret, so
that's
they are
fair.
feeling confident to this one, but also Team The Breaches really well. Everest is Bigatron. Those are two teams to keep on your radars going into this, but Box Gaming have to move on forward. Bigatron, they got the information as a four-man team. They're going to spray it down and pepper. Come on, Box Gaming, they got located distance. Can he hit the last bullet? Yes, that will be the case. Luxy gets it done. The Box Gaming still remaining as a two-man squad with Pimay and Break, but Break, he wants to go for the push on Bigatron. He is fearless. This man is mental.
Valdez and Murder go down. 12 teams left. We see Team Seeker having 2 to 3 players inside on the southern edge of Everest, and then Ice Shots is down below, so they're kind of making sure that they are spread out quite nicely. On the other side of Everest, you have Udo Gank on the northern tip of the circle and Reject Scarlet on the northwest. Ardrock opting to actually, you know, ignore TSM and go for that nice rotation that actually got Team Secret the win coming in from the east. If they can take out RQ, that will be so good.
Yeah, Ardrock and TSM become in double positive, so they're going to be just pushing away each other. That's completely fine, but going for a nice position in the circle. But Box Gaming Loki again battered by 420 OP of Team IND. Struggling despite being in the blues, and he's still doing pretty damn good. But Jonathan trying to get the upper hand onto Bigatron. They didn't really expect it, but Jonathan's going to get clapped straight back by Zuxi, confirming the kill potentially also, as Synergy get eliminated in 11th position. 10 teams still in this lobby, Imperium, for the final game of the day. Things are getting really, really interesting.
It's just like players are kind of taking each other out as they look to try and fight their way into the blue zone. TSM are going to go down. T1 are going to go down. 9 teams left just like that. As you level up, stick to the western edge of Everest, which I think is really good because it means that there's a high guarantee that nobody's coming in from behind them. They only have to worry north, south, and east.
Most of the time when Orange Rock get eliminated, they die to the hands of TSM and Steve. They're not here anymore. They just got taken out, right? So this is maybe a chance for them to take a really good game. Great grenade from B11 from a distance, going to connect on 2, both Gil and Viru. And now they'll try and remain as a 2-man army on the side with Mavi and Scout. They're going to go with a nade, try and potentially confirm those 2 kills.
And the difference between Orange Rock and Team Seeker, if you're taking the comparison, is that the game that Team Seeker won, they full sent it onto TSM, whereas Orange Rock have been a little bit too passive on that push into the circle, and now they're down to just 1 player.
The circle shift, we're having another Everest finish, Imperium. I absolutely love this. But you're going to have Yudu Gang holding a decent position. RQ potentially going to be contested by Yudu very, very soon, so got to keep an eye out for it. But now where the struggle is going to truly be is down south and also on the western side, where the team's going to have to actually rotate in the circle, being gatekeeped by all the teams on the crate of Everest. That's going to be a hard spot for them. Great grenade towards both Luxy and Zuxi. In a little bit of damage, but they still remain Break, putting the pressure down as a 1-man army.
Now you level up are going to be coming across Everest. Looking for the likes of Reject Scarlet and Team Secret, but they've yet to make their way into the circles. Fredo of Voodoo Gang pushes onto RQ. Beer 11 in amongst the smoke. Gonna look for the knockdown, but he's gonna get taken out. And RQ are eliminated.
Respectable attempt by B11, but it will not be coming out for him. And unfortunately, now Break, he got knocked down onto Zuxi, and he's just going to be able to run over the roadside without really getting pressured down. But Team Secret, they're going to be another team that he's going to have to really keep an eye out for, because they have multiple angles under control. They can get the information. Going to be using his first aid there. That was his last first aid. If he takes any damage, that's going to be consistent damage throughout this game. He's going to be having a hard time to heal up of.
RQ finished with 6 points. Is that going to be enough for them to keep hold of that top spot coming into the final day of the PMWL East? Team Secret are still inside this game, down on towards the edge of Everest, but they are not in the circle just yet. You have last player Box Gaming, BTR and Team Seeker all huddling to try and find a spot in.
Oh, I saw Break get out there for a second. Gonna be trying to get information on Ice Shots. I mean, he's in the car, so that means he's gonna be making some sound. He gets it, but no, Ice Shots gonna be clapping straight back. That was very, very good response time from him, and he eliminates Box Gaming in 7th position. But now the fight on the mountaintop of Everest is still gonna be unfolding. Bigatron tried their best to breach that position away off Voodoo Gang, but they're gonna be coming out strong, remaining as still a 3-man squad, and they are putting absolute pressure on the teams around them.
You level up, looking for the back-to-back chicken dinner. Holding on to the West, they played this game incredibly strongly. They played this position so well. The circle has favoured them, like I touched upon time and time again. But Team Secret, they're not ready to give up just yet, right? You have Mad Toy in the background. The grenade is going to fly. Rex is able to get the revive on the ice shots. The first aid goes through, but Jumper or Yudu Gank could come in to get the surprise shots onto you level up.
Oh, Mad Toy took the card to move on forward. Rex will be a casualty in this push, and even get information on ice shots there. Another great play from Winter. If you level up, this man has been getting more and more consistent as time goes by for the entire squad. And without him, I don't know where there would be. A grenade going to be coming out. It's a pretty long shot. It does get a bit of damage down onto that one player, which is Rex. Mad Toy remaining still as a one-man army. But no one's going to be pushing him except for Kumao. He's going to actually go there as a one-man army, taking a 1v1 fight, confirming all the frags. That's going to be the 4th confirmed kill for you level up.
And the circle shifts in the favour of you level up. The benefactor from the engagement from Yudu onto RQ was Erangel. They're still up as a 2-man squad. Sarah from Reject Scarlet has just stayed out of sight, out of mind. And Man Prank connects onto you level up.
Yeah, they're just going to be holding on to the circle right now. That's going to be a really good position for them to hold overall, but they're getting pressured from every single position on every. They're having a hard time. Winter put down so low, but Mamparang just can't quite get the finish. And Fredo will normally get res back up, but Gil of Erangel, they're slowly coming back into the kill feed. They want to take control of this game improvement. They get the information, go for Mamparang, but Mamparang is just too good and fights back so well, but Scout is there to back him up.
Yeah, Scout gets a final blow onto Yudu Gank. Yudu Gank were able to put so much pressure onto you level up, but with the backstab, it puts a space as Sarah's cooking up a grenade. It's overcooked. Gordon Ramsay would not be happy with that.
I just realized Sarah was like so split away and he's now Pollyanna for the rest of his team. It's actually there in this game. He's just been so silent. I didn't even see him the entire time. So you know what? Props to you, Sarah. Can that be enough to take this game away from you level up? Jackson and Winter slowly pushing on his location. Those grenades are alerting them. And they're going to go and chase that kill down.
Yeah, now Winter is going to be pushing through. Over the little dip of the hill, looking for Sarah. Shots are being flying through. That's going to be cleanly done. That's going to be another kill. That's going to be 6 in total for you level up as we're down to 3 teams.
Respectable attempt by Sarah is just going to be a little bit shortly called, but that's fine. Mad Toy remaining still alone for Team Secret. Going to try his best. Going to get scattered out by Winter. Winter, this man has been in the kill feed for so damn long. He's been doing such a good performance, but now Orange Rock, they are fighting from down below with Scout and Gil. Get information onto you level up, but they're currently going to be in the blue very soon. They have to full send it. They have to go for Narnia, Imperium, for Narnia.
For Narnia, indeed. Both these teams have gotten a chicken dinner so far today, so whoever comes out on top will claim the final blow. Winter is going to be looking for that last member of Orange Rock. He finds him, he executes him, and you level up, get the back-to-back to end the penultimate day.
Having a hard time with that word, aren't you?
Having a hard time with that word.
Oh my god, but they do it once again. You level up. Great plays. They went for the Everest position very, very early on, and it actually was really rewarded, as you mentioned, Imperium. It went in their favor time and time and time again, and at the end, they used it properly. They took control. I'm sure they're going to make fun of how you said that, Imperium, for sure.
Second last day. I hate that word indeed, but tell you what, let's see what the analyst desk have to say. I love it. Just after this break.
I should have never said penultimate. I should have never said it, and then that way Imperium wouldn't have been in this dilemma that he is currently in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You level up back to back. Amazing stuff. Great results for them coming in. And honestly, that means they're going to be joining the top pack here for us. That is nuts here.
This is scary.
Yeah.
But remember what I said just before the game. I want to see you level up. I want to see Orange Rock stepping up, making sure that they join the top pack for tomorrow. And what happened? We got you level up. We got Orange Rock.
You were so right, Frost.
Always right. You're just perfect.
What do we want to see next? No more games today.
You want to see dinner. That's what you want to see. Just predict dinner and you'll be right. Anyway, Alex, how about yourself looking at this U level up win?
Yeah, I mean, fantastic. As you said, they're going to be rising up the ranks of the leaderboards, and at the same time, it feels like the space has been given to them thanks to the poor performance recently from Box Gaming.
Let's take a look at that map ranking. Seeing the points coming on in a huge swath of points. Getting swooped up. 28 points for you level up. Orange Rock, 22 points. Wait, that means they're almost very close to the top pack too.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really close. Really, really, really close. But, I mean, you know, we were talking with Blank over there, and he was saying, when we saw the circle coming in towards Everest, he was like, RQ Athena's going to win this one.
I mean, Blank says a lot of things.
Yeah, and we know what happened last time he said that. They instantly died. And what happened this time? They instantly died.
Yeah, the cursor. Unbelievable. Blank, if you can just calm down, that'd be appreciated. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, Bigatron, 7 kills, and the majority of those kills coming towards the south side of Ruin. It felt like they got their kills early, and then they failed to try and, well, rotate up the top side of Everest, and as we saw there, you level up just destroyed them, and down there, 10th for RRQ Athena in the end, only getting 2 kills, and we juxtapose that with, well, I mean, the people who were below them initially, which was Bigatron Gaming, who got 7 kills.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's first right now, James.
I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see later on. Do you reckon Blank the Big Weeb has got a death note on PUBG Mobile? Do you reckon he just writes the names of the teams and it's like, well, they're gone.
I was just hoping you was going to say you level up, because in my head I was like, okay, I think you level up with this right now, and I'm like, Blank, do not say their name. Do not say their name.
I significantly hope he's listening right now, just so I can see his reactions later on. That's going to be good. That's going to be good. We got 1,800 damage coming in for you level up, Froz. What do you make of it?
Well, what I make from this is that they were playing on top of Everest, and they had the control on the west side the whole time, and it was the best spot to play no matter what happened with the circle. I said it when we were talking about the game, and they showed why it was the best. Because the thing is, you're gonna have the high ground, you can have so much control, and no matter what happens, even if the circle don't go to you, you still have control. You have so much control if you play right, which they did.
Yeah, and I think a good point to note as well is the difference in terms of damage done versus healing done as well. When it was on Sanhok and we saw them rotate from Tambang up towards the western side of the bridge, they actually had more healing done than damage. They played it passive. This time in their win, though, it's heavily damage focused. I mean, a great rotation, top of Everest, as you said, all the lines of sight just to kill everyone.
Yeah, it was a strong position from that west coming on in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, pick a card, any card. Which one do you want? Let's take a look at those cards.
Ooh.
It's going to be, that might be
You're taking two.
I'll tell you what this
okay,
says
all
here.
right.
This says MVP, and it's going to be between Suxy and 420 OP.
Okay.
Oh, who's it going to be?
Who do you think it's going to be?
It's going to be Winter.
You think it's going to be Winter?
I think I'm gonna go with this one, this Suxy card.
Okay, all right, let's do it then.
Let's see.
Let's see who it's going to be.
I think I'd agree with the Winter one with James. Oh, he's right again.
I'm just too good at this.
Get off my cards. Get off.
Ah, dearie me.
Actually, though, 420 OP has shown up consistently here throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him being up here a few times here today, and it really shows what we've been talking about with them changing up their IGL to Slayer and being more aggressive. And this is what happens. You get a player like 420 OP on your team, he's going to do a lot more when that happens.
I like this picture of Zuxi as he's celebrating that he just got MVP. Hey!
He's already won. It's like he already knows he's already won it. But yeah, I mean, for Zuxi coming into this one, 746 points of damage. I mentioned it just a few moments ago. Most of that coming quite early on as well.
Very nicely done here by, again, especially you level up. I'm really interested to see the overall standings later on, because going into a final day, you don't really want it to be a 2 or 3 horse race. You want a few more in the mix, and it is going to be now. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Do the Do moments for us.
I mean, not only that, of course, but it's also about setting yourself up. What do you want to play for? Do you want to play for being in the middle pack and try to do something and need like 5 wins to get to the top? Or do you want to be in the top pack already? This was all in their hands today.
So do you want to be just gunning for more money, or do you want to be going for the championship?
Yeah.
I think it's all about that championship.
Exactly.
It's the experience, it's the pride. I mean, money comes and money goes, and, well, apparently so does that player there from T1. Either way, though, from TSM, we saw them drop towards Pachinki instead of going towards the south side of Georgia Pool, and we saw an Everest circle. TSM are going to be kicking themselves as they finish in 10th.
I just gotta go ahead and say that this was a very rough, very common PMWL East plane. Very south end, so I mean, just make it hard for everyone else. And of course, why not pull in a circle to the west just to screw up a little bit with everyone else and see how they do, how they adapt with that. And that's what we got here in this last game. It was a little bit all over the place.
I mean, speaking of adapting though, we saw in the last game on Erangel, we had the team U level up dropping towards Primorsk. This time though, they changed it up. They went back to their first position towards North Georgia Pool. And this time it was located directly towards Everest, and it all just fell at their feet.
I'll tell you this, we saw them drop in North Georgia. I think the first time was actually on the first day of the finals. And that's when it started showing up big time on Erangel itself. We saw them have some great results over there with that drop. But now, again, when they drop there, we see them getting that win.
Yeah, we've seen a few highlights as well from Orange Rock coming out here, and I think one of the a big shame for Orange Rock is the fact that, yes, they came second, they got 8 kills, but they're only down to 2 squad members, and the problem that they had was, in Phase 5, that 5th circle, it was towards Everest, and we saw Marvi try his hardest to get in towards the bottom half of Everest, try and get out the lines of sight of U level up, but as Marvi died, the circle literally shifted towards Orange Rock. And I feel like if they had waited just 20 seconds, 30 seconds, maybe not fully committing to that fight, they would have had a much better chance in that last fight. Maybe going for the chicken dinner, I think.
Frost, it feels like being in the center of a circle that eventually goes on towards Everest is a death sentence for some of these teams.
It is most of the times a death sentence in terms of an open circle like this. When you have a compound to play with, that's when it's not, because then you can control it. But without any
on Everest, though.
Oh, on Everest, yeah.
Because no compounds on Everest.
No compound on Everest. But the thing is, on Everest, everyone can come in from any direction. You're not going to be prepared for that. That's why coming in from the west is always the best, because you have the highest peak up there, and it goes downhill. It's around a little bit west of the middle as well, though.
Right.
Where you have like a little pack where it's a little bit more rocky and stuff. That's also very good to play.
So what you're saying is west is best, unless you're talking about PMWL.
Yeah, unless we're talking about PMWL.
Then east is best.
Yeah, then of course east.
Exactly,
is best.
exactly. Here's man Parang base trying to get himself a few kills here or there. It was actually quite a little cheeky attempt on finishing things up here for Yudu Gang, who did pretty well for themselves in this game.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they rotated down from Severny. They came towards the top side of Everest, but the issue for them towards the end of it was the fact that Orange Rock were towards the bottom. They were shooting up at them, and then obviously we knew about the position that U Level Up had. It was just too strong.
It's time to look at the total damage out throughout this game and see what's what. U Level Up will stand atop the mountain as they did in-game here, whilst we have similar numbers coming out from Yudu, Ganka, and Bigatron. Red Aliens.
It's so weird. I was thinking about this as well when we had the MVP players up and the best players of the map. It's been so long since we've seen Box Gaming players on there, and here they are now. What is that? 3, 6, 7th with 4 kills, 400 points of damage. And you can see in the highlights as well, players from Box Gaming being picked off one by one. And the note I made as well on the game was they were rotating with so much space between them that there was no chance for their teammates to help each other. It just feels like there's a lack of cohesion right now. Maybe they're trying to force the win, and you can't force the hand of fate.
There's a big thing when it comes to a circle like this. We see a lot of teams playing a little bit more passive, trying to get into the circle when it's like on top of Everest or some hard places. One team that doesn't do that is Bigatron. They tried to go for the fights on the south side. We saw them with huge numbers there. They didn't want to go too early because they know going too early will just mean that everyone will crash upon us. So they opted to take a few fights there. They got themselves some kills before they went. And I still think they went too early, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them in a situation near Everest as well, where they kind of made the best of it, all things considered, but for this one, it was a little bit more tumultuous. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see how big that top has gone.
It's the
that's
kills.
so close.
It's the kills.
You Level Up got himself to a 3rd place with that chicken dinner. They actually took over Box Gaming, but we also see that Bigatron took over RQ Athena.
This is way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Wait, you're right, 5 points?
Yeah.
Whoa. Where did this come from? I mean, the 4 chicken dinners, right?
6 points between 1st and 4th right now.
That's fantastic.
What's impressive as well, you can see actually a lot more of the points are coming from You Level Up's placement points compared to their kill points. It's nearly, half there, 70 to 140. And up at the top, of course, I mean, Bigatron, known for their fragging ability, they're 7 kills ahead, and that's what separates them right now, number 1.
Orange Rock, though, sitting on that 5th place, they're only 18 points behind 1st and 2nd place, of course.
That's a win.
That's going to put them up towards the top pack, I'd say. But they're not in the Cool Kids Club. Only 199 points.
1 point away.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, though, when you look at that top 5 pack right now, it feels like our champion is going to come from that. But then, when you think about You Level Up joining those other 4 names, if you'd have told me at the start of PMWL East that they were going to be there at this moment in time, I would have called you a liar. That is fantastic for them so far, Alex. A huge achievement to even be there going into the last day. Maybe they take it all. That would be insanely amazing.
I think the difference has been Winter for this team. When we contrast them compared to the league play, it was Xiaoxin who was the main flanker, entry, doing all essentially for this team. And now coming into the finals where the pressure is here, Winter has stepped up for his team, and it felt like yesterday they were a little bit lacking. They may have just recomposed themselves, recalibrated themselves last night, and today they are on form. And Winter, Xiaoxin leading the charge.
And let's continue to look at our MVP ranking as well and see who's sitting pretty for tomorrow. Break is still top, but people are closing in.
Wow. Look at 420 OP though. He got himself up to 29 kills huge. Now. That is a lot of kills. And I mean, with the highest survival time of the top 5.
What's even more crazy as well is the fact that if you look at, Break, for example, there's 2 players there from Box Gaming, Ryzen, Zaxi, 2 players there from Bigatron, Jonathan, Zigo, 2 players from TSM, and 420p's all the way on his own from Team IND at the top. It goes to show the impact he's having for his team.
And reporter Kyle Laris now taking a look at how things went daily. We saw Valdez the Murder dominating this earlier on. However, IND, Orange Rock, and Box Gaming are looking to make up the numbers here to get things going. Froz, that's it for our day number 3, the penultimate day, as Imperium cannot say. I'm excited for tomorrow. It's going to be great.
I'm super excited for tomorrow. I mean, just seeing that we have so many teams contesting for the top right now, that is just going to be amazing, game to game to game.
Yeah.
And I can't wait, because this is going to go down to the last game, to the last fight before we're going to have a champion.
And what an amazing narrative we have as well to start the day off tomorrow. The fact that Bigatron, RRQ, both sitting at the exact same points. I believe it was 217. Just below them though. You Level Up. Can they catch up?
This is going to be interesting. Join us tomorrow when we will crown our champions here for PMWL East. A huge thank you to everybody tuning in around the world once again. Tomorrow, we have 5 big frontrunners trying to seize themselves a championship. Join us then as we crown our champion for PMWL East.
Are you
Are you ready? 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 Are you
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16!
Really could be, let's see if they go for the engagement, seeing it sport out, oh, big shot!
Welcome everyone to the penultimate day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals. We're into our third day of 4. That's what penultimate means. And we're going to be finding out very, very shortly who's going to be taking home the $100,000 and obviously the title of being the best in the West. Honestly, cannot wait to see what teams are going to be able to show up today when they desperately need to, and what teams might be able to maintain their positions as well as we move closer to that patented final day. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and I have two lovely people to join me here yet again on the desk to help break down everything that's going on PUBG Mobile World League West related. We got Seven Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion. First of all, Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Jason?
I'm doing fantastic. Seven, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Jason.
I can't wait.
You're doing great too.
I can't wait to hear about how everyone's doing today. But let's start things off by talking obviously about yesterday. We had a couple of teams start to show up. We obviously got to see some good signs out of some teams. We got to see Cloud9 step up again towards the very end. But I want to ask you guys, we'll start with you, Glitter, really quickly, of what team maybe surprised you, good or bad, yesterday, if you look at the results from what we had just in day 2?
I think on the good side of things, it was actually Nova. You know, we've been talking about them a lot, and they were able to continue to step up their gameplay. And it overall just had such a strong performance. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how that carries through into our last 2 final days of finals.
Okay, Simon, what about you, man? Good or bad?
Good or bad? For me, it was actually a good thing. It was Team Castle. They were able to carry on a good performance from day 1 to day 2 and continue to be consistent, and that's why I believe they're currently in the 4th place so far this league final. So I cannot wait to see maybe they can continue those performances for the next 2 days.
Yeah, well, let's obviously start to talk about the next 2 days, right? It's all about the points. It's getting yourself through into that #1 position. We have to see how players actually earn these points. As you can see here, each kill giving 1 point each, and of course the placement points as well, which I think is something we've all kind of agreed on here, Glitter, is that every team has really started to focus on these placement points, at least early on, and then go for kills later on.
Absolutely. We've seen tons of teams shift their gameplay from that more aggressive play style to the safer, more conservative placement, point-heavy play style, specifically just to ensure their spot in the overall leaderboards, because we are seeing in the likes of Loops, who we've seen be historically incredibly aggressive, start to fall off. That aggression isn't paying off for them anymore. However, the one team that has been able to really utilize that 1 point per kill system is Futbolist. They haven't had wildly high placements. They did have some strong ones, but in general, if you look at their overall kills, they have been the type of Futbolist type games that we've talked about a lot with that aggressive kill number.
It's looking more like American football with, with constant headbutting, attacking of each other. Let's take a look at what they're playing for, right? It's all about the money. There's $425,000 on the line here, but 7 first place in the finals. That's a lot of money that they could be spending to buy more awesome shirts like what you're wearing.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of money. That's one of your day rates right there. First place, $100,000. And don't forget, we're also going to have an MVP award with $10,000. Second place, big drop off there, $50,000. You get half of what first place gets, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be gunning for that one. And then as you go down, $20,000, $10,000, it is still a lot of money. And keep in mind, some of these teams have already made some money because they got a chance to qualify here. So a great opportunity that PUBG Mobile Esports is giving a lot of these players and a lot of these teams.
And there's a lot of money that you do gain once you get up to the top 4. We talked about this a lot yesterday, where teams are really gunning for those positions. 4th place, 10K. 3rd place, 20K. You already double your earnings there. 2nd place, 50. You over double it yet again, and then come into the final $100,000. That's a lot of money. And I mean, it hurts from some players. They're going to buy a new phone. I'm hoping Wildcard does well because they owe me a chunk of what they're going to be earning from this one, as we talked about in the interview with Slicky. But you know what? That's besides the point. Let's start to talk about a couple different teams here. And we did mention Queso earlier on today's 7. But Glitter, I want you to kind of dive into this one because this is a team we have to really focus on.
Yeah, and I'm excited to talk about them a little bit. I know 7 is a fan of them, but Queso was actually one of the teams that we were looking out for coming into finals here. They were able to finally get their first win in finals yesterday, and this is coming off of the back of, I think, just generally a slower season for Queso. They were able to get 2 4th place finishes on day 1, but then struggled to do better than that or really break into the top 5 in any of their other matches. Then they started off a little bit slower again yesterday, but towards the end of the day, were actually able to finish out with both a 3rd place and then their 1st place finish, which had 11 kills. Now, coming out of League Play, Queso was actually 10th overall, having kind of hovered in that middle position. And out of their 15 games in that final Super Weekend, they were actually only able to podium 3 times. So now granted, those 3 times were actually, they did include back-to-back first place finishes, but they weren't able to kind of do that type of performance consistently across the board. So now that we are into our league finals, it's starting to feel like Queso's figuring out how to continue that consistent gameplay. It feels like they're improving from the first day to the second day. And so if they can figure out a way to keep this up, they could potentially put themselves in a much better position than where they were finishing out league play and finishing off those super weekends. And as we see coming up on the screen here, these are going to be the stats comparison across the board for just finals day 1 and finals day 2. And while you see a very, very small fall off in their damage, you actually can see they have managed to lessen their heals, up their average kills, and up their average knockout 7.
Yeah, and I think for me with Team Queso, something I really enjoy out of them is just how well they're starting to do in their rotations. They're not getting caught off guard anymore, and if they do end up with some good locations in a zone, they take full advantage of it, and meaning that they're going to be able to put out more damage and necessarily don't get enough having to heal that much. That's why mostly their healing went down, and I love just that pretty much the aggressiveness that they're starting to show. It's not just one player. We're not just talking about Axel anymore. We're talking about Mixstick. We're talking about Ayala. We're talking about all the players in that team. And I think that's one of the main reasons why they're currently doing as great as they are.
Well, we've seen quite a few teams actually start to get more aggressive over these last few days as well. One team in particular that really stands out to me, of course, is Team Umbra, because we saw them put up, I think, 8 kills in the first game. I think they got 6 kills later on. They were starting to really pick up some steam, really starting to pick up kills where previously they would go for just placements alone. But 7, we needed to even talk about them a little bit deeper as well.
Oh, we definitely have to, because the performances that they have been putting up, and they're becoming that gatekeeper role that I used to have Alpha Legends as. And it's something that this team is just improving every single time. Every single time we saw them from the Super Weekends, their numbers would just keep on going up. And then besides that, every single time you would actually go ahead and see them now, especially in the league finals, they're starting to get the placement. They're starting to get the kills, and not only that, their aggressiveness. They don't really care which team you are, they're gonna go for you. Yesterday, I think one of the perfect examples, I think they ended up going up against Loops Esports. They were that aggressor team, and they were able to, in a way, surprise Loops Esports and ended up knocking them out. And that has happened now a couple of times. And even going back to towards the Super Weekend Finals, from what I can remember, Umber wasn't really doing that well. They used to be that 14 to 16 place team. We really didn't get a chance to talk about them. If they ended up getting more than 4 kills, then it was like a big surprise. I know back then at one point they ended up with 4th place and 14 kills. Well, guess what? 4th place finishes are now they're pretty much their stride. They have gotten 4 4th place finishes, 1 3rd place, and not only that, every single time it's with a good amount of kills. They're able to get 8 kills, they're able to get 6 kills, they're able to get 5 kills. So you can definitely see an improvement there with this team. Something I do want to go ahead and see out of them more is I want them to go ahead and get a chicken dinner, because that's just gonna go ahead and give them even more confidence. And this is a team that definitely needs that. This is a team that I think will feed off that kind of energy if they are able to get a win. And not only that, if they're able to get a win, they're going to be able to propel themselves at the leaderboard and get a little bit closer. They are currently sitting, I believe, 100 points behind Cloud9, so it might be a bit of a stretch unless it's just go on a tear here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we definitely want to be watching out for Umber, because they are currently in that position where I'd mentioned yesterday, 9th place is where your money starts to go up in the payout, right? And they're sitting in 11th. So they're right on that cusp. And if they can continue this gameplay or even up it just a little bit more and start getting 1 or 2 placements higher, then they'll definitely be able to pull down some extra cash, as we are seeing their stats popping up here. And I know this is something that you were super excited to kind of see the comparison of, Seven, because look at the increase across the board in literally every single category.
Yeah, and the one that kind of surprises me a lot is just the damage. Remember, this is just one team that we were kind of used to seeing them get scared and not take on fights. Now they're taking those fights, and that's why their damage has gone up. Their healing has also gone up. Their average kills has gone up by a lot, and their average knocks has gone up by a lot as well. It's just a much more aggressive team. It's a game plan that's working perfectly for them, and I think this is one team that's just within striking distance of their first win as well.
See, I think that's something we kind of talked about yesterday, is that going into the finals, we felt like teams were not being as afraid anymore. Like, we saw Loops constantly being challenged out on, like Yala in the very first game of the finals took them out. It seems like teams finally got that confidence, or they kind of said to themselves, you know, screw it, let's just go for it, right? Where on the other hand, I think we've seen a couple of teams go the opposite way, where they started to play even more reserve. For me, B4 is one of those teams that really stands out in my mind, where we were seeing them be confident. They were in the top 8. They were the only team on the entire first page at the end of the overall standings, as you said before, Glitter, who had 0 chicken dinners. And yet here, they've not been able to perform. They're currently sitting in, what, like 13, 14 place, somewhere down there. They're looking like a former shade of themselves. And I really wonder what's going on within the team.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, maybe we'll be able to get some insight into them a little bit later on in the day as well, because they are definitely a team that we had started off by saying we wanted to look out for them, right? Because like you had mentioned earlier, during the entire overall for the Super Weekends, they managed to keep themselves in 7th place overall without having won a single chicken dinner. And so we had talked about that a lot, and I had said that if they could continue this performance, but then also figure out a way to start pulling down some wins, it would be scary, because they'd be catapulting themselves up the leaderboards with those additional placement points that they missed out on. The fact that they could have placed so high overall with the teams they're up against without those wins was impressive in and of itself. So now that, you know, we're looking here into finals, they haven't managed to place higher than a 3rd place finish yet. And I believe they've done that actually 3 times so far in finals, but they have still struggled with, you know, that closing out the game factor. And the biggest difference here for finals is that outside of those 3rd place finishes, they aren't showing us that same consistent gameplay that we saw them performing to when it came to the Super Weekend. It actually feels like you said they're falling off even more. So I mean, moving into our 3rd day here of finals, it's going to be really interesting, and we'll probably be talking about it a lot, but are they going to be changing up their gameplay? Because clearly something isn't working and something does need to change. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you think, Seven, but it's just not good enough right now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad you guys mentioned there the Super Weekend, because I was looking at their Super Weekend from Week 3 stats, and it's very alike of what they're doing now. They did end up with some third place finishes, second place finishes, fourth place finishes, but they were also getting a lot of kills. They were also getting into a lot of fights. And now as we go here towards the league finals, they're averaging the same placement, but their kills are not there. And you can kind of see that here because their damage has gone down by almost 300. Their healing has definitely gone down, and that is because you're not going to be in the game that long. Guess what? You're not going to get a chance to heal. You're not going to be able to even win those gunfights. That's why the healing is going to go down as well. And what gets me is the average kills is just way low.
Yeah.
It's good to see that the average knocks is there. So what leads me to believe is that they maybe need to become a little bit more aggressive. They maybe need to bring back those skills that they used to get, because if you honestly go back and look at Week 3 Super Weekend and look at the stats from this league finals, it's pretty much the exact same placement points. The only difference was that B4 was getting a lot more kills in the last Super Weekend.
Well, we talked about Queso, we talked about Umbra, we talked about B4. Let's see where currently all the teams do stand, though, in our overall rankings from our first 2 plays here, or 2 days here of our finals. You can see Cloud9 still maintaining the first place position with 193 points. However, Futbolist is hot on their heels here, Glitter. 81 kills, the most by far. And I'm going to even count, you know, the 9 difference between them and Cloud9 as a pretty big margin here in the entire finals.
Oh, yeah. And this is something we were actually talking about before the broadcast even started. I was saying, you know, Futbolist hasn't had any overwhelmingly massive performances, and then Cameron was like, well, you know, they haven't had crazy high average placements, but their kills are just, you know, completely off the charts. They're managing to go out in 7th or 6th, but they still have either, you know, right up close against it or double-digit kills, and you can see that reflected in the fact that they have so many more kill points than our current leader, but a huge disparity in those placement points. And I think that's something we definitely need to be focusing on moving forward through the next 2 days, because now we're looking at who's fighting for that $100,000 prize, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And I think here, as we go towards the second page, I want to see what some of these teams are going to be doing in regards to, are they going to be trying something new? Are they maybe going to be like, hey, you know what? We're not going to be able to make it towards those top 3. We're really not going to be able to advance in regards to the prize pool, because if you are in a certain place, you do end up getting the same amount of money. I think it's up to 10th place, if I'm not mistaken. So are these teams maybe going to go ahead and try to ruin somebody else's parade in a way? They're going to go ahead and just make a statement saying, hey, we're still here. I know we're currently towards the second page of the leaderboards, but we can still actually just destroy you if we wanted to. I want to see some of those teams. I know we always talk about Alpha Legends. They're currently, I believe, sitting all the way at the bottom with 24 points. I want to see Alpha Legends take the fight to some people. I want to kind of see them be a little bit more aggressive, get some highlight plays. This is stuff that we were telling people in the last Super Weekend. At this point, you're not going to be able to qualify. At this point, you're not going to be able to really up in regards to prize pool money. So go do something crazy. Make yourself stand out. Make people that are currently watching remember you in regards to something that happened here in the last couple of days.
Well, let's see actually what the match order will be, where they could potentially ruin the day here for some of the top teams. Again, we have 6 matches a day throughout the entirety of the finals. So 6 today, 6 tomorrow. We're starting things off on Erangel, heading over to Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and of course, like always, ending things off on Erangel once again. So 3 Erangels, 50% of the matches being played in total. If this is a map you're not confident on, then I do worry about you as a team here in our PMWL. But something else we kind of mentioned before, right? We talked about the prize money. We talked about that $10,000 MVP prize for the finals. Let's actually take a look at currently, if we ended today right now, we ended the entire finals, who would be winning that $10,000? And as you can see here, it's going to be Adder, but we have 3 players coming out of Futbolist, 2 players out of Queso. We got 2 overall for Cloud9, and we even have AZ sneaking in there from Nova here, Glitter. So this thing can obviously still change. It's still a completely open book when it comes to when we turn that final page and find out who wins.
Yeah, absolutely, because everyone that's up here so far, we have seen, depending on the day, have some incredible standout performances. All of these players are very skilled and are up here for a reason. And then there's even some names not on here that we can expect to have some strong performances over the next 2 days. So like you said, this can change at any given time. And if you just look overall, a lot of these stats are still very, very close. Yep. And it's about kind of averaging them all out to see overall who's doing better. Adder has been very strong these past 2 days and is deservedly in that first place position, but there are players that are just below him that are positioned very comfortably, if they continue doing what they've been doing these past 2 days, to potentially overtake that spot.
And that would be a massive milestone in one of the players' careers, right? To win the MVP of PMWL Season 0 for West. There's also a milestone going on within the show as well for you guys at home to win. If we hit 300,000 concurrent viewers, there'll be 6 crates given away to everyone who plays PUBG Mobile. Doesn't matter if you're watching right now or not. And within those crates alone, you have a chance to get a permanent set. So if you're not, well, I mean, I'm assuming you're watching because you're obviously hearing me right now. I'll talk to you about it, but make sure you get your friends watching, maybe you get to your clan mates, whatever it might be. As Seven said, maybe your exes, maybe your previous teachers, your parents, get everyone involved. We have Glitter's mom watching, even doing her own prediction game, which she's currently killing everyone on. But that's what's all that's going on. So make sure you guys do start to watch here and get your friends involved as well so we can hit that 300K mark. But the first match, it's right around the corner, guys. And we need to do what we always do here on the show. Is have our own little prediction game going on. And I did, you know, when I came into the studio today, I said to myself, Jason, for the first game, I'm gonna make the person who has the most bananas on their shirt go first. And clearly, it's gonna be you, Seven. So, coincidence, right?
Right on, right on. Hey, you need to tell me the Lotto numbers for tonight. But I think I'm actually going to go with Cloud9. They've just been so consistent, man. Maybe yesterday wasn't like the best performance with the 8th place and 2 kills. But I think Cloud9 always tends to do really well on the first match. And as I mentioned, they've just been a very, very consistent team. I want to go ahead and continue to see Adder perform the way he has. And I think a lot of the credit has to do for his teammates, Beowulf and even Para. They have just been able to support him in such a huge way that I think Cloud9 at the moment is just, it'll be wrong of me not to pick him for the first game.
Okay, Glitter, going on over to you. Who do you got?
Well, you know, I tried yesterday to go against the grain quite a few times, and it kind of bit me in the butt, so I learned my lesson a little bit. And I think for probably the first time in a long time, I'm actually starting off the day with a Cloud9 pick as well.
Oh, no.
Welcome to the dark side.
Oh, no, Seven, don't get your hopes up too early. Because you know what happens if we all pick the same team.
Same one?
Well, just like your shirt with bananas,
on.
banana splits are one of my favorite desserts, and they always put me on Cloud9 when I eat them, so I'm going them as well.
Ooh. That was smooth, Jason.
I know, right? Smooth.
Damn. Yo, what's your Instagram again? We gotta shout out your Instagram.
No, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get at Jay Kaplan, but the person with the inactive account isn't using it, so it's hard to take it. So you replace the L with a 1, and then you get me because I'm number 1. Anyways, I'm
okay.
But it's been a great little start of the show here. Obviously, we'll check with you guys though when we do finish off this first match and see how our Cloud9 picks went. Seven, don't eat your shirt, man. It looks delicious, but don't eat it.
Oh, great.
Thing is, he's home alone right now, right? So he could probably do that if he doesn't know how to cook for himself or order. You guys at home who are watching, though, we still have the lucky draw going on this entire time, and there's only 2 days left to get involved with this. You have to be watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you can win yourself a limited time outfit. So make sure you're doing that here in the last 2 days. Also, you can get that over on the eShow as well if you're watching there. And you can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL to get involved in the prediction game yourself, maybe Seven. We'll even give you a shout out here during the show if you are correct. But it's time to get our first game underway. Before we do that, we obviously have to bring in our commentators to bring us the match. We have Enviram and Cameron Davis join us once again. I start things off. Enviram, how you doing today? How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I got not the best night's sleep, so hopefully these games can energize me this morning coming into the day. I figured I'd dress up a little bit more, a little fancy, because we're into the finals, like really into the finals now. I see Cameron's joint. We've all got like the patterns going on. I dig it.
I mean, at this rate, you're gonna be wearing a tuxedo tomorrow, right? Cameron, how you doing today? How you feeling?
I am doing good. I had better sleep than Paul, and so if he's a little slack on the energy front, I can certainly bring it forward and bring it to the entire audience. Let's go.
Was that it? Was that all of your energy right there? Bring it to me right now.
My tank's
right
empty
there.
now. Sorry.
Okay, so we talked about a couple of teams at the start of the show. We had Queso, we had Umbra in there, we had B4. I want to give you the dealer's choice, or player's choice, I guess I should say, of who you want to talk about here first. And I want to give you that chance to talk about one of these 3 teams, because these are the ones we're really starting to look at here when it comes to today.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, I guess we got to talk about B4 because they're a team that I picked really consistently over the course of like the last few weeks. They were a team that performed really well on both Erangel and Miramar. They seemed to thrive on those bigger maps when they could take some time to focus on their macro rotation. I always felt like they were a bit of like a foil to Loops in a lot of ways because they're the two teams from Brazil, but Loops was really, really aggressive and B4 was a little bit more calculated. But I feel like while Cloud9 has been able to rally and sort of own that more calculated style, I feel like B4 is falling off and not being able to deal with the general level of aggression that's been raised in the lobby. So I think they're going to need to rethink things, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They only have 2 days left.
That's true. 2 days left, and we obviously have Umber in there as well, who have been playing better, but will they play good enough? It's actually, I'm hearing time to go into predictions here. I'm sorry, Cameron. We'll save it for you to maybe talk about a team in the match when it comes to it, because we want to hear about our predictions. I'm gonna look at you too, and I'm feeling Cloud9 out of both of you as well. Am I right, Cameron?
Listen, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I thought it would always be super cool to go against the grain and like rebel and be different, right? Because everyone else is just all like normal, and that's not good. I've grown up. There's sometimes things are popular because they're correct. It's game one, it's Erangel, it's Cloud9.
All right, I feel like you just like talked to my 16-year-old self and just slapped me in the face with that one. And Viram, what about you?
Maybe a little bit.
Funny part is I was that kid who like went along with everything when I was in high school, but now I'm not, apparently. We've gone and pulled a reversal. Nova. I'm actually going to go with Nova. I want to mix something up. I just have a gut feeling they won game number 1 last time around, and I'm kind of holding on to that C9 pick. We'll see.
I can respect that. I can respect that very much. They did have a victory before on this map, but we'll see how they can do here as well as Cloud9 when we take us into our first match of the day, guys. It's the second to last day. Let's do it some justice.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. 3 weeks. We're like on broadcasting number 19 or something ridiculous, or 20 now. It's absolutely wild
19.
Watching these teams grow and progress over the last few weeks to get to here and now, and really getting down to the point where every point matters. Every single placement matters. I mean, you were literally getting down to a single kill being the difference between victory and defeat, between winning or not winning $100,000.
Nah, we're not quite at that point just yet. Cloud9 do still have a little bit of a gap. However, that gap has shrunk by a significant margin from yesterday. And it's not because Cloud9 aren't playing as well. Yes, day one, you have to admit, they got a little bit of favor from the circle, but they played those circles so well to give them that lead. You're not going to have a 41-point lead just because of the circle, right? Like, we all know that that's the case.
Oh, yeah.
But yesterday, teams really started to step it up in terms of their own performance. Day one, it was all about who can go the fastest, who can be the most aggressive. And then yesterday, it was sort of tempering it, realizing, learning from day one how far they can actually take it and be successful. Because, you don't just want to go all in, constantly hold forward, and then die like that, because that's not a good strategy. But today, we'll see if there's still going to be some development on that front, or if we're going to see similar to yesterday, which I think is fine. It's exciting games either way, and this circle, talk about exciting games, y'all.
Oh my goodness. Very likely going to be on the mainland here. I think very unlikely we're going to see it rotate into Military Island, but at the same time, a lot of teams are going to have to rotate in up from the north, and this area outside of George, outside of Razak, is going to get very, very chaotic. We'll see who's going to go down and take over, like what we see oftentimes on Vikendi. Are you going to go to the coast? Who's going to take Prim? That's my big question, because C9, this is one of the other areas they've been dropping in South George. South George is their first, positive positions where they like to go when they can. But Prim is the other one. I would be curious to see if Dream Eaters or Footballists or even Team Queso decide that they want to move into that area. But hang on a second. This is not the start that my predictions.
Yep. You're feeling a little bad about that one, aren't you?
A little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. Marco's actually not chasing it. It's giving Cat an opportunity. It's going to screw up his loot timing, but it's a good call by Marco there to not just tunnel vision onto it. It's just one kill. He has very little loot to speak of, and it's not like he's in the middle of a city where there's loot within like arm's distance of him. He is going to have to run around a little bit for that area. And this at the back of his mind, he's a little happy that he's going to at least screw over the loot rotation of another team member in terms of Nova. But this circle, I don't think anyone's going to Prim. That's a little bit ambitious for the first phase because Prim isn't really exactly center. I can see the hill north of Prim being a good spot for a team. I'm looking to Footballists to take a good position there. It's really very pure that Queso at least has one member in Mystic looting up that might be the real point of contention. I don't think it's going to be as aggressive as we saw on Vikendi day one on the coast, because that was something else. And I think a lot of that's what I'm talking about in terms of, okay, maybe let's not go that aggressive. All the teams in the lobby sort of agreeing. But the team from the north, That's going to be some interesting rotations over there. I'm especially looking at Wildcard. We know that they can struggle a little bit when they have to come so far north. And Loops as well. They're not too far from the circle, but there are a number of teams around Georgia Pole with them. There's Cloud9 just to their west, and then there's Unique just to the north in North George. And so if they all try and come in from the same direction, it could be a little, I don't want to say complicated, but, you know, a little
chaotic, maybe. A little congested. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to keep referencing highways that most people have never driven on. It's like the 101 here in LA. It's just you hit it at 3 p.m. and it's just good luck to you. Not going anywhere. Actually, it's not been too bad of lately, but, you know, my goodness, back when the world wasn't so crazy, that road was crazy. And that's what it's going to feel like here in Erangel. Everybody just jostling for position. And we'll see if teams are going to want to take these early fights like we've been seeing before, or if they're going to play more in favor of just trying to post up in their respective spots. Like, that to me feels like the very old school PUBG Mobile. It's you get in, you stick to your compound, you know, you play from there, you don't really take fights on the road. But now I think because of sort of the pace that the lobby is being set to, and you've talked about it, footballists, I mean, again, Glitter touched on it, we were talking about it before the game started. Footballists is able to pull out like 10 kills in 7th place. Like, if a team is able, you saw it on the stats early on the screen, they have 2, 3, and 4 when it comes to the kill leaderboards. That is insane. If teams are able to consistently do that, you have to try and match them, or you're just going to lose.
Yep. That's the meta development of any battle royale. It's always safety first, and then when people start to get good at mechanics, start to get really much better at the game, then it starts to get more aggressive, such as this. Matic taking the hilltop preemptively for Dream Eaters. It's good timing. I don't think he came up here because they knew Knights were here. I think it's just very fortunate on their end. The nades coming out from the Knights, though. Raven spots, or at least here's the UAZ, but Versid's going on the flank. Raven, good shot, good call.
Beautiful trigger discipline from Raven. He baited them right in. The trap was sprung, and that's Dream Eaters now down a player. And this is PK actually going to look to potentially go aggressive. Carnage, the one going forward for the squad. They need this, Cameron. They only got 9 kills yesterday. They are sitting down way at the bottom of the leaderboards. They are in second to last place. They're pretty much out of it in terms of the money, looking for that first place, but that doesn't mean they can't increase the prize pool that they get at the end of this. They need to turn it up here today. They've only got six games today, 12 games in total to change their fates.
Yeah, Dream Eaters there. You have to say, Versit went a little over-aggressive. I like the idea of going for the flank, but when the teammates on the low ground weren't able to assist you like they were hoping, then, well, you kind of just put yourself out. And it was a bit unfortunate. They didn't know exactly where everyone from the Knights were, but the Knights are taking full advantage of this. You saw how aggressive they all pushed forward. And it pulls the player on the hill, Matic, back down, back fully away. And they've lost position. They're now forced to hide into the compound, which you think would be a good thing. But in the early game, you want at least a couple of feet around you so you can breathe and get some information from a high ground. And Knights took that away from them. They are going to back off, though. They don't want to commit fully because of the danger of getting shot from those buildings. But look at Loops sneaking up upon this position. They heard all those shots. They heard the fighting. And they could take advantage of this and potentially catch the Knights off guard.
I love it, Cameron, because this is the position that you pointed out. It's not in Primrose proper. It's the hill north of it, outside of Quarry, outside of Ferry Pier. All of these teams are looking for a spot here early. They're going in, they're posting up, but they're not putting themselves in a compound that's a very linear dynamic. It's, you know, we either go in or we're stationary. We're very static when you're sort of forced into that hard cover. Here up on the high ground, on these hills, they can rotate around. They can look for fights to the north. They can look for fights to the west. And that's what we're seeing these teams doing. They are playing the terrain well, and they're getting in early so that, like we mentioned before, when these circles start to shift in, they aren't going to get caught out on rotation. I think this is really heads-up play. We'll see what Loops can do with it, because they've got a bit of an uphill battle as well. They haven't had the start they've been looking for here to our finals.
No, not at all. But who has? Of course, Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
We talk about them too much, but at the same time, we also don't talk about them enough because that's how good that they have been doing. They're taking an interesting position here. They're not going to try and bomb for center because they're coming in so late. They know that it's sort of not a fool's errand, but a very risky one. And so they're just going to take this position in the hill, the radio tower, and try and get some damage of teams around them, push UDR killers back. But you can see on the map, Unique and Wildcard both driving next to each other. That could be a bit of a scrappy fight. That Cloud9's position potentially has third-party angles on.
Does indeed, but we did also see in the kill feed there the big ol' snipe coming out onto one of the members of Dream Eaters. And speaking of that, Uneven's got one as well. Some bolt action here at the start of the game. We oftentimes see those get traded out as things go on, favoring more of the SMGs in these close-range fights like we're seeing right now. But PK, I love it, and that's exactly what we're talking about, finishing up the kill that they started earlier. And heck yes, if you are a fan of NA PUBG Mobile, if you are a fan of Pittsburgh Knights, this is the start you want to see to the day, able to pick up multiple kills and do it in a way that shows they're not afraid to take fights. But they need to be careful that they don't do what Dream Eaters did to them and overextend.
Carnage, I think he pulls back. I don't know if that's because his teammate yelled at him for driving so far forward, or he realized the risk that he was potentially about to take. Dream Eaters losing 2, and one of their players also really, really low. The circle shift, medium shift towards the northeast, but it's not going to put as many teams out because it's mostly just removing water from the west side of the circle. We are going to see Unique, Wildcard, and Footballers have to push in from that angle. But for the most part, these teams on the south, on the coast, they're not going to have to move too much, and there is still a possibility, however small, of it going towards Sosnovka Island. So B4, Grenada Power with presence around the bridge could still consider that valuable.
And this is the scrappy fight I think you were talking about here, Cameron. The potential meet on the road, Mad Max style, coming in for both of these teams, Wildcard and Unique. Milky Way finding some nice shots onto Slicky. Slicky, of course, who's so known for hitting those long-range shots himself, but Acer's actually been able to close the gap. Milky Way is going to back out, reposition the vehicle, but the DP up on the high ground. If you can line that up for Acer, that could be a big deal. But Cameron, the thing we have to talk about with this fight is that neither of the teams are in the circle. They both have to move, so at some point, they either have to commit to the fight or they've got to back up and reset, and I think that's what we're seeing from Unique right now.
You tried to reset, but Wildcard, they very much want this fight. They're so split up, trying to get all the angles that they can, and it's so open that they should all be able to assist each other, but Unique trying to retreat, using that mountain on the west coast to pull away. A little bit of damage that we saw, but over here, Tempo Storm getting approached by Footballers. Footballers are committing. We saw them just moments ago, right above Primorsk, and they're just trying to push dead center.
Oh, that was huge. I think they got an initial knock onto one of the members of Tempo Storm, and then they just full sent it in. I love the fact they're running with 3-1 right now, and they're going to be able to continue to find these shots. Potenza is here on the flank, but I believe, yes, there is another member. It's Raum. That's the player I was talking about who's also playing in the 3-1. They're matching what Tempo is doing. This is subconscious, too. They didn't even know that Tensa was here, but now Raum has to beat him. You can hear the footsteps. They both know where they are, but Tensa gets the shot. Beautifully done from Tensa. Big Daddy Tensa stepping up. That's 3 down. Hang on a second. Tempo Storm is still in this. Lutz is priming the grenade. He's going to try and throw it out there, but can Tensa find the shot? No! Oh! A best
good grenade.
fragger in, and I mean with frag grenades in the server. It's Lutz from Footballers, and he shows it right there. Right there.
The Knights are pushing up onto this. They're taking advantage of it. They're full sending it in. Lutz isn't even able to get a single revive off before he might be taken down. I can't believe he's still alive. I thought he was going to be over in a second. And there it goes. Football is such a well-won fight. But when you fight like that in the dead center of the circle, you know that someone is going to be charging it onto your position. And the Knights have 5 kills. We're only just above 10 minutes in the game, and the Knights are playing aggressive. They're chasing after those points.
Here's the thing. At the start of the day, we came in and Jason was like, who do you want to talk about? But then he's like, oh, you talked about one of these teams we mentioned before. I'm like, okay, yeah, we'll talk about that. But the team I actually wanted to talk about was Pittsburgh Knights. The team I actually wanted to talk about was PK. Because I was like, man, I was reviewing the stats, looking at the numbers. They only had 9 kills yesterday. They are on track to get more kills in this game than they did in 6 games yesterday. That is absolutely silly. They only have 22 kill points total this weekend. So this is a big start for them, and I love this newfound confidence. I love this newfound aggression. And Tempo Storm Footballers, 2 of the top teams, top 5 teams in the server, they're gone. They're gone, Cameron. This game is wide open.
And their position is actually a really good one to get a whole bunch of kills if they can manage it, assuming assuming phase 3 is relatively friendly towards it. Seeing a number of teams on the west side, and the shift does favor it. And this is really good for Knights if they can manage their fights. Because if they just run along this hill that they're already positioned up in, they can deal so much damage to a bunch of these teams that have no option but to come in from the east side. Because not that many teams are going to be able to fit on the hill that Loops are controlling, and everything else on the north is a big, wide open field.
It is. I mean, that's what we're seeing. Cloud9 rotating in. Unique's going to rotate in. Wildcard did this really interesting loop all the way down towards the south. So they're actually not in a bad spot. But heck, if we get another near Corey finish, I remember the last time we had a Corey finish here, Cameron, Footballists and Wildcard, all these teams going toe-to-toe. But now the only players going toe-to-toe are when there's a vehicle involved, and that is an unsuspecting position there from UDR Killers. Ulysses able to pick that one up with ease. And that's the second time so far we've just had somebody roll up completely unaware and get caught out. That's surprising on day 3 of our grand finals.
I mean, the scout found the enemy?
He did.
I guess he did his job.
Yeah, yep.
But yeah, it's really good. It's really good. UDR Killers actually using this. It's one of my favorite positions on Quarry for this exact reason. Depending on where exactly the phase goes, and Ulysses, he's just trying to deal as much damage to Umbra as possible. That's another one down. PRZ, not knocked just yet, but very, very low. But Prolor on the high ground. I was waiting to see when he would strike and try and deal damage back. But is he going to get overrun?
That's the question. Pocus does have a potential angle here, but he's tracking. So we can see him obviously because we have this perfect vision. We have the X-ray, but Prolord is doing this strictly with audio cues. So he's going to put himself in a position, allowing PRZ. He's buying time right now, but this is giving the opportunity for UDR Killers to get Ulysses up. But they're going to try and do a collapse. Prolord's going to heal up and then try and take this fight. In theory, he should have the advantage here with the high ground. But however, Nano, if he can hit these shots, we'll see. It's going to come down to who can get it done clutch in the moment, but that's the collapse coming in, and Nano, with his back turned, gets it done, and that is Team Umbra eliminated. UDR Killers play that so well. Their collapse, that timing, Cameron, you can't shoot 2 players at once. That was a beautiful double peek.
Yeah, Prolord tried his best there, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 and then a 1 versus 4 and they have multiple angles onto you, you got to hit some nasty shots to get out of that one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it. Cloud9 pushing in from the north. Let's see how successful they can be because Nova are also coming in from a very, very similar position. And they can't move too much further south because then it's going wide open into a field. In fact, Cat taking a bit of damage trying to group up with HZL. Nova don't want to commit to this because it's such a weak position.
Unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot of other places they can go because they rotated in so late. I think that we saw Cat at the start, and I think they just didn't go quite as well as Nova wanted off the bat here. I think a lot of their loot spots were contested. They didn't have the time, so they spent so long looting. They're just now rotating into the circle, and both these teams are going to have to move. PK, Loops, they are in prime position. And they got to be feeling good about this one. But now the problem arises because it's fields, Cameron. You can see it. It's fields. Like, where are you going to go?
Out the open like this, Nova are trying to make a send for it. And if you're going to send in a circle like this, you need to go immediately. Cloud9, even just moderately delayed, they might not be nearly as successful as Nova, and Nova aren't even in a safe position themselves. There's a number of teams going for the same compound, it looks like, but over here on the quarry, Yala, 0 kills for them so far, trying to deal some damage to UDR Killers. In fact, Nano does get dropped, but already you can see UDR trying to disengage from this position because, as well, it's not in the circle. It's not a strong spot, but where can you go east from Quarry? It's going to be the compound that Nova just took out from under you, sharing it with Loops.
I can't believe that we actually saw and that's one of the things that we compliment Cloud9 on all the time, is the second there is an ability for them to rotate, they're on it. Like Bayo's calls on this, that's their macro rotations, that's the C9 special, that's what they're all about. But Nova was moving first. I think it's because they knew Nova's like, well, we're just in our terrible position no matter what, so they're already ready to go. C9 was like, because they were the ones playing aggressor on that actually slowed them down a little bit and ended up working out better for Nova in the long run. But again, now they're facing up. There's a compound with Nova Esports, Loose Esports, and Wildcard all getting involved. Which side did Wildcard decide to crash into? Well, it was Loops, and Loops just got every single kill right there. They just mauled him. Oh my goodness, Wildcard went down. Actually, Slicky was going down to Adder as well. That was a disaster for Wildcard. Yeah. Oh my goodness, they just got slaughtered.
Loops actually didn't get many of those kills. They have 1 kill so far.
Wow.
So I don't know who picked all of those up, but it sure wasn't Loops. But when you make a send like that in a circle like this, there are so many open angles that teams are going to be able to shoot at you. They were getting shot at by, I'm assuming, 3 or 4 teams. Just looking at other positions on this map. The Knights, potentially. Cloud9, most certainly. And then potentially even Yala, though I think they're still on their own rotation, just landing in. But Alpha Legends coming from the east side, rubbing shoulders with Konina Power. Both teams have been quiet so far. But the time now is here to fight.
And this would be a big moral victory for Alpha Legends, taking down Konina Power. Alpha Legends coming into this in 16th place, but Tixie is able to find the shots. Of course, Tixie, one of the all-star players for this team. has looked so good at the start of this, you know, all this, the PMWL West. But the rest of his team, I feel like, has stepped up to match him. He has pushed them further, but can Old Man respond? Can he retaliate? They're getting caught out from all angles, and Alpha Legends is just getting torn apart. Konina Power, is this inexorable advance? I love the way they're pushing forward, but also flanking, also spreading. Look at this 3-1. You can see it right now with Rubdini out on the other side, collapsing onto Old Man. This is such textbook play from Konina Power, and they're executing it so well, but PK could look to get involved.
You just see them spread out like they're a search party.
Yep.
Just pushing forward, like a death march, but it's actually Alpha Legends' own death that they're chasing for. But nades coming out from the Knights. They heard this, and they know they have the high ground. They know they can isolate Konina Power against this corner. Konina just barely made their way into the zone before the blue shuts in behind them, but they still need to move forward. This is still a very, very weak position. Crawling up or pushing up this hill to Pittsburgh Knights could be very, very dangerous. And they push too far south to try and wrap below them. They're only going to open themselves up to Queso or B4. But the shift, somewhat towards the northeast. But the Knights at least have Jagger inside to hang out. I don't know who's going to have a strong position in the next couple of minutes.
I think Loops is one of the best ones right now, or C9, who are kind of up on the hill, who could play spoiler to a team like PK. But now we're jumping back on board with B4 and TQ. Team Queso, of course, who were able to get themselves a nice little win yesterday. But the nades are coming in. Mystic does drop, but they trade out 1-for-1 for Pedro. But hang on a second, another down for Levi. This is the opportunity. This is the opening they need. I mean, Levi's just going to try and reset. This is giving an option for Team Queso. And honestly, I think if you're down in this position, they have 4 members, you only have 2. I almost think you push that because you're just going to lose either way. Giving them a reset is only going to help Team Queso more because they have more potential bodies that they could throw at the problem. And now they're all back up. They're all in this. And now they're deciding to push. This ain't the play at all. Pedro spraying and praying. Isn't going to get down too, though, however. But no, that's just going to be it. The collapse coming in from Team Queso. There was a second there, Cameron. I was worried, but like a 2v4 is so much harder than a 1v2. So much harder than a 1v2. And I kind of wish that B4 had played that a little bit more aggressive, but in any case, great job to Team Queso.
It was a rough position either way. So it's more of a 50-50 coin flip one decision you want to make from that point. I think the second that the circle shifted away from them, both teams knew that they're in a lot of trouble. But over here back on the southeast, Konina Power, they're still alive, and Knights still want to deal with them, specifically foregoing position in the circle right now. But now on the west side, Nova are also trying to send it in onto Loops, and they're having a lot more successful of a time than Wildcard did.
That is for sure. Carrillo, hang on a second. He's down, just hiding behind a wall. They did lose Cat on the push, though. Whoa! And Carrillo's just going in and dismantling Loops single-handedly? What? No, it was Dean with the grenade. It was the grenade that came in from the outside, and that was the push I was so worried about for Nova Esports, and they just get absolutely wrecked. They had to push in. They had no choice, and now I think maybe they have 1 player left, if any, or maybe that's just Nova out. That was just, no, G-Fan is still alive. But
G-Fan is still up.
He just watched his team get absolutely smacked.
Yeah, but you know who is out? The Knights. We blinked, and Konina Power deleted them. Konina Power up to 8 kills. First Alpha Legends, now the Knights, and now it's Queso's turn to fuel the wrath of the horse.
Oh my goodness, right out of the gate swinging, game number 1. Why am I surprised for Konina Power? They do so well on Erangel. They do so well in game number 1. There's a reason I've picked them for this game in the past. They are solid on this map, and they tend to have this momentum that you can't shake from the outside. The questions for them is they can't keep it up over the course of the day, but they always do start off strong. Let's see if they can keep this pressure up. Let's see if they can take it to Team Queso, as we're seeing Dream Eaters go out. Nova Esports is going to go out. Loops decided they wanted to get the full 4 on that one. But now we're seeing C9 getting involved as well. This is actually a pinch onto Team Queso, but neither of them are in the circle.
No one's really in the circle. No one's really in the circle except for Unique, because it shifted towards the fields. And so all these teams on the hill know that they need to clear each other out first before they can even hope to escape the blue and get inside the safe zone. Nades coming out, defensive grenades coming out from Cloud9. They're putting pressure onto Dream Eaters moments before removing them from the server, taking them out. And now they need to focus on Queso, but Adder pops into the vehicle, trying to rotate away, either using the vehicle for a little bit of defensive cover, setting up a crossfire under 2-2. But Axel has the spray, doesn't find a knock just yet.
Finds almost no damage with that. That is so strange. Axel's normally so solid in those positions. He's got that spray on lock. but he's not able to get a single down here. Multiple clips, so many rounds just being thrown at C9, but it's the throwables that are getting it done. Finally, the down is on to Uneven, and this is the charge coming in from Team Queso. Bayo is backed into a corner, and this is the send from Team Queso. The crew from South America pushing on in, saying, Eddie, get out of my server, as C9 is just getting absolutely demolished. Adder just has to send it in, and somehow, some way, he makes it into the center of the circle. Find a bush, buddy, because you are in a terrible position, and Team Queso might just run him over.
Oh, they're sending it back. They want to go for the they want to go for the shack that Unique were holding. I don't know if Unique were expecting this, and I don't know who's coming out on top. It's yellow on yellow violence.
Oh my goodness, and Elise is still up trying to get the revive inside of the shack. What? But here comes the push. That's just it. Marco with the execution. And Team Queso with a wild send. That cheese was on a roll right on through the circle, right past Adder, and right to the only defensible position in this circle. No tunnel vision from Team Queso. Only kills, only execution.
Look at Loops. They have the widest spread of any team in the circle right now. And we've seen them be successful in a very, very similar position previously, but the Knights also, 2 teams with 4 up and a car fort to their name. It's not much, but we know how both these teams can land their shots. Shooting through the smoke at each other. No knock either way just yet, and while this is happening, Adder is shaking in the center of the circle.
I mean, they must know somebody must have seen him go in, right? Like, there's no way. Oh, but wait, Federal. He's got the big gun. He's got the big gun at the back. If there's any single player in the server right now that I want to have, the big ol' M24, you know it's got to be Federal. This guy hits these. You can just see the damage ticking and ticking and ticking away. As Dadine is going to have to be revived. Dadine has actually been going nuts with the grenades so far, as teams are just trying to shoot as best they can. Everybody is taking pot shots. Everybody is trying to go for that clutch down, and we can see it right there. Marco is the one to find it onto 2 members of Loops. That was absolutely huge. He got the beat on them, Cameron. This could be disastrous for Loops Esports, because them having all 4 members alive, that was their big win condition here in this final few circles.
No one is in the circle except for Adder, and that's a problem. Cornino trying to push forward, and Loops, with those 2 players knocked, I don't know how successful they're going to be. Adder is spotted out by Marco. So Queso, in the end, do get all 4 members of Cloud9 down. And this could be a little bit of an opening for them to move in, and smokes are flooding the entire field. And Loops, those smokes give them an opportunity to reset. But how long are they going to have, because the blue is pushing in?
They are going to have to move, but you talked about it, Cameron. The utility is there, but 1 member already down. Loops has been able to reset a little bit, but this is just giving opportunities for Cornina Power to reposition, because they did not have a single member drop. Though Robdini no, he doesn't. He's actually able to just weasel his way in. The blue is still so close behind. He's going to have to be aware of it. He is going to get the first aid off. He is going to be able to push, but we'll see if anybody spots him out. That is the question, as Marco and team are able to snake their way in. I cannot believe this circle, Cameron. There is no cover to be had.
Except for the vehicles. And for some reason, Cornina Power are able to keep their vehicles alive just long enough to move it into the next circle. Marco does go down to Cornina Power, so that's 12 kills for Cornina, and they're in a top 2 position. But Loops, they reset. They reset all 4 members, and they're trying to crawl forward just the same that Cornina has. But Cornina, they're already in the circle. They don't have to move any further at all, and so instead they're putting all their efforts, all their energy into throwing grenades out, trying to flood. And actually, grenades, they're not doing the tricks. They're just going to rush forward with their guns.
They have the smoke. They have this little bit of cover they've been able to set back. Gonzo is going to play Scout here at the back. He's going to be anchor for this team. He's going to be able to try and give information as much as possible. But Kayowski? Oh, no, he's just going to drop. Great headshot from Rodini. There's another one onto Dadine. Cornina Power feeling it in this game. Loops can do nothing against the overwhelming firepower, but Carrillo has full HP. Vest and helmet are in shambles, but can he find the shots? That's the big question. Gonzo spraying through the smoke, trying to find anything onto the 2 remaining members. There's Carrillo down, and this is now their game to win. This is Cornina Power in game number 1. An incredible finish to them. So many kills. I cannot believe 17 kills, 16 kills. That was insane.
A huge amount of kills. We saw a 16 kill game yesterday, but they are still very, very rare, especially considering how aggressive these games have been turned up during the grand finals. Loops reset, but that just the amount of time it took them to reset after the 3rd party from Team Queso, that I think was the thing that Cornina Power needed. not needed, but absolutely abused to get that win.
I think what was so cool is the way they set up their smokes. They had these channels where they could pop back inside for cover as they needed to, but they were leaving sight lines for Gonzo at the back to be able to relay information and help them find the shots, so that when they did push up, they felt confident. They were eliminating, so they're only really trying to deal with one Loops player at a time. And again, they didn't even have the perfect intel either. That's just how they were setting it up. But I also have to give props. Before we throw it to our analysts, every single one of the teams that made it into the top 3 had like 10 plus kills. Nobody snuck their way in. Everybody fought for it. Everybody deserved it. It was a bloody start on Erangel to the day, and that gives me high hopes for the rest of our games. Let's send it back over to our analysts, though, to break down the chaos that was game number 1.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
That's all I gotta say is just like a shrug. Like what just happened? We saw 30 kills, well 37 kills between 3 teams at the very end there. A Kanina Power Team K. So everyone was showing what they had here come into the second day, or sorry, the third day, or second to last day overall. Let's take a look at the map stands and then start to talk about it here off the bat, because this has been a ridiculous first game. Look at this, Glitter. 16, 10, 13, 39 kills in total. Ridiculous.
I mean, day 3, the teams came out swinging. I feel like, you know, we've talked about it. We said it was potentially going to happen, but game 1, day 3, aggressive gameplay, 16 kills coming out of Kanina Power. Loops finally, you know, doing something, giving us a 10-kill game. Queso, though, we just talked about them, 13 kills. And surprisingly enough, look at 4th place. That's UDR Killers with 7 kills to their name as well. These teams are trying to start shaking up these standings right now, and it is going well for some of them. I don't even know what to say about this. Is probably one of the best starts I think we've had yet in finals.
This is what I wanted to see, and I totally agree with what Paul said there towards the end. Virum, he said this was a bloody first game, and it was. I'd love to see that, especially for teams that needed to have this kind of games. With Kanina Power, remember, I believe they were top 6. They were within striking distance there. They want to go ahead and position themselves in a good spot, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit as we go here towards the second page. In regards to footballers, remember, this was a team that was in second place. We talked about how they were able to get kills. They got unlucky. Pittsburgh Knights did come in and third-party them after they were done with the fight. But lucky for them, they were able to at least get 3 points right there in regards to kill points. Tempo Storm only ended up with 1 kill. B4 not performing that well. And then Team Umbra not performing that well either. But I think Kanina Power is one of those teams that we know they're capable of this. This is not something new. We just haven't seen it in a while. We haven't seen it, I think, thinking back of week 3. Remember, they switched the whole strategy to just focus on placement points, and they started adding that fragging power. And this is what I was scared about. If Kanina Power is able to be in the top 5, they're going to go ahead and put out this performances right here. 2,600 damage? Damn, son.
I mean, on that note about the third Super Weekend, they broke 2 records that day, or in that weekend, which broke the record of the lowest kills in a chicken dinner with 3.
Yup.
And then they broke it again with 2. So completely off what you were saying, they completely changed up their style, just playing passive, play for points. They weren't feeling confident in getting those kills. And then we go into the finals, and then this is the team we saw in the second day of the opening weekend, right? We talked about like the second day, maybe it was the second week. Well, maybe it was the second day here of the finals, what they're really holding out for, because they played so well here. Let's take a look, though, at our do-the-do moments from that last match. Start to talk about a couple of these different kills that did obviously come in through this one, because that was a bloodbath. That really was, right? We had Queso chasing kills. We had Pittsburgh Ice chasing kills at the beginning. We had everyone looking for those frags to make sure they can get those kill points on the board.
Yeah, and I think something that impressed me was just how aggressive those teams were. And I think it goes to show why they were able to get that many kills, because they were just so aggressive. At one point we saw, I believe it was Team Queso being super aggressive towards Cloud9, and that aggressiveness is what we expected out of Team Queso. Remember, Team Queso coming into this tournament, they're one of the favorite ones from South America. They're one of the favorite ones from America because of all the experience they have. So for them to perform that way, I love to see it. I love to see the boys from Team Queso performing like this. And then you got other teams that kind of needed to wake up in a way here, Glitter. Loops Esports, we talked about how they were in 7th place, how they're not getting the kills that we're used to seeing them get. Guess what? They came today and they kind of shut that argument down. They're saying, hey, we notice where we are right now. We need to step it up, and we're going to go ahead and do it right off the bat.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for Loops because they came into today in 7th place, and being the team that won the overall for the league play portion of PMWL West, you did not, I don't think any of us expected to see them in 7th with such low kills. You know, we talked about how poor their placements had been on day 1, and you know, this is what they needed. I think this will potentially snowball them for the rest of the day. You know, maybe they were saving their energy. I don't know what their plan was. However, this is way more on track with the Loops that we are used to seeing, and as far as that aggression goes, right? And kind of hoping that these players can show us some of the performances we've been looking for out of them in the likes, you know, of Carrillo, because when looking at that MVP standings at the beginning of today, he wasn't on it.
Yep, that's true. And then some of the other teams that did surprise me a lot was UDR Killers. They ended up with 7 kills themselves, and you kind of saw them taking away some players from Umbra, just in a way getting luckier and being sneaky. One of the players from Umbra, I think he ended up crashing his buggy, and then one of the other players from UDR Killers was able to finish off those kills. So it's great to see these kind of teams that are currently towards that 10th place, 11th place, also fighting to get some more points under themselves, also fighting to get up higher in the leaderboards to get more prize pool money, because that's going to make it hard for some of the other teams that are also high above. So it is going to be just an interesting day, I feel like, especially with this star. What a star. And for Loops Esports, I think they had a great gameplay. They ended up squad wiping Wildcard when they try to rush into their compound, and they were able to kind of hold that off. So for Loops, this is also a great start. And keep in mind, the next game is going to be Vikendi, and they usually tend to do good there too.
So is this the comeback of Konina Power, of Loops, of Queso, if football is getting the mix there? I feel like these maps are going to become extremely bloody, extremely quickly. When you go into Vikendi with the white snow, it won't be white for long. Let's take a look, though, at our top 4 players from that last match, and let's kind of maybe predict who we think is going to be the number 1 or the MVP of this one. We got Ayala, we got Carrillo, Axer, Robdini in there. I mean, I don't think it's going to be Carrillo.
It's good. I was going to say, it's good to see him back there, though. We kind of missed him. It's been a while, and it goes to show whenever the team does well, he's able to actually perform well. But I think for MVP, it might be Axer. This is one player.
Axer too.
Yeah, it's one player that we know he has the potential to be up there with the MVP.
Ooh.
Hey, we got a ride, baby.
We were wrong with the Cloud9 pick. We're at least right in the MVP pick, right? But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, having these guys come up big too, like Ayala, who's able to do this yesterday. Carrillo, as you mentioned, 7, he's been extremely quiet. But the thing is, being an MVP, it's really not like something you do by yourself. To be an MVP, you have to have the support from your teammates. So I'm not saying I'm knocking Carrillo, I'm not knocking anyone else on Loops, but to be a standout player, you have to have a good team behind you that can support you. And we've seen Loops struggle, not just Carrillo in particular, but for Axer, I mean, they have just woken up. I don't know what it is, what steroids were injected into this horse or whatever it might be, because they are galloping and running away with this now. And I really wonder, Glitter, if we look at, obviously the stats we see breaking down from them, how far does this push them up the rankings as well?
I am definitely excited to see that, because they started off the day, as we saw, in that 6th place position. So this could be huge for them. However, we do need to keep in mind that some of the teams above them, or one of the teams, was Queso. And we see Ayala here up on our top players, and we saw Queso just pull down, 13 kills. So they while Konina Power had an incredibly strong game, if the teams above them are having equally as good games, it's definitely going to be difficult for them to kind of leapfrog in those standings.
So if these three teams alone take out at least half of the lobby, I really am curious to see how the damage is going to look as well when we take a look at everyone else compared to them, because I think it's just going to be these three teams up here up high and everyone else down here extremely low. And well, we'll see a couple of anomalies here. PR Killers and Pittsburgh Knights, but still, that's a heavy amount of damage. 2K plus for those three teams.
It is. Calm down there, Finding Nemo. But as we do see Konina Power there, 2,600 damage. Yo, it's been a while since we've seen it, and it's been a while since we've seen a couple of teams, 3 teams now, being able to pass that 2,000 damage right there. With Loops Esports, a long time since we've seen them there. Same with Team Queso. But it's good to see those performances. And then you also have UDR Killers there with 1,500 damage. And then Pittsburgh Knights. I think for them, being able to get 5 kills, being able to put this damage as well, we know that's one team. Remember, before they ended up losing 6-less, this was one team that was towards the top in regards to league play rankings. So could this be, in a way, their comeback? Could they be trying to go ahead and push up the leaderboard? There's just so many teams that if they start performing well, it can start hurting some of the teams towards the top, and it can work vice versa. Teams that start performing really well towards the top can take advantage of those other teams that might not be doing so well, like Alpha Legends and some of the other ones that are currently towards the bottom.
Or even Tempo, who was at the bottom in this one. We had Umbra with no kills, a team we talked about before. B4 as well. I had some decent damage, but no kills, unfortunately, for them. That's besides the point anyways. That's only one match. We still have more to come up next. And before we even get to that, we need to take a look at how our predictions worked out for us. We did have quite a few Cloud9s. We did have a Nova in there, and 11 points. Not terrible. It could have been worse.
Not great.
I mean, I think
it's not bad. It's not bad, right?
But I think 11 points is more than you got in like 4 of your picks combined yesterday. So, just kidding. Don't hate me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're starting off aggressive.
It's the one way I can get your mom to include me in the show when she talks about it, because otherwise she forgets about me. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe she forgets about me because I say stuff like that. But yeah, obviously Invariant with the Nova pick had a rough time. They were looking good. Had 4 players alive. I think they met up against Cloud9 a little bit, but eventually did part ways. Let's see though how the overall rankings have changed. With Konina Power getting that victory, have they risen up the ranks even further? Queso, are they going to maintain their position they had as well? We're going to find out here right now in just a second, because it's all about this, right? It's all about what you can place at. And Konina Power have technically gone from what, 10,000 in 4th place to 20,000. They double their earnings off of one game, albeit only a 6-point lead over Nova at the moment here, 7.
Yeah, but what happens here is that most of those teams that were in the top 7 situation ended up doing so well. Konina Power obviously go ahead and launch themselves, getting a little bit closer there to football, is getting a little bit closer to Cloud9. But then look at Loops Esports. They're finally starting to wake up as well. They're going to go ahead and pass Temple Storm. They're going to get a little bit closer there to Team Queso, Nova Esports. So it's going to put them with the striking distance, and it's something that I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at, especially going for tomorrow, the last day, where they're only going to have 6 matches left, is being able towards if you're able to get maybe 2 chicken dinners, you're at least within 5 points of that first place. And I think a lot of those teams are going to be looking at that as we do go down the list here. UDR Killers as well, with the great performance. Guess what? They're going to go ahead and launch themselves up to 9th place, and that's actually going to go ahead and increase. That's going to just get a chance to increase their chances at a prize pool, because if they get to 8th place, it will actually increase by $1,000. And I cannot wait to see here what we're going to be having towards the second page, because some of these teams need to wake up. They need to go ahead and change their strategy. They need to start being more aggressive here, Glitter.
100%. And I'm waiting to see when that moment is that some of these teams kind of decide to flip that switch. Where that safe play style is just completely out the window, and they just say, you know what, YOLO, let's figure out what we can do. Because as we see here, the only standing that does change is the fact that Pittsburgh Knights, with those 5 kills, will jump themselves up just above Yala Esports. 1 point ahead of them, 2 points ahead of the team above them. All of those squads that are on that second page really need to kick it into high gear.
And what worries me is that Alpha Legends, they were around, what, like 11th place at the end of the second Super Weekend? Because they sat there for quite a long time when they didn't re-qualify through to the 3rd Super Weekend, but now they're like 40 points behind the team above them, which is like double their points. I don't know what happened since then, but they've been on a downward trend, and definitely something needs to change, like you guys are saying. But let's take a look at a change we're having here on the show, because we're switching up things from Erangel and heading over to Vikendi now. as our second match. Then going back to Erangel a little bit later on today, and of course you can see the rest there on your screen as well. But something's got to change. My question is, what's up? What's up, Seven? What's so funny?
Nothing. I was getting a little bit chilly here just thinking about Vikendi.
Vikendi or maybe a cotton candy ice cream you're gonna have later on today. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I probably just made everyone out there really hungry. It's early in the morning. You can't have ice cream at like noon, okay? It's not allowed. I will act as your dad here, and you can't do it. So predictions, though. We're gonna be moving ahead into this one. Vikendi. I mean, I'll start things off. I'm going to be very critical with my picks all day long, especially what we just saw in that first game alone that really opened my eyes to Queso, and maybe they're back. I don't want my heart broken again by them, though. Kanina power. They're starting to really power their way through this with kills. But Loops played well. And Loops always seems to do well when it comes to Vikendi. So I'm going to stick with Loops.
I was wondering where you were going with that. For a second there, I thought you were actually going to go with Team Queso. I was thinking about it, but I'm also going to go with Loops Esports. They just perform they perform too well here. Yeah, it's yellow, but it's bananas. It's not Queso. Yo, Team Queso, send me a jersey. Maybe in the future I'll be able to wear it here on the broadcast. Who knows? I mean, maybe for the next PMCO and PMPL and all that stuff.
I look at your shirt and I think banana split. I look at Glitter's shirt and I think s'mores. So I think I'm just really hungry.
Ooh. I'll take s'mores.
Yeah. Oh, well, who will you take for your prediction, though, Glitter?
You know what? I'm still not 100% on stepping outside of the box yet. I think I'm going to feel more comfortable with that moving into probably our third match. So I'm, doing the same thing as you guys again this time around. And I'm with Loops.
Literally yell at us in that last game saying, why did you guys convince me to pick Cloud9? And now you're picking Loops with us?
Bro, what? Yo, hold up. She's about to jinx our pick.
No. Don't do that.
Hey, to be fair though, we did end up getting more points than anybody on Twitch and on YouTube because I asked them both, who do you guys think is going to win? And nobody, not a single person told me who was actually going to win. So Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, be ready because I'm going to be asking you. And if you get it right, I will give you a shout out in the next segment.
Did you check Twitter? Because people were tweeting to @Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL of who they thought would win. Did you check Twitter?
I'm going to in the next one, so make sure you send your tweets.
And maybe he's going to retweet you as well, favorite you, and maybe even follow you, because I think we've all been trying to get on his follower list forever. It just doesn't seem to happen for us. But something we obviously like to talk about is what are the chances for our predictions going into these games? All three of us pick Loops, so we're obviously going to see Loops in this one. But I'm curious to see what their teams will be joining them, as we have Cloud9 in there, and we have Footballists as well. But look at this. I mean, Loops, 5 chicken dinners. They have had 18 matches played. And they've got more damage than Footballists, which is definitely a team that has come into their own here when it's come to PUBG Mobile or the PUBG Mobile World League here, Glitter.
I 100% they have, but I'm just kind of looking at this and like you see the fact that Footballists only has 1 chicken dinner compared to Loops 5 and Cloud9's 4. However, they have way more kills than Cloud9 and almost as many kills as Loops, which is just kind of going back to the discussion that we had said at the top of the show. Footballists haven't been pulling down consistent wins, but they have so many freaking kills to their name that they're keeping up with some of these other squads who are either more consistent with their placement points or equally as aggressive.
Yeah, and we even saw Loops
gonna win.
We had Loops and Cloud9. Remember on day 1-7, they went head-to-head. It was a 4-on-3 on Vikendi. Beowulf was unfortunately down for Cloud9, and Loops used that snake of smokes or that line of smokes, whatever you want to call it, to get in towards them. I don't know what's going to happen here, but what I do know is that I really want to see Kanina Power, Queso, Cloud9, Footballists, and Loops all fighting head-to-head. Imagine they're the final 5 teams in the zone. 4 players left alive. I feel like that's going to get extremely bloody, but so entertaining to see.
Yes.
I totally agree with you. I want to see all the 6 teams towards the end with at least 5 or more kills because that's just going to make it very, very interesting for all of us currently watching, especially going into tomorrow, how close they're going to be in points. Because I know I was watching the East, and the East, the top 5, it's super, super close. They're all within like 1 win away to get into first place and catching up to BTR. So I kind of want the same thing here for West as well.
All right, well, we'll check in with you guys when this match is finished. We'll see how our predictions do, and we'll obviously enjoy watching this because you know it's going to be a damn good match. You guys at home who are watching, you can still be collecting points though the entire time here. If you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can be earning points, and the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves some exclusive rewards. So make sure you guys are watching there. Make sure you guys are tweeting to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL, and let Seven know your predictions, as maybe he'll retweet you, maybe he'll follow you, maybe he'll give you a shout out on air. I think that one's more likely of the three choices. But we have to bring our commentators in yet again as we're getting underway with our second match. And Viram and Cameron, I'm sorry the break wasn't that long. Obviously, the amount of energy you guys expended into that last match must have been ridiculous. Pretty much using everything you had left in the reserve. So hopefully you got your coffees and you're ready to go for a second match, because it's just going to be just as exciting. And Viram, did you get your coffee today?
Oh, absolutely. Still some left, actually. Hey, no, look, there are some games that you cast and they're like, I'm exhausted after that. That was like no, that was the kind of game that hypes you up. It goes the other way. You finish that game, you're like, I want more of that action, because the teams, the amount of aggression we saw was just fantastic to watch. As a fan, it was fantastic to watch.
I feel like
The
everyone's
problem was keeping that energy ready for this match during that break, so.
I got it. We're good. We're good.
I mean, I know Viram was probably just sitting there dancing after the last match because how exciting it was. But then let's start to maybe focus in yet again, right? You're on a rocket ship to the moon right now, I feel like. Or on a roller coaster, as we were talking about the other day. Kanina Power, 16 kills. We haven't seen them have this kind of performance since I feel like the second day of the opening weekend. But give me the realistic answer here. Obviously, you can give me a professional answer, you can give me your own personal answer. But the realistic answer, do you legitimately think that this is a pace they're going to be able to keep going all day here, Cameron? Or do you think they're going to run a little bit short eventually?
I do think it is. There is always a possibility of them sort of falling back towards the end of the event, but compared to their league play, this level of performance, though they haven't gotten first place every single game, it's been a lot more consistent. During the league play, it was like a spike and then a fall back down, and then a spike and then a fall back down for a couple of games. This feels a lot more like it's their norm going into the rest of this weekend.
Well, we talk about peaking in tournaments, right? Some teams peak a little early, some teams peak at the right time, and maybe it is the right time for not only them, but also the Argentinians, Team Queso and Viram. They as well, yesterday finished things off well, coming into today, starting off things extremely well as well. Do you think this is the team that's finally come to play here when it matters for that 100 grand?
And here's the thing, too, is like, Team Queso has been playing well. You know what I mean? They have consistently been playing them. If you look at the statistics, you know, where they're sitting and things overall, like they're in like the top 5 going into this, you know what I mean? Like they're a solid team, but it's just, I feel like their performances aren't kind of as flashy as much. So we don't hype them up as much. But I think just being able to take a fight to Cloud9 and then just trouncing them in terms of like confidence to start the day, that's gotta feel good. I mean, Adder ran tail between his legs. You know, he wasn't the snake in the grass. You know what I mean? He was the little rat just kind of getting out of there, just trying to like, nah, leave. Team Queso was looking solid. I am very, very happy to see this with game 1. If this is like game 4 or 5 today, be like, I don't know, maybe it's too late, but they still have like 11 more games. That's good.
Well, also 2 other teams I'm looking at. Wildcard started off day 1 well, started off extremely well. Loops, the other end of that spectrum, started off extremely, well, not terribly. I mean, obviously they got knocked out first in the very first match of the finals, then they went on to win the second game, but they haven't been, I mean, when I say they're playing bad, I mean they're not playing like the Loops we saw
in terms of Loops
in League. Yes, yeah, exactly. They're still better than most teams out there when they're playing bad, but we haven't seen them come to life like we just saw in this first match. So maybe, Cameron, we can talk about, you know, maybe the difference of these 2 teams at the moment, because Wildcard definitely in these last couple of matches have been underperforming from what we've seen they can do.
Wildcard Situations is a new one because compared to Loops, this play style that they're employing is a new one for them to develop. And so, of course, you are going to still see some bumps in the road, but I do think that Wildcard are going to continue to perform more like they were earlier, not so much last game.
Okay. Well, I hope so, for their sake, obviously, and for my partial interest in their earnings, since I'm getting a cut of that one. No, let's talk about predictions, though. I'm just kidding. I'm not getting any money from them. Let's talk about predictions. Cameron, let's start off with you. We had 3 Loops on the desk with the analysts. What's your choice?
Listen, take a wild guess. I already made my position known.
He's going UDR Killers. All right. So in Viram. Loops, probably, right?
Don't debate our production crew. He's going Loops. I'm going Loops. We're all going Loops. We're loopy for Loops. All right. It's Vikendi. They play so well. They just had second place in that last game. I always feel bad when a team wins and then I have the pick for the next one. I always go, oh, they're never going to win again. But when they come in second, then I'm like, ooh, then we got a chance still. We got a chance for that.
All right, we'll see if all
it's not even that deep.
Come on. Let's see if all 5 of us have a chance, though, to get a chicken dinner here today. It would be phenomenal for all of us as we're going a little bit hungry right now. But let's kick off the second match of the day. Let's get on to Vikendi.
Thank you so much, Jason. Chicken dinners for breakfast here on the west coast of the U.S. I mean, there are definitely more uncommon things. I've seen carnival eats. I know what you guys eat here. Anyway, let's get into our second game. Let's get into Vikendi.
You guys.
You
mean Americans?
Yes. Anyway.
I will have you know, carnival eats are very specific down to the south. They're in the Texas Texas Rodeo, Texas Festival, Texas Carnival, and it's delicious, and it's one of the things that I miss the most from living down south.
Look, they look delicious, okay? When I watch that show, I feel very, very hungry all the time. Hungry for, like these players are right now, for points, for kills, for placements, because there's $100,000 for first place on the line, Cameron, and a lot of these teams are legitimately within striking distance. I'm looking at Footballists. I'm looking at Kunina Power. They are now less than 50 points off of first place. If they continue the momentum like they already started off today, if they can keep putting up, kill games like that with 16 or more, C9 needs to be careful, but a lot of teams will need to be careful on this circle because, oh my goodness, it's another north one, and everyone's going to have to rotate.
I don't recall when we've seen a circle like this.
I don't think we have.
So I don't really know what to expect from these teams. My eye, of course, is going to go immediately to Coal Mine being dead center, being on a little bit of high ground around it, but it's Vikendi. Honestly, the first couple of phases don't really impact that much because the ability to find hard cover is always, for the most part, excluding east of Dobro, is generally going to be relatively free. It's only once you hit phase 4 that's when the game really, really starts. Vikendi doesn't give you the opportunities for that sort of poke battle and the chessboard maneuvers that, say, Erangel or Miramar do.
Yeah, and I think phase 1 on Vikendi, when we have these hard shift circles, phase 1 is chaos. And then, yeah, you're right. 2, 3, and 4 are really, really chill, and then things start to ramp up in a big way, like you mentioned. But yeah, I think with this circle, we're probably going to see a little bit of early game action, but I think it's going to be fairly passive from a lot of these teams. There are a lot of compounds. I mean, a lot of compounds to fight over here, but also because of that, you don't necessarily have to fight over them. So we'll definitely be aware of that as teams are going to decide to rotate. And speaking of decisions, and speaking of things that, I don't know, maybe you could do at home if you want to participate and get involved. You saw it flash up on the screen right there. The opportunity for you to win a bunch of free crates, 6 free crates, in fact, if we hit the 300,000 concurrent viewer goal here for the PUBG Mobile World League West. This is insane. It's season 0. It is the first time we are doing this in this format, on this scale. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are up for grabs for these teams. Tell your friends about it. Get involved. Get on your voice chat of choice. Tune into the Twitch chat on YouTube, wherever you have to watch it. Of course, watch in the game as well, and make sure that you are eligible to enter and win all that good stuff. As we see Tempo Storm on the screen right now. Tensa. Oh, good. I'm glad they showed us Tensa because I wanted to give him more props in that last game, Cameron, but so much action was happening. We got back and forth, but he almost legitimately 1v3'd that fight, or 1v4'd that fight. Like, looks like that grenade he threw, that saving grenade grace that he's so known for, was the only difference maker there because he legitimately almost single-handedly dismantled that team.
But I feel like that's sort of definitive of Tempo Storm more than they would like it to be. Is so often it's they almost clutch that out. They almost won this fight. And we know how strong they can be, how strong they are in close quarter fights. Any sort of 1v1 matchup, I think realistically they'd come out faster than anyone else. But it just feels that too often they're not able to really stack up in the way that they want to. And most of the time that comes in through getting punished on their macro, coming in super late into a circle. But even in a fight like that, when it's a team like Footballists, they're not 100%. They're not the heavyweight champions. They're not going to win it every single time.
For sure. I mean, again, you can place bets, make predictions, 60-40, 70-30, whatever it might have you be. But at the end of the day, every fight is its own scenario. It exists as much as it can in a bubble, how the players are doing on that day, what other factors are going on. So we can try and make these predictions till the cows come home. But at the end of the day, if the players are feeling it, if the shot is on, if they're warmed up, they're feeling confident, that's what really makes the difference in the end. But PRZ, that's a clown card from Wildcard. Yeah, that could have gone really badly if they'd gone any closer, if there'd been another member there taking shots from that team.
Wow. You said, I was like, surely they're at least separated into 2 vehicles, but no, that is that's the definition of a Cloud Car. And Wildcard coming in from the bottom part of the map, reversed from the previous game where they came from the north down to the south.
Yep.
They only have 1 vehicle. I don't know if Cornita Power took the rest of it, but Wildcard want to move so much faster than we've seen them move previously. They are the fastest moving team in the zone right now. And we got multiple rotations coming out, but they're already dead center coming all the way from Vonova.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about, this first circle. Things can get a little bit dicey for these teams. It's going to settle down a little bit once teams find their own compounds. Like I said, there are so many of them. But it's this mass exodus right now from the south up to the north. It's like the opposite. They're an anti-snowbird. You know, they're going north for the winter. And this time hanging out on Vikendi. But Alpha Legends taking shots over towards Dream Eater. Alpha Legends, again, another one of these teams that I feel like, oh, maybe, just maybe it's this time they're gonna win this fight or go forward. But they just haven't quite been able to put it together. Obviously, even making it to the finals, I think, was, a pretty good accomplishment for them, because there was a moment there where we weren't sure.
I like this rotation, taking this compound for the angle. Rayman drops out just a bit too early. Could have gotten taken out by that northern duo from Dream Eaters, but they have this compound. They want to punish these 2 players from Dream Eaters down on the coast. They don't want to let them any opportunity to fully reset. And they can cross this river, if you want to call it that, because it's all frozen. But out in the open like that, Shassler has a great angle.
Does indeed. I don't want to give props. Look at the light reflecting off the ice and everything.
A disco ball.
Seriously, it's beautiful. But you know what else is beautiful? These shots coming in from Rayman, almost able to take down Matic there. Matic, of course, one of the linchpins for this team. We always talk about Matic and Meku, the 2 M's. If those 2 are up and alive, the dreams of Dream Eaters are still alive. Toffees is always consistent, always in the back. And then, of course, Versat's always playing out on these flanks, always looking for that additional angle. But we'll see if they're going to be able to do it this time. That was a beautiful retreat, utilizing the utility, the smokes from Dream Eaters, making sure they did not get caught out.
Yeah, they didn't want to commit onto this fight, but it looks like footballers are definitely committing onto this one. Already 1 player dead, another one knocked for a unique. It's all on Memphis right now, but Lutz is making it difficult. He's making it impossible, actually. Football is just winning these close range fights with ease. The Vason, a lot of damage coming out from not unique.
Who's that from?
UDR Killers. They're third-partying this.
Wait a second. Yep, UDR Killers is coming in, and there's another team, I think it's who is getting involved? B4 potentially as well. Realm is coming in, but it is Ulysses. The angle is there. The perfect pinch from UDR Killers. They want these points. Give them to me, says Ulysses, as he is just raining the pain on a footballist, taking those kills right out from underneath Team Unique, who are also eliminated. They're getting all the points, Cameron. What?
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a fight like that, you better hope that there's no one around you to take advantage of it. Both teams were so wounded, it was an easy cleanup from UDR Killers. Footballers still have 1 player alive, out by himself in the wilderness. Leonardo DiCaprio style. But over here, another little standoff. Alpha Legends, they pulled back from the Dream Eaters fight, but now they're facing off against Wildcard. And actually, I'm not going to take any guesses. I don't know why exactly Alpha Legends pulled off. It could have been because the other pair were already here stuck by Wildcard and they wanted to give full assistance to the team and keep it a 4 versus 4. Got to look back on the VOD to make extra sure about that. But look at Acer's flank. He is crawling around with his purple pants. Getting them all dirty.
The pants are great. I was going to call, if you didn't, I was going to call. Those are some nice pants. I'm just being honest.
That's what you call fashion.
Yes, that is fashion. Absolutely. Had like a little houndstooth kind of action going on. I was like, I'm all about this. I'm all about this. But I'm also all about the performance that Team Queso put on in game number 1.
What a transition.
Segues are weird. Anyway, seriously, Team Queso looked really solid there. Axel, there was a couple of moments there. I'm like, I don't know. And then it clicked. And he lined up his shots and he was able to take it to Cloud9, take it over, and get them a really high placement, really solid performance in that last one. But up against Umbra, another one of the teams. We highlighted them at the start of the show. They are a squad, Cameron, with so much potential.
Unfortunately, we didn't really see that potential last game. Coming in from the low ground on a quarry, get deleted by UDR Killers. It's a rough position, but if they can just forget about that and come and remember the games that they had yesterday, maybe they can perform to a better level, to one that we hope they can keep up on a more regular basis. Because it's true, they almost, I don't want to say just barely, but they weren't comfortably qualified for the grand finals. And if they can level out their performance, I don't think they're really in a position to win this time, but next league, next season, they just continue to grow, continue to develop, we might be seeing a completely different result.
No, 100%. And again, you're playing in the long game here. Like the commitment to PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole has been so amazing to see. Like, there's going to be more opportunities moving forward to continue to hone your skills. Yeah, Acer waiting for it. And there are the shots. Oh, look at the way he does that. He starts the head, works his way down, looking for that initial headshot for that burst of damage, and then making sure he gets his spray under control so that the bullets just keep going. That is just perfect. Not able to obviously finish things up, but this is giving a huge opportunity for the rest of Wildcard, because now smokes are going to have to be utilized, utilities going to have to be utilized, but it's also giving more opportunities to Wildcard, and you can see that it's coming out right now.
Watch the immediate retreat from Acer. He doesn't want to get caught off because he was in a vulnerable position. It was the surprise that allowed him to get that knock. The smoke is coming out, and Slicky is here for the follow-up. Acer with the setup, Slicky with the potential slam dunk if he can land the shots from his angle. He's keeping the camera fixed on Alpha's position. It doesn't matter. Acer has the shots himself. He doesn't need Slicky's help, but Slicky is still watching over the rest of Alpha Legends to give the information, give the call-outs. And this is it's Alpha Legends, they can't do anything. It's actually Acer finds the second when he finds the third.
Oh my goodness, Acer is going off, single-handedly dismantling Alpha Legends. What is a legend to a god, says Acer, as he is just pushing in. Uzis are out. Oh me, oh my. He is going to take this game over single-handedly. He's going to try and give him the ace. Come on, just give him the ace. Give it to him. No, he does end up going down, but Wildcard reigns supreme.
And what a well-timed push as well. Got there just in time to stop the revive and keep it in a 2 versus 1. And when you have a teammate with you, buddy system, you got to double peek them. Even if one of you gets knocked, the other one there for the follow-up. Unless you absolutely fumble those shots, the other person does not have a single chance in this.
Oh,
Ridge,
my goodness.
On the east side, Tempo Storm, trying to control it. The shift, the center enough. It went a little south in phase 2, but it mostly just pulled away water. So for our concerns, it's center.
Yeah, and what's interesting here too is all these teams are sort of clustering towards the southern end of the circle. Loops went all the way up and around. All the way. They're the only team in the north right now. So they're going to be able to work their way in, play around this wide open area west of Cosmodrome, but an area that is not wide open. Like I said, it's here in the south. Tempo trying to control this as best they can. I feel like Dream Eaters has gone from one weird fight to another to another. Yeah. They have not had a moment to rest. They have constantly been on the move, constantly pressured by other teams, which is weird because this is a tactic, especially on Miramar, that we see Dream Eaters do to other teams. Oh, Cat, no, not again.
Yeah. Another really bad position for Nova. And they actually lost 2 members already before we saw just that, so it's just GFen left. Again, the last member remaining, gonna have to try and snake this out the best that he can, and it's not even 15 minutes in, it's not even phase 3 yet. That's not a good look for Nova so far. And for a team that we've complimented of looking just better and better over the course of the season, but what's not looking better, of course, unfortunately, is Sam's life bar. As Acer, they were, well, not Acer, Wildcard, but mostly Acer was able to take out Alpha Legends. Queso came in on this. They heard the fight and they were trying to take position and potentially call Wildcard out, which is why we see Sam bleeding and crawling around.
And you're going to see Mystic trying to mask those footsteps as much as possible. Moving in to confirm the kill onto Sam. He's going to bleed out regardless. Wildcard is not going to put themselves too far to position to try and go for this res. Actually, as I say that though, I mean, Acer is moving, but it's too late. Mystic is there. This is a bad position for Acer to be in. He needs to completely reset. That's the play. Luckily for both these teams, they are still in this next circle, though this is definitely not the ideal situation for them to be in. But looking at this, like, this is such a weird compound to play around because you could just go back down your own side of the mountain. But other than that, like, you are so exposed. As we're kind of seeing right now with Spring and those shots. Yeah.
Look at Spring's position. I was looking around. I'm like, Wildcard don't have a dead member, but I only see 3 on the screen, and that's because Spring was wrapping around and trying to get that flank. He needs to be worried, though, because I am seeing on the map another team get a little antsy, get a little curious about those shots that they heard. But what are Acer and Slicky going to do? They know they have a knock against Queso, but they don't want to push too aggressively because it still would mean a 3 or a 2v3 push if Spring doesn't have the angle. And with those rocks in the way, it's easy for Queso to isolate the potential push from the east quadrant or the northern quadrant of Wildcard.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, Umbra is a potential squad that could come in and get involved, but Spring up on the high ground is forcing Team Queso to completely rethink this. They could actually go here underneath the bridge, underneath the outcrop if they want to, and they're laying down some grenades. Not sure if those are grenades or smokes, we'll see as we jump back on board with that replay, seeing the shots from Acer that started the preamble to this entire fight. Oh my goodness, like a laser beam. One and then the other, the re-ADS, and he's still flawless? Oh my. Sick. So sick.
Doesn't get the ace, unfortunately. He gets a little too aggressive for it, but here it is.
I love this.
Here's the south wrap. Here's the lower ground mountain wrap. And this means that Slicky's angle isn't very strong, and Acer already on fire. There is another knock against Queso. But now it is just Slicky. Sorry, it's Spring on the off angle. Slicky here trying to put his energy drinks up because he's in a 1 versus 3 if the teammate Overwatch isn't there.
Yeah, and Axial's trying to find the shots, is going to be able to do it. And that was the beautiful, beautiful play from Team Queso there. That was just so solid. I mean, they knew, like, look, they've got a guy up on this rock over here. Here's a huge piece of cover we can put between us and them. Let's just push us for. It's simple, it's succinct, it's to the point, and it was beautifully executed.
Yeah, you gotta wonder why Wildcard weren't really making any moves of their own because that was such a vulnerability. But over here, G-Fan trying to stay alive for Nova, and Yale are taking this compound. Luckily, the building that he's in is a little separated, and that might deter them from trying to take it, and especially if the circle shifts away from them. But the blue is closing in at a very, very slow pace because this is the small side, and they want the loot. They have no clue that he's here. They know that items are.
Well,
hello?
Hello?
Wait, Zero spotted something.
Zero spotted him. All right. You weren't going to get away with that. You weren't going to get away with that. Are you going to get away with that? G-Fan, he's just, he finally gets cleaned up. But he's just too good in those situations. They knew he was there too. And that's actually a disaster for Yala Esports. They had the bodies. That should have been an easy 2v1. They just had to collapse on him. And he was doing that with an AK. Like, what?
Listen, I know it's not as good close range as an SMG, but those 7.62 rounds still pack a major punch.
Oh man, that's unfortunate because Yala, again, another one of I call these, these potential teams. We've seen so many moments of brilliance from them. It's just their inability to string it together into a really meaningful way to chain the points. And coming into today in 15th place, they would have really liked to have been able to clean them up there without losing a casualty, get themselves a top 5, a top 4 finish. That could have been going a long way to moving them up, not only in terms of prize money, but in terms of confidence. Again, not impossible with only 3 members, but definitely a lot harder.
Circle shift swings down south. Only a couple of teams are still out of the circle, one of which, hilariously enough, is Kunina Power. I feel like they're never inside the first circle. Always like to play in from the edge, but we can't really harp on them too much because they're successful at it. But over here, B4 and Cloud9 on the northwest side, hanging around Coal Mine. That's the high ground position that I pointed out in the very beginning. And they're going to try and use that to their own advantage. But here are Kunina Power pushing in. It's safe in their immediate area, but they have to push up this giant hill that Kunina took from Wildcard, stole right out from under them. They don't need to move too fast. They can just play it slow and play for the late game, which in a position like this might just be the strategy that you'd want to employ. But that doesn't mean that you don't want to at least take some ground where you can. Move slowly further up the hill until anyone peeks you.
Yeah, and then again, keeping eyes on those lines of sight, wanting to make sure that you're, like, I'm knowing I'm taking this fight. The worst thing ever is, poking your head out, peeking in there and going, oh, wait, no, I didn't know. I didn't know he was there and they get shot. We saw it a lot in this last game, and it doesn't happen quite as much on Vikendi, just because things tend to be a lot more condensed. But still, yeah, that's a rough situation, those ideas of forced and unforced errors. But hey, I think this is the first time we've seen Loops so far today, Cameron. They've been very, very quiet so far in this game, which is kind of strange for them. And they lost at Dean along the way.
Yeah, interesting.
This is strange. I totally missed this. But Loops coming in here, that's part of the reason they're so quiet. They only have 3 members.
In Loop's defense, they're not like football that's just sort of, we're going to smash your teeth in from the beginning of the game to the very end. There have been a couple of other examples where they do come in, I don't want to say late, but they want to give the first couple of phases to get in their position, get their loot up, and then when the mid-game starts, they go loud, and this is the perfect position, this is the perfect circle shift for them to do so. Them and the Knights. Knights once again holding center, but can they have better success than they did on the game number 1? I wouldn't be so confident because there's going to be a lot of teams coming in from the west side. Luckily, they have hard cover in comparison to the hilltop they're holding last game on Erangel. But it's still going to be a lot of teams jonesing for that hard cover.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, Pittsburgh Knights pulled up 5 kills in that last game, almost as much as their entire total from day number 2. Let's see if they can continue that trend here, rack up some more kills, rack up some more placement points, because they end up getting knocked out in 9th, despite a stellar opening from them. So we'll see. They are in, like you said, one of these prime positions. But Konina Power, Tempo Storm here on the flank. Team Queso could also potentially get involved. You can see Marco there up on the high ground. We're about to witness some fights now, Cameron. This has been a fairly quiet game. It's about to get real loud.
About to get loud on the northwest and the south especially. And over here, Queso sort of losing their position to a couple of different teams, and they're going to have to leave their high ground if they want to push into Tempo Storm. But let's see if they can't use that high ground for a little bit of a bonus activity, bonus utility until it pops off. But what is popping off? UDR Killers. B4 able to secure 1 kill there, but they are not in a good spot. 1 member is down. As we are seeing the 3 remaining members trying to make something happen, but they've got to push him. This is a very awkward angle because Mixera's on the... nobody saw that. It's fine.
Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because Levi's there. He's got the shots. And it's just Pocus now, who's got to do some work. Sandro is here as well. But oh no, they are not in a great position to potentially help each other out. But there's also another team that might look to third party this. As Mixera is just trying to throw in every piece of utility that he has, trying to burn them on out of there. They're in their hidey hole, but the blue is pushing in, and the blue is basically the third party in this fight. It is a constant pressure at your back. Can Mixera find the shots? The answer is absolutely yes, but Sandro is opting to just send it with the vehicle instead. He says, look, we can't take this fight. This is not one we are going to win. We have to rethink. We have to reposition. That is a heads-up play from UDR Killers.
And it's a good play, but the problem is they have no information of what's free or not, so they're just crossing their fingers as they send it into the center of the circle. Surprisingly enough, this compound is wide open. No one else has tried to challenge Knights for it. But over here, Tempo Storm being challenged by Queso. A little bit of damage while they push down the hill, and they do lose Ayala. But now it's Mystic going down, not to Tempo, but it's to Tixie. Konina Power, they're just coming in and trying to take little bites and pieces of the fight that Tempo Storm have yet to really take full control of. Look how many teams there are surrounding their compound.
I mean, Tempo Storm is just in a world of hurt, whether it be Queso, whether it be Konina Power, TQ, KP, Team Umbra, it doesn't matter. Everybody is getting involved. And, well, Stuck in the Middle with You is certainly coming to mind. That's what Tempo Storm's got to be singing right now. But at least they still have all 4 members alive.
Ooh, and a little bit of an angle on the Konina Power. They're still worried about the Queso, what remains of them. And here comes Spring rushing in from the blue. Yeah. No, that knock, that was from Umbra. That was from Umbra onto Spec. Maybe a little bit of an overextension or a loose push out there. But let's see how far Spring can push.
That was so bold. I cannot believe it. I mean, Spring, oh my goodness, he's going to wander into Team Queso. The team that gave him so much trouble to start, and that's just wild card out. Axel to finish the job with the Groza of all things. Oh my goodness, Cameron, this is just bedlam. And I mean, Umbra's trying to retreat, but Pittsburgh Knights is there too. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, and Umbra trying to send it. Instead, they're just going to steal it from the Knights, or at least do their best attempt to do so. 2 members of Umbra in the bottom floor. Oh. A jump down from the stairwell, catching the reload off guard, and that is Umbra removed.
Flawless timing from Jagger. He baited that he was going to run down. The pre-fire came out, and then right as the pre-fire stopped, he jumped down around the angle. And now 6 kills. They are already past their total from the last 2 days. But another team that's going to try and up that kill total, of course, it is Tempo Storm. Beautiful work from our observers to show exactly what this fight looks like. And we are seeing Matic in a world of hurt and the rest of Dream Eaters in full retreat. B4 gets eliminated as well. And Loops is also getting interested and involved. I can't believe Tempo Storm got out of that. Every team had to send it. But Tempo Storm, being the last one, was able to see where they all went and was able to catch them off guard.
I'm surprised that compound was free. Dream Eater's putting too much emphasis on the coast. And now they got to pay the price for it, because here comes Konina Power, and if they peek out too far, Tempo Storm are going to have an angle onto them as well. And they're wounded. They're limping around onto this. It's just Versit remaining. He's getting shot out from multiple angles, multiple sides. The smoke is the only thing keeping him from death from Konina Power, and here comes the final peek. Versit with the spray gets a knock, but wasn't able to get the first aid off, and there it goes. That is it.
Oh my goodness, Dream Eaters from start to finish, this game has been so intense. But speaking of intensity, Cloud9 gets eliminated as well. A perfect wipe from Pittsburgh Knights. There's too much action to catch it all. I cannot believe it. C9 is just down and out by the team coming into this in, what, 13th place? That is insane. I cannot believe it. And oh my goodness, Pittsburgh Knights. I don't know what happened between yesterday and today, but whatever pep talk they had this morning, I mean, they must have got Idris Elba in to do like the speech from, you know, Pacific Rim or something. They are canceling their own apocalypse. That'll do it. That would do it for me, I know for sure, but it didn't do it for Cloud9. That's for sure, because they are down and out in what, 6th or 7th place? Oh my goodness.
Now where can Kunita Power go? They stole this, I don't even really want to call it a position because it's garbage from Dream Eaters, and they're having to deploy all these smokes to have a chance to push up that hill. But this is giving me flashbacks to a very, very much talked about war. It's just gonna be chaos, and I don't even know if they're expecting Axial here. They were focused so much on Tempo Storm, able to get an immediate trade, and that gives them the opportunity to reset. But how long is the smoke going to last? Tixie is running away, trying to keep line of sight broken, but if it's not Tempo Storm they're going to run into, it's going to be Loops.
One of these teams, yeah, they don't have, like, Loops is down here all on the coast. They've got 2 teams up on the high ground. They have not a whole lot of options. But you know what? Jason asked us on the break, going into this, do you think Kunita Power can keep the momentum? Well, if Gonzo keeps shooting like this, if they keep playing like this, then the answer is absolutely yes. They have shown up today in a big way. But Tensa from Tempo Storm certainly has something to say about it.
Knock against Tempo does give Kunita Power at least a small moment to push ever forward while the reset from Tempo comes out. And they're so close to the circle that they can taste it. Trades going back and forth between both sides. But the blue, of course, gives heavy advantage to Tempo Storm to continue to hold down this compound, to hold down this satellite, and Loops, they want in as well. Tixie gonna be stolen by Carrillo, or just barely surviving away from that. And that means Tempo Storm has the final point, has all of the kills against Kunita Power.
Oh my goodness, but Carrillo is doing work through all this as well. Carnage getting in on it too. Both of these teams have put the focus in, and here comes the send. PK might be able to get the shots out from range, but Loops want to deal with Tempo Storm right here, right now. Pittsburgh Knights going to act as third party. How much damage can they do on the flank? Carrillo taking a lot of hurt as they're pushing on in, but Tempo Storm able to get out the revives. They're going in now. Loops, a critical error, not knowing just how much damage Pittsburgh Knights could do. Federer was able to get off the med kit. He's back to full HP. Hang on a second, friend. Those are the shots. Not knowing he's right there, pushing in the pre-fire from Federer in close range. He's got to find the shots. He cannot do it. Tensa is just too good. He keeps his team alive for just a little bit longer, but Spec is bleeding out. He barely gets off the revive. Oh my goodness, Cameron, what chaos.
Tempo may have held there, but it was a very, very flimsy one. And if it weren't for Knights with the angle onto Loops, I do think Loops would be able to clutch that one out. But during all that chaos and the circle shift goes in their direction, it might be on an open road, but Knights have full control, and Carnage with the angle onto Tempo Storm wipes them out. So Loops are at least able to secure a second place with Kayowski's hiding behind the rock. I don't want to call it anything other than what it is, trying to go for the fight that he can, but there's not much.
And that's just going to be it. That's just going to be it. Pittsburgh Knights step up once again, putting up an incredible performance. A 15-kill game, 16 kills, 15 kills. What is with these teams today, Cameron? It's like they know we're in the finals. It's like they know there's $100,000 up for grabs for first place.
Maybe.
In every single one of these teams. Look, if you can keep playing like that, I don't care. Start from the bottom. You can end, well, right up near the top. You just have to keep putting up performances like that, and whether it be Kunita Power, whether it be Tempo Storm, whether it be Pittsburgh Knights, any single one of these teams. Look, C9 is up there, but they may not be up there for long.
Yeah.
Well, 7, you were talking about how the teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard need to step up and do something now, and it looks like Pittsburgh Knights have heard your calling here as they pick themselves up a chicken dinner with a massive amount of kills behind it. Let's take a look at how many points they did accumulate, as well as the other teams as well here. As we can see, Tempo did get second place, but 15 kills. Chicken dinner, Pittsburgh Knights, 35 points on this game. I feel like they've almost doubled their points alone from that match, 7.
I'm telling y'all, go back. Watch that segment after the previous match. I said this team, we know they're capable of stuff like this. And guess what? They proved me right once again. Yo, it looks like we know what we're doing here in this desk. With Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 15 kills, that's good for them, man. That's gonna go ahead and hopefully push them up the rankings. Is gonna hopefully also get them closer to some change in money. If they get to that 9th place, is go to 8th place, they'll be able to kind of up their price pool by $1,000. So that's good. And then you got other teams. Temple Storm, remember, they didn't have one of the best matches in the previous match. I think they ended up in 16th place with just 1 kill. This is a good comeback for them. Loops Esports, a team that we kind of wanted to see more out of. They didn't necessarily get the win. They didn't really get the kills that we're used to. But guess what? They got placement points. And right now, what they need is placement points. As we go down the list, you see Karina Power there still being consistent. Team Queso. And then going towards the second pitch, you see something that we're kind of not used to here, Glitter. You see Cloud9 and Footballers.
Yeah, Cloud9 and Footballers definitely having a little bit slower start to the day. Another thing that we're not used to seeing actually here on the second page is the fact that B4 is not on it. They are on the first page, able to get themselves a couple points, which is going to be good for them. Hopefully it'll give them a little bit of a boost. We did see Nova struggling early on as well, and we haven't seen a whole lot yet out of Unique, Yala, and Umbra. And Umbra was one of those teams that we called out at the start of today, hoping that they could continue some of their performances from the past couple days, and we haven't seen it yet.
Well, let's see if PK can continue their performances themselves here over these next matches as we look at their stats. And you can see, 1,600 damage, 15 kills, but more importantly, you can see the difference between the kills and the knockouts. They were definitely stealing some things away here, 7.
It happens, and when you get a chance for it, go for it, because that's going to be an extra point added to your tally. Love to see that out of them. And just also look at the healing. And that's out. Anytime we see less than 300 filling, we see like a 200 right there, 296. That's good for them. That is not bad for them. And I love to see this. Hopefully they wake up. I know Carnage being one of the veteran players in that team, I know they kind of feed off that energy of being able to perform well. And hopefully this is that confident booster for Jagger, J7, and also Raven.
Well, let's see if any of them made it into the top 4 players. I'm assuming we're going to see a couple of them, though. And we do have Jagger. Yeah, there you go. And you have Raven as well. Axel going to make it into here. Another case member making it into the top 4, but so is Carrillo. Again, we talked about him as not being in the top 10 when it comes to the MVP, but is able to back-to-back games get into the top 4. So I'm going to ask you, 7, since you said PK could do it, who's going to be the MVP?
For me, it's going to go ahead and be Raven. Raven's usually the one that I expect him to go ahead and perform well, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is Raven. And to note, it's actually impressive that Carrillo was able to get in here, because Loops Esports only ended with 2 kills, so I cannot wait to see his stats as well.
I'm just staring at his card. I'm waiting to see it flip over. To see if
I know,
right.
me too. Flip it.
Jagger.
Flip it over.
Jagger.
Flip it over.
Jagger.
It's Axel, I bet.
Hold up. Who's it going to be?
Oh, it is Axel. What? He did really, really well.
I love when you guys have a delay and I can say things, I can do things like that, or I see it flip on my side before you guys even notice it. But yeah, he's actually gonna get the MVP here. So Team Queso again coming up big, the 675 damage, the 4 kills, and of course the 23.5 minutes of survival time.
Yeah, I think that's good for him. And then something I also wanted to note, Carrillo, 480 damage. This is good for that team. Loops Esports, remember, is one of those teams that just hasn't performed well. It's good for their MVP in a way to start performing well as well, getting back-to-back top players. And then you also have Raven, 465 damage, 6 kills. I wonder how many of those kills were actually stolen.
A lot. It had to be a lot of them,
usually.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as usually we see like a huge discrepancy. And then Jagger, remember, Jagger was a sub, and he was involved in 6 kills for the team here. So that's impressive, too. It's impressive when you have those players that, in a way, you really don't expect much out of them to actually go ahead and show up and put those performances.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of these players start to at least fight their way up in the MVP leaderboards. Again, Carrillo, I'm curious if he can break through top 10 today. I would say almost he's certainly going to with the 2 performances we've had so far. But let's take a look at our Do the Do moments and see what were some of the highlight plays of this last game, especially when it comes down to players in football. It's the team we've been talking about as really not performing too well today, which is making me a little bit sad, Glitter. Well, a lot of it sad.
a lot of it sad, especially coming off of some of the performances that we did see out of them yesterday. I mean, they were able to put up some really strong numbers, as we talked about at the top of the show, as far as their kills go, right? I mean, they were able to, I believe they had a 4th place 11 kill game. And I think we were looking forward to seeing if we could get that same type of gameplay out of Football City. And it just hasn't happened yet. I mean, granted, you know, there's still a lot of the day left to go, but they are one of the teams that was currently in contention for that 1st place spot. And we need to keep harping on that for everybody, because that is the $100,000 prize, and the drop down to 2nd cuts that in half to 50K. So Footballist really needs to be fighting as hard as possible if they want to get that extra money, as we jump on board here with some of the highlights from Team Queso. And that's one of the squads that we talked about at the top of the show. And if they continue to perform this way, Seven, we're going to keep talking about them throughout the rest of today.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see my boy there, Axel, with that MVP in regards to top players, because that's one player from them that has been consistent throughout the whole tournament. We always talked about him, especially whenever Team Queso wasn't performing up to par. We say Axel is at least able to put out some good numbers for that team. And now you have Ayala, and I'm pretty sure in the future we're more than likely going to go ahead and see Mystic here as well. Some of the other players there from Team Queso. So great performances out of them. But I think I'm also more impressed too by Kanina Power. Kanina Power has been very consistent today thus far. They were able to get the chicken dinner with 16 kills in the first game, and then here going into the second game, they were able to at least get 4th place with 6 kills. So as long as they keep on doing these performances, keep in mind, there's only 2 days left here. There's only gonna go ahead and be, what, maybe, I don't even want to do the math. It's 10 matches? Yeah, I think it's gonna be 10 matches left. That's not that many. You're only going to be able to do so much within those 10 matches. So set yourself up today within striking distance for tomorrow, so you can hopefully get that chicken dinner, so you can hopefully move up the leaderboard, and maybe you can challenge Cloud9 for that 1st place. As we do see here, Tensa just made everybody there sit down. Ultimately, I think he ended up getting destroyed here by Carnage. And overall, I think it was a good performance there for Tempo Storm. It's something that they needed. It's a team that's been fairly quiet. We know they can go ahead and put out more wins than what they've been capable of. And just going a little bit based off of that as well, another team that's been really quiet lately has been Wildcard Gaming. I want to see more out of that team.
Yeah, I mean, considering what we saw on the first day, we were wondering, like, have they finally figured out that perfect formula to start to excel? And then all of a sudden, day 2, really kind of disappeared. Day 3, they've disappeared as well. But let's take a look now. Maybe at the total damage. Maybe they've gotten themselves some damage in there they can compete against with the top teams. But we're still obviously going to be seeing PK, Pittsburgh Knights, up there quite heavily, as you can see. Number 1 coming through on the damage. You saw Queso coming in 2nd place. But a pretty even spread considering the first match we had with 3 teams over 2,000, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think this is good to see, because we can tell that some of the teams are trying to pick it up a little bit here. I mean, we see that Loops only had 2 kills, which is super atypical for Loops, right? But the fact they were able to play so successfully for those placement points and still put out almost 900 damage is good. Like you said, Seven, a little bit quieter game for Tempo, but those kill points and the placement points are going to be huge for them. And as we move down the list, we see that Dream Eaters was able to put out almost 1,000 damage. You know, we said Wildcard was quiet, but they did have a relatively strong early game. We saw them taking some early engagements, and I think that that's going to be huge for them moving forward, because it can kind of change that momentum for them. They definitely struggled in the first match, and at almost 1,000 damage of 5 kills, that's hopefully going to kickstart a little bit of something for Wildcard.
What about C9? No kills.
I'm glad you mentioned it.
182 damage.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Yep.
I was just trying to let him.
No, you're good. you're good. There's a lot of stuff there that happened, but yeah, I think we have to talk about. We're talking about quiet games. C9, that was a very quiet game for them. Oh, not even 200 damage there, and with 0 kills. I'm pretty sure Adder's not going to be happy about that. Keep in mind, Adder is currently in 1st place for MVP ranking, and at some point, you got to believe that's going to be in the back of your head as a player. You are fighting for those 10K for the MVP.
You are. You definitely are. And we're also going to be fighting for ourselves in our prediction game. Let's take a look at our scores from the last match. And I'm assuming we did all have Loops when it came to this one. So 16 points. Not a bad pick whatsoever. Not a chicken dinner, though. I'm a little bit sad. We haven't had one in, what, like a day and a half now, Seven?
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yo, shout out to A7 watching on YouTube, because he's the only person that actually got PK winning.
Oh,
I asked Twitch, and Twitch is throwing. Twitch, what are you doing? You guys are throwing. You guys aren't even being able to pick him. I hope I expect better from you next time, Twitch. All right, next segment.
Who would have predicted PK, though, with how they've been performing? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. I mean, I think that guy,
Never
A7,
know.
should go play the lottery right now because I think he might have a chance of winning. Let's take a look, though, at our overall rankings now. Maybe PK have been able to push themselves into the first page, maybe into the top 10. Well, not maybe. No, they haven't. Not just yet. But we are seeing a little bit of movement. Queso is being more consistent, but so is Loops. And, these are three teams, Footballs, Queso, and Loops, that you really have to watch out for when it comes to these standings overall because they can be very frag heavy, which we're seeing start to come into the overall leaderboard here, Glitter.
And I think that's super important for Loops specifically because we've seen them time and time again rely so heavily on their aggression and their kill points. And in a game or a match like the one that we just watched, we saw that they did a much better job at when they weren't getting those engagements and able to be that aggressive. They were playing smart and still managed to get themselves a lot of placement points, So hopefully that will shake things up a bit as we move here on to the second page and we see exactly what Seven's getting excited about with Pittsburgh Knights.
How did you know? Of course I'm going to be excited for them. They're just were able to improve a lot. They're only in 14th place before this, and by they pushing themselves up to 11th place, crossing that 100th mark point, this is going to be good for them because they're trying to catch up to Dream Eaters, they're trying to catch up to UDR Killers, and also trying to catch up to Wildcard Gaming, and sometimes those teams are not able to be consistent in regards to performances. So this could be a turn here for Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, and one thing that we have to also talk about here aside the game is during the second week of play, we did talk about the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards, right? And we finally did have that close off. We finally have some results coming through as well. And the fan favorite awards have been decided with the winners getting $2,000 a piece. I know you guys at home are extremely excited to see who picked up what award in this one. And we're going to be talking about that in just a few seconds. I want to kind of hold the tension there. I want to even maybe get some predictions out of you guys because it's from all the regions. But I'm only going to ask you about when it comes to Americas. Out of all the players we've had, the fan favorite vote, who do you think it is? I can't answer because I already saw it, so.
Okay.
Parillo?
I was going to say the same thing.
Parillo or maybe a Team Queso player?
Ooh, I was going to say either Carrillo or a Cloud9 player.
Ah.
Okay.
It's for All Americas, right, Jason?
Yeah.
All Americas?
It is All Americas.
Okay.
And, well, you know
Carrillo or maybe a Team Queso player.
That is true. That is true. We're going to find out. Not only from Americas, but from the other region as well here right now.
Oh, snap.
Huh?
Who's he going to be? Who's he going to be?
Three teams. Reject Scarlet still has a 4-man team. They pick up another one. They're up to 8 kills so far.
With the Scar, he's doing more than just scars to the players from INS.
He single-handedly took out the team of Wales.
She takes some time, wait for Gil to get rest back up. But this is huge for Morph. They can just wait. Nice sprint from Fredo.
No way!
Fredo!
To low HP. She does Leon as well. Drax gets run over. Leon gets run over.
Ayala running 2 people over from the side of...
Kill squad player remaining is Baby on the outside. I think Baby is going to want to push too aggressively.
Then Sandra goes down. He was huge. He was the linchpin for this push. He was going to hold the angle. But now Saltfade's going to be able to thirst this. He sees Ulysses up.
Towards Martin and Goddard now under a lot of pressure. Goddard got a lot done with those nades early on, but now he's tasting some of his own medicine from BT.
Of placement points as we see Choco on the X putting the pressure on.
We saw Choco in that X.
Hello guys, I'm Seiden from T1. Thanks for Laka, your love and support.
こんにちは。リジェクトスカーレットのリーダーのサラです。いつも応援してくださっているファンの皆様、普段から僕たちを支えていただき本当にありがとうございます。
Hola, soy Ayala de Team Queso. Les agradezco mucho por el apoyo y cariño que me dieron. Les quiero mandar un saludo a todos los que me votaron y siempre nos hacen el aguante.
Thank you a lot guys for your love and support.
Her gün oyun oynayarak ve profesyonel maçları izleyerek çok daha iyi olabildim.
Hello guys, thank you for the love, thank you for the support, and thank you for voting for me.
Thanks a lot for your love and support, guys.
Not gonna lie, I jumped the gun a little bit on that one because I was so excited to see who would be our fan favorites. And we got it eventually, right? We did get Queso, we did get Ayala in there. And obviously, congratulations to all the victors out there. And thank you all at home who are voting in the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards. We're gonna move it over to our third match now. It's gonna be Erangel gonna be coming up here in a few minutes of time. And I almost wanna head straight into predictions here to talk about who we think will be taking our third match. I've actually changed up my prediction here. I didn't go with what I normally would be picking. I mean, it's in the document, don't worry, we're good. But I changed from what I normally would be going here because of recent performances so far today. But I'm gonna hold mine to last. I'm gonna make Glitter go first now and hear her prediction here for the match.
No, hold up.
That's the best part about being a host, is that I can control the direction of the flow and get people to
Seven is
give their predictions before me. Okay, I mean, Seven, you can go first if you want then.
Okay, I'll go first because this might actually throws you guys off. This is completely different than what I'm usually used to picking, and it's based on performances so far today. And it's gonna go ahead and be none other than Team Queso. I expect them to go ahead and get a win here, especially with the performances. They've been so aggressive. They've been taking the fight to teams. This is the Team Queso I'm used to seeing. Where have you all been the whole tournament? Maybe they were just waiting to peak right at the right moment here, towards the end, towards league finals. So Team Queso's my pick.
Okay, Glitter.
Okay, so I mean, I feel like we're all clearly on the same wavelength here when it comes to choosing teams based off of their performances so far for today. However, my choice has been changed around a couple times because I could not decide, and I actually settled on Konina Power, and I feel really good about it.
Boy, am I glad you're not picking Team Queso with me. All right, Jason?
You want me to pick Team Queso is what I'm hearing. I mean, when we pick together, we get chicken dinners together, but you know what? I think it's time for Glitter to get her chicken dinner. I went with Konina Power as well. So I think Glitter and I are going to be feasting, get all that extra protein before we go lifting. That's the team I think is going to do it, especially with how well they played today here. And honestly, Seven, I can't even knock you because Queso is a perfect pick as well.
Yeah, they've been doing good. They've been really close to getting a win here, and I wouldn't be surprised if now it's their time. Keep in mind, they won yesterday, the last game. So anything could happen. They're continuing the momentum is what I'm keeping track of here.
Yeah, anything can happen as well when it comes to our milestone event that we got going on. 300,000 concurrent viewers at the exact same time. That's what concurrent means. And everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates. Within those crates, there is a chance to get a permanent set. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your family members, tell everyone out there to come and watch the show. And you can maybe get yourself some crates, maybe get that permanent set. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to load up on like 4 different devices to make sure I'm watching from every different possibility. But you know what, Glitter, Seven, go take a break right now and go tell your friends. Go tell your family to start watching as well. Not only to see your amazing shirts, but to obviously get us one step closer to that milestone.
Sounds good. Sending messages as we speak. Hold up.
Well, do it when you're off camera. Do it when we get rid of you here right now.
I will. Don't worry.
So we'll check on you guys later on today. You guys at home who are watching, though, you guys still have a chance to win in the lucky draw. You watch within the game, within the Esports Center, you can get a limited time outfit. So if you guys aren't doing it yet, you still have, 1.5 days left, I should be saying, since we're on day 3 here of our finals. You can watch East, you can watch West, you can watch both to increase your chances. So make sure you guys pick that up right here, right now. And of course, you can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win. You already heard Seven shout out A7 in the last game. Maybe it could be you he talks about next time. If you are smart enough in your prediction, you could probably outdo us if you try hard enough. And also now we need to bring in our next 2 commentators, not even our next 2 commentators, our commentators from before in Viram and Cameron Davis.
Hey, it's us.
You look so surprised, Cameron, even though I think you knew you were coming back on air.
You threw me for a loop when you said next to. I'm like, oh, we're bringing in a surprise guest. Has a new challenger arrived? But no, it's still going to be us.
We can bring in Dameron Kavis, and I don't know how I can do in Viram because I don't want to call you the other caster that starts with an I.
Oh yeah,
Aniram.
We've never had that problem before.
I don't think I did. I might have done it on air once or twice. So in this last game, Pittsburgh Knights. What the hell? What happened? They did it.
They ate their Wheaties. They ate their Wheaties this morning. I don't know what has been going on. I think it's sometimes teams only perform well when their back's against the wall, which is unfortunate because usually by the time the backs are against the wall, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late. But in any case, they've been so entertaining to watch. They've put up, in these last 2 games, they're 2 kills off of putting up more kills in these 2 games than they did in the last 2 days. They have jumped up 4 places in the leaderboards already. They're only a handful of points away from taking places from like wildcard and stuff like that. They are getting so much closer. If they can keep this momentum up, they could. I'm not saying looking at first place, but like top 5 is not out of their reach.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, top 9? Like once they break through out of that, they start to really increase the funds they can get or the prize money they can earn. But Cameron, do you think they can maintain that kind of pace? We talked about Queso doing that. We talked about Kanina Power doing that. Do you think Pittsburgh Knights has that potential, or do you think that was maybe a one-off?
They certainly had the potential, and the way that they played the previous game gives me a little bit of confidence. But for them, their peak is only just now starting when you look at Kanina Power and Queso, whose peak sort of started at the end of yesterday. So it's a bit too early on to say if this is going to continue for Knights or not, but it didn't look like a fluke to me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, with the amount of kills they got, it definitely doesn't seem like a fluke. But let's maybe get your predictions as well here. And Vam, we're going to start off with you to talk about this, but I want you to give me like an in-depth reason why you're picking this team. And hopefully you did go out of the norm like the rest of us did. You had 7 pick Queso, Glenn and I picked Kanina Power. Who did you go for and why?
I actually went a totally different direction because everybody else picked Cloud9 earlier, but I didn't pick Cloud9. So I'm actually going to put them in now because while all these other teams are coming up and they're all really fantastic and all this kind of stuff, and yes, C9 hasn't had the best day yet to start so far, I actually think that they're still here and are still very capable of getting involved in doing this stuff. They're still our most consistent, winningest team. It's Erangel once again. I believe they did really well here on this last map, this third map yesterday. So I'm going with Cloud9. I think Cloud9 still has it, and they're still in first place. You know what I mean? So it's C9.
I think they're also getting like a little bit lucky that we've seen like Pittsburgh Knights win a game, right? Because that keeps the other teams that are close to Cloud9 away from closing that distance. So they got a little bit lucky maybe with that last game.
I mean, PK wiped them, but yes. Other than the fact that they just gave the points directly to PK.
PK wiping them, yeah, that's not great, but them winning is actually great for Cloud9 because it stops, like footballs from getting up there. It stops, Kanina Power as well. But Cameron, going into your prediction, who do we got?
I mean, I don't have the luxury of being able to go Cloud9, and so off of that, the only 2 options looking on the performance today has got to be Kanina Power or Queso. I flipped a coin mentally and went with Kanina Power.
I don't think you can do random in your own mind. I don't think that's how it works. But I respect the Kanina Power pick because you
don't know what my mind can do.
I don't want to know what your mind can do or where it's been. All I want to know is what you're going to be talking about as we get into our third match of the day. Back to Erangel. Take it away, guys. Oh God, it's scary.
Those eyebrows, those are impressive. Move over, James McAvoy.
Oh, I was so close. I was so close.
That was so close. Oh my goodness. You almost just made him evaporate.
I did.
Ether. You did? You did?
Whoa. Magic with my brain through the internet cables. How dare you?
Those are all words.
How dare you criticize a psychic of my power?
Like I said, move over, Professor X. Cammy D's in town. All right. We got a new professor here on Erangel. Of course, we now have seen enough of this map over the last 2 weeks that we can, talk about being psychic, we have a good sense of where all these teams are going to go, what their rotations are going to look like, where these fights are going to break out. The only thing that can really change it up, of course, is the circle, and that's the beauty of a battle royale. But I think if we're looking at this game, I like to think we're getting pretty expert level on what we know about these teams at this point, which is kind of fun, because you definitely, at least for me personally, from like a storytelling standpoint, I attach like characteristics to the teams and the players that I like to come back to. And I feel like we have such a robust sort of cast of characters at this point that it's made it so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a diverse roster, more diverse than Smash Brothers or any of these other fighting games with hundreds of characters.
Fire Emblem. Sorry. Heard you like swords. Anyway, no swords in this game. That would be nice, though.
No. The last Battle Royale to include a sword was incredibly controversial.
No.
So let's go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yep. Okay, fair enough.
What I want to know, though, is on Erangel, for the teams that routinely drop military base, looking at Footballist, looking at Queso kind of, and looking at B4, the circle is not going military base. All right, but for teams that do drop military base a lot often, you do I'm personally not a fan of it. I'm gonna be honest here. And I feel like you need at least 1 or 2 circles on military base to at least give you a little bit of a baseline, because crossing the bridges so often can be so risky. And luckily for B4, the plane actually pulls them away from Italy. They're gonna go up to Kameshki, but that sort of has its own rotational issues now, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's also not the best. I mean, part of the desire to go to military is you're getting that high loot zone. You know what I mean? So it's high risk, high reward. You're gonna, yeah. At what the risk of crossing? At what cost? What did it cost you? Everything. No, I mean, hopefully not everything. Hopefully don't turn into a loot goblin. But it's certainly been a situation. You know what I mean? I've played plenty of games where we just sat on that bridge, just that west bridge, and just laughed all the way to the bank as people were bringing me level 3 helmets. Oh, Meku. Oh, now you have to take the stairs like a pleb. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, there's a quick peek over here on Yasnaya with the Alpha Legends and then the half of Dream Eaters face off. It's a lot less eventful than previous Erangel games. It's not even going to be a full team wipe. And so you can see on the map that every time Dream Eaters do this, they have 2 players in Yasnaya and then 2 players down towards the south, 1 in the little S road just south of the gas station, and then 1 even like past the field, past the hill. The loops here. This is a new position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them rotate into this area before, but I think this is the first time we've actually seen them drop around prison. This is definitely something different for them. And I think a lot of this is becoming, I mean, we heard about the idea, talking to Cloud9, some of their casters got a chance to sit down and chat with them, going into those last couple days of league play where they didn't qualify for the Super Weekend, the idea that teams were hunting them. And I think we might see more of this from some of these top teams, the idea of them shifting up their drop positions so that you can't predict where they're going to go. And then not only is that going to allow them to not get sniped out early, but it's going to allow them to make more creative rotations into the mid game and catch out other teams unaware. It's sort of a 2-pronged attack, but of course, being this split when you drop has its own set of risks.
I'm just worried that there are a lot of teams here on the east side, and how they're going to all rotate in potentially from the same direction because of the way that the river and then there's the strait. When I say the strait, I refer to the stretch of water in between Erangel and Sosnovka. So it's larger than a river. I'm the only one who calls it that, so maybe we should find a different call out for it.
That's the real term, though. That is the real big boy correct term for it.
Yeah, SAT.
So look, I think everybody else should change. It's not me. It's the kids who are wrong. No.
Right? What do the kids call it, though?
I don't know.
The water?
Yeah, I think I've just usually called it.
There's no real call-out descriptive term that I hear for that, which is why I actually looked it up in the dictionary. Like, what do I call this? Give me the list of all the names for different bodies of water.
There's like peninsulas, which are like the areas on the outside, and there's the strait, which is the actual body of water itself.
Yeah.
Look, all I know is sometimes teams, they try and cross it, they don't have a scout, they don't have an anchor, they're in dire straits, all right? That's all I know.
Back to the point that I am trying to make, though, that I am going out, and this is, I'm not blaming you, I am blaming myself, this is my fault, is that with the water or how it affects a circle means that it makes it more difficult to go looping around go in from the south or go in from the north, which means that it's going to be a lot of teams all coming in from the same direction, from east, past farm, potentially over Potato Hill. And it could get a little dicey here, like the Knights, different area of the map, but still dicey nonetheless. Knights versus Nova, and Cat has been in a rough position many times today, and it's a good call for him to retreat.
Absolutely. G-Fan's out there on the edge as well. G-Fan is either the first one down or the last one alive. That is the only option for Nova Esports. But unfortunately, these last 2 games, we have seen Cat get caught out on rotation both games. And I think it's just not allowed because Nova pivoted their style so much to accommodate Cat coming into the roster. And I think not having Cat here for these long drawn out fights has really negatively impacted them in these last 2 games. But we'll see if they're going to be able to stabilize here. They haven't lost anybody. That's great. But I love the fact that PK is just like, yo, we're on it. We're on fire. We're feeling it. We're Pittsburgh Knights. Let's go. And speaking of going,
where's Toffee's going? I thought he was gonna. I thought he took the compound, waiting for his team to arrive, which I was worried about because Loops were in a great position to punish that rotation by Dream Eaters, catch them off guard. But now they're just completely moving around. I don't know if that's from information. Dream Eaters might have seen Queso on a similar directional rotation and didn't want to try and potentially fight them for the compound. So they've now disengaged from that position and are now, I guess, just making a new call, trying to find new information.
They're there.
But that information might be including Loops. I think Versus going to try and go for the angle here.
Yeah, because I am remembering back, this was a move that Loops did yesterday, so I don't think this is the first time we've seen them drop in this area around prison. I don't think they rotated in, I think this is actually where they started, because we had seen 2 members of Loops be here in the classically known tempo dip. But unfortunately, not having any other teammates nearby means that you just become, well, fish in a barrel, world of hurt. Oh, man. I think at that point, versus, yeah, just pull out the M4, buddy. There's no way. There's no way.
There's no way.
No way.
Get out of this.
Matic goes down from Carrillo.
Oh, no.
No.
Oops. Dream Eaters. Well, you had all the advantage. Loops got out of that, and then you even get a knock, force a revive, and that is an aggressive push by Dadeen as well to try and finish this off. Of course, there's a nade prepped. What else are you going to do in this position?
And Dadeen not able to connect with that nade, but he went down first in both of the last 2 games. But what he is doing is he's flushing them out to allow Carrillo to take some shots from range. Loops were in an okay position to defend that location, but the problem was Dream Eaters was in the one spot that blocked line of sight for them there. This one little plateau, this bit of high ground that blocked that from this compound. Carrillo was still able to find shots in the one player that stuck their neck out a little bit too far, but that's just funny. That should not have happened.
Yeah. But luckily for both squads, no real damage, lasting damage is going to come from that, except for maybe, of course, the knock timing against a member of Dream Eaters, as well as the utility that they had to throw out in order to retreat themselves. But both are going to be pretty happy that this turned into something much bigger, because that's would only lead for the potential for ruin for both of them, because they're so close on the edge on phase 1. It's not a position that you want to full commit to try and keep. A position that you might want to keep in phase 1 is the one that Queso is in right now, Badlands Warehouse. Trying to shoot at a couple of multiple teams here. So, not the warehouse, this is package.
Just general area. All this area here. You know, just trying to control as much of this elevation as they can. They do have a compound. One member did go down. I believe it was Umbra that did get that down there. But there was another team, Y'all Esports as well, they were taking shots at. So, yeah, I think Y'all opted to disengage because Pachinki is still dead center. But the question now becomes, where does this circle shift? Everybody, foot on the gas. You can literally see Bayo already in his vehicle. And now everybody's going to have to keep coming. Cameron, this is exactly what you talked about, this rotation from east to west, just right through the center of the continent, right through the middle of the Erangel Island. And it's only going to continue to funnel everyone in. C9 is already here. Nova is already here. PK and Wildcard. NA is waiting with open arms for everybody who wants to rotate into this area outside of Gatka. Good luck to you, teams. This is going to be fun.
Cloud9 are in a great position to take the top of Georgia Pole Mountain. I think that's exactly where they're going. And a lot of teams, even the ones that you called out, the North American ones that are in the center around Gatka, might want to pull back further towards the west to give some space for the teams all rushing in from the east side. And Alpha Legends being one of those teams rotating around and through Razak. But where are they going to go? I actually am not a fan of this rotation because it only opens up driving through ruins, going across those bridges. Even despite this,
it's fine.
10 out of 10, stuck the landing. Even despite that show of gymnastics there, I don't like this rotation. But when everyone's coming from the same direction, sometimes you do have to do these less friendly, less good.
It's not ideal. I think it's a necessity.
Things. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just necessity. I think they've identified the same problem that we have, that especially with that plane path, that everybody's going to be rotating through dead center. So they're going to have to go up and around, or some sort of description. But I agree. I mean, it's funny enough, because everybody has had the same thought towards the north, because that is how the circle has been relatively skewed, that it's leaving an opportunity for footballists and potentially Kunina Power to actually take over the southern area, south of Gatka, north of Quarry, and sort of this zone around there. But we'll see. All of these teams now are trying to find and own a compound. But because of the way this works, Cameron, because of the way audio cues are, everybody can hear these shots from all around. And there's so many teams that could potentially come in third party. Teams are going to be very careful about which fights they choose to take.
Look at the teams in the center of Gatka are surrounded by fields. They're in a lot more easily defensible position, just because when you see a vehicle's coming straight at you, you have such a long distance that they're out in the open that you can shoot them down. They don't have many angles that they can really hide behind. E4 here, not too far away from Queso. Neither team has really moved too far, especially Queso, which is a little bit surprising considering this shift puts them closer towards the edge. And phase 2 is still not one that edge play is something you want to commit to super early, but maybe Queso, they're feeling hot. They feel like they want to push into a different team, and they don't want to be a part of the traffic jam that is potentially occurring in multiple areas around them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility. I think a lot of it also might have to do with the fact that they know they're pushing in a little bit late. They're aware that a lot of teams were still in the plane when they dropped that are further west than they are. So they want to play this a little bit slower, a little bit surer. And this is one of the positions that I was talking about with Konita Power coming in late. They're still also on the edge of the circle, but they're staring down potentially towards Tempo Storm. And this could get dicey. Of course, Tempo was able to survive, almost able to recover there at the very end to fight up against Pittsburgh Knights, but they did end up going down to the combined forces of PK and Loops in that last game. You know they want a little bit of redemption, but we'll see if Konita Power, who was, let's just say, a point of consternation for them in the last one. So I think these two teams would have a lot of fun going toe-to-toe.
Speaking of SAT words, that's when I don't even know what it means.
Consternation, it's like frustration.
Okay.
You bothered.
The context led me down the road that I assumed, but this circle shifted straight on Georgieville Mountain, and C9, they didn't take the top. They didn't take the zenith of the hill. They took the area just like to the southwest of it, which I'm not necessarily against the plan, considering where phase 1 went to phase 2, and now they're still not coming to the mountain because they know it would be a hard, difficult hold with all the teams trying to climb up, and so they're going to pull away and take, not hospital, but taking the warehouses just around it. At least it looks like it. Surely they're not sending it to South George. Surely they're not sending it to South George, Cloud9.
I mean, that's the call. That's what it looks like they're doing right now, as we are starting to hear gunshots blazing out across the island as every single team now has to move, because there's a lot of realists. This is still a fair-sized circle, Cameron, but it's a lot of mountain. And climbing up that mountain at this stage with everybody looking up at you could be disastrous. View distance could be your only saving grace. And even then, again, these guys are playing on incredible phones. I mean, you got that Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite gaming going on for a lot of these folks. They're going to have a lot more advantage when it comes to something like that. Still, we will see if they can pull it off, but whoever tries to take that, whoever tries to be, the one to climb up to the summit, they have their work cut out for them, because they're going to have a lot of eyes on them. Gosh, who was the New Zealander, the Kiwi, who help me out here? Who was the first person who climbed Everest?
I don't know why you'd think I would know that.
Edmund Hillary. My goodness, thank you, Brain.
There we go.
Way too long on that one. But we got there in the end, just like all these teams are now starting to rotate in, and South George, home to Cloud9, where they started and where they will now finish, or looking to finish Ulysses, who's up against a wall. The rest of his team is not here with him. He's got to try and make his way out. This is hilarious. It's like watching Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise, get down!
Oh, just barely able to dodge that nade. I think it would have been right on the money if he didn't leave a matter of seconds away. And it pushes all of the UDR killers into this same corner. Back sixes. Forced away to the bridge, towards the edge. And I still don't like Cloud9's decision of taking this area, but they're at least controlling it the best that they can, while everyone else is fighting over the scraps that are, as you mentioned, around the mountain, which can be a strong position to play, but when it's flooded as much as it's about to be, could be very, very weak. In fact, I have yet to see a team actually trying to get to the top of the mountain just yet. So many are trying to just hold the bottom area. But Beowulf holding the higher ground where he can. Sandra taking a lot of damage from Adder. They're trying to cross down into the apartments just below them, and that pressure does push Adder away.
And I love this position as well. They've got the one player up, I believe it is Beowulf, up on the high ground to continue to give info. So you're just going to start to see many, many downs break out through the kill feed. Yeah, it's Bayo up there. Perfect position for an IGL, eye in the sky. Going to be able to give that intel, disseminate to the rest of the team. But how efficiently they can do that is going to be the question as the circle shifts in a big way. Mountain is still in, but a lot of these teams are going to have to move. Two of them, of course, being Gala Esports and Templestorm, finding themselves on the edge of the circle. Now even further that they have to go. Not the worst ever for them, but they need to finish this fight because they're ticking out to the blue. Templestorm is in a terrible position.
Don't worry, Yala. And with a circle shift, it doesn't make their position any easier. We're going to need to clean up this fight as quickly as they can. Spec Intensa trying to get on the fight, trying to rotate away. They keep running into their own vehicles. It's only going to slow them down just for that split second, but that second might be all any enemy needs to wipe them out. In Cloud9 into the circle shift, pushing away. And maybe this is what they were banking on by taking that South George position, because it gives them a clear path into crates that they're going to be sharing with Unique as best as they can. Already a knock against a member of Unique, while Templestorm do go down in the distance. But it's not just Unique, it's another yellow team in Queso. And now the Knights too.
Wait a second. Oh my goodness. All these warm-colored teams just joining on into the fight here in crates. We saw a crazy finish a couple of days ago on this. I believe it was Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Dave got the pleasure of casting that one. Well, now we're getting a taste of it ourselves as Team Queso in unique close quarters battles, playing with the Legos here in the shipping containers. We'll see who comes out on top because C9 could play spoiler PK on the flank as well, throwing a grenades left, right, and center. And the red zone, we don't have them, but we're making our own here in South George. Oh my goodness. Loops is up on the northern side. KP trying to come in over the mountain, but right here, right now, Unique and Queso, who will come out on top? That's the question.
It's Bomberman here in the crates. And it's a lot of smokes and nades being thrown back and forth. Ayala running around, trying to keep him and his team safe, going back inside a crate itself for cover because it is way too dangerous out there. You stick a head out, you're going to get popped off because look how many teams are in the mini-map. This isn't even the full map, this is the mini-map, and I am counting 6 of them.
8.
8?
Oh my goodness, yes. 8, but maybe one less now on this mini-map is Alpha Legends! Whoa, he gets clipped by the car spring! I don't even know if that was on purpose, but it was sick. It just brings into prime position way back. Oh no, my goodness! The hunters become the hunted! In an instant, what looked perfect for Alpha Legends got absolutely dismantled. Wildcard barely even took damage, not a single player down. Beautiful play from our observers there to catch that as Wildcard pick up 4 easy kills. Unique is trying to do that, but the problem is Annalisa put the high ground. He can't poke his head out because of where C9 is, so he would be a critical component to taking out Team Queso, but Cloud9 is not letting that happen. They want to keep this chaos alive as long as possible because these teams are fighting each other while they're not fighting Cloud9.
Cloud9 are a little bit distracted though because there is pressure from EDR coming in from their west, so they have to cover multiple angles, but they're in a good position to be able to do so. And it's still just going to be grenades back and forth. I wonder how many they have left in their backpacks, how many they've been able to loot up, because surely they're going to be running out of it sooner rather than later. We are going to see B4 lose a member to the Knights, who are playing down under the bridge along the coast in the distance. And they're just waiting for all of this chaos to stop, all of this to end. And then here, finally, teams are attempting to control the mountain. And it's Konina Power actually at the very, very tippy top. Umbra to their east, Yala to the west. And all of this is on the edge. Where's the next circle? Is it going to be a hard shift for a third time in a row? No, it's relatively center, and this is great for football, this hanging out in Ice Cream Shack.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, that part of the problem is you knew the way these circles were rotating that the mountain was not going to be in it moving forward. You knew that was not going to be a possibility. So going up it was a challenge in its own right. Going down it is going to be another. Let's see how those teams do. As C9, we see them sending it in with vehicles here on the outside, the other layer of the shipping container zone, but now both teams are looking over that way. Ayala putting himself in a very interesting position. Of course, the fan favorite coming out here. Those South American fans are oh so excited when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Give them a reason to cheer for you. Stay alive. See what you can do here, Ayala. You are stuck between a rock and a hard place. And speaking of rocks, Wildcard is continuing to rock team after team as they push in again, this time taking down Team Umbra. 8 kills to their name. Wildcard, welcome, boys. You've been quiet today, but welcome. We're glad to have you.
Konina Power could easily peek out over that, but that's only going to take more time that they're going to need to get into the circle, push down the mountain. And now Unique fighting in the warehouse against the last member of Queso, able to get a knock against them. But Unique able to stay 4 alive throughout all of that. But they still need to push into the circle. Cloud9 still trying to hold the line, tossing grenades in through the windows to try and deal as much damage as they can to keep Unique any space. But Loops, oh, the Breachers, who are also going to try and send it into Football's location. This is a 1-by-1 square hut, and it can only hold 1 team.
And Raum is trying to hold on right now. As multiple members are down. Lutz trying to throw out the grenades. What he is known for, and what he is known for is just holding on in this instance, actually allowing other teams to do the work there. Pittsburgh Knights getting involved. PK has been actually doing so much work through all this. This time of the riverbed, they're fighting B4, fighting all these other teams, and now it is Team Unique going into C9. They dealt with the one opponent in Team Queso, and now they're up against the lads from NA. Let's see what they can do. Unique's also taking the fight to Nova. Cat goes down once again. Cat just not having the game, not having the time, but C9 are ready and waiting. Look at the angles. They are holding 2 and 2 and 2, and can they take them down? The drums are pounding. Can Frozen line up the grenade? That's the question. No, he cannot. And now Milky Way has to try and potentially go for the res here on Xenepus, or maybe they're going to look to try and reset this. Cloud9 is playing this slow and steady. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, a good job of them to not to commit to this either, even though Memphis is going to get picked up, even though Unique are going to full reset, keep 4 alive. They don't want to get pinned down because you saw how quickly Unique were on their own grenades, still have more left in their inventory. And if you shoot, you give your position away. And these containers aren't the most difficult to throw grenades through. And so they fall back and toss their own grenades out to keep Unique pinned down. And Elise needs to get picked right back up. Memphis needs to heal up. And he has 1 first aid kit while C9, their med loot is looking strong. Beowulf with the angle, and they're going to ready for the aggressive push. Pyro on the flank around, but an even goes down.
Yeah, this is huge. Playing this the double shoulder peek around the corner. 3 members down, last one standing. And that's likely going to be it. No, Memphis survives? What? Trading back 3 down. How did Memphis do that? That shouldn't be allowed. No way, he was dead to rights. I think his teammate's body's down beneath him. Just revive me, revive me, revive me. They were soaking up all the damage, but now Pyra has to do the same. But the blue is continuing to pressure and only 20 seconds left of the clock, but UDR Killers is here as well. On the outside, any of these teams, whoever wins this fight, has to rotate into them, has to rotate into somebody, as we're now jumping on board with one of the last members alive of Nova Esports, but he's getting chunked from distance. It's Konina Power, of course they're gonna get involved. Cameron, this action does not stop.
Well, Konina, they're not really behind cover. They're still pushing down that mountain, and they have a good angle on the teams all trying to flee from containers. But you saw a couple of shots that UDR Killers had for a quick moment. Fortunately, they need to move. The circle shift goes away from containers, hard shift away from it. And all these teams, Unique, Cloud9, UDR Killers, are going to have to run out in the open, giving Footballists and Konita Power and all of the solo remaining members a quick opportunity to get more kill points.
I mean, everybody who runs out now is going to be looking at Dream Eaters, looking at Footballists. Pyra is just going to try and send it, but C9's in a terrible position. Bayo goes down. All these teams are in shambles. The fight just took too long. The blue is ticking away, and the circle did not favor them at all. Pyra just trying to get some points before he goes down, and yes, he does. And he just deny himself to the blue. That's just going to be it, but still, getting a couple of kills at the end for good measure, but only those 3 for Cloud9, period. And Konina Power, who has been looking so good today, with a couple of circles shifting in their favor, have been able to hold on to the high ground this whole time, and now everyone has to push into them.
Well, grenades come out onto Rob's position, but it's not going to be discovered. However, G-Fan, he's sneaking around. I don't know if Rob is aware of this. He hears something.
Does have that intel. We'll see if he's going to be able to confirm it. He does. You can see it in the kill feed. That's Nova Esports out in 6th place. Nicely done. But the nade from Footballists. Why am I even surprised? I'm not at this point. If there is a grenade to be had, Footballists will throw it true. And now wildcard, Footballists, Konina Power, all these teams up vying near the top of the leaderboard, going toe to toe. But Footballists like, you know what, guys? We haven't had a 15 kill game today. Maybe it's time to correct that.
Ulysses still alive in the blue, trying to deal some damage, trying to spoil this as best as he can, or maybe even steal that kill that was knocked by Footballists. Either way, he's not going to get much done for his team before he goes out, but he's able to claim a 4th place position. Top 3 remains. Konina Power with 2 up, and Footballists with all 4, and then wildcard Sam still alive, trying to hold this out for his team. Stay as quiet as a mouse, as quiet as he can, which is very, very almost the antithesis of Sam's play style. But this boy can do everything, it seems. 9 kills for wildcard. Can he get a 2nd place finish?
He's just got to try and survive. Sam, who's always known for pushing forward, taking those shots, is going to have some trigger discipline here as he lets these 2 teams fight it out. All 4 members remaining from Footballists. They are in such a prime position, but this little ridge line is doing work for Konina Power, but I do not believe it is in the next circle. They are going to have to rotate down to the south. The north is a death trap. Sam is out of it. He just needs to try and live as long as possible and hope that our own doesn't pick him up. Tixie, early send, and he survives. No!
Raum with the angle. This is why you want to keep all 4 up once you hit the late game, because you could set up all of the crossfire angles that you need. LeVay isn't going to blow the vehicle up, but the shots do give Axel the information of where he is lying in the middle of the field, but Solke trying to go aggressive, trying to make sure that there's no way for Konina Power to reset, and it's a 4v1v1. Sam rushing in from the blue. Does Footballists know of his position? He has a peninsula to peek over, and this could spoil things.
This could be huge, but they are going to get the revive. I think Footballists is going to be A-okay, and they know he's there. Rome does hear him. That was all the intel they needed. The nades go true once again. Sam is in a world of hurt, and that next one might just spell the end for Wildcard. No, he barely barely gets the first aid off in time. He's continuing to crawl his way in. He just needs to survive. He just needs to win this gunfight, but he cannot do it. Rome is there, and that's just the game in an instant. Totally taken over. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Footballists are back. An 11-kill game. Yes, please.
It's not the 15 or 16 kill game that we started the day off with, but when you get a circle like that, you kind of got to take what you can get. They were hanging out in ice cream for the longest time in that end game, and so much of the fighting was happening in crates. They didn't have many opportunities to pick up so many of those kills, but they were able to get the placements with that defense against the Loops send. That must have been chaotic. They must have had their hearts up in their throat, their stomachs up in their throat of how nervous they were, but the fact that they're able to keep all four up through thick, through thin, to make it to that late game position, very well done by Footballists.
It goes to show why they are where they are in the overall leaderboards, why they're up there right at the very tippity top, right, challenging these teams for first place. It's for that reason, is because they can weather the storm, they can dish the damage when they need to, but so many things happen that I wish we got a chance to talk about. The idea that Pittsburgh Knight was surviving, taking players off of Loops and off of B4, which is why Loops wasn't able to take that push, because they were already down members into football. Is all these chain reactions of plays, but they were all so condensed, all these individual microcosms, these fights that kept breaking out their own individual wars. But in the end, Footballists got out the other side with the chicken dinner. Congratulations to them. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break down that wild and crazy game.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, finally, Footballists have themselves a good game. They get themselves a chicken dinner with quite a few kills yet again. We've finally seen them show up this time, where previously they were a little bit lackluster in the other two matches. But hey, they showed up here, and that's all that's going to matter, because we're going to take a look at our results from that last match of 70 points they accumulated, as well as the other teams. Canadian Power finishing off in second, with Wildcard finally stepping up here, Glitter, and getting themselves a third place finish.
Yeah, this is huge for a lot of these teams. Footballs was super quiet first couple matches and then come out with a 31-point win. Wildcard, though, like you said, I've been waiting for them to step up. I actually was going to pick them coming to this match, and they struggled so much at the beginning that I didn't necessarily trust my gut, and I regret that now. But to be fair, Canadian Power also they had a stellar performance. They did well with their rotations and got themselves a decent position there on that ridge, and were able to make sure that they dished a ton of damage to those other teams around them and held out for those placement points. This is going to be big for both of those squads. I think they really need those extra points. The UDR Killers, seeing them up here on the first page again, able to get 11 points to their overall total. And Team Unique, we haven't seen anything out of them yet today. This will at least help a little bit. Same thing with Dream Eaters. Nova struggling today, as is Cloud9 so far. Kind of surprising for both of those teams as we move on to the second page here, Seven.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, seeing them from the first page, I'm happy to see Canadian Power just being consistent in their performances as we go here towards the second page. And my team that I picked, Castle, then when I thought it was gonna go ahead and clutch it up, well, guess what? They ended up getting me 2 points, and then Loops Esports, to a surprise of actually many, again with only 2 points. A bad performance there. Remember, Loops Esports they cannot afford to have performances like this, especially if they do want to go ahead and challenge their Cloud9 currently sitting in first place. It'll be interesting to see how they're going to react in the upcoming matches, especially in Miramar. They usually don't tend to have really good matches in Miramar either, so we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, I mean, they still have some games left to play today, 3 left to go. They still have another day in total. But for the loops that we saw in league play, I expect them to be in second place, if not first place. So they're definitely having a struggle. But then again, so is Cloud9 today, you know, after a little bit of a rocky start here or there. But let's take a little bit of a further dive into football and see what their stats were like. Again, 1,500 damage, though. I will say this, that's probably the most healing they've had to do in a victory the entirety of the World League.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it came down to just that map and the zones. Everything was just so close to each other. They couldn't even get a chance to put themselves in a position where they could just get into those fights that they're used to getting with this. Just shoot at the other team, hide real quick, and then keep on shooting at them, given the other team doesn't even have a chance of shooting at them. Here with the close quarters, it was completely different. They definitely had to heal a lot. There were a couple players there that I got knocked, I believe. But it's good to see those that, hey, even though it was a different from other games that we've seen from football, it's good for them to perform well in this kind of scenario as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we're getting to the later stages of the actual finals, right? We talked about Team Queso. I'm sorry to bring this up again for you, Seven, but they've been playing better. They've been playing better here in the finals than they played the entirety of the league play. Don't worry, man. You have other chances to go up in the leaderboards as well. But I think we need to take a look maybe at our top players, though, because I'm expecting to see quite a few players from Footballist. Maybe Kanita Power going to be in there as well. Even Frozen again from Unique, able to make it into the top 4. But I don't really know who's going to be number 1. I'm almost just going to give it to Raum.
Rob.
I don't know. Maybe somebody from Karina Power. Oh, no, Raul.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Right on, buddy.
Jason
Right
cheating.
on.
Did you see that one ahead of time?
Maybe.
No, I didn't. No.
You do have a delay, so he gets to see everything first.
I'm just that good in my prediction game.
Ooh.
All right, sure.
That's all I can say.
But look at the stats here. Hey, it's good to see Frozen once again. Remember, Unique has been super quiet this whole in a way this whole tournament, but Frozen starting to become one of their top players there. As it is the second time we see him here. Rabdini, not the first time we see him here. 641 damage, 3 kills, 2 assists, and then from Axer, he was able to get 3 kills, 0 assists, and then Raum, 671 damage. 5 kills, 1 assist. That man was involved in 6 kills for his team, and it's always great to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, also really well done by him to be so consistent over the course for football. I mean, again, they've had some rough games, but when they do well, he's definitely one of the players to look forward to in their victories. Let's take a look now, though, at our do moments from our last game, our highlights from all went down, and that was definitely an interesting one. We had a couple of zones. We were wondering, with the first couple of zones coming in towards Everest, there was like no team up there. Alpha had a tough time off the bat as well. As you can see there. That's a very special dossier, I'd have to say.
Yeah, they were just going for a ride. They were a little bit bored there with the quarantine. They haven't been able to go to an amusement park. So they wanted to have some fun there in the Dacias. We do see here Wildcard getting unlucky with some knocks, but luckily they were able to recover and they were able to still have a great match. Wildcard, just to refresh your memory, they did end up with 9 kills that last match, and I think it was good. This is one team that we even mentioned it. They needed to start doing something. We have seen a lot of great stuff from Wildcard. The only problem with this team is that they're not able to translate those good performances to a different day. It's only just, hey, we performed really well on this day, but on the next day, you're not going to be able to see that. So hopefully out of Wildcard, in the future, in future tournaments, that's what I want to see out of them, as we do see Spring there being able to get some knocks, and Spring being the IGL and now being able to get those kills. I think that's huge for that team, as now here, Glitter, Parwa, even though he was in the zone, he wanted to make sure he got some damage here on UDR, I believe it was.
Listen, at that point, Cloud9 was just trying to get themselves a few extra points, rotating out of that container area. I mean, we saw the battle in that area yesterday, and then there was like a smaller version of it in this match here. That was rough for all of those teams that had to push out of it, because so many people had gone in early to try and hold, their portion of those containers.
Yep.
So when we saw all of those teams have to make the move at the same time, we knew that it was going to be Footballist, who had the center out by the drop. Then Konina Power had been in those ridges, and Sam was just kind of snaking his way through to see if he could get a couple more points for Wildcard. But even touching back on Wildcard, they do better in these games where we see them start to just kind of just go for those aggressive pushes. They've done it multiple times now. Every time they start off safe, it doesn't go well. They say forget it, and then they start pushing people, and we see them instantly start wiping out squads. We saw how aggressively they took on Alpha Legends and just completely took them off the board. So this is, I think, what they need to continue doing since we're so far into finals at this point. If they want a chance at more money, they have to keep playing this way.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's an unintentional like byproduct of what's been happening for them, of just having those games where you do really well and you're consistent, and then the games where you fall short like we saw earlier on today. But I do also want to take a look at the damage. Obviously, Canadian Power Team I'm looking for, Wildcard I'm looking for, as well as Football as well, considering they were basically our top 3 teams. But I'm imagining we've seen some pretty good damage out of the 3 of them. Obviously, Cloud9 should be up there a little bit with what we saw. I believe that was uneven towards the end. And we will in fact see those 3 teams just pretty similar, separated by what, like 130, 140 points of damage? That's extremely close. Even Cloud9 gets in there as well at 1,423 here, 7.
Yeah, and Cloud9 was able to put out a lot of damage, and I'm glad you mentioned that, except they were only able to get 3 kills there. And Nova Esports, they've been kind of quiet today in comparison to what we've seen 2 other days. They got 600 damage, but 0 kills. But Footballers, I think, for them to be able to get those 11 kills, this is a team that we know they're capable of fragging. In regards to placement points, so far today it really hasn't gone their way. So hopefully this will be a spark for them and just start improving on some of those performances. And then Unique, you got 6 kills, 1,000 damage. B4, we know that that's been a super quiet team, being able to get 2 kills there. And once again, Loops Esports, I hate to mention it, but Loops Esports with only 1 kill there is just very unlike them. And Pittsburgh Knights, even though they did end up here in 12th place, they were at least able to go ahead and pick up 4 kills for themselves. Not bad.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be really surprised if Loops doesn't step it up the rest of today and tomorrow. Like, I'm gonna be really disappointed if they don't finish second with how good they looked all season long, with how good they looked in PMPL Americas. It's a little bit of a tough time to be a Loops fan at the moment.
You know what I'll be surprised off? Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I'll be surprised off if once we go to the MVP ranking, if we don't see Carrillo there. Because that man has been an MVP. I think he was an MVP for all the 3 weeks, right?
How far behind he was, though.
He was 2 out of 3 in top 4 today.
Yeah, it's not only that, but throughout the whole tournament, he's always been one of those players I always talk about in regards to MVP. And now here on the league finals, with this team not doing so well, him not being able to kind of take advantage of other stuff, it'll be interesting. But hey, look at that!
Squeaked in.
And I think that goes to show, like, yeah.
It's a survival time that's really killing him right now. Obviously, the damage is a big thing. He's up there in kills, so he's able to get kills and confirm them. He hasn't been able to do as much damage because they're not really surviving long enough for him to get kills. But the survival time, since it's a calculation based off all 3 of those values, average survival time, total damage, and total kills, I think that's one thing that's drastically holding him back at the moment.
Oh, definitely. And I think that's based on the performances from Loops. He's just not able to have enough time in the match, which means he's not able to have enough time to get kills. But I also want to give credit to Tixie. Tixie went from 8th place to 3rd place, getting closer and closer. The team's performing great. They're starting to become that week 1 Canadian Power that we're kind of used to seeing here, Glitter. And I wouldn't be surprised if towards tomorrow especially, he's going to be there on that 1-2 with Adder.
I'm excited to see how the fight's going to play out.
That's if they keep it up, though, right? And the thing is, you know, honestly,
True.
If I'm on a team of Adder, for instance, since he's #1 right now, I would almost say, like, hey, like, I'm going to split this 10K with the team because I might be the MVP, but I wouldn't be here without you. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I feel like you're saying that because you are trying to get Wildcard to split their winnings with you.
I'm just saying, you know, I'm a team player. You know, even if I won money with our talent predictions, I would still split it with the rest of you guys because I couldn't do it. I couldn't be first place without you guys helping me be first place. Let's take a look at what we got from the last match. I know we had Queso picked for 7. So for once, Glitter, I'm gonna let you talk about this. Since 7 always brings up your points.
The fact that 7 got 2 and you and I, Jason, got 21.
Damn.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna enjoy this because it's not gonna happen that frequently for me. So I'm sorry, 7.
I mean, it might be.
Burn me a little bit more. Yo, we actually had some people in chat pick the right ones, right? We had Elran on YouTube pick Footballers, and then on Twitch we had Bot Killer 2008 pick Footballers. So congratulations, you guys finally got a shout out. About time.
About time. Let's take a look though at our overalls, right? This is what it's all about. The $100,000 on the line for first place. Cloud9 will still be maintaining it, but only by 5 points.
Uh-oh.
Everyone's closing in on them, even Konina Power.
Balls is sneaking up there fast.
And not only that, their kills. I think at the start of the day today, Footballers was below kills in regards to Cloud9. And now they passed them, and they passed them by 20 kills. So Footballers, in regards to fragging power today, is on point. And they still haven't even played some of the other matches that they usually do so well on. They still have another Erangel, and on top of that, they still have a Sanhok, which they have won before. So this is going to be an interesting couple next matches here for Footballers in Cloud9, and Kanina Power still maintaining themselves there within striking distance. Team Queso now moving up a little bit. Team Queso does need to get a win here if they want to get even closer. Nova Esports does pass Loops Esports, and Loops Esports, listen, if you want to get even closer to those top 3, Loops, wake up, come on, tell them it's do Brazil. You gotta go ahead and do something here, as we do see here the second page. Team Unique, Team Umbra does go down. And Team Umbra, one team that we talked about earlier here, Glitter, it hasn't gone their way today.
No, it's been a little bit rough today, but if you do notice, looking at the overall point totals for 11th through 15th, I mean, specifically 11th through 13th, they're not separated by, you know, any large amount of points. Literally one mediocre game for some of these teams will start changing up those rankings, but what they're shooting for is that 9th place position. You need to get above that if you want to start making yourself some more money. So hopefully something happens with these teams. I don't know how many times we have to say it, but I mean, especially going into tomorrow, the main focus is going to be that top 4 grouping and seeing how they start to kind of shuffle themselves around.
Well, on the opposite end of that, the separation between first place of Cloud9 and 10th place, which I believe was Dream Leaders, is almost 100 points. So you have, what, 3 games left today, 6 games left tomorrow. You have 9 games in total to try to even get close to closing that gap and earning into that top 4 where you can start to double or over double the amount of money you can win. If teams are going to try to make that big push, I think they almost have to start it right here and right now because they're running out of time. As I take a look at the schedule, we're going into our 4th match of the day. Do you know what that means? We're heading over to Miramar. Things getting a little bit hot and spicy here on today's show. We're going to see which team will come out supreme when it comes to this one. Dream Eaters have had some okay performances, have had some lackluster performances more recently, so I personally can't be backing them in this one. I wanted to see that consistency. B4, one of their best maps, even though it's not necessarily their favorite map. As we saw yesterday, I think that was Mustache Dave to go for them, and he was on top of points when it came to that match. Predictions. I don't know who wants to start this off. I'm gonna try what Cameron did.
I'll go
flip a
first.
coin in my head. Okay, 7, you go first.
Go for it. Heads.
Yeah, I mean, of course, then on heads. Look at your head. Okay. Your pick.
Hey man, it's a nice size head.
It's
all
a
right?
good cut. That's why.
You know what? I'm not gonna say the team name because earlier I picked Team Queso and I kind of jinxed them because they were getting hot. So yo, production, can you do me a favor? Can you just show the team that I picked? Because I don't want to say their name, but this team has been performing. I remember. They've been performing really well so far, man. And I don't want to jinx them. All right, I don't want to jinx them, but I think they're gonna go ahead and get a win. I don't want to say their name.
Who? Kanina Power?
Look at the logo.
You do it in sign language? I can't tell what Glitter, can you tell what that is? I'm not sure. I need 7 to say it. No, okay. Well,
We'll
I
have
guess
to see how it plays out for
I guess he didn't pick a team then. I guess we'll get 0 points. Glitter, who's your choice?
So I know you said you couldn't back them for this match because they've been struggling a little bit. However, they did have their highest damage game yet today, I think, in our last match, even if they weren't able to convert on too many kills. And this is a comfort zone for them, so I'm still backing Dream Eaters, and I hope that they can bring me home some points.
Okay. Well, I did say to you, if you want to keep beating 7 in your predictions, you should keep picking what I pick. But unfortunately, it's not going to be happening here. I didn't go Dream Eaters this time. I've lost faith in them, unfortunately, when it comes to Miramar. So I actually went with Team Queso.
Ooh.
Part of the reason I did that
picks?
is I can't wait to see 7's face when Konina Power get dropped out early and Queso is actually going to be in the top 2 and he's just going to be like, I don't know what's going on. Let's take a look though at how our predictions come into this match though in our map chance and see which team is likely of the 3 to win this one based off past results. And we can see here Dream Eaters, well, they don't have max damage. I'm only about 1,500, but they do have themselves 3 chicken dinners. So that's an upside here for you, Glitter.
Yeah, and I mean, same amount of kills as Team Queso, so we might, you know, stand to at least do decently on this match here, Jason. And then I like 7's pick. To be fair, Konina Power very recently started picking it up and having stronger performances. So this might not be 100% indicative or accurate, of what they could potentially do. This has just been their past performances. So you might be picking a winner here, Seven. You never know.
Yeah, I think the team that I picked has performed really well, especially I was thinking back going to week 1. They ended up getting a win with just 2 players alive. In that last match, they also had 2 players alive, so I was just connecting the dots, doing the little weird math there in my head. And that's why I went with that team. That's why I think my team that I picked, that I'm not going to mention their name, that's why I think they're going to go ahead and win this next game.
Okay, so Seven. Superstitious on us.
Seven's backing Yalla here, clearly. So we'll see how Yalla is going to do. We'll see how Dream Eater is going to do. No last chance to change it. If I was commissioner right now, I would actually implement a rule this second saying you have to say the team name before you can predict them. But I'm not commissioner anymore, so you're lucky. All right, we'll catch maybe 2 after this match finishes, and maybe 7 will stick with this if his team pick does well. Maybe this is our way to get 7 to be quiet here on the analysis desk. Who knows? I'm just kidding. We'll see you guys later. Don't hate me. He hates me. He definitely hates me. You guys at home who are watching, hopefully you don't hate me, and hopefully you guys are also watching and earning points, because the top 100 viewers will be getting exclusive rewards you can watch within the game. Within the Esports Center, you still have, 3 games today, 6 tomorrow, 9 left in total to earn up as many points as you possibly can. You can obviously watch it on East as well to help get even more points on your side. And you can be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your prediction, or maybe talk nicely about me. Hopefully, I don't know, you see my Twitter there, you can tweet to me as well. Who knows what's going to happen, but what will happen that I can at least confirm for you is we're bringing in 2 commentators to help bring us underway with our 4th match of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And Hot Jukes, I'm going to ask you off the bat, how you doing today, man?
Doing good, man. Feeling great, relaxed, just still pumped up. I know I'm going to get hyped up here in a little bit, but right now I'm just saying, hey, you know what? Stay calm. Get ready for the action that's about to happen here soon.
So Dave, we're moving into the 4th game here on Miramar, but before we get to that, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm doing okay. Some of these teams, Loops, I'm surprised with their results so far. Currently in 6th place. I mean, this is a team that was dominating the past couple weeks, and I don't know if they have what it takes to play that catch-up game. They've always been at the top. Now they're playing catch-up.
Well, you talk about how you're surprised at how bad that they're doing, but are you surprised at how well Konina Power is doing today, and maybe Team Queso?
Very surprised. I mean, I made a top 8 list, Team Queso, Konina Power. I'm going to say they were not in that list, and hey, good for them, because at the end of tomorrow, that's all that cash money. So it really doesn't matter where I rank them in my list, it's how much money they will be able to get here.
All right, so Hot Cheeks now, we got to cast our eyes to this. There's 9 matches left to go. That's it. 9 matches, we're done. And we're going to be giving out the prize money on this one. We're seeing teams, I think, as I said before, like 1st to 10th place difference is like 100 points, right? In your eyes, obviously being a professional player or ex-professional player, do you think if you're one of these teams that far out, do you start to go crazy now? Or do you think it's a little bit too early? Do you think they need to wait to maybe tomorrow for that point? Or do they think they're going to play safe overall to maintain where they're at, if anything?
I think there's just no choice. At this point here, you have to make up this lead, especially considering these squads, how they've been performing here in the top 3 so far. I mean, because Cloud9, these guys are going to put points on the board. You can't just expect to have a couple chicken dinners and catch up to them. You need to have excellent performances starting right now, going forward. And on top of that, be able to get a few wins. So you're going to have to mix up some strategies. You got to get aggressive, and you got to be able to pull out that chicken dinner at the end no matter what. And it's not going to be easy, considering how the rest of these teams are playing.
It kind of reminds me of like a phrase a friend of mine, another commentator, has said before in another game. There's teams out there right now.
What is it?
Who are playing to win, and there's teams out there who are playing not to lose. And there's a very big difference between those two. The teams who are playing to win are gunning for that 1st place, right? They are throwing out all the stops because they want the money. The teams who are playing not to lose are the teams who are just trying to, all right, let's just keep this up. Let's just keep where we're at, right? Keep the status quo, keep where we're at. Don't fall any lower in the leaderboards because we want to win some money in this one. But that's not the teams that I want to be backing. That's not the teams I want to be rooting for. I want to see the ones who are going out. Queso has tried it today. We've seen Konina Power. out of nowhere. I mean, we saw them the second day of the opening weekend have the similar performances, but since then, Dave, they've just not shown any sort of instance of this until today. They even broke their own record twice in one day of a chicken dinner with the lowest amount of kills with 3 and then 2. But Canina Power have kind of switched it into an entirely different gear, and I think this is why they were definitely one of the best teams coming out of Russia when it comes to PMPL.
I mean, popping off. Canina Power, they were 8th place overall for league play that just ended a couple days ago. Team Queso, 10th place in that league play that ended a couple days ago. So for them to be in 3rd and 4th right now, I mean, that $100,000 is like right in the grasp. Like they could taste it. They could taste it. I mean, 2nd place to 1st place, Cloud9. Football is right behind them by only 5 points. And those 5 points, that's a $50,000 difference at the end of the day.
It's like leading a horse with a carrot, except that carrot is a fat stack of cash, and they're getting so close to biting it off the string. It's time now to get into our prediction game here, gentlemen. We're going to start with you, Hot Jukes. Who do you have to win this match?
You know, considering the teams that I've already picked here so far, I'm going to go with Nova on this one. I think that they need to have a big game starting now, and it's really surprising to see how they've played so far. They were flying up the leaderboards, and they have 3 chicken dinners on the board. And considering that they're 40 points behind this first place team, you know, it's kind of definitely making me start to get a little bit nervous on how the squad is performing. So hopefully, I'm going to go for them, give them my good luck, because, man, my predictions thus far have not been too great here in the finals. But, you know, hey, never too late to turn it around. Come on, Nova.
I think this is a winner.
This is the one. 100%.
Miramar has always been, it seems to be a good map for them, especially when they're playing at range. It's the kind of close quarter combats where they struggle on with Cat in particular.
Absolutely.
So we got Nova for you, Hot Jukes. Mustache Dave, who do you have?
I don't think I'm going to say. I'm not going to say. I'm going to pull a 7 right now, because if I say it, I feel like I'm going to jinx it, and I can't put that karma on the squad right now. So I'll let production pull it up. You know, I just can't say it, man. I can't.
So Mustache Dave going with headquarters, it seems.
All right, listen, I thought you're not the commissioner. I like how you're allowed to just change your picks on the fly, but mine have to be picked like 2 years ago.
I'm not commissioner. I'm just waiting for production to show me. I want to know who you picked as well.
Superstitious. I just don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. I mean, I'm on that 7 train right now. I know who I picked. I just don't want to say that.
Well, I think production seems to be the new commissioner, and they're just going to give you a 0 because they don't want to show your pick, it seems. So we'll move on from that. Maybe you can spell it for us. Maybe you can kind of write it for us as well. But we are getting very close to hopping into this next match. So why don't you just take it away? I don't even know what else there is to say. I want to see what's going to happen here as we get into what, an IDK. They don't even know who you picked. So they really don't know who you picked, Dave.
B4. It's on the dock. B4.
Now you said it, Dave.
You guys are schemazing me with these points. I'm telling you right now. Yesterday, I looked at the... No, you guys, the commissioners, whoever's behind the scenes, because I looked yesterday at the talent picks. There was columns missing. I was missing points, and it's not fair, man. It's not fair.
Okay, we got B4 in there, so you're good. All right, gentlemen, take us underway here with our fourth match of the day.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go to match number 4, taking it over to Miramar 2.0, The Desert. You know, one of those maps where I think that, you know, any of these teams can win it. I'm really looking to see how Nova's going to do here, Dave. You know, I think that considering how they performed in the past, they've been pretty strong on this map, especially for that kind of like long-range play style here. So, hey, here we go. Match number 4. Let's get into it.
Let's get it, baby. So yesterday, Footballers, they had 14 kills on our Miramar game. 14 kills. And if I'm Cloud9, yes, I think Cloud9, they got the chicken dinner yesterday on Miramar, but Footballers, second place, 14 kills. I mean, Cloud9, Footballers, 5 points is the deciding factor currently for the squad. So, yeah, I mean, just like yesterday, remake,
dude. Right, we got a good old-fashioned remake here, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and get the lobby restarted. Make sure everybody is in the game. You know, these guys behind the scenes, they work tirelessly to make sure that this tournament is played as fair across the board for everybody. We want to make sure everybody has a great chance. Too much money on the line, put it at risk. So, guys, thank you so much for being patient as we get this done. But, man, Dave, I have to be a little bit here. You know, we've seen some good matches here so far, and I'm looking at this leaderboard. I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I think it's still anybody's game, considering. Now, let me ask you this.
Alpha Legends?
Let's say, I mean, hey, Alpha Legends here, I mean, hey, they got to pull off a Christmas miracle. It's not quite December just yet. But yeah, let's see how it ends up working out for them. I want to see which team is going to be able to make it in the leaderboards. But first, I believe we have a quick interview from a member from Yala. So why don't we go ahead and go over to that while we get this game remade.
What's going on? I'm Mustache Dave, joined with Kevin from Yala Esports. Kevin, I mean, first of all, thanks for joining me here today. How are you doing, man?
It's all good, man. Thank you for interviewing me. I really feel honored being here with you, Mustache Dave.
All right. Well, hey, I got a couple questions for you, so sit back, man. Before coming into PUBG Mobile World League, like when you guys qualified, what were the team's expectations here?
Actually, we were expecting to be within like the top 8 teams to get in on the leaderboard, and that's what we are working on right now, to be on the top 8 teams, best teams, 8 teams in the West in the world.
And then the journey, though, like what was the journey for the squad to make it here to the World League?
Yeah, it's all started like before the PMCO 2019 spring split, before everything started in the esports scene. When Star Challenge Dubai was played, and there I had a goal like, hey, I wanna be there one day, and I started grinding and working hard for the team day after day with the guys, and playing the PMCO spring split 2019, being as a top team in MENA again in at the full split, and then we got invited to the Stars Challenge, and then here we go, PMCO 2020 and World League.
The top of the top, man, the top of the top. I mean, congrats for the team for making it here, first of all. So, I mean, expectations, we kind of touched on that one. I gotta say, personal opinion though, the first 3 weeks, the team always in that mid-pack on the leaderboard. So what was going on there?
I'm actually playing with a new style of the teams against the pro American teams, especially. They were like out of a league already, so they know how to deal with a long-term league and matches. When they struggle, you know, they like come back stronger. And I guess that was our point, where we proved that each league play we can make it to the Super Weekend and we present ourselves in the Super Weekend. That was our first goal. And the struggles that we had, I guess we got over it by showing decent performance the last week in the league play and yet in the Super Weekend.
So you mentioned it. What were some of the struggles though from the squad? Like what was some things that they had to overcome?
Adapting to the play style of the American teams and European teams in terms of their play aggressivity or the strategies they used to play. So we had to collect more information about their strategies, their rotations, their movements, and yet do our best to compete against them.
Okay, yeah, because we saw here the last Super Weekend, the squad, at least when I was watching, they had full-blown confidence. They were taking so many gunfights. Yala Esports, they were winning the fights as well. How does that kind of contribute to the confidence level on the squad, like the momentum behind the team?
Yeah, it's more about, as we say, adapting to the level of the gameplay. And Yala Esports are well known in the MENA as like aggressive team play. We play aggressively in the region, but we had to wait for that right moment to take ahead and hit, take those fights and get more confident about taking fights against the best teams. We have proved that, of course, especially with Anas being the MVP, or actually the top killer in the West region with everyone kills.
Okay. So that was league play. All right. Now the squad, you guys are going to the finals. All right. You're going to the finals. What type of preparations have you been doing over the past couple days? You know, we've had some days off here, getting ready. What has the squad been doing to get ready for that?
You know, the finals is that last hit, like whether you take it or like you hit the success, or you fail and learn from that failure to get more successful in the future term. but for us, it's gonna be preparing the team moral and the team mentality of accepting any outcome that happen, because it's a fight that you need to take. It's the battle, you know, man. Like, last 24 games of everything were determined the winner and the top teams in the West League, at least for the spring split season 0. For that reason, we are really preparing well on the mentality of the players to be full relaxed, full chill, and give their best, because an opportunity is never lost. It's always seized by someone else. So we have to seize this opportunity.
All right, so you made mention the mentality aspect of things. Can you kind of dive a little deeper in that? So say, for example, the team, say it's game 1, all right, we're in the finals. You get taken out in 16th position. Obviously, anybody would kind of get a little tilted, but how is the squad going to stay positive? Like, what kind of strategies are you guys going to use behind the scenes?
We have learned that through a long period of tournaments, which is going to be 24 matches. I guess it's not going to be like all the teams had their bad day, you know, or a bad game. So when you want to accept the winning, you need to accept the loss. So when we lose, it should motivate us more to win the next game, so we can compensate it. And this mentality like needs to be well prepared, and definitely our players and the team are well prepared for that to give their best and perform at their best.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add to this? I mean, I'm done here, man. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to your boy Mustache Dave, but anything else you'd like to tell people out there?
Definitely. First of all, I would really thank my org Yalla Esports for showing all the support for us in terms of everything needed. And second, I would highly thank all the community there. Cheer us up and be with us, even if we perform bad or good. So we really need your support, because it's too important for us as a MENA team, and our community is huge and big. So please shout out for Yalla Esports for the win, and Yalla win, man.
All right, thank you, Kevin, for joining me. Best of luck to you and the squad. Let's go Yalla Esports.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
And we're back here. The remake is officially complete, Dave. We got it all good to go here, ready to get set up here for match number 4. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. But man, what a great interview there with Kevin from Yalla. Yeah, Dave, you want to touch a little bit more on that?
Hey, same shirt, Andy. That's what they call me. That's what they call. No, I had a different shirt. But yeah, Yalla. I mean, we're almost done with the finals. Not gonna lie, you got 3 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Yalla Esports, 15th place right now on the overall leaderboard. So they have a lot of catching up to do. And you know, Kevin mentioned that they have been studying other squads. Hopefully, they can adapt their play styles here as we kind of wind down the finals. You know, they have a lot of work to put in.
I think it's probably been pretty difficult for a lot of these teams that have been studying these other squads, considering how much I think these play styles have kind of changed here in the finals. You know, my thought is like towards the end here of the Super Weekend play, there's squads that realize that, hey, you know what? There's nothing we can do, right? There's no way we're going to get into the top 3 of Super Weekend. And maybe with that, they started making some adjustments. I think we definitely saw some teams try to maybe test the waters out here. And if you're studying some of these squads, come league play time, it's even, right? Or come the finals time, the scoreboard completely reset. I think we saw definitely some squads that we did not expect to kind of come up. You look at Nova, Konina Power now coming out hard. I mean, man, talk about some of these squads came to play here in the finals.
Yeah, and right now, looking at Nova, you know, you brought them up. I gotta say, I mean, they have 53 total kills. Their 3 chicken dinners definitely keeping them up. They're at the top of the leaderboard, currently in 5th place. I want to see them get a little more confident in their gameplay, kind of frag out a little more, because Team Queso, Konina Power right in front of them, they're hovering around 77 to 78 total kills. So that just goes to show you how important, you know, that chicken dinner is here with this tournament structure. And looking at Nova, they have circle number 1, nobody around them. It's good. It's a good time. It's a good time for Nova. Hopefully they can get more chicken.
They're sitting pretty. They're sitting pretty right now. This is a great center circle here at this Miramar match, and I think that all these squads are very familiar with this one. You can already see Cloud9 due to the playing path not really able to drop into El Pozo, but it looks like they went and head over, were able to find some vehicles, and that is where they're going to be on their way. And, you know, it's really interesting when you have these kind of plane paths. Anytime you see these guys jumping in a vehicle, it's just a lot of time on the clock, right? They're heading outside the circle. They got to get looted real fast and get ready prepared for the next circle.
Oh, that, especially if you got Yala. We heard Kevin in the interview. You got Yala taking some shots at you already. Los Leones. This is going to be Yala out there in the south of Los Leones, taking some shots onto Umbra. Then Dream Eaters in the same neighborhood as well. So these teams, they need to be really cautious on how far they push on into the town.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right on the head right there. As Yala, they are just taking out of here. They said, you know what? You guys can have this city. We didn't want it anyway. We're going to go ahead and loot some of these buildings over here in the corner. And honestly, it makes sense. I think that this is that one point in time where every single point matters even more. I mean, you have to, if you're on the bottom of the leaderboards, you have to have a great game starting now, going forward, if you have any chance to kind of really make it into that top 8. And we heard Kevin really say that that was his goal. So I'm definitely not surprised to see them kind of say, you know what, let's avoid this fight for now and live to fight another day.
Exactly. All these teams, you know, coming in here. Yes, the money, it's a big factor, but they also want to be the best. You know, they want to be the best when it comes to the West. They want to represent their region. They want to represent their country and just make everybody, all their fans proud. Talking about fans, it's getting hot in here. We need at least 300,000. Let's get it. We are almost there. If we get that, 6 crates, baby. 6 crates.
Oh, man, I could use every single one of them. Tell the people, guys. Tell your friends. Let them know. Hop on one of these games because this is some of the best PUBG Mobile you're going to be able to see in the world. And that, I mean that literally here. This is the World League West League Play Finals. And you can just see these squads, how meticulous they are when it comes to their looting, their strategies, and how just one mistake, one little, you know, just being one teammate being a little too far back, one bad smoke, meaning your entire squad's demise right here. So, I mean, and anybody that's watching... Yeah, we saw that the other day right there. And any people that are watching, you got to give this a try. I mean, there's still plenty of opportunities to be able to get into the comp scene, talk to some other people, because, man, when you play at this high level, it's like an entirely different game.
Yeah, I mean, PMCO starting up here in a couple of days. So a lot of PUBG Mobile to be had here in the pipeline. And, I mean, I'm not going to lie. PUBG Mobile's got me up at night. I woke up about two to three times last night. Like, oh, what happened? Cold sweat, having dreams about the leaderboards, having dreams about 1v3s. And I'm not even playing the game. So I can only imagine the stress levels right now as the finals wind down.
Oh, man, it has to be intense. And I know that I've talked about it multiple times and how much, you know, kind of like that stress factor comes involved. But you know what? I'm not going to lie, Dave. I think that this tournament is a really big opportunity to see these players play at the highest level possible. Because in reality, you know, because of this global pandemic, a lot of these teams are not obviously playing in a LAN environment. So they're playing in the comfort of their own home. And I think that is a big factor to kind of consider here. Like we saw an interview with Beowulf the other day, and I know for a fact, he likes to play laying down, you know, completely laying down his stomach, and that's going to help out with his stability, kind of playing and things like that. Come, you know, LAN time, if there actually will be one in there in the future, I mean, you got the lights on you. That's even more pressure. You're sitting up in a chair. So I think here, this is going to be a tournament where we're going to see these players play at the absolute highest level they possibly can be.
Man, I got light on me right now. I'm feeling the pressure, man. I feel like a camera's watching me or something. You know. But looking at this.
A similar feeling. I got a similar sensation right now, buddy.
I feel like there's a mic on my face. You know, looking at this zone, we got the teams in Los Leones going to be making their way on into circle number 1 down there in the south. B4 looks like they might run into team Unique. Looks like Spring might have spotted out Sheepfan. We saw Sheepfan in a closet game 1 be able to get a nice little spray down, getting 2 knocks in that, you know, sticky situation. But now, you know, it's a brand new game. Sheepfan looks like they're going to be doing some scouting, receiving some shots, popping back on the opposite end of that hill. And we got someone down. We got someone down right now from Yala.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and with Dream Eaters, and you can see Toffee's, throwing the spray down through the smoke, just trying to get a hit marker right here. That's a really, really risky play from Lord, but it looks like he is going to be able to crawl his way to safety right here.
Really popping tires. Popping tires. The mixtape out here.
Oh, he got him with a grenade.
Wow.
With the grenade.
Yeah, making sure to clean that one up. And, you know, Lord coming in for that rescue play, trying to save their squad mate. Looks like they're going to be pinned down right now. Matic trying to get that off angle, trying to get that flank.
And talk about, you're flanking the wrong way, buddy, because guess what? Who's got another flank?
Thurston.
Santa. Wow, what a great play there from Yala. Great angles.
Great angles, and that will allow Lore to retreat, right? Because, I mean, those sidelines are going to be covered. And, you know, both teams losing one member out of that engagement, you know, okay. It is what it is. Pull off. You know, we got the whole game ahead of us.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what they're just going to go ahead and shake hands and say, all right, you got one of ours, we got one of yours. It's even.
Maybe more than that.
We'll see you a little later.
Some fingers in the air, you know what I'm saying?
True, that's right. Peace out, Girl Scout. I'm out of here.
Peace out.
You know?
Peace
and
out.
You can see Bayo doing exactly that as he's on the rotate on a bike. You know, just trying. And this is what I love about Cloud9. No matter what, they don't just full send it. Every single time you see them kind of drive up to a hill, they go ahead and scout it out, and then they drive up to the next hill, scout out. And I think that is a huge strategy that separates them from a lot of other teams.
Leapfrogging, I think, is the term on their strategy, you know, leapfrogging, you know. So, yeah, and I feel like a lot of teams here, at least up until this point, have been realizing that, you know. They realize these types of strategies that these teams, the top, use, and they start to implement that into their own play style as well.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes to I think that's a little factor of the reason why probably Loops is a little struggling here, because you know, I think some of these squads that are kind of like lacking on the leaderboards, they got to be like studying these top teams. I mean, what other team would you want to study more than the squads that are kind of on top of the leaderboards? And with that, that's just more eyes on you, more information on exactly where you rotate to. And I'm not shocked to see some of these top teams kind of struggling here in the finals, but guess who's not struggling? All these squads right now sitting right dead zone of this circle, as it is, you know, pretty nice to everybody.
Monte Nuevo. Open, free and clear. Crate, Power Grid, open, free and clear. Dream Eaters, Yala. Looks like they might be rotating on in that direction. A lot of people, a lot of teams clustered all the way up there to that north area. And yeah, like you said, back to your point, Loops. I mean, they had the recipe, all right? But they published it. They published it here for everybody to see. And I believe people, you know, they went back, they watched the VODs, they studied Loops, and now, you know, now Loops, they're struggling. I mean, when I say struggling, they're in 6th place, you know, out of the whole West League.
Yeah,
so
they're
not really struggling.
Right? Yeah.
But when we look at Loops, you know, in the past, you know, 1st place, PMPL Americas, 1st place in the league play, they're kind of struggling in that sense.
Oh, definitely. I mean, definitely, especially considering we had such high expectations for them. I mean, there's still plenty of games to play. They have enough points to not really be in too much fear. Regardless, though, they have to be putting up big games consistently if they want to hold on to the chance of being able to make it to that 1st place. I mean, again, they already got $50,000 in the bag. They put some big money into their bank account. But, man, I'll tell you what, here, there's $100K on the line. And I guarantee you every single one of these squads is gunning for that big time.
Not only that, yachts, you know, they're expensive here.
And the clout.
2020. They're expensive. Raum,
oh, yeah.
Football is almost at that 100 kill mark here. Currently sitting on 98 total kills for the squad. Almost there. And to put that into perspective, the team in 2nd place with kills, Cloud9 was 78. So they're just shooting up there, and looks like Dadin will be finding themselves in the crosshair of Raum. You got that nice little wig on. Not going to save you from a bullet, though.
No, sir. No, it will not. And you can just see Dadin getting some heals up. And right now, football, as you can see, they're just kind of poking the bear right now, saying, hey, you know what? We're up here. Don't even think about trying to drive in this direction. And, you know, these kind of strategies are really good at kind of keeping teams away from rotating right on India. And, yeah, it also definitely affects the amount of kit and armor you have. So, but Rom, I mean, he's sitting pretty right now. Full, fresh level 3 helmet, level 2 vest. So, you know, he's going to be really careful about his peaks going forward.
Grr. Grr. That's us making bear sounds. I never encountered a bear, fortunately. I think that's how they sound. Not sure. Might need to check it out after this, you know?
All I know that is if we together, it's all bear. All I know is that I don't have to outrun the bear. Just have to outrun you, Dave.
Oh, man. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. So, Burset.
You see me,
man.
I think you got me at the sprint. That's for sure. You know what? I'll take the L for you, Dave. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Talk about taking an L. Miku Pull him back.
Put it in reverse. Put it in reverse.
Yep, Tensa with the SKS, you know, trying to pop those tires. And that's the name of the game here. Early game Miramar. There's so much terrain, you know, up, down, everywhere. You want to take out that utility. You made mention of it. Raum from Football is trying to take out the utility in a sense when it comes to the helmet, when it comes to the vest. And there's other aspects of that. We saw right there, Tensa trying to pop some tires. I mean, that's just going to limit your enemies. Oh, talk about limiting your enemies.
Look at that.
Hard shift. Wow. All those teams
quick rotates, instantly having to come out from all these squads. And you can already see the movement out of them. Team Unique, all of them already in the vehicles, starting to run. Like you mentioned earlier, you know, shooting out those tires, it's such a big strategy, especially in this map of Miramar. Having those vehicles around this mid-game, it's so huge. Because imagine if you were Unique with no vehicle, I mean, you're having to run through all these squads and the blue zone wide in the open. You stand zero chance. So you definitely see these squads. Whenever they hit a spot, I mean, they are putting that vehicle in a nice protected area because they know they need it for the rest of the game.
And actually, you know, talking about Unique, I see Nova. They're going the opposite direction. They're not pulling back into the zone. They're trying to save Cat right now. And things are falling apart. Ooh, frozen.
Oh, my goodness. Got popped.
Oh, popped by AZ, the Car 98. That's a nice one. Look how far that is.
That was a huge shot right there, basically saving his teammate. Clutch plays coming out right now. AZ is just still trying to get it done. Oh, starting to get some bullets onto him as well. Big fight right now between Nova and Unique.
Yeah, it looks like Cat is going to be by themselves. AZ trying to get the save, and Milky Way vehicle explosion. I told you, I had a dream about this, and it's coming true right now. Unfortunate for Nova. HZL will be spotted by Annalise and tagged, and you know, Sheepin right there in that dip prone.
Oh, and that's it.
They're dead. Oh,
they are dead.
Nova.
Talking a dream for you, Dave, but a nightmare for Nova and a nightmare for my prediction scores as they're out in 16th place here. But you know, moving on, right? I mean, that's the essential part of Miramar. You know, these rotations are just so difficult. So much open terrain. These guys are so good at being able to spray down these moving vehicles. And you can see Wildcard. I mean, hey, they do not want to have that same deal. They are doing the widest rotate to make sure they can get into this next circle.
Miku able to get that heel off, trying to avoid these grenades. And Uzi in hand, spray down. Yep, we'll be taking them down. Toffee's still up there, out there in the mountains. This fight has been going on for some time. HH24 from Tempo up there on the rocks, on the cliffs. We'll be hearing this one. Back to that Nova thing, though. That Nova fight. Cat, you know, the IGL. We know is the IGL for the squad. Sometimes you just got to count your loss. You know, you got to count your loss, leave them be. Nova, they're outside of the zone. You know, the pressure was on to pick up Cat, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting, too, because a lot of these squads, whenever this new zone pops, they opt to just go ahead and send it in there together. And this was a really, you know, a unique situation where Team Unique, you know, they were outside of the zone, and then rather than just trying to push in together, they said, we want to go ahead and take this fight and take these kills on early. And just like that, made it real tough for Nova to possibly get in, and that's it. They're out in 16th.
Another nice little yoink down here. Graveyard, just the Theo of Picado. Yep, keep shifting down there in the South Umbra. Going to be feeling really nice after that one. Nice and toasty. Got their sunscreen. UDR in the middle. Wildcard trying to wrap around. Looks like Tempo kind of separated for the time being. No longer favored in the zone. But Spec with the information. And information is everything in this game. We'll be hearing. We'll be spotting out. Cloud9 pulling on out. Oh, not only that, spotting out two members from Cloud9 on a bike. Going to be swapping on over to M16. Those two members. Are they able to get on out of harm's way? HH in the mountains, trying to get that spray down. And talk about the blessings right now from Cloud9. Bayo, they're able to make it.
I'll tell you what, Bayo just, you know, totally channeling his inner Evil Knievel right there, as he had to just do some crazy driving skills with that bike, full sending it on out of there, barely making it out alive. That just goes to show you, you know, how quick these guys are on the flick. Tempo Storm, I mean, almost hitting them off the bike. That would have just been insane. But now, you know, Pyro and Adder, they're stuck. They realize that. It looks like Tempo is pushing up on him. HH24 with a great angle.
Great angle.
Adder's got a bus. No way.
In the bus. in the bus, already tagged, forced to pop on out. Spec not going to be going for that thirst, instead getting that spray down out to Adar. Okay, we'll begin the thirst right now. Adar just trying to avoid being taken out right now in this situation.
And he hits that lay down right now. You can see Tempo, the Tensa and Spec talking to each other saying, we got a runner, boys. We got to go ahead and find out where he's at. We know there's only one member. You got to be really careful, though, because Adder, he's one of the top fraggers of this tournament. He could easily snake and catch you really fast, but look at this. Loops, down 2 members. Footballists with a great angle.
Footballists, they're just...
Single tap.
Yeah, they're just, you know, showing up. We made mention they're almost at that 100 kill mark. Well, 2 kills on the board. We need that 7 confetti on the analyst desk. I mean, that's why they do it. That's why they do it.
Yeah, you know, they're celebrating after that one right there. And you also love the fact that he decided to go for the single tap. But look at that. Speaking of single tap, Mixira with a huge grenade on a Team Queso.
Look at that, blowing up that bus to use it for cover so the enemies can't get the explosion and the thirst.
Right. Oh, another one.
Zero gonna be tossing that grenade, trying to get that thirst right on top of Mystic. Levi trying to get that follow-up nade, and that's gonna be right on top of him. Yep, Molly. But look at the rotate. Team Queso trying to get the pinch right now.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to find some new angles here, being really sneaky. They got that beautiful golden Murata, only one of them inside of the game, and they get it for dropping Hacienda del Patron here. But Team Queso got to be really careful with this rotation. Oh, Conina Powers got some great angles. And just like that, goodbye, golden Murata. Ayala out of there.
You just hear the spray. Oh my goodness, Pedro OG, who's swapping
the 2X Car 9?
Yeah, 2X. That's your favorite 2X gang in the chat right now. So looks like B4 will be occupying Graveyard. Konya Power are going to be making the push up just south of this. And Unique still out there in the blue trying to make their way on in.
Yeah, there goes Dream Eaters eliminated. Yeah, 2X gang, more like 2X lame. That's what I have to say. But look at this footballist gatekeeping Loops and Tempo. Oh, Carrillo, he's stuck in the blue zone right here.
Not only that,
like chunking.
Yeah, can you drop down from there? Yep, Federal saying, see ya!
I mean, you can, but nothing good's gonna happen out of it as you are done and out. Loops taken out in 13th place right here.
That's rough.
Footballists are just on a tear right now. And look at the play zone just taking out so many players.
Yeah, Tempo, you know, they spent a lot of time up there trying to third-party squads in their rotate. Forced to heal on up. Lobson cooking his grenade. Lobson already 2 kills to their name. Going to be tossing that one right on top of Rain in the smoke. All right past them. Rain, I don't know how Rain's getting down. I honestly do not know, and I don't think Rain knows either.
Yeah, it doesn't look like very likely right now. Yeah, tried to make a best play he can, but Rom was just waiting for him. This is zone number 5 right here. This blue zone, you just cannot be in it for very long at all. Switching on over to PK. They're laying down right now, just trying to get Carnage back up. Team Queso goes out as well. 9 teams remaining here in match number 4.
Yeah, football is putting in work. They need to.
How many squads are getting dropped?
Into zone. Yeah. Hey, props to the Knights, though. I mean, I got to say, they have been putting in the work here today. They started in 15th place on the overall, currently in 11th. They are just doubling their score, doubling their kills. Carnage will be knocked from that spray. And J7 trying to get the retaliate right now.
You can just see them throwing them smokes down really quick right now, trying to get that, reduce those sight lines, get their teammates back up. Moving on over to Umbra and Acer here. This is where it's starting to get intense, ladies and gentlemen. Zone number 5 starting to close, about to hit zone 6. And wherever this zone rotates to, oh man, I'm telling you what, these teams are looking to the sky and hoping it's them because there's not a lot of cover to be able to move around in this circle.
B4 and a little dip over there being bombarded from Konya Power out there in the distance. Footballists looks like they're going to be making the pull-up as well. But remember, the Knights right on over that tiny little hill, you know, trying to heal on up. They got those smokes. They have, I believe, 2 buggies to work with that might still be intact.
Yeah, and you get to see right now, they are holding that dip really hard. Footballists trying to make it on in. And we saw Lavazin getting taken out to the blue zone. But man, we're just seeing the kill feed starting to light up. As just teams are just trying to find a spot right here because this blue, it just hurts too much. But, I mean, it's so difficult. There's no cover. It's all smokes and vehicles right now. Oh, Carnage, 1 HP.
7 kills on Footballist. And they are just starting. Their engines are revving up right now. Loots Okay, tossing some grenades right uphill on top of the Knights, looking to make the connect. Loots with the grenade onto J7, wiping them out right there. The Knights, they can't catch a break right now.
They can't catch a break. They're getting gate kept by UDR killers, while Footballist is just throwing a red zone right on top of them right here. All it takes is one more good nade, and it could be just devastating for PK, but it looks like that one's good. But he survives.
It's crazy. The mini red zone right here. And let me tell you, there's only two members of Footballist. Two members from Footballist right now are being such a pain for the full squad of the Knights.
And they're trying to get this chicken dinner, but right now they're just finding a whole bunch of names. There goes
back shot.
To Carnage. It bounced off the back of the hill and bounced right back on top of him. The bank is open, ladies and gentlemen. It's Solke. Oh, trying to pick him up in just a barrage of grenades. So risky, especially with the zone closing.
So if the Knights were paying attention to the kill feed, they might have been aware that there's only 2 up, and with that knock, only 1 up. But they have bigger fish to fry. They need to get on into the next zone. They have nowhere to go. UDR still going to be right smack in the middle. Rob from Konita Power, mini in hand. Suppressed, trying to take down, trying to get the thirst on a spring. All right, successful.
Yeah, able to get it done. That's going to be Slicky up, the only one left alive for wild card. Still 7 teams up in this 6th zone right here. Rob Dini just forced to just run in, throwing some smokes, trying to get some cover because this circle, oh man, it's starting to put the pressure onto him. And you can see Bedro about to get into it with Footballists as well. Takes down Lutz.
Yeah, this UDR, huge game for them. UDR, huge game for them. They have just been,
this is the one,
blessed multiple times, and they have hard cover to work with.
Yes, they do. And you can see Footballist taking it out. I mean, look at this. They are just dead center, all spread out, just making it hard on all these teams. While they're trying to do into team fights, there's just UDR just poking at them. Taunt's till the end, takes down Raven. Prolord.
How many times have the Knights been knocked? Yeah, able to get that reload. J7 going to go for that pre-fire. Prolord popping on up, putting in a lot of damage, but able to get the trade with 2 members right now from the Knights. Bleeding on out once again. Here comes the push. Konita Power is trying to take that hard cover from UDR.
Yes, they are. You know, that's Team Umbra down and out right here. This is a really big opportunity for both squads. If Konita Power and UDR get into this, PK might be able to come from the back and get a good third party here. And right now you can see them just throwing grenades back at each other, trying to open up this fight with a huge knock.
So many grenades being utilized here. So many smokes as well on this Miramar map. I mean, it's amazing. We got 4 teams remaining. UDR, not only have they been getting the zones, but they got 3 kills on the board. Still 4 up as well. 6 kills onto Konita Power. Tixie going to be cooking this grenade. Looking to get that one right on into that window of that shack. And UDR still kind of spread apart right now.
Yeah, they're really spread apart. I think right now they're just kind of going for placement rather than really trying to take on Konita Power head on. We'll find out if that's going to be a mistake, because you can see Konita, they are just pushing together as a squad right now, really making it difficult for Nano to move. He finds an opening though, and he's out of there. Will this nade hit though? So close. So close. Focus barely making it alive.
Ricocheting off these pans right here. Bullets are flying everywhere. Pokus going for that pre-fire right now, trying to keep them at bay. Jagger in the back lines, trying to third party this push. Konita Power is trying to take on over the Shacks. Pokus in the front lines, gonna be spotted by Tixie at the hands of the Uzi, and Gonzo with the scar to get the thirst.
You can see them just pushing it, FPP, and here comes PK out the back trying to third party this fight. Finally, they're all rezzed up and good to go. And they've got some really big angles on this entire team. Wonder if they will be patient. Raven and Jagger throwing nades at the same time. Not being able to connect though.
Licky, big chillin' back there. Big chillin'.
Big chillin'.
Big chillin'. Getting those placement points. The placement points. Goblin back there. Jagger gonna be tossing out a molly on into that shack. Ulysses in the one just across the way, and Gonzo, Tixie, they're all getting chunked down by Sandro.
And you can see Gonzo ran up, gets clipped, able to make it across though. Oh, this is so close. Look at all these pre-fires coming out from all these teams. Sandro trying to hold 3 members, gets one.
Oh, Tixie, that's a huge one. Tixie will be chunked down once again. Rob trying to go for that pre-fire, and Another one bites the dust. Konina Power, things are falling apart. Rob is extremely low. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of this one, the Knights are still trying to toss some grenades, trying to get some damage in of their own. 4 kills so far. Recognizing the kill feed is just popping off. Jagger, Raven, both gonna be popping on up from their cover. Ulysses pre-fire through the window. Konina Power taken down and out. UDR though extremely hurt right now.
And you gotta know that PK knows they have a big numbers advantage.
Oh, the barrel! J7, that hurts. Taking down Ulysses in a blink of an eye. The pre-fire around the corner. J7 able to connect. Get that final one. Slicky gonna be popping up. Slicky got two. Slicky got two. Raven needs to heal on up. We're down the 1v1. Can Wildcard get the dub here?
Has to switch to the high toss here to try to get that thirst, or he's gonna go straight for the win right now. Oh, this could be a huge nade. Raven heard it. Opts to go ahead and retreat. Try to find another angle. Really great. Little trickery right there from Raven. He's using to get in and get out of that vehicle. And right now, he's just trying to find a whole new angle to fight Sickly. And it looks like it is going to be just a 1v1 between these two guys.
Talk about pulling the Houdini right here. Raven wrapping all the way to the back lines. Going for the revive onto J7. Slicky trying to get the high ground. Trying to see exactly where the enemy went. We'll be finding out the revive. Go for that spray down.
Slicky does it!
Did we just witness that? Wildcard getting the chicken dinner.
The 1v3, and it's all Slicky right there. What an insane play. He just waited, stalking behind just that little hill right there. PK full scented, thinking that it was only one squad left. Little did they know, Slicky was there to just rain terror on top of them. What a game.
Dude, Slicky going for that vault on top of the roof to get the high ground, you know. I mean, just the no hesitation in that play. I mean, it came down to that. It was amazing. Raven trying to get that clutch revive to make it a 2v1 as well. Very interesting gameplay out there from both squads at the end.
Oh yeah, a tough fight indeed for both, but Slicky just able to get it done. Ice water in his veins right there. What a phenomenal match number 4. Can't wait to see, of course, what the rest of these two matches are going to look like right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to the Wildcard Show as they get themselves a clutch 1v3 and a meaty and spicy and delicious chicken dinner that you can all chow down on, and you know Slicky's gonna be doing that. The 1v3 to win the game. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, they were looking so good there, especially up against UDR Killers, but it's the snake, it's the rat, the #1 rats in the world here, Seven.
That's right. Remember what Spring told me a while back? They were the #1 NA rats, all right? And guess what? It ended up working exactly that way. And I actually had Spring sending me a message saying that once Slicky got to the top of that building, they were all screaming at him, "Look to your left, look to your left, and it worked out so well. Listen, they won that, and I jumped out of joy, even though my team that I had picked previously didn't really end up winning. That was impressive. That he played that so well. You had Konina Power fighting some other teams, then you got Pittsburgh Knights coming in third party, and then ultimately, Wildcard here ends up third party Pittsburgh Knights. What a finish.
Well, not only were they screaming it in comms, so were we. I mean, I was literally screaming, look left, man. And he pulls it off in the end, but what's such a crucial position for them too, because they've had a very rough day. Same for Pittsburgh Knights. They've actually had a really rough finals, and that would have been a fantastic game for them to actually win yet again. That would have been their second chicken dinner. They potentially would have, jumped from, I think, around 11th place, maybe into the top 9 if they could have pulled that one through, and it would have been a lot of momentum for the team as well. But either way, I mean, UDR Killers got extremely far. Konina Power, again, looking consistent, getting quite a few kills. I think they finished off around 4th place in this one. But I think there's a lot of teams out there that can be proud. There's a lot of teams out there that might be getting frustrated, though. Cloud9, Loops, Queso. I mean, we were seeing some teams that we kind of expected to continue to start to pick up some steam here, not really be able to do so far just yet.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely on the money. Remember, Nova Esports, that was one team that we were kind of expecting them to get hot. They won a couple matches in Erangel. So far, this matches today in Erangel, they just haven't performed to what we expect them to. I think they started the day off as 3rd place, and before this match, they were at somewhere between 5th and 6th place, so losing a lot of spots. And then you got Cloud9 Glitter. Cloud9 and Loops Esports, especially Loops, they ended up just absolutely sucking in that last one. They only got 1 point.
Whoa. No,
and then Cloud, hey,
words.
I mean, you got to be honest here. If they want to go ahead and push through that 1st place, that's a team that I personally expect to be in 1st place, all right? True. And for them to go ahead and show up the performances that we've been seeing here in the league finals is so surprising to me that I am going to have to use those kind of words, because I want them to go ahead and improve. I want to see the Loops Esports that I'm used to seeing here.
Well, we can see our rankings from that last match here. You can see Wildcard, of course, finishing off in 1st place, albeit with only 5 kills, but Pittsburgh Knights, they have definitely started to step it up here. Maybe that's something they can keep consistent throughout the rest of today, because we still have 2 more matches to come, and of course 6 more tomorrow. Got UDR Killers in their footballs as well, having not a terrible game, still more kills than placement points. Temple Storm have stepped up a bit, considering they've looked a little bit lackluster so far today. And then Umbra, this is not the Umbra we saw before, only 1 kill for themselves, which is really kind of like the opposite of what we saw before, right? In yesterday's games and the day before, able to get 8 kills, 6 kills, 5 kills. Oh, we can see here now the 2nd page, Glitter and Loops, Nova, Cloud9, all hogging that bottom 3.
So many teams on here that I don't think we necessarily expected, Queso included. I mean, B4 has been struggling, but this is a map they've done well on historically, so we probably didn't expect to see them this low. Dream Eaters also. Yes, like you said earlier, Jason, they've been struggling, but they should have done probably a little bit better on this map. And this is a very surprising bottom half of the leaderboard, but these types of matches are also going to be what opens up the opportunity for those teams who might currently be in that 6th to 8th place position to really start kind of bumping themselves up in the leaderboards if they can do well in the games where our current leaders don't do so well.
Well, I'm not sure Cloud9 will even be our current leader anymore, because they were only about, like 10 points ahead of the 2nd place team. We'll get to that in a little bit of time. Obviously, I want to take a look at our top 4 players from the last match. I'm expecting to see, I mean, yeah, we do get J7 in there. We get Tixie in there yet again. You got Slicky, you got H24. Honestly, if Slicky doesn't have the MVP, I mean, he's probably not going to have it.
It's gotta be Slicky.
And then they only have like 5 kills, right? I think it's actually going to be more towards Tixie or more towards J7. But in my heart, it's going to be going to Slicky. And yeah, there we go. Tixie does pull it off with the MVP. So maybe get himself a little bit.
That's going to be huge.
Go on.
He was in 2nd.
Yeah, this is huge, as you were saying, Glitter, because remember, he is in contention right now, Glitter, for that MVP ranking. I think he was 3rd place, right?
Yeah, he could be up into 2nd now. It depends. It depends who was above him. It depends how they did, but I believe it was was it a footballist player that was right above him? It might have been Solke, I can't remember, but this is just, it's massive for Tixie, and it's also showing the consistency that we were looking for out of both the entire team of Konina Power and Tixie specifically for a very large portion of World League. Look at his damage compared to everybody else up here. He's got the most kills as well. You know, he just, I don't know what they did in the downtime between the end of World League and our finals, but it is 1,000,000% working out for them in the long run. And then obviously, of course, we've got J7 for Pittsburgh Knights also up here. Slicky with those clutch plays at the end of the game. And HH24, nice to see a Tempo Storm player back up here in HH24, somebody that is more than capable of having these games, and we've seen him start to step it up again recently.
I did get confirmation, by the way. Tixie did chug a Mountain Dew before he played this next match, which is why he's able to get himself the MVP. Let's take a look at our Do the Do moment, speaking of it, and see all the highlights across this match. I'm probably seeing Cloud9 loops going out relatively early, but we're starting things off with Dream Eaters up against Yala here off the bat 7. And again, Yala, a team that, as we saw with Mustache Dave in the interview, they've not really had the success that they were hoping. We even heard Kevin talk about how, you know, you have to take the wins and the losses, right? You got to have a similar mentality between the two. And, well, they've been just served up a lot of losses, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so far their best placement in it was yesterday, actually, a second place finish with 2 kills, and they haven't really performed that well in regards to kills. In this last match, they were able to get 3 kills, which is usually more than what they've been averaging, so that's good for that team. But Yala definitely needs to step it up in a huge way if they want to go ahead and do anything. And I think going back to Konina Power, we're starting to see glimpses. Maybe they went back to that Qualcomm Snapdragon devices they were using before, because they're starting to get away with a lot of the stuff here that we haven't seen them get away with. We're starting to see them actually winning fights. We're starting to see them get better rotations. And this is just one scary team. And if they're going to go ahead and continue these performances, they're just going to be getting closer and closer there to that first place, whoever it might be, whether it's Footballers or Cloud9. And as well with Cloud9 here, they got very lucky that they didn't die sooner than what we actually saw, because they got away with with what we usually like to call, you would have been dead, all right? If you're in a motorcycle, especially in Miramar, if you're trying to do what some of the Cloud9 players were able to do there, you would have definitely ended up losing here, Glitter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we were watching that too, I believe it was HH24 that was actually putting a ton of damage into them as they tried to kind of escape a pretty bad situation for them. So, like you said, a little bit surprising that they made it as far as they did, but in the end, you know, it didn't exactly work out for them. And we have seen on here, as these Do the Do moments go on, we've seen a bunch of clips coming out of Footballist. And Footballist, you know, it has been so consistent today. They got another 8 kills this match, and they are that second place team that we're going to be looking at when we finally get to the overall standings, that we're trying to knock Cloud9 out of that first place position. So every game that Footballist has is more and more important, because hot on their tails are the likes of Konina Power, who, you know, we just saw had another very strong game. So we had asked for it, 7, at the beginning of today. You know, talked about it a little bit. We wanted it to be a fight for this first place position. We wanted to keep it interesting. The teams are starting to give us that.
Yeah, we might have it, especially with C9, Footballers, and Konina Power with the performances they're currently putting up. Another team I definitely want to see more out of, especially going here into the last 2 matches of today before we go tomorrow into the final day of everything here, is going to be Team Kessel. We saw Team Kessel have flashes of amazingness there, and right now they're starting to kind of slow down again. They're starting to go down that path that I really don't like them to see. I don't like them seeing there, where they're not able to get that many kills. They're just not able to get that much stuff. And then don't worry, we're going to be breaking this down in a little bit. My boy Slicky, he stopped crouching pretty much at the right time, and then thanks to all his teammates telling him look to the other side, he was able to clutch it up. It's impressive play there, and it's not the first time he does it.
Thanks to his teammates and to us for screaming, look left, right? We obviously helped a bit, 7. Come on. Let's take a look at our total damage now from that last match. And honestly, I don't know who's going to be even #1 in this one, because we had so many teams finding it out, especially towards the very end. It's actually not even going to be a team in the top 3. It's going to be Konina Power with the 2,200 damage, but 7, only 8 kills.
But it's the damage. This is starting to become, once again, the Konina Power team that we're used to. And I'm actually not surprised to see them there, because they're just so much more aggressive. If you literally go back and watch, what was it, maybe Super Weekend 1 or Super Weekend 2 out of Konina Power, and watch how they're playing now, they look like 2 completely different teams. Before, they would just focus on placement, and now they're just focusing on kills and placement. They're focusing on both. And then you have Footballers too. Footballers has been very consistent. And listen, the reason why I was pointing out, shout out to Tempo too, being able to get their 1,200 damage, 6 heal. The reason why I was kind of throwing some shade here at Loops Esports is because this is not not what I expected of them. I'm a huge fan of that team. I've seen them play since PMWL Americas, and the way they're performing right now, they're not performing to what we expect them to. This is a team that just won the league pretty much all the Super Weekends. They ended up with 50,000. I'm pretty sure they want to end up with those 100,000. So hopefully, whatever's going on with that team, they kind of fix it up here, and in the next couple of matches, especially tomorrow, they improve their gameplay in a big way.
Loops, 216 damage, 0 kills. Cloud9, 189 damage, 1 kill.
Yep.
Just gonna leave that there. Obviously, those two teams are having some rough matches. Then again, we've seen Cloud9 have some good matches and rough matches, especially yesterday when they finished off with a bang. Let's take a look at our predictions, though, as we had, well, I mean, go ahead. Go ahead, Seven. Do what you need to do.
What? Oh, hold up. Wait, I got the most points out of that one? Oh, that's right. Hey, you guys had Konina Power in the last one. It worked for you, so I was like, you know what? Let me go with Konina Power this time. I didn't say the name. It ended up working for me. Mustache Dave had to say the name, and he ended up getting more than less than half of my points. So, see, you don't have to say the name. Just don't say the name.
That was a rough game for everybody else.
It's Miramar. Anything can happen there.
I saw Glitter kind of trying to walk off her camera slowly, and I tried to do that too, but I'm trapped in this virtual space right now, unfortunately, so I can't do that. But we do have a play you wanted to break down, and I'm assuming it's the wild card up against Pittsburgh Knights. So I can't even say wild card. It's the 1v3 out of Slicky up against Pittsburgh Knights. Why don't you break that down here for us?
It's going to be Sleeky, all right? It's going to be Sleeky just being pretty much slick, being a little rat right there. Remember, #1 Rats NA, as Spring did mention it. Hey, listen, you get what I'm trying to say here, all right? Wait for your moment, Jason. Now, one thing I love is that, let me just actually go ahead and go back real quick here. As soon as Sleeky notices that the last player gets knocked, guess what he's going to be able to do? He's going to be able to just pop up right away and just start finishing those players. The good thing also was that he was not able to choke any shots, meaning he was able to knock 2 players there from Pittsburgh Knights. He tries to go ahead and go for the finish there. Raven, being very aware, he kind of gets cover. He tries to figure out, and then something that I kind of would have preferred here is I would have just preferred a 1v1 situation here. I would have preferred if just Raven would have gone back and tried to revive his teammate. Because he ended up not working out their way. Obviously, this could have gone either way, but you kind of had to, you kind of had Sleeky that was going to have to push out in regards to the zone regardless. Yes, he does have the grenades, but you do have a lot more real estate to work with. Just look at all the buildings that you kind of having to work with right there. And then Sleeky, being the smart man that he is, he's going to go ahead and climb up this thing. And this is when everybody was screaming, look left, Sleeky, look left. And the reason why we wanted him to go ahead and look left is because Raven was just really busy right now picking up his teammates. Sleeky was able to hit those shots. And before we even go back, let me just go back a little bit. This man turned into a freaking goat, okay? He went from a mouse to a goat. Congratulations, Slicky. Goat. Second time he does it too, by the way. He did it previously in the PMCO finals. Not bad.
Not bad. I think actually him shooting J7 like that, because it's kind of an opposition to be in if you're J7, right? If you're trying to get away. Because okay. In my head, there's like 2 things you do, right? There's one thing if you can use yourself being down to get information on where Slicky's gonna go, and then relay that to your teammate for the 1v1. Or if you're retreating away like that, to me, that's like an alarm going off in my head, like, wait a minute, why is he that far away? Clearly, he's trying to be picked up, right? And do you think that might have just given up the whole gig here for Pittsburgh Knights and allowed Slicky to pull that off?
Definitely. I think at that point, once he saw them not shooting back, once he didn't hear any grenades coming his way, he's like, oh, I got him on the run here. It's my time to push. And it's so great for players to go ahead and be aware of that, for them to be able to recognize that in a split second and just push for that action and get the kill. Because guess what? If you're able to notice those little hints that the game gives you, you're going to be able to get wins just like he was able to get here.
All right, well, speaking of wins, let's see if they went up in the leaderboards. We take a look at the overall standings now as we are 4 matches deep into today.
Oh,
we have a new top team here, Glitter. Footballists.
Yeah, and we saw it happening after that strong performance coming out of Footballists. They are now 7 points overall ahead of Cloud9 on this leaderboard. And honestly, timing-wise, it's pretty good for them because we're getting into the end of the 3rd day, and if they can maintain it for just one more day of finals, this could be very, very good for Footballists. as, of course, as we see Cloud9 now dropping into second place. Wildcard, though, like you said, this performance out of Slicky also does help to bump Wildcard up into 5th place. So I think they were around 8th place before this, so this is actually starting to get them a lot of extra money, and if they can continue this upward projection, they're now only 3 points behind Queso. They've put themselves in the running for 4th place. I mean, that's going to be huge, and we actually saw Pittsburgh Knights there up in that 10th place position as we move into the second page as well here, Seven.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh Knights, I think this is by far definitely their best day so far in league finals, and slowly but surely they have been moving up that leaderboard. Now, as we're seeing here, Dream Eaters in 11th place, Team Unique, team that has been really quiet, Team Umbra, one team that we kind of going into today, we're like, hey, they're starting to perform really well. Even yesterday, they were performing really consistently, but today's just been a full-on drop-off. And then Alpha Legends, what can you say about them? They're currently in last place. I want to see them go crazy here. Come on, shock us. Give us a moment that we can kind of highlight on the telestration and showcase that skill that you guys are capable of.
They got nothing to lose, right? It's not like they can go any farther down the standings. They can only go up from there. And let's take a look at the schedule now as we are moving into our final matches of the day. We're heading over to Sanhok. And we know what that means. Things are going to get extremely crazy, and we've already seen some crazy matches so far. In the first game, the finish was ridiculous. Obviously, the last game as well. I'm curious, though, how Sanhok will finish off for these teams, because there's a couple of teams in my mind that seem to play well when it comes to this. So we're going to start things off with our predictions. I'm just going to go first because I'm the only one not wearing a patterned shirt today, I guess. I went with Footballists. I feel like this is their time. I mean, they are 100 points over the 10th place team of Pittsburgh Knights. And this is a chance for them to extend their lead even further against Cloud9. The thing is, Cloud9 have only played under pressure once. That was in league play, day 2, week 3, when teams started to focus them down. I want to see how they can respond to the pressure, because other than that last league play, they've been the #1 team overall, winning every single week. Glitter, who do you got?
Yep.
So originally, I had looked at potentially picking Queso, and then they started to fall off a little bit. So, and don't hate me for this in chat, please, Footballist, but you guys do very well on this map, and I need a win, and you've been so consistent all day, so I have also chosen Footballist.
Damn. Oh no. You know what happened? It's gonna be a double whammy. We're gonna all double pretty much jinx Footballers here, because I also got Footballers. It's the first time we have seen a league change here in the league finals, especially for West in regards to first place. Football taking up that first place. I think they're usually, as you guys mentioned, they perform so well in Sanhok. I've been picking them in Sanhok every single day so far. So I'm gonna stick with it. Footballers. Hopefully we don't jinx them. I'm sorry, Footballers on Twitch chat. Sorry.
If you say sorry to me, I had Footballers. You guys are copying me once again, but it's okay. Because if they win, we all win, right? And that's what it's all about, us outperforming the casters. You guys at home, there's still the milestone event going on at the moment. We need 300,000 concurrent viewers on the stream at the exact same time, and everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates, which has a chance to get a permanent set. So a lot on the line here for everyone out there. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone out there to make sure to be watching at the exact same time so we can reach that point. Also, we've talked about the last 2 days, that between the Battlegrounds, the newest episode is being released tomorrow, episode 2. So we need to see what's all going to be happening in this one. I'm really excited for it. Seven Glitter, I know you guys are just as pumped as well. We got to see the first episode before it was even released, and we were like, oh yeah, it's time. And you know what? Tomorrow's going to be time yet again, but to get you excited for it even further, I got a little trailer for you to get you even more pumped up. Tomorrow here live on the show. Make sure you guys are here to see it because it's going to be fantastic. The whole PUBG Mobile crew have been doing a great job with this behind the scenes documentary. And of course, you get to see John Allen and Blank as well. And if you weren't already lucky enough to see that one, you still have the lucky draw going on for the rest of today and the rest of tomorrow, where you can win a limited time outfit. Remember, you can watch here on West, you can watch on East as well. You can watch both shows. Why aren't you anyways? To increase your chances to get one of those sweet little drops within the game. So It's coming now down time to talk about our next match. But you guys need to be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG Mobile, as you saw there, and with the hashtag PMWL to let us know who you think's going to win, because we also have our commentators to join us as we get underway with Sanhok to see their predictions. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Dave, it looks like you're about to go on a cruise, man. You look comfortable. You look good. I want to join you with like a drink in my hand. Mountain Dew, obviously.
Do the do, bro. That's hey. I wake up every morning. I'm like, how am I going to do the do today?
Amen, brother.
Take my do. I go, and then I put on my silky shirt, and I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
Hoping you shower
ready.
after doing
Thanks
that, because I mean, I don't think that should.
No. Do the do. You don't shower
Okay,
after doing the do, bro. You just do the do, and you're ready. You're good to go.
All right. Well, let's talk about Pittsburgh Knights a little bit, Hot Jukes. I always like to talk to you about them in particular. They've gotten a chicken dinner today. They've gotten a second place finish today. Is this the rise of the team? Obviously, a big hit coming to them when Sixless being taken out. But they have started to look a lot better today than we've seen in a long time.
I think it could be. I think we're starting to see them play together as a group really well. I think the last game was just, oh man, it's so tough. I think they had that chicken dinner almost in the bag. At the same time, you just never realize that, oh, guess what? There's a separate team right there, and just Slicky
There's a rat
to get it done. But I think yeah, it was the good old little Slickmeister just hanging over there getting it done, you know. But at the same time, I think this is PK finally coming into true form here at the end.
Yeah, and Dave, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts coming into maybe Alpha Legends. If you're sitting there on their team, you're last place right now, you can't go down any further. It's not like you can owe money to PMWL. What do you do? Do you go crazy? I mean, obviously what you've been doing isn't working.
First of all, Jason, let me ask you real quick. All right, let me ask you this.
You're answering my question with a question. I'm good.
How are you doing?
How are you doing? Nobody asked you. Nobody ever.
Well,
asked
how does it feel to be in a virtual world?
Glitter and 7 asked me earlier. I was good then. I'm doing better now because I got a little bit of an upgrade here on the set, obviously with you two joining me. Being trapped in a virtual world, it's tough sometimes. But you know what? I get any food I want in the world because I just make it appear in front of me. Let's get predictions though, because I think the game's about to start.
You didn't? Okay, hold on.
Well, we need predictions because
what's Yala supposed to do? Jason, what is Yala supposed to do this game?
You can't answer my question with a question. That makes no sense, and we're going to skip past it completely.
I picked Cloud9. I picked Cloud9.
Okay.
Queso!
Oh, well, they got straight into it. So Cloud9 for Mustache Dave, Hot Juice for Queso. I'm sorry to rush you, Dave. We'll talk about it later on, because obviously we want to catch all the action. It's going to be breaking down.
I need like a podcast to answer your question. That's all I'm saying. But
okay, well, maybe we can set that up one day, and we're going to kick off our 5th match here of the day on Sanhok. Take it away, gentlemen.
Here we go, match number 5, taking it over to the jungle. None other than Sanhok. Gotta love this map. I think this is where we're gonna see some action, ladies and gentlemen. So, hey, grab your popcorn, grab your Mountain Dew, and get ready to watch some insane PUBG Mobile. Here we go.
Here we go, baby. Sanhok. Sanhok. Let me get some Sanhoks in the chat. Sanhok in the chat. Today has been exciting. Jason probably hates every single day. Jason, my Dave meter for Jason goes down. My stocks with Jason goes down. Oof. I mean, yeah, he's gonna block me. He's gonna block me after tomorrow. But you know what? It's for a good cause, right? It's for a good cause. Hey, I'm looking forward to it, man. Tomorrow, you know what it's gonna be, right? It's gonna be Soul K Sunday. Soul K right now.
Sunday.
Soul K Sunday. Soul K right now from football. It says 32 kills. Is in the lead when it comes to kills. Adar from Cloud9 in that second place when it comes to kill leaders, 29. I mean, yeah, today's been amazing. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. I mean, just the fact that football is that last game, they overthrew Cloud9. They're 7 points ahead of them right now. They are sitting on a mountain of money, $100,000 right now.
So much money, and not to mention, you know, if Soul K does go ahead and clutch, I mean, this is literally Cloud9 versus football. It's going in both aspects, because right now, you know, Adder in the lead for the most part to be able to get the MVP. Soul K's coming after it. I mean, that's another $10,000 just for that alone. But look at this Paradise, Alpha Legends.
Jason asked.
Challenging Cloud9?
Yeah, Jason asked. He said, yo, Dave, what should Alpha Legends do here?
Oh, send it.
Alpha Legends are sending it right on top of Cloud9 onto their tried and true drop location. Pyra does not appreciate this. Up in hand. Oh, man, taking the shot. No helmet either. No one's got helmets.
No one's got helmets right here. We got the full bear going for Ramon right here, and it looks like they're not opting to push that single player. I mean, wow. I mean, this is really a big surprise right here for Alpha Legends to drop into talk about dropping in the belly of the beast right here. I mean, this is Cloud9.
Yeah, surprise for Cloud9. I mean, they're trying to get back that first place position.
I mean, if they want to get first place, I mean, they have a big order to fill right here. But guess what? I mean, there's still bragging rights. There's still a lot of, clips that to be made. And I guess if you're going to go and try to get some, if you're able to get it done on Cloud9, that would be just talk about an upset right here. So at the end of the day, they still have a lot of work ahead of them to get it done. But it looks like Cloud9, they're just taking off.
They're out. They're out. They don't even want to, risk it, which is smart. It's very smart. They're 7 points behind that first place spot. They see a team trying to do that shake and bake, that slingshot move onto them. They're like, nah, you guys can do whatever you want in Paradise. You can have it. You know what? Because we got our eye on the bigger picture here, and that's $100,000. So
yeah, they cannot go out at first. Yeah, they cannot.
They can't afford it. They cannot afford it.
That's a fact. And you know what? The big thing too to consider as well. And I want to ask you this, Dave.
I'll answer
this. No knocks happen to go between both teams.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Cloud9 didn't realize that it was Alpha Legends there.
Okay.
Now, if they knew it was Alpha Legends, would they have fought them?
I think, okay, if they got that knock, they would have known it's Alpha Legends, maybe get that thirst, but I still believe the same thing would have happened. They would have gotten the thirst and then quickly retreated. I mean, you just never know where these snakes might be lurking. You never know. I mean, look at this. Shator is just chilling right there. I mean, they're still on the hunt for Cloud9. They don't recognize that Cloud9 pulled down out. But, I mean, yeah, it's not worth it this early on. I mean, only 3 minutes into the match, I don't think Cloud9, knowing the fact that it's Alpha Legends, I still believe they would not have been ultra aggressive to wipe them out.
I think I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, I love Cloud9 just being militant with their decision, no matter what, regardless. Hey, you know what? We don't want to take early engagements. We don't want to do any risks so far. They got the zone right now. This is basically Cloud9 and Loop's zone. They're just not going on over to the end of football list that we've seen happen multiple Sanhoks here in the past. So this is a big opportunity for them to get some big points on the board. But we're looking at it right now. You see Yala, they're just trying to split loot. But we got Loops right up on top of the hill coming right towards them. Oh, this is going to be close.
Yeah, very close.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Look at this. I mean, they're just...
Look how tight they push together.
Meters from one another. And Dadden, I believe, recognizing, hearing the footsteps, are already going to be hitting that grass. Kevin behind the tree. Also, hearing the cues, tossing a grenade right on top of Dadden. Dadden forced to pop one up. Scattering. Look at all Loops scattering in all different types of directions.
Grenade!
Oh, my
Grenada! They let them know real quick. I can only imagine if he actually cooked that grenade. That would have been good! But Luke's just too good when it comes to throwing nades, getting the first knock onto Kevin. And you got to expect Loops to really start pressing this.
I hear Kayofsky spraying that vector. Kevin bleeding on out. Kayofsky in the chat. Kayofsky walking in, busting in the door with those boots. Carrillo with the barrel in hand. You know what? You poked the bear. We were making our bear sounds earlier, but you poked the bear. Loops, you do not take the fight. Kevin still bleeding on out. Lord trying to toss his grenade to... Carrillo spotted!
Lord with a huge nade, and he's going for the 2-time right here. Gonna get some good range. Not the best bounce possible. But man, what a great return nade. I wonder if Yala's gonna go opt to use this time right now to be able to pick up their player.
Yeah, get Kevin.
Get him back in the fight. Kevin's still down.
Get Kevin, bro. Kevin's
Anna's just jumping up and down saying, yay, I got one.
I got one. Get Kevin. Get Kevin.
Poor Kevin, just looking to still, looks like he will be finally picked up. Okay, he is finally revived here. Carrillo also up as well. And it looks like they're just going to reset this fight. I think Loops, considering where they're at on the leaderboards, maybe they don't want to risk getting taken out early as well. So, yeah, really interesting to see kind of Loops. This is definitely a different type of Loops you've seen in the past, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're in, 7th place on the overall leaderboards. They got this game, one more, and then 6 tomorrow. They are pretty center when it comes to this zone. But I think they're gonna, just bunker down for the time being. And Yala, I'm actually kind of surprised. Yala, I mean, they're in 15th place on the overall leaderboard. I kind of feel like they need to take engagements. They need to get these.
I mean, come on though. I mean, it's Loops.
It's Loops. I know.
It's Loops. I mean, they did get a good grenade, but Yeah, you're right. They need to. They need to get.
You're at the bottom, bro. You're at the bottom. You need to do something. You know,
I mean,
you
if they
can't
take
just
out
run.
Loops, you got to imagine the hype and the amount of momentum that will give for their squad. At the same time, though, man, that's a tough fight to pick. And considering that this is getting to the point to where every single match is of course pivotal, but we're starting to end this tournament right here. They cannot afford to go out last. But Slicky coming up right onto Konina Power. Axer not moving a muscle right now.
If Axer turns
I don't even think he realizes.
Look at this.
He knows
Look at
now.
Power. Tixie making the pop-up. AKM spraying on to Sam. Jumping on over the wall saying, hello, Acer. What are you doing? You're trying to heal it up. Slicky. Backstab. Wild card. Are done.
Last place.
Done.
What a game right there. I mean, you just saw Konina Power just at the ready, waiting for that one. There's no way they expected him to come from the back to finish off Slicky. And man, just like that, going from a big chicken dinner, a clutch one, and wild card get taken out early. Man, this just seems to be kind of been just a trend that's been happening with this team so far in this tournament.
That was a nice little trap right there that Konina Power they laid out. I mean, that was great. I'm not gonna lie, that was great. I mean, Wildcard walked right on into that.
And that's going to be huge. I mean, considering that Konina Power is currently sitting in third place with 209 points. You got Wildcard with 165 points. I mean, that's going to just separate their lead even larger. And, man, you know that Wildcard's got to definitely be feeling something after that play right there.
Some type of way, especially after the win that they just got. I mean, talk about a punch in the stomach. Punch in the stomach. Losing the air. Hopefully, they can avoid being tilted right now, and come into the last game and look for another win.
Tell you what, they just got to tilt their head back and take a deep breath, and get ready for the last match, as we still got this insane one up and coming right here. And the zone, just go ahead and centering out right now for all these squads. And I'm not going to expect to see too much movement from these teams. At the same time, though, when you have squads just kind of sitting at the ready, it'll start to get a little bit antsy, start peeking some things here and there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some big-time long-range fire come across these hills. And, I just said that. Look at that adder spotting out Kato.
Suppressed, man. I love it. For some reason, I just love suppressed weapons. All the weapons. Suppressed, to me, just, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about meditating. Like, I can close my eyes and just listen to that all day. Like, that's my soundtrack,
What's the best one, though? What's the best sounding suppressed weapon?
I like the Mini, just because it sounds like, it's like, bah, bah, bah. I don't know. Something about it. I like the Mini. It's got a good spot in my heart. Pedro, OG, B4. They're out here. They're taking shots. Look at this quarry. Look
Nova.
at this quarry. Yeah, I mean, there are teams right on top of one another. You got
swap.
Nova, you got B4, you got Tempo, you got Team Queso. I mean, I feel like we're going quarry. I'm not going to lie.
I totally would not. If I was a betting man, I would bet on that as well, because you could just see all these squads just centered at this location. And you can see Rain getting spotted out. Here comes all the long-range weaponry. Yala, really blessed right now. He's got that 6XM4. That's the gun you want to have going into this kind of match right here. And you just see him on a tear. Oh, wow. Getting a little bit of hit markers on the Shifan. Not able to get to the finish, though.
What do you think about my Soul K Sunday? You think we can get that hashtag trending?
Okay, Sunday. I mean, it's totally possible. Totally possible. Especially if he has a big match here and a big match in the second game too, the back-to-back, then it's got to be done.
Okay, Soul K Sunday. I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get that one off the ground. Off the drawing board, and getting into this game. Tempo all the way up there in the hills. Working together, moving really close knit. Look at this. Tensa doing some scouting. I love it. The Knights down there in those compounds are going to be, relaxing for the time being.
Yeah, Tempo needs to have a really big game, especially after the last one. And Miramar, they ended up getting, I believe, 2 points on the board right there. So, yeah, I know they got to be really frustrated from getting taken out so early. Here, there's no vehicles to rotate from now, so they don't have to worry about that. But they're playing it pretty split right here for Sanhok, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Rain not with the squad right now. Maybe doing some scouting, checking in with football list. They are in the bike, moving on out of Paradise, trying to get into a more centralized position. Still, 15 teams alive. We're about 12 minutes on into this game. This is Sanhok.
It's going to be chaotic, so chaotic right now. Could you imagine one hard shift and it's going to change the entire pace of this map in an instant right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, at this point, if you have a hard shift on you, you got to be kind of keeping that heal strat in the back of your mind. I think it's so essential because I think we've seen it with zone number 4, zone number 5. Once that starts closing, we see like 8 teams go out in like 10 seconds. So it's going to be real. I think that's the case right here, especially with this kind of circle. But Dave, will it hard shift or will it center out?
I don't think
that's fine. Oh, you say no? You say no? I say yes. I say yes. South. Guessing it. Where will it go? Everybody guess in the chat. Where will this zone go? It's going to go. Oh, okay. You know, just.
It's kind of in the middle.
Yeah. I think it's if you want to be technical with that, I think it's a little bit to the southwest, you know? So
Dude, if you want to be technical, to me, a hard shift is when it touches the blue, or at least it's like really close to the blue.
Ooh. Off shift, but look at this.
Bevan.
Oh, quick
Bevan
shots.
Getting some nice sprays onto Team Unique. Real quick, Team Unique yesterday, Sanhok, one of their best games here in the finals. They had 10 kills. They had a 2nd place. They love Sanhok. Losing Frozen this early on, I mean, they already got 2 kills, so that's great for them. But losing Frozen, that's going to set them back just a little bit.
Set him back indeed, and you look at Kevin. This is why you pick him up right here. He's putting in some work, but they're already down 2 members. So you know that if you're Yala, you can't push this. You just have to just kind of just lay back and wait for something to happen. But then again, if you see a free point, you got to take it. And it looks like that's exactly what they did under Frozen.
Yeah, and honestly, Unique, they don't really need to respond. You know, they're in the zone. You know, they got some hard cover in those compounds. Just camp it out, honestly. I know it might not be the most exciting, but at least you have the information. You know who's across the street as well. You know it's going to be Yala.
I mean, but they took out their boy Frozen, Dave. They took out their boy Frozen, you know? So, I mean, maybe they might still have that little bit of bad blood. Faker with a big shot onto Lutz. And this is footballists. You know that they need every single point right now as they're in contention to get this $100,000, but they're going to end up losing Lutz right now, and I really doubt they're going to be able to make it to him. Oh, this would be an insane revive.
I think we're going for it. Yes. Okay. Already going to be getting that arm prepped, ready to go, tossing out those smokes. They got a bike. They can quickly
just have the rock
gap on in between the two, and Lavison might be going for some pre-fire, but Faker from Alpha Legends is going to be just baiting out Lutz real hard right now.
You know for a fact Faker's just yelling at his whole team saying, guys, I got one knocked right here. He's got him marked, and he's saying they're going to run to him. So be ready to hit those shots. And, oh, Lutz, the time, it's ticking right now. The clock, that pre-fire.
Be careful.
On the Faker. That might give him some time to be able to get this pickup going. Oh, look, the circle.
The circle's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah. Lutz, here comes the Soke push. These smokes bloomed.
Great rotation.
Nice rotate. Faker forced to pull back into the cover heel line up right now. Got to be careful. I mean, yeah, Faker has the sightlines, has the window, but a little bit of pre-fire on in through there. I mean, that could be Faker's head. Kato on the alternate angle. Oh, going for that spray with that AK. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because he's just trying to pre-fire through that smoke to get a hit marker. Little does he realize that they have a rock, but it looks like they did try to get on the move, and Lutz taken out again, and he ain't going anywhere this time.
I think if you get knocked 2 times in the same spot, I'm like, yo, okay, we tried, brother. We tried, but we have to leave you, especially with Soul Case so low, especially with the blue zone right on top of them as well. They're going to be pulling up right on top of
this nade.
Konina Power already got a squad wipe underneath their belt. They got the loot. Tixie going for that lean peek.
Great.
Taking out Lavison right there. Here comes some more grenades from Gonzo. Up there on the top onto Raul.
Tixie got it cocked, loaded up, throws it. Looks like it's going to be a little bit off the mark. Doesn't quite hit him. And Rom is just trying to throw some kit back to kind of just stop the pressure. But yeah, it's just too strong. Konina Power's going for this flush right now. Oh, because they need to take out Footballists right now if they want to be able to get up on the leaderboards too.
The leaderboards, the zone, I mean, there's a lot of factors coming into this right now. Nice one. Now it's just up to Soke, and Soke by themselves, scared, lonely, and alone. And let's see what's going to happen.
Lonely and alone.
What do you do? Lonely and alone. What do you do for Soke?
He ain't alone because he's getting third-partied as well. So, you know, this is a really tough situation for him. And this is about to be zone 5 right now. And, oh, man, he's not going anywhere. Yeah, flush onto Rom right there from Rob Dini. Great plays from Konina Power. Man, they're trying to take the lead here, Dave.
And I do Tempo. Okay, Tempo, Team Queso. Okay, we got some smokes out. Tempo able to get behind this wall, use it for
Great
cover.
shot.
Spec gonna be prepping this grenade. Ayala already gonna be knocked down. Mystic trying to get on into the hard cover, get the revive onto Ayala. HH is right up on top of them, getting ready to toss a grenade onto Marco. Marco connected by HH. There's 2 members down from Team Queso. Here comes Tempo, just swarming on in, breaching on in, saying it's the FBI, kicking down the door, trying to get the squad wiped right now onto Team Queso, forcing Mystic to pull back. That revive was successful though. Gotta watch out for Ayala.
You can see Ayala just kind of throwing some smokes down, trying to buy some time. Mystic trying to get some dates. Kensa's running in the 1v1. And he gets some. The Uzi's too strong right here. 4v2 now situation.
Comes Ayala. Ayala on Spec. Ayala on Spec. Spec gonna be chunked down, taken on out. But HH there, able to get the help, get the support, and now it's up to Axel.
But he was able to get the flush on the Spec right there. So that's only going to be 3 members up left. Axel, he's on the run. He said, I'm out of here, but
running. Spotted.
You took out one of my members, and you ain't going anywhere. Team Queso out of 15th.
Crazy little fight. That was a crazy little fight over there.
Back and forth. And
done. Dream Eater's done.
Oh, fights going on everywhere right now. Look at this
Alpha Legends.
zone.
Bleeding on out the zone right on top of them. Umbra trying to keep them at bay. Pro Lord.
A hard shift. The hard shift as well up to the east. There goes Alpha Legends. Done and out, and this is where it's all gonna go down. If you're Loops Tempo, you gotta really be careful here, because look, 24 seconds left on the clock. You gotta start running right now, but there's no way you're gonna be able to do that with this many teams gatekeeping you. No way.
Huge game for Konina Power. They had the zone. They got a bunch of kills so far. Cloud9 are not in the next circle, so this could be the game that they jump over Cloud9. Cloud9 have a challenging push, especially with Loops in front of them and the Knights behind them.
If Konina Power gets this win, it's gonna be such a close 3-way right here. Loops, Cloud, fail with the Knievel, Knievel again. Oh, they make it out. Loses one.
Loses one. Loses one. We saw it work for them last game. Not going to be paying off right now. Dadin versus Adar. Adar has the blue zone on top of him. The lean peek from Dadin, but the blue zone going to be the victor off of that one. And Bale extremely low. Federal trying to make the crawl, trying to make the push on up, cooking the grenade, tossing that right on top of Beowulf. Woo, baby.
Connects. And there it goes. Bale down and out. It looks like, oh, actually, no, Bale was taken out from Halls in the back end right there, but there's Team Umbra done. Cloud9 looks like they have gotten taken out as well. Oh, this is just chaos right now. What a difficult shift for all these teams.
Penta, go for that spray once again, dropping down with the Uzi. Instantly taken out B4 and Nova. Got something to say for Tempo. We got something to say.
B4 on the run right now. Uzi's out up close and personal. And you can see they're just stacked on each other, trying to heal up all they can to get into this next circle. They do make it, but not for long, as this zone has shifted even further north from them. And look at Nova. Look at all these nades they're throwing right now.
Tossing some grenades, tossing some mollies. 3 kills onto B4 right now, trying to keep Nova on inside of the quarry, but right above their heads, right above B4. You got Konina Power fighting UDR.
And they are fighting hard right now. And Nova, they are in big trouble. This is zone 6.
Focus!
Cannot eat this blue zone. Focus, pre-firing.
14 kills! 14 kills onto Konina Power right now. Oh my goodness, they still got Rob, they got Tixie, they got Gonzo. They're gonna be saying, UDR, you can have that zone. You can have the blue. We are going to be sending it on into the center, into the compounds. Looking to get the dub. We see Loops out there in the distance. Gonzo gonna be going for that spray down. Gonzo, 5 kills so far. Tixie screaming right now, revive me.
Revive me. They need that revive right now. 14 kills. This is a huge game for Konina Power. And Gonzo going and trying to get this pickup. He's got that wall. Perfect amount of cover for him right here. Loops, they cannot push up, considering that there's just no cover in the zone right now. Look at all these teams just going at it. Dadin getting taken out from Annalise. Oh, so close right now.
Cat. Dude, Cat. Oh! Milky Way popping on out, taking down Cat, saying see you later. Remember, Unique, they had 10 kills yesterday, they're in second place yesterday on Sanhok. They're looking to get their repeat. Federal right behind this tree, going for that spray onto Kevin. Kevin popping out from the shack and will be exposing themselves. B4 still 4 up right now.
This is just a massacre going on right now. This zone is so difficult. All these teams are just trying to push out wide out in the open and hit big shots to make it in. Loop's still alive right here. Konita Power, down and out right now. Only 2 members up. And it's going to be really close because they are pinched between so many teams. B4's on the hunt.
Loops, 6 kills. B4, 3. Unique, 3. Konita Power, 14. 14. Tixie swapping on over to that Uzi in the smokes, in the dirt. And Elise going for that spray down, trying to mow the grass onto Loops. But the blue zone too strong. We got to heal up, boys.
And it looks like they did pass all their heals off to one player as he's just trying to be able to get some more placement points. Loops full on snake mode, baby. That's all they can do right here. Look at this angle from Gonzo.
Dude, how did we even get here?
Oh, he's behind the tree.
The tree and the wall.
What a spot.
And the zone.
What a spot.
They know. They know, though. Pedro's cooking, but Gonzo popping up, taking out Pedro. You're trying to take me out? I don't think so. You are not going to toss that grenade in my spot.
Gonzo getting shot from behind from Loops as well. He's going to go for this first aid, and it looks like he will be forced to kind of press this Tixie. He's on the snake game right here, and I don't think they know where he is.
Snake game, strong game. Tixie has Loops up there in the hills, in their sight lines, just trying to remain undetected. 4 teams left here. Levi Maxon from B4 in the shack, healing on up. Loops still all the way up there.
Oh, they have the
high
zone,
ground.
though.
They got meds.
They have the zone.
They got meds
So
in the
good.
zone. Yep.
So
here comes a push from B4. Milky Way still alive in the blue as well. B4 have the full team. As I said, that Pedro immediately spotted grenades coming on out. Dadden will be traded on. Carijo, Rock, Barrel.
Healing.
Can we do it? Can we hit these?
Carrillo with a huge shot, but Tixie's been healing up this whole time. He sees McZera there. But he goes out to the blue zone instead. He goes out to the blue zone instead of shooting him. And that is going to make Konita Power go in 3rd instead of 2nd. And look at this. B4 and Loops just both getting pickups right now. Resets. Oh, and McZera's on the push.
McZera immediately getting that revive onto Levi. Levi healing on up. Dadden trying to heal on up as well. Uzi. Seems as if Loops might be pinned. They got the blue zone right behind them. The pre-fire already coming on out from Levi. Dadden going for that drop shot, but will be connected on. Oh, the trade, though. The trade.
Got it.
Jukes.
Oh,
Loops. Get the chicken dinner.
I mean, Carrillo, every single time, man. I kid you not. If I had to put my money on any player to have alive there at the end, it's got to be him. This man is just a clutch genius right here. What a game. So close. So close.
Dude, they're in 7th place, I believe, coming into this game. They got the chicken dinner. Man, they're going to be shooting up there. And I'm just, both sides were able to get the revives. They got the revives. They made it a 2v2 at the end. It just came down to just gun skill, hitting those shots.
Yep, and yeah, Loops had the zone right there, so they had a good little advantage. You know that B4 was just begging to have a nade. Unfortunately, didn't have any in their hands. At the end of the day, though, too, got to give it to Konita Power for having just an insane amount of kills here on this man. What a great performance. Still one more left to go, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about here. PUBG Mobile World League West at its best, guys. Let's hear about what the desk has to say after this quick break from our sponsors.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Man, I don't know what it is about Carrillo, but he is on a completely different level when it comes to any other player out there. This guy is, he has to be the most feared player to go 1v1 against, even 3v1 against, to be honest, sometimes here, 7. But oh my lord, Loops pull themselves a chicken dinner here, and such a crucial time as well as they were looking to slip, actually not looking to slip, they were slipping down the standings. So we'll pull up the map rankings and start to talk about them here, 7.
Yeah, and I think for Loops Esports, listen, I've seen the trend here. Every single time I call out a team, they end up performing really well the next match. So I think I have to stick to what I said yesterday. I'm going to start just calling out some teams, and hopefully they perform better in the next one, as Loops Esports was able to pull up that win with 30 points total in Carrillo. Even if he's doesn't end up being the MVP here of the league finals, for me, he is the MVP of this tournament. He's just such a clutch player, regardless in what situation you put him in. And then you have Karina Power. You have to give him credit. 14 kills, 24 points for them. This is going to be huge. This might even allow them to go ahead and pass Cloud9 for second place. I cannot wait to see what happens later on, as we do see UDR Killers, 9 points, Yala Esports, 8 points, Temple Storm, 7, Pittsburgh Knights, 6, and then we go down the list here to the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're going to see yet some more surprises for this second page worth of teams here, as we are seeing Cloud9, Team Queso, Wildcard, and Footballist all on the second page here. And we were just praising Footballist for how consistent and how strong they've been, and they were just able to pass up Cloud9 for that first place position. And you know, Wildcard with the clutch from Slicky last match, and then they just unfortunately have a rough start in this match here on Sanhok. But there were some good numbers on that first page, especially for the teams like B4 that needed to get some extra points up on the board, and looking forward to see how it changes everything.
I mean, we were saying to each other, like, could this be the first time, what feels like the first time B4 are going to win on what they say is their favorite and strongest map, but it wasn't meant to be in the end, as we're going to dive straight into Loop's stats coming in from that last match. 2,000 damage, 10 kills. Now, we talk about Kanina Power playing the Kanina Power we expected, especially after the second day of the opening weekend, but this is the same boat for Loops. This is the Loops we expected come into the entirety of the finals, though we've only seen glimpses of it here, 7.
Yeah, and in a way, Loops spoiled us, man, because we were just so used to seeing Loops Esports get a lot of kills regardless, being that aggressive team, being that team that gets kills even if they end up in 16th place or 14th place, whatever it might be. And this is more the likes of Loops. This is the damage, 2,000 damage. 1,500 to 2,000 damage is usually when Loops starts performing really well. 10 kills, 12 knocks. They would have been able to get extra 2 points if they were able to confirm those knocks. And overall, the healing too, 557 healing for how much damage they had. It was a great game there for Loops Esports.
Well, let's take a look at our top players. Let's see how many players from Loops made it in there, and only one actually, Carrillo. He's going to be the one to do it. You got Tixie in there. You got Milky Way Unique again. Finally, someone else coming into the top 4 for them besides Frozen and Gonzo as well. MVP. Tixie. I'm gonna go.
Saw him destroying
Gonzo.
People. Really?
I'm gonna go Gonzo. I don't know why. I feel like I'm gonna laugh if I get it right, though I'm probably gonna be wrong. But we'll see. We'll see here in a second. Actually, Carrillo. Okay. So we're all wrong. At least, At least when I'm wrong, we're all wrong. I can appreciate that. But yeah, Carrillo is definitely one player we've been looking at when it comes to the MVP standings overall, of him needing to step up. He only barely got it into 10th place when we saw it last time after, I think, game 3. But this might help him shoot up the rankings even further.
Yeah, 6 kills, 2 assists. He was involved in 8 kills out of 10 kills from Loops Esports. That just goes to show right there the kind of player that he is. And then you had Tixie too, which is, this is great for him. We haven't seen Adder in a while here in regards to top players. Guess what? Tixie has been here a couple times. I think this might be the 3rd time today, if I'm not mistaken, Glitter, with him being able to get 6 kills, 1 assist, and just getting closer and closer to Adder in the overall MVP ranking.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be huge for Tixie's numbers as far as that top 10 goes. But look at Gonzo. You know, Jason had guessed it might have been Gonzo as the MVP. He had over 1K damage and was involved in 9 of Konina Power's 14 kills. So it was an incredibly strong showing for Gonzo. And then, like you said, you know, nice to see another unique player making their way up onto the top 4 as well.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising because, again, we've only really seen Frozen. We haven't really seen Unique show up too much here in the finals or even, honestly, until I think the second and third Super Weekends. But either way, maybe they can step up when it comes to the last match and the last day as well tomorrow as we dive into our Do the Do moments. Starting off the bat with grenades, and what a better way to start it than with that first one able to knock down one player from Loops.
It was a rough start for Loops as well, especially considering how they were able to finish out the game. You know, and this is, I think, what we were hoping for, is that ability to bounce back, right? Especially when it comes to just the overall, because Loops has really struggled generally at the tail end of this entire season. So their ability to kind of come back strong and fight through those bad games is going to be very important for them if they want to take home some more cash moving into the final day of our finals here, as we are also jumping on board with Tensa here from Tempo Storm. And I think this is another squad that, you know, we are hoping to see a little bit more out of come that final day. They were able to get 4 kills in this match, so it's better than nothing, but I think we're still waiting for one of those stellar performances that we know Tempo Storm is very capable of you know, doing, Seven.
Yeah, in regards to Tempo Storm, usually they tend to perform really well here in Sanhok, so no surprise they were at least able to rack up more kills there, as they were able to end up finishing the game with, I believe it was 4 kills and 7 points overall. And then right here towards the end, we just see Levi trying to, they know where the Loops Esports players are, and something that Hot Jukes and Mustache there were mentioning, the Loops Esports in a way got lucky that B4 didn't have grenades, because if they would have had grenades, that would have just made them, forced them out of there. But Loops played that so well, and then Carrillo, even towards the end, man, even when Dadin was down, I saw Carrillo still standing, I was like, oh, this is about to happen again.
I mean, it's Carrillo, right? It doesn't matter how many players you have, it's still going to be Carrillo. And that's why we're going to take a look at the total damage to see how much Loops was able to put up with their 2K that we saw before. Compared to every other team out there, I'm expecting to see Konina Power quite up there as well, as we obviously saw the 1.1K coming in for Gonzo, and they actually will out-damage them here. But that's kind of to be expected when they have 14 kills, when they have their 2,300 damage, Glitter.
This is just consistent over 2K games, though, damage-wise for Konina Power. So this is massive for them. This is the consistency we were looking for. This was the aggression we were looking for. You know, and Loops being able to break that 2K mark as well with their 10-kill game is going to be massive for them, but this game is huge for B4. 5 kills, second place, over 1K damage. We were hoping to see this type of play out of them from the very beginning. Can they continue to do this and maybe pick it up a little bit here in our, you know, our last match of the day, our last day of finals going into tomorrow? Hopefully, who knows? But, you know, moving on down the list, you also see a few teams on the list didn't have as much damage as we would have hoped there, all the way down at the bottom.
I mean, you guys realize right now, 7 matches separate us from our victor, from our Kings of the West. Only 7 games. It feels like, you know, just last week we started off the entire thing with, you know, 80-something matches to be played with, you know, 21 play days. It's all coming into an end really, really soon, as now we're going to take a look at the MVP ranking. We talked about Korea, right? We talked about how potentially he's able to shoot up the board when it comes to this. And there you go, from 10th place up to 5th. But Tixie, more importantly here, 7, has taken that #1 position.
He has, and he has taken it by a lot too, being able to get 31 kills, 6,800 damage, almost at 6,900 damage. And this is one player, man, that I kind of started talking about as soon as I saw Konina Power started doing well. We know that he's capable of this stuff. If we go back and watch week 1, even opening weekend, you'll see us talking about him so much. I think we even did a piece on him, just saying this is a player that can be aggressive. This can also be a clutch player, as Carrillo is for Loops Esports. That's what Tixie is able to bring for Konina Power. So no surprise, they're seeing him in first place. And I want to see Adder. Adder in Cloud9 has been very quiet lately, and then you see kind of pretty much the footballist player still maintaining their 3-4, and then Carrillo is jumping up. Carrillo does want that MVP, and as you mentioned, he does have 7 games to go ahead and try to get a little bit higher there.
I mean, the thing is, for Adder, like, he's been #1, it feels like, the entire time. But the problem is, if his team is getting knocked out early, doesn't matter how good of a player you are individually, you're not going to be able to continue to build up that damage, that survival time, and the kills, obviously, as well.
Say that.
Well, that's why I said it, because I knew you were going to say it. I need to have something smart to say on camera. Let's take a look at our predictions, though. I gave you a compliment. I said it was going to be smart to say. Footballs, guys, can we stop all 3 picking the same team? Because clearly we are terrible at this.
I mean, it didn't go as poorly for us at the beginning of the day when we all picked the same team.
It was bad.
Cloud9 and Loops.
Real bad.
It was no. Real
I can
bad is
see-
1 point.
I mean, I can see
Did get 1
I can see footballists in chat right now saying, "Damn it, Glitter, why?"
Nah, they're saying Jason
No.
jinxed us. It's you, Jason. You jinxed them.
I mean, it could be. It could be. Let's take a look,
believe
though, at our overall rankings, and hopefully I haven't jinxed Cloud9 here because they were in first place at the start of the day. They were in second place last match, and now they're in third place as Konina has even overpowered footballists here to take that away from them.
Yo, you know when I said I wanted like a really awesome finish? Well, guess what?
This is
We
it.
might just go ahead and get that because Konina Power got hot. They take first place. And I know a lot of people that are fans of Konina Power are going to be super happy seeing this. You see footballers go down to that second place. You see Cloud9, which is even crazier. You see Cloud9. Remember, Cloud9 at one point was 40 points ahead of anybody else. And for them to be in third place, that's crazy. And then you have Loops Esports. After I talked some smack to them, they finally woke up. They said, yeah, we got to represent for Brazil. We got to start doing something here. And now they're starting to pick it up in the kills department, getting that fourth place. It is setting up to be here, Glitter, an amazing finish, especially for tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know what's actually kind of cool that I think is important to point out is when we were looking at the MVP standings as we're looking at the overall standings here, the two top teams in Konina Power and Footballist had 3 players from their squad from each in that top 10. So what we're seeing now, because we also had Queso players up there and Loops, and those are 4th and 5th as you move down the list, the teams that are having all of their players performing well are now the ones that are shooting themselves up to the top of these overall rankings, and it's making a huge difference because the teams that are having only 1 or 2 players doing well are really dropping down hard. So that consistency that we keep talking about is going to be so important, not only as a squad, but on an individual basis, especially going into the final day of finals.
And Alpha with 35 points. Man, it hurts to see that.
I know.
To be fair, though, they did in a way try to hot drop Cloud9, so they're starting to do that crazy stuff that we've been talking about every single time. I want to see more. I want to see them kind of hot drop maybe some of the higher teams. Make a name for yourself. Show us a highlight. I'll be more than happy to show it in a telestration and give you guys some props. But I want to see more out of Alpha Legends.
Yeah, and hopefully we can see that here as we move into our last match of the day. As we take a look at our schedule here and see that Erangel will be our 6th and last to come. We still have 6 more matches obviously to come up tomorrow, but who knows what's going to happen. I honestly didn't expect Cloud9 to lose their first place position today. I thought they would have been able to maintain it, but not only have they dropped from first, they're in third. So it was bad enough to see themselves go from 50K down to 6K in league play. But now, with what they're currently sitting on, they go from 100K down to 20. It was already bad enough losing 44K, but imagine losing 80. That's like a, what, 124,000 bucks they could have lost?
Oh.
Yeah, that is a lot of money they pretty much lost out. About $130,000 if you really think about it, considering
I don't want to think about that.
50,000 from Super Weekend and then MVP. Oh my God.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's not over yet, right? We have 6 more games. We still have 1 more game to come up today. So let's hop straight into our predictions here. Glitter, I'm putting you on the spot. Our final match of our 3rd day here. Who's it going to be?
Okay.
What you got?
Right out the game, going with Wildcard. It's the final match of the day. We're on Erangel. We just saw a stellar performance come out of Slicky. They started to pick it up here on the second half of the day. I'm hoping that this one works out well for me.
Okay, 7.
Okay. Wildcard 2, because of what she said.
Yes.
Okay. Well, for the sake of not making us all tank here with our points, with me picking Wildcard, I actually went with Nova. I'm changing things up a little bit. I'm expecting this. You can be happy right now, but we'll see if you're just as happy when we're done with the match, though, 7, because it's not quite clear of how that's going to go. Wild card didn't do well last match, but we'll see, obviously, when we do hop into our final segment and do talk about how the last match and, of course, the day went for all the teams. So we'll catch up with you guys soon. I wonder if 7 put a shirt on the ground if he ever slips on it and falls over, you know, like a banana peel. You guys at home, though, who are watching, if you haven't been watching within the game and within the Esports Center, you've been missing out on a ton of points that you could have been earning for some exclusive rewards. The top 100 viewers will be getting those. You can watch West, you can watch East to get as many points as possible to try to sneak through into our top 100. And you can still tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Of course, let us know your thoughts on the show. Maybe you want to talk about who you predict to go forward. Maybe you want to talk about how you're going to be playing here as well coming into the next season for the World League. Who knows? It's all on to you guys at home and what you want to say to us. And we have to bring now our commentators in here because it's the final match of day 3. We're going to Erangel. We got Hot Jukes and, of course, Mustache Dave here to cover all the action. for our final game. And Hot Jukes, this is getting interesting times here. We've seen Cloud9 go from first to third. They've lost, if we were to stop right now, approximately $124,000. Do you think that they will be able to come back?
I mean, there's still 6 games to go. That's a lot of games to be played, but man, talk about that. They're not going to have any breathing room. That's for sure. They have to clutch it out this game and the rest, because it's going to be a battle, an absolute battle to get this insane prize pool right there. And there's so many different teams that are in contention to be able to actually get that 100K. Still, you can't put a lot of these squads that are in that 3rd, 4th position down and out right now. So all I know is, put it this way, I'm gonna have a tough time sleeping tonight because I am pumped for tomorrow's game. I have no clue who's gonna win this one right here.
Well, Dave, we talk about the entire time of like peaking in a tournament. Konina Power started off strong on the 2nd day of the opening weekend, disappeared the rest of the tournament until these last few days. Now, if you're them, you end the day off on first place. I feel like that almost might be it, right? They have to be so confident that the only way they could lose going into day 4 is if they get too cocky. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, looking back at league play, they finished in 8th place. 8th place, and coming into today, they were able to overthrow not 1, but 2 different squads. First place, I mean, they have to be feeling really good about themselves, but they need to make sure now they're in a different mindset. You know, they need to maintain the first place. They chased it the whole time. They finally acquired it. Now it's all about keeping it. I mean, they have all day tomorrow. They got this one more game, but regardless, I mean, 99 kills so far. They phenomenal. They're doing phenomenal so far.
I want to jump in on that really quickly and get some follow-up thoughts. I mean, actually for you, Hot Jukes, then, because this is really good for you being an ex-pro player. Chasing the lead is way different than maintaining, as David just said. What's your thoughts on that?
100%. I think that right now, if you're just trying to maintain, you're just trying to play your game as normal as you possibly can. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to doing too cocky, there's no way they're going to allow that stuff to happen. With all these squads and how good they're performing, they got to be on their A game, and they got to play perfectly if they're trying to get that money.
Yeah, you got to close it out, right?
Fact, period.
7 matches to go, so let's get your predictions here for our last match of the day. Hot Jukes, starting off with you. Who's the team?
I'm going to go with, let me think here, Footballist. I'm gonna go with them right here. You know, just add to the drama. Since they're so close to getting here to the top 3, I think it'd be really crazy to see them pull out a chicken dinner here.
All right, Mr. Mustache Dave, who do you got?
I am going to pick Wildcard. I know last game wasn't too hot for them, but this is Erangel. They dropped Severny. They have 1 chicken dinner here today. Let's make it 2.
Okay, well, let's hop straight into it and see if that can happen here. Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes, take it away.
Let's get it going into it here. Erangel, the last match of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to, of course, PUBG Mobile for putting this on, and our sponsors About Due, as well as Qualcomm Snapdragon. Here we get it going. The playing path, we could see it here, going from the north to the south. Like you mentioned earlier, Dave, Wildcard, you know they like to drop some birdie. This is the perfect playing path for them.
This is the perfect path for them, but it's going to be predictable. Everybody knows, like, okay, Wildcard are going to drop there. And last game, I mean, Alpha Legends, they dropped on to Cloud9. They knew Cloud9 liked to go Paradise. I already see Alpha Legends dropping out right after Wildcard. I mean, Alpha Legends, they might be on the hunt. They might be on the hunt today.
They're the wild card. I think they're the wild card right here. I mean, considering where their placement is so far, I mean, it'd be really interesting to see like how they're just trying to mix this up. Because, I mean, if there's any point, they have to do it right now. So you see them kind of flying out towards like this Yasnaya bridge, and they are going to be fairly uncontested. So it's going to work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. So it looks like they are going to be dropping into Yasnaya, looting up, but it still doesn't indicate if they plan on hunting down some squads. They might be able to get some quick loot and then drive right on up there and kind of, you know, gatekeep Wildcard in a sense, because everybody knows, like I said, everybody knows Wildcard goes to Severny.
Definitely. I mean, when you look at so far, honestly, it's tough for me to even kind of talk about Alpha Legends at this point. I mean, they got 35 points on the leaderboard. Don't want to sound like that, but at the end of the day, I mean, for them to get into anywhere near the top 8, it's practically near impossible at this point. My eyes, they're all up on top of Konina Power, Footballist, Cloud9, Loops, Team Queso, even Nova. I mean, all these teams, I mean, if they have a good game right now, oh my goodness, Nova and Konina Power getting at it right now.
Like,
this is a huge fight.
He had a crystal ball. Chief
Look at
Man
this.
popping on out. Cat in the distance already taken out. Wow. Okay, Nova has Cat knocked down.
Oh, the pistol, the disrespect.
We need a power. Yeah, they're losing some members as well. And Rob going for the punch out.
Oh, the
Punching
punch
Cat.
out. Oh, but God's all he has a pen.
Yeah, no gun, just a pan.
You know what he has though? Silence. That is the only thing that's gonna get it done for him right here.
The thing is, did they see him
though.
drop here? Did they see him drop here? You know, that's the thing that might not play in.
If he gets a knock with his pan, I'll freak out. Not gonna happen.
Immediately,
Yeah.
immediately. Immediately looking in the hiding spot. Yep.
Yeah, I think he just put himself in a corner and was just singing his goodbyes, because with that kind of loot, yeah, that's not really anything you can do right there. So, man, I mean, I got to talk about this.
Yeah.
You know, Power out 2 members. They're in first place.
Yep.
And they lost 2 huge members right off the bat here. So, I mean, talk about, I mean, the nerves have to be at an all-time high for these last 2, because you have to put points on the board to really kind of, deter football is Cloud9 and all these squads.
And Jason just asked us, on the desk, what is the game plan for Konina Power? And I'm sure the game plan was not to come in here and lose 2 really early on. Right now, they just need to defend the throne, defend that first place position. And, they dropped onto another squad. I mean, it's a risk. It's a risk they were willing to take, but there's not a lot of points separating them, second place, third place, fourth place. I mean, it's going to be a nail biter.
I mean, you got to also consider, Nova, I think it just has to do with the playing path. Because I think Konina Power normally likes to land in that area, and it's fine for them. But because Farm was no longer a real viable drop spot to the plane, Nova just opted to go to that same area. And just like that, man, 2 members down and out. But they were able to take down Cat in the process. So at least that's 1 point on the board. They got a little bit of a lead. Oh, man, but that this is not the most optimal situation for Konina Power. That's for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, and that's going to change up their game plan, right? They started the game, you got 4 up. Obviously, you play a little different than when you have 2 up. And to make matters, to add additional pressure to that, they got to stay in that first place spot. They have to. I mean, that's their goal right here. So wouldn't be surprised if we see them being really cautious and probably avoiding fights from here on out, at least in this game.
Yeah, you said a little different. I'm talking, especially with their scoreboard. I mean, we're talking completely different. They're like, no, we don't want to get into any engagements. They are running for their lot. And you can kind of see right now, and of course, you guys can't watch it right now, but as we look at the map, Konina Power, they just did a full send onto Milta as far out of the zone as possible.
Ooh, and a loose.
But yeah, taken out by Dad in there from Loops.
Okay. It looks like Dad trying to swim across the water, trying to make sure to get that point, get that confirmed, because Loops, they're in 7th place after that last game. Now they're in 4th place. They're in the race. They're in the race to claim back what they might feel is theirs, and that's that first place spot.
Yeah, the thing is they need to have a big game here. That's for sure. Considering how many points they are behind right now, to at least feel comfortable, they got to get it done. And you can see Kowalski right here trying to get it done as well. M16 popping some shots onto UDR. They're gonna get away with it, but at the same time, I mean, you look at the point board right now. Oh, okay, never mind.
Sandro, the drive-by. Whoa, Sandro, the vehicle explosion. Ace are able to connect onto the Dacia. Wild card. They got taken out first last game, but to acquire 2 kills real early on here, this should put some more pep into their step after getting sent back to the lobby last game really early.
I mean, and that was a crucial, that was a soul-crushing game for them right there, considering where they're at in the leaderboards. I mean, they have 166 points. They're separated from 5th place Team Queso by only 4. Now, you got to consider it's 2, considering that they got those 2 kills right there. I think that right now you look at the leaderboards, Tempo, Wildcard, Nova, Team Queso, Loops, all need to have a chicken dinner here. If one of these squads does, we're talking a pretty much really like a 4-way, 5-way contention spot for first place going into tomorrow. So this is just a crucial game for these squads.
For a lot of teams. Cloud9, they started the day, first place. Now they are in 3rd place, sitting on around 81 total kills here. They do have the zone, South Georgia themselves. We got the Knights on Mount Everest, but checking on here with Umbra Halls. Definitely hearing those vehicles make the pull-up in these yellows right on over the hill.
Yeah, he's holding down the yellows right here. You can see he's got about to pull that nade pin. Oh, they had to hurt him. They threw a nade right towards his direction. So yeah, Team Yala, yeah, they're on high alert right now.
Pro Lord all the way out there in those hills as well. You know, Vindex. So Halls needs to be really careful not to give away free information because it's essentially a 1v4 if they do.
Yeah, and they did just pop some shots onto Vindex way back there. So he's going to have to be forced to hide, heal up, and get ready. So I think right now they're probably Umbra is getting together and trying to figure out an ejection, strategy for Halls. And yeah, look at that.
Halls is making
it's exactly what he's doing with the good old crouch pan.
Love it.
Right there. Doing it nice, slow and steady.
Slow and steady wins the race. Trying to pull back to Prez. Prez kind of playing that guardian role, overlooking him, making sure he's free and clear. I like it. I like the teamwork right now from Umbra.
Great play. I wonder if he's going to go ahead and shoot the tires out to that buggy. I'd really suspect him to do that, or to the dossier. But he hasn't really decided to do that just yet, considering it's still early in the zone. But, man, if you get the opportunity to take out a couple tires and make it difficult for the team to rotate, got to do it. Got to do it.
You got to do it. Team Queso, I'm just looking at the leaderboard real quick. Team Queso, 5th place, right behind Loops. That's another surprise. They have had one, remarkable day for them.
Yeah, they've had a great day so far right here. I thought there was another team pulling up on them, but it just seemed to be Xana.
Prez.
Oh, he waited.
Okay. So Prez knew exactly where that vehicle was. Instead of popping the tires, was just waiting for the enemies to get on into the vehicle to attempt to maybe get that vehicle explosion out here.
Did they see Xana, though? Did they see Xana on the rotate? Because he has a really disgusting off angle onto that entire squad. Looking over to the map, about to close. Where will it go? Will it go north or will it go south? Yeah, Konita Power just playing it as safe as possible.
Yeah.
In Milta, and they are just going to wait it out. And it looks like they're maybe just be kind of looting up for just heals and just planning to eat the blue as long as they possibly can, because the last thing they want to do is go out in last place, that's for sure.
So in your experience, how long can they realistically stay in the blue until it's that point where it's okay, we can't do this anymore? What zone?
Zone number 4 starts hurting pretty bad. Zone 5 it's really, you cannot be in there for too long. Once you hit zone 6, you can't move. You have to be constantly pressing on that first aid kit, otherwise you will die. So yeah, you got a couple zones to work with if you're able to find enough heals, even if you're full boosted. But yeah, come zone 5, zone 6, there's no hanging out in that blue zone for any time, that's for sure.
But Konina Power, the duo, they have some time to work with for the time being. Maybe loot some more buildings, get some meds. But yeah, they are definitely under the pressure, and especially with Nova making their way on in right in front of them. We got Team Queso already looking really good right now. A lot of teams in this zone trying to stake their claim, trying to find a compound to call their own, and it looks like for the most part they were able to do so.
Yeah, in my personal opinion and experience, this is the most familiar zone inside of Erangel. These teams know these buildings, they know every single spot on this side of the map, to a T. And you can just see Faker in ruins right now with Team Umbra.
Yeah,
pushing pretty solo right now, really getting dangerous. Pro Lord might spot out the rest of his team. Oh, the nade does catch Faker a little bit. Oh, return nade?
Trade. Okay, that looks pretty good.
Oh, wow. That landed right on top of that right there.
Thing is, Halls is still on the outskirts of this one. Alpha Legends. Oh, yeah, that was my worry. That's coming from Halls. Halls just, spraying down out there. And then you got Shifan, you got Nova making their approach as well. Shator. Ruins is such a challenging area in the map to take these close fights.
Yeah, they're at Castle right now, trying to put in work, but with that knock, I wouldn't be shocked to see Yala! Yala from the off angle, third partying it, stealing that kill away from Alpha Legends. That's going to be really, really tough for this squad, holding it down right here in Ruins. And here comes Halls in the buggy, trying to make it over to his team. Will he be able to make it?
Looks like Shator just going to, stay safe in their little corner for the time being. Waiting to see if Halls makes the pit stop. Okay, recognizing Halls' approach out there. Halls was able to regroup with the squad, and
he went over to Church.
This is in the zone.
He went over to Church right there, and now they're both stuck. Oh, what a great nade from Umbra. Almost took out both of those players.
That one from Prez.
Will this one connect as well? They're throwing some return nades right here. One nade is all it takes to get this fight started. Oh, Yala with the third party. And Alpha Legends knows it. They got to be coming in to get this finishes.
And Nas with the DP. Lord with the Uzi onto Pro Lord. Yeah.
Oh, Umbra done.
Yeah, Yala, the pinch from Yala and both Alpha. I mean, Umbra just got caught in the middle making that sandwich, and they really had no angles to work with there at the end.
Yeah, they just got bullied right there by these two squads. I mean, they had just laser focused, and those teams were worrying about none other than Umbra. But we do have a new zone, and it did shift south. It did shift south into the open. A lot of open spots here. Looks like Football is going for that antenna location. That's a really, really good spot right there. Cloud9 already in the zone. You can see that all these top teams, man, they are just so quick to pick up a central location. They rotate so fast. But we're looking right now as Alpha Legends, they realize, hey, this zone is gone. We got to get up and get going.
Yeah, and they have to. They have to. I mean, that zone shifting down there to the south. We got Wild Card, we got Nova, Konina Power. All those teams kind of hedged their bets that will go to the north. Now they need to recalculate their approach and, you know, make their way on in. Here we go. Yeah, right there. And not only that, to make matters worse, you have this standoff between Alpha and Yala still in runes.
That's dangerous. That's really dangerous for Yala. You know, I think that they should prioritize zone more than anything. Oh, here we go. Loops at Cloud9.
Mario.
Huge fight.
Trying to go for that jump shot. They are 3 members up for Cloud9.
Oh, the 180.
Bolton on out of the balcony trying to get the surprise, but Kowalski able to get the quick flick right there. Football is trying to third party this engagement.
Look at those shots from Federal right there with that mini 8X. Man, only 2 members from Cloud9. Looks like they tried to get a little bit of a split going out, but they got taken out real quick. Now it's just Adder and Pyra up for Cloud9 to get some points on the board for their squad.
Yeah, and they're still near their hospital, their drop spot, and just unlucky that the squad of Loops ended up rolling up on your duo. Out here, Soke. Yeah, full send. Soke from Football List trying to pop these tires, trying to take some shots on the Team Queso. Just, you know, make them a little nervous out here.
Yeah, popping out those tires is so huge, especially considering where this next zone is going to go. They don't want to be able to let them rotate for free. If they have to rotate on foot, I mean, that is just so tough if they get a hard shift. Love that antenna choice from Footballist right there. But look at this. All these squads right now just trying to find a spot. Tensa. Oh, yeah. Alpha Legends.
Alpha Legends making some moves. Shator will be the final member to make the crash, make the pull-up. Kato inside the actual building, going for that spray down with that Uzi, swapping on over to the M4. And Tenta has the support from Spec. HH is on the outskirts, so this one bleeding on out. Rain on the hill right behind him, trying to provide the cover fire. Tenta, Uzi in hand. Kato, Uzi in hand. Kato gonna go for that pre-fire around the corner. And Tenta, how do we make it on out of here alive?
Moves. Look at all these moves coming out from both these teams right now. Just trying to, oh, Kato gets caught from the angle.
Yep.
Great shots.
Rain.
Oh, that's 2 down.
Oh, there's 2 down right there. 2 down from Alpha Legends, and now Faker in the smokes. How will they make it on out of this pinch? Tempo still inside the building, inside the compound, making the quick push on out to get the final 2 blows onto Alpha Legends.
Tempo gets it done, but Konina Power's taken out as well.
The duo, yeah.
The duo is done, so the door's open. The door is wide open right here. Footballist has an amazing position. They're currently in second place right now, so you know that they got to be really happy and pumped up to get a big chicken dinner with a lot of kills, and it's totally possible where they're at right now.
Here we go.
Cloud9's down a couple members. Oh my goodness, so close. Look at this.
Yeah, not only that. Tempo, we're watching them right now. 8th place, trying to make the climb, trying to have a chicken dinner in this final game to set them up for tomorrow. An awesome Yala behind the tree, gonna be peeking on over there with the M4.
What a shot.
Taking down HH. The smokes though, the immediate tosses from Tempo, the immediate smokes to try to make sure that that thirst is not successful. Yala though, making the full-blown push, straight up sending it. Kevin tossing out some grenades onto Tensa. Lord already in the dirt. Kevin, AKM. Once when we pop out the smoke, you will see Tempo going for that spray down. Tempo, I see him in vehicles trying to retreat right now.
Yeah, I don't think they have any choice. Yala had no choice either. They have to push, considering that the zone is starting to close. Tensa, he's stuck out. There's no vehicle. He's just going to have to make this fight happen for himself. 1v4.
5 kills so far. Kevin, Lord, Xana, all approaching on Tensa. Tensa, no time to even breathe after that last engagement with Alpha.
This blue zone is going to hurt. It's starting to hurt bad. You can already see right now. Tensa trying to stay alive, being a big distraction.
They don't want to let Tensa live.
Lord just said, "Hey, we want tempo out of here right now." And Tensa's going for the heal. Can't do it though.
Oh, Lord's gonna be spawning out. Tensa going for that spray. Yep, gonna be taking them down. But was it worth it? Was it worth it? I saw it in the kill feed as well. The Knights took out Loops, so Loops are going to be dead in this game. We got Dream Eaters versing Team Queso right now. Mystic behind the rock.
So close. Such a close game right now. The Mystic.
Oh, Mystic!
Gets caught. That's it. That's Team Queso out. So many of these top teams are just getting taken out early right here. And this is just, I mean, football is, they have to be just screaming right now. Oh, what a shot from Sam.
Sam.
Oh, protect your neck.
Bam. Yeah, this could be a huge game for Footballists to get that first place. And both Cloud9. Cloud9 still have a duo. Still have 2 up.
They'll have a duo, but man, Footballists, they got the position and the zone right now, so they are sitting really pretty. You can see PK just try to make something happen at the edge of this circle with the laydowns. Yeah, and Cloud9, I would not be shocked at all. They're just opting to just kind of lay this one out and see where it goes, because right now the circle is about to close and it can go anywhere. Right now, if you're Cloud9, you're hoping it's going to you, but here comes Miku on over to Yala.
Yeah, Miku definitely hearing the pin from Anas. Anas is just waiting to underhand that one on out the window. We'll be tossing that one, trying to pull on back to Xana. Xana also cooking some grenades of their own. Miku tossing out a smoke, and you know what? We're in the zone. Miku is just happy to still be alive.
And guess what? Look where that zone went. Straight south. Miku with the pre-fire on his end. Oh, the nade. He's 1 HP.
1 HP. 1 HP, and Anas knows that grenade was good. Going for that pre-fire on into smokes. Miku trying to heal on up, trying to hit the bandage. Anas trying to get the wraparound. Spotting his shoulder. Oh, Anas taken to the blue zone. The blue zone.
So clutch. What a shot from Verset to protect his teammate right there. Here comes Xana with the Uzi.
Hopping on out, hopping on out. Miku in the window. Miku, Xana, 1 HP as well. These fights are so close. Xana is the last one alive right now.
He will not go down.
Toffees will be getting a lot of damage inflicted on him as they try to make that push across the road. Xana getting caught in the process from Toffees, and Toffees able to get there right in time to get the heal. And Dream Eaters, they had 2 of their members knocked in the process, but we're checking in real quick. Footballers looking to get that first place, looking to get that chicken dinner. They see the Knights on the rotate out there in the distance.
Man, and they just sending it in some buggies, looking for some hay bales, and it looks like they did find them. They're going to be right next to Footballists now, and here come the nades from Jagger, trying to open up this fight. And it looks like these might just connect. They're getting really close.
Grenades flying everywhere. Carnage making the pull up right now. Needs to heal on up. Right behind that buggy.
Jagger.
Ooh, Jagger connecting onto Lutz, but right in return, Solke also getting that trade onto Carnage.
Okay, Sunday. Solke trying to put some more points on the board for himself. He's going to go for the res right now on Lutz. Rom with the support. Oh, he's got the nade. Will J7 peek this and find him?
J7 sees Rom trying to get that grenade. J7, Lavison, M4 able to provide that support. Going to be bleeding on out, trying to crawl behind the cover of that little ledge and get that revive, get that reset. Jagger, full-blown
res duty
right now.
He is on res duty right now, just trying to survive. Look at all these nades coming out. Footballist is so grouped up. 1 nade is all it takes.
Oh no!
And Carnage, baby. Getting it done onto Solke. And here comes the aggression for Pittsburgh Knights after that knock and reset.
Trying to blow up that vehicle. Lavison able to use his UDAS for cover. Still in the back lines, trying to provide that anchor for the squad. If the Knights make the push on over that ledge, Lavison will have the initial angle to take out their helmets, to take out their head. Carnage bleeding on out. Jagger still on that medic duty back here.
He's going for a title right now as he's just been rezzing his team up back and forth while these squads just throwing nades.
How many grenades
still have some. But here comes the play zone, takes out Carnage. And now Football is stuck in the blue zone. Rob needs to get in or he's going to get knocked by the blue.
Both of these teams, I mean,
he does.
So many grenades back and forth, back and forth. The blue zone trying to get involved as well. Lavison trying to get some snipes out here onto Nova while they can.
Boy, that would have been an insane shot right there. But now their concern is to get into this next zone as Dream Eaters, they have it and they're sending it. They're sending it with just 2 saying, we need to get this placement. Will they be able to make it in here? A lot of open field. Got to watch out for these squads.
J7 connected on by Solke once again. Jagger trying to go for that spray with the M4. Quick reload. All of these teams, they need to move. Oh, Raul with the all-gate 3. Chunked down really low. Jagger able to get the trade. Solke, Uzi going for that jump shot. Jump the smokes, but Jagger able to save the game for the Knights.
Jagger said, no, sir. Where are you jumping? Takes him out just like that. So, the zone's closing, though, and he's on the thick side. Jagger needs to go for some heals right now. He needs to go for some heals and go for the heal strat. But no, too late. Too late. Nova. Yeah, taking him out.
Not only that, I mean, the challenge, the odds were definitely stacked against Jagger because 2 members of Football sent it on into the zone, so you have to assume they would have just gate kept that one. Toffee's popping on up with the M4, trying to take some shots on the wildcard in their buggy, in their push to get on into the new zone, into some type of safety. Spring on the ledge, on the high ground, might be able to provide the much needed support right now for the squad mates being bombarded. Toffee's tossing out a molly. Sam, that grenade might be right on top of Sam. Sam, watch out.
Watch out, Sam. Watch out. Throwing the smoke back, saying, hey, you know what? No more of those, please, and thank you. But you got to really watch out. Got to give a mad respect to Footballist for deciding to just run 2-2. Because right now they have 2 members in the zone, and they're dealing with 2 squads here. They have a perfect opportunity to third-party them, and a good position in this next circle.
Yeah, Dream Eaters, 4 up, 6 kills so far. Dream Eaters trying to take out Wildcard. Wildcard on the opposite end of the street. Smokes out. Football is still alive. Football is trying to get that first place after this game. Konita Power, they got taken out real early on this game.
They did way too early considering where their position is right now. Football is most likely going to be able to take the lead here if they get this chicken dinner. It's going to be really, really close. Dream Eaters still have something to say about it. So does Wildcard. Wildcard stuck on the edge right now. They don't have, but they do have a buggy. And you can see Slicky starting to think about it. Crate dropping in between all these squads, but I doubt any of them are going to go for it at this point. This is dangerous territory.
Yeah, Dream Eaters do not have the luxury of having a vehicle. I mean, a vehicle at this point, I mean, that's just going to be too risky. Sam will be tossing out, I believe these are some smokes here.
Offensive
trying
smokes.
to block the sightlines from Dream Eaters, and this might be the prime time for Wildcard to make the push across the road. But look, Miku on that off angle is not covered in smoke right now.
Yeah, those offensive smokes are super huge because that's going to block their sight lines, allowing you to push up for free. But like you mentioned, Miku's got a really good off angle right here, and you got to worry about Nova. See AZ right there in that bottom corner. He can cause havoc for them. And Slicky, with the angle.
Yeah, Slicky driving that buggy across the road will also use that buggy for cover. Acer getting thirsted right now as they attempted to make that follow-up push. Slicky going to be popping on up. Miku connecting on to Slicky and Salmon. Wildcard, they had a challenging push across that road and just were not able to do that. Lavison, though. Lavison looks like they're trying to get this crate out here.
You know what they say, what happens when Wildcard crosses the road, Slicky gets to the other side, but at the same time, unfortunately able to get it done. But man, 4th place for Wildcard, that's a pretty good placement considering where this circle ended up going. But man, this is still between Nova, Dream Eaters, and Footballists. Footballists have just been crushing it here today. And this is, I mean, man, they are in big contention here to win a huge prize pool. Dream Eaters still has 4 up though.
Yeah, Dream Eaters have 4 up. Nova have 9 kills, so they are feeling themselves this game. They are feeling confident. They are looking to get the win, get the dub. As I say that, Loot's going to be popping up. They got something to say. They're going to be taking down one of the members from Nova.
And that is going to just open it up for Dream Eaters since they still have 4 members up alive. Attic with the shot on the Lavison. It's all up to Loots. Oh, the thirst from Shifan. Shifan steals the kill.
Wow. The disrespect out here. The disrespect out here. 9 kills onto Dream Eaters.
Oh, HCL. Oh, gets caught. Almost made it behind that hay bale.
This looks like a Dream Eaters game.
I think it's anyone's at this point. Oh, look at Lutz, how close he is to the zone right here. And I don't think he has any first aids left, so he is just stuck trying to survive. Good, decent position. I don't think Sheepman sees him at all right now. Will Loops take the shots onto him? Oh, he's looking right at him. Oh, he's looking right at him.
Yeah, you see the helmet. You see the helmet. Sheepman's going to be taking some shots onto Lutz, trying to connect.
Oh, he does it.
Lutz backing up to the blue zone. Sheepman losing the point right there. Now it's a 4v2. Dream Eaters trying to get a little 2-2 split going on right now. Looks like Miku going to be grouping on up with Toffees and Matic. Grenades are going to start flying on out from Nova. We still got first set trying to play at 3-1 right now. This could be huge for Dream Eaters to get this chicken dinner.
They need it, and that is for sure. At the same time, though, they had to have used all their nades on the wild card, so I doubt they have any kit left to deal with Nova. Not sure exactly what Nova has left in stock, but they have a pretty decent position right now. It's still a 4v2, so Dream Eaters has the numbers. All it takes is one big play. Oh, look at Sheepman, though. He has hardly any kit at all. I don't know about that smoke. That defensive smoke. Oh, that's going to be really tough for AZ right there.
Trying to crawl on up.
Oh, the nade though!
AZ, that's going to make this a 2v3 right here. Miku trying to crawl back onto Verset, but here comes the blue zone. AZ, AZ was trying to get the third spot, spotting out Verset. Going to be taken down. No, Sheepman, this is a 2v2.
2v2 right now, so close. AZ with the angle!
Oh, Toffees connecting on the AZ. Toffees swapping on over to that Uzi. It's a 2v1.
Dream Eaters, baby.
Dream Eaters getting the dub, getting the much needed chicken dinner. Miku, 4 kills. Toffees, 2 kills. I mean, that last game. Whew.
You got to give it to Toffees, though. He got 2 kills, but those 2 kills are the ones that mattered right there. I mean, that's the one that secured the chicken dinner. So close. Got to give it up to Dream Eaters. They had to work for that one to be able to get in there. But man, I don't know what this leaderboard's going to look like here going into the final day. That's what I'm freaking out about. Who's going to win this one?
I mean, it was a big